Chapter 1 Rebirth. In Haishur, at Huayuan Venture Capital, when Jiang Xinyu awakened in her office, a lingering dizziness enveloped her mind. Instinctively, she rubbed her brow, a habit unconsciously cultivated since her entry into the investment banking arena. This realm is a coliseum for the ambitious, where female employees constitute a mere 20%. As one of this minority, she must strive relentlessly, for failure to do so would render her a mere shadow of herself. Raising her gaze, she surveyed her surroundings. Is this her office? Suddenly, memories surged back. She recalled working overtime in her rental apartment until approximately 3 in the morning, only to succumb to a sudden death. How could she possibly be here in the office? At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. It was her former subordinate, Jiang Yuan, who entered. President Jiang, here is the due diligence report from Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals. Please take a look. Jiang Xinyu hesitated momentarily before accepting the folder, then casually opened it. You may return, I will send it back to you once I've reviewed it. Jiang Yuan, unsuspecting, left, closing the office door behind her. Upon hearing the click of the door, Jiang Xianyu's previous composure evaporated. She swiftly grasped her phone to check the date. September 2nd, 2017. Could it be that she had returned to 8 years prior? She remembered that Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals was the second project she handled after her promotion to vice president, culminating in an initial public offering by the end of 2017. Jiang Yuan had been under her guidance for several years, having ascended to the position of VP. Now her equal, hence, it struck her as odd that Jiang Yuan was delivering documents to her. It dawned on her she had been reborn. 2017, indeed her most illustrious year. Since graduating, she had joined Huayuan Venture Capital, and in a mere 3 years, she had become the fastest promoted employee in the company. In the first half of this year, she had tackled the challenging case of Xinjiang Technology, passed the sponsor representative examination, and ascended directly to VP, acquiring signing authority. Yet, this would be her final promotion. She had been elevated in June, and by August, her parents had come to the company with her younger brother, who was on summer break, causing quite a scene due to her salary not being remitted back home on time. Even though years had passed since that incident, the memory still left her breathless. Upon their arrival at the office, her parents loudly berated her, calling her an unfilial daughter and a financial burden. When she attempted to escort them away, they insisted on seeking a manager for resolution. That day, her colleagues on the floor gathered to spectate the commotion. Those who had already harbored discontent over her promotion to VP seized the opportunity to make snide remarks. Her boyfriend, with whom she had been in a relationship for a year, chose to break up with her privately. The following day at work, whispers trailed her wherever she went, and the glances directed her way were laden with disdain. Her superiors summoned her for a heart-to-heart, advising her to manage her family relations and avoid causing disturbances for the company. She acutely sensed a shift in her leaders' attitudes towards her. From previously appreciating and fostering her talents to now treating her with condescension, the change was as swift as turning a page. She understood the reason. They merely perceived her as someone easily manipulated, without the audacity to entertain other thoughts. Just like the current boss who prefers employees burdened with mortgages and family responsibilities, shackled by such factors, who among them would dare to resign casually? Furthermore, after she ascended to the position of vice president and signed a non-compete agreement, she is prohibited from engaging in related industries for 2 years post-departure. What options does she have? Although a month has passed since the incident, her colleagues' attitudes towards her have irrevocably changed. Those beneath her remain somewhat cordial, as they must consider her disposition, yet her peers show no such courtesy. At this moment, she is filled with thoughts of resignation. Having been reborn, she realizes that everything is ephemeral. Nothing is more paramount than one's own life. The money she toiled to earn, only to support her family, what purpose does it serve? Filial piety? A benevolent father begets a dutiful child. What loyalty can she owe to such parents? However, she must wait until the end of the month to resign, ensuring she receives her full salary. At this instant, Jiang Xinyu feels immensely relieved that her salary card has been returned to her. In the early days of her employment, her parents had seized her salary card. Fortunately, she had linked it to WeChat, sparing her the embarrassment of having to ask her parents for money. On one occasion, when she was hospitalized due to acute appendicitis and required surgery, she used the funds from the card. Upon learning of her situation, her parents did not inquire about her health, but swiftly returned the card, instructing her to transfer her salary to their account afterward. They were well aware of her earnings and did not worry about her underpayment. Thus, the money transferred to their account alleviated their concerns about her potentially using it unexpectedly. At that moment, Jiang Xinyu once again tasted the bitterness of disillusionment. After experiencing the fragility of life, she has come to recognize the true nature of these so-called family members. Prior to her rebirth, she held some expectations for her parents and family, however. After returning from the brink of death, she no longer desires this so-called kinship. It was high time to awaken to the truth such family members possess no humanity. She hails from a county-level city in Jiangsu province, where her parents favored sons over daughters. Her mother, Qiu He, and her father, Jiang Hongtao, had 2 daughters before finally bearing a son, Jiang Xinbao. The disparity in naming is evident. Her original name was Jiang Xiaoyu, while her sister was named Jiang Xiaolu. One is an inconspicuous little fish in the river, and the other, a common reed by the riverbank. In contrast, her brother, Jiang Xinbao, is regarded as their treasure, plain and simple. After reaching adulthood, she chose to change her name. Not daring to make it too outrageous for fear of being discovered, she opted for the name Xinyu. She has witnessed her parents' favoritism toward her brother Jiang Xinbao throughout her life. The family prioritized his needs in every aspect, and he received every whim and desire. Not to mention, the grandparents Jiang Yi and Jiang Nai, who eagerly awaited a grandson, treated him as their cherished jewel. For the sake of this brother, her sister, who is 2 years younger, was sold to a childless family in a neighboring village. She pleaded with her parents not to sell her sister, but they were only fixated on the money that was soon to be theirs on the day her sister was taken away. She chased after them in tears, only to be caught by her parents midway and brought back home, where she endured a severe beating. Since then, she occasionally sneaked off to the neighboring village to see her sister. Eventually, she discovered that the family was treating her sister well, which filled her heart with both joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the realization that her sister would no longer suffer in their household, while the sorrow arose from the knowledge that her sister would now belong to another family. Her parents' decision to sell her sister rather than her was not born out of a deep affection for her, but rather due to her advanced age. This became a convenient excuse for her parents to exploit her in the future. Each time she dared to resist, they would remind her of this choice. If we hadn't cared for you, would it have been your sister who was sold? They wanted you, we couldn't bear to part with you, so we sent your sister instead. You are our first child, we would never have harbored such intentions towards you. You must also understand our hardships. These words filled her with guilt towards her sister, and she submitted to their demands with unwavering obedience. As time passed, she gradually came to understand the truth behind their so-called care. It was a mere fad, designed to ensure her willing submission to servitude. They were even reluctant to pay for her education. From high school onwards, she worked tirelessly to earn her own tuition. At that young age, many places refused to hire her occasionally. A kind-hearted shop owner would take her in, but only to have her wash dishes in the kitchen, while telling others that she was merely a relative helping out for a few days. Eventually, her uncle, unable to bear the sight of her struggles, stepped in to finance her college education. Chapter 2. Fortunately, there is still some money to spare. Jiang Shenyu exhaled softly, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Familial matters had become inconsequential. If she were to express filial piety, it would be directed towards her uncle and aunt. Without their support, she would not have been able to attend university, let alone complete high school. In the Jiang family, apart from her grandparents and her parents along with her younger brother, no one truly thrived. Her grandmother had 3 children, her eldest uncle, Jiang Hongba, her father, Jiang Hongtao, and her younger aunt, Jiang Wenlan. The family harbored a pronounced preference for males, leading to the harshest circumstances for her aunt. Despite having her elder brother's care, her situation remained far from favorable. For it was not her brother who held the family reins. Eventually, her aunt married early, and only then did life gradually improve. However, the initial years of her aunt's marriage were fraught with difficulties, exacerbated by the exorbitant bride price demanded by her grandmother, which plunged her uncle's family into hardship. Her uncle once enjoyed a comfortable life until his wife gave birth to a daughter, which displeased their mother, leading to a rift between them. Her aunt resigned from her job to care for their daughter, only returning to the workforce after the child entered 1st grade, leaving her daughter with her grandmother. They believed that by then, the child could articulate any grievances she faced, and with her being in school, any troubles would be manageable. As the child grew, so did the expenses, which placed an unsustainable burden solely on her uncle. It was at this juncture that her aunt sought employment to alleviate their financial strain. Alas, a severe fever tragically claimed her cousin S. life. Initially, her grandmother dismissed the illness, but by the time pneumonia developed and hospitalization was sought, it was too late. The blow was too much for her aunt, who lost her unborn child as well and suffered lasting health issues, rendering her unable to conceive again. From that point onward, her uncle and Aunt S' warmth towards their mother grew cold, with only obligatory gestures of respect remaining each year. As for Jiang Xianyu, the niece who was merely a year younger than her late cousin, perhaps she evoked a sense of transference in her uncle and aunt, for they treated her with genuine kindness. In her recollection, there were instances when her parents sought her out for financial assistance, only to be intercepted by her uncle. Once her thoughts were clarified, Jiang Xianyu opened her mobile banking app to check her balance. After 3 years of work, she found herself with a meager 8,000 yuan. It is worth noting that her salary was not insignificant. Initially, it exceeded 10,000, and after a promotion in her second year, it rose to 20,000 monthly. This year, she was elevated to vice president, earning a little over 40,000 per month. These figures reflected her base salary, excluding performance bonuses. Over the past 3 years, she had remitted over 400,000 yuan to her family. In investment banking, performance bonuses are awarded annually or triannually. Fortunately, her company followed the latter. Throughout these 3 years, she had successfully managed numerous projects, yielding a performance bonus of approximately 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. While this sum may appear substantial, in a sprawling metropolis like Haishur, it was hardly sufficient, barely covering a down payment. With a clearer understanding of her financial situation, Jiang Xianyu finally felt a sense of relief. After reviewing the previous due diligence report, she signed it and handed it to Jiang Yuan. As she passed by a desk, a fleeting gaze brushed past her, prompting her to lower her eyes. Oh, it was her former boyfriend, Wang Wei. He watched as Jiang Xianyu paused, feeling a twinge of guilt as he averted his gaze. Jiang Xianyu remained unaffected and turned to leave. Wang Wei gazed at her retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Although the company did not formally prohibit office romances, it was an unspoken rule. Thus, their relationship remained unknown to their colleagues, and their breakup was equally discreet. He had anticipated that Jiang Xianyu would be heartbroken, yet her demeanor was strikingly calm. Over the past month, he had felt some regret, but reflecting on her family issues, he found it less burdensome. Jiang Xianyu was exceptionally beautiful, with fair skin and naturally alluring lips, embodying the image of a gentle and refined woman, the kind that men aspire to marry. When she agreed to be with him, he was somewhat astonished. He was of average appearance and background, lacking her capabilities at work. Yet she accepted him, and they had been together for a year. His friends claimed he was extraordinarily fortunate. In hindsight, it seemed she chose him due to her own familial struggles. In truth, Jiang Xianyu had not overthought her decision. She simply sought to escape her home quickly, not requiring an exceptional husband, just someone reliable with whom to lead a stable life. However, reality taught her that whether extraordinary or ordinary, anyone would shy away from individuals like her parents. Her feelings for Wang Wei were devoid of love. There was no racing heartbeat or tumultuous emotions. They resembled partners cohabiting rather than lovers. She was reluctant to admit it, but the insecurities stemming from her family background lingered, prompting her to desire a relationship that allowed her to maintain control over her heart, ensuring stability in her life while retaining the ability to walk away gracefully. Thus, when Wang Wei proposed a breakup, she accepted it with serene composure. Having experienced it once, she had grown indifferent to the notion of marriage. It was no longer a means of escaping her family. Ah, isn't this our ever-successful General Jiang? Have you landed another promising project? As Jiang Xianyu handed the folder to Jiang Yuan, a voice tinged with sarcasm interrupted her. She turned to see Song Yuan, a colleague from her cohort. Song Yuan, now a senior manager, was one rank below her, yet she was not under Jiang Xianyu's jurisdiction, as she reported to the nearby manager phone. Jiang Xianyu smiled and remarked, "Speaking of promising projects, doesn't Manager Feng have the Qingyuan Hotel project? What is this? He hasn't let you handle it?" Song Yuan forced a smile. "Of course. I'm involved, but we haven't reached an agreement with Qingyuan yet. However, that should change in a few days." Jiang Xianyu could easily discern the facade of strength cloaking her vulnerability, so she refrained from engaging in further banter. She knew that ultimately, the Qingyuan project would not materialize, as the other party had aligned themselves with Qingyuan Capital. Su Linyuan of Qingyuan Capital is indeed the heir of the Su Group, possessing connections and resources that far surpass those of Huayuan. Their sole failure was in the project with Xinyang Technology. Yes, that very project which aided her promotion to VP. If General Manager Zhao of Xinyang Technology were merely a businessman, she would undoubtedly struggle against Qingyuan Capital. However, Zhao Xinyang is a research enthusiast, unlike profit-driven merchants. He is passionate and values relationships. It was her relentless efforts in market exploration and collaboration with his research institute that enabled them to overcome technical challenges within a limited time frame. It can be said that she dedicated the majority of her time and energy to him over the span of an entire year. The accolades she received were rightfully hers. As Jiang Xinyu was about to head back to her office, her superior, Manager Liu, approached her. Spotting Jiang Xinyu, he called out, "Xiao Jiang, put the Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals case on hold. I recognize your capabilities. The Qingyuan Hotel project is rather intricate. Focus on communicating with them before attending to other matters." Jiang Xinyu's heart sank as the memories flooded back. Indeed, this was a matter that had been brought up before. Manager Liu had initially suggested this. But under pressure from the other party, she had no choice but to redirect her focus to the Qingyuan Hotel. The result was that by this time, they had already established a connection with Qingyuan Capital, and how could she, stepping in temporarily, hope to compete? In her previous life, due to Manager Liu's directive, she had struggled to balance her commitments and nearly lost the Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals project. If it weren't for Director Zhu's appreciation of her, she would have had to make amends and visit their company daily, ultimately leading to the downfall of the Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals venture. In the end, Manager Liu merely uttered a light remark. "I knew you could do it." But did he truly know? He was aware of Director Zhu's admiration for her, which emboldened him. He wanted both projects. Manager Liu was not oblivious to the complexities of the Qingyuan Hotel, yet he continued to test the waters, believing that if it succeeded, regardless of who sealed the deal, it would bolster his own achievements. Had Jiang Xinyu and General Manager Feng swapped roles, Manager Liu would not have dared to speak so casually. He merely relied on her reluctance to resign and her inability to refuse, picking the soft fruit to squeeze. He chose her. Despite being of equal standing with General Manager Feng, he addressed Feng as General Manager Feng while referring to her simply as Xiao Jiang. This year, her performance even surpassed that of General Manager Feng's, but in his eyes, she remained a newcomer with only 3 years of experience, easily manipulated. However, this time, she would not acquiesce to his whims. Chapter 3. Resignation before her rebirth. Jiang Xinyu had acquiesced to General Manager Liu's demands. However, after her rebirth, she resolutely declined. General Manager Liu, this project has always been under the stewardship of General Manager Feng. It seems rather inappropriate for you to so overtly seize it from me, Jiang Xinyu stated. General Manager Liu's previously cheerful demeanor abruptly darkened. "Xiao Jiang, this is a directive from leadership. We are all colleagues and should assist one another. Why delineate so sharply? Wouldn't you agree?" Jiang Xinyu, who intended to leave after this month, firmly disagreed. "If we truly did not distinguish between you and me, wouldn't that lead to chaos? Who would then be credited for the performance?" General Manager Liu gazed at Jiang Xinyu with astonishment, as if trying to discern the source of her audacity to speak thus. Her voice was not low. Those nearby could hear her clearly, pretending to be busy while their ears perked up, resonating with Jiang Xinyu's words. They were all ordinary workers. If their hard-earned achievements were usurped by others, what was the point of laboring? Noticing the surreptitious glances from those around them, General Manager Liu grew irate. "Jiang Xinyu, do not be ungrateful." Jiang Xinyu did not relent. "Tell me, General Manager, am I truly the ungrateful one, or are you simply overstepping? If my hard-won achievements are to be attributed to someone else, why should I continue?" She cast a sardonic glance at General Manager Feng, who was cautiously peering out from the office door, and retorted, "Wouldn't you agree, General Manager Feng?" Caught eavesdropping, General Manager Feng's face betrayed discomfort as he cleared his throat and stepped out of the office. "What Jiang Xinyu says is quite unfounded. We are all working for the good of the company. There is no need to be so calculating and make it difficult for leadership. If there is no need for such calculation, then why not transfer the Jiaxing project to me after you conclude negotiations? I can handle the Qingyuan Hotel for you." Jiang Xinyu was aware that the Jiaxing project was on the verge of success, nearing its IPO. Why would General Manager Feng part with a guaranteed asset for the nearly hopeless Qingyuan Hotel project? Seeing General Manager Feng remain silent, Jiang Xinyu decided not to prolong the confrontation. "General Manager, I am currently at a pivotal stage with the Tianyuan pharmaceutical project. As for Qing Yuan, you may seek assistance elsewhere. General Manager Liu, observing her obstinate demeanor, felt a surge of agitation. How could this woman, burdened with a multitude of responsibilities, dare to speak to him in such a manner? Jiang Xinyu, I ask you one last time, will you take on the Qing Yuan project or not? If you accept, I shall consider today's events forgotten. If not, gather your things and leave. General Manager Liu's voice was raised, leaving the onlookers in shock. A smirk of triumph appeared on General Manager Feng's face. The gifts he had discreetly presented to General Manager Liu were not without purpose. Jiang Xianyu's gaze shifted between the two men before she let out a cold laugh. Ah, those are indeed your words, General Manager Liu. Everyone has heard it. You are the one dismissing me. She removed her ID badge and hurled it at General Manager Liu. I quit. Since you have chosen to terminate my employment, ensure that my wages and compensation are paid in full. Jiang Xinyu initially intended to resign only after completing her work for the month, but she could no longer withstand President Liu's incessant provocations. Wasn't this money practically being handed to her? If she were to resign on her own accord, she would forfeit her severance. Even if she worked through the month, she would merely receive a salary of over 40,000 for that time. However, if she were dismissed now, her average salary over the past 12 months would amount to 26,700 per month, granting her a severance of 80,000 after 3 years. Not only would her earnings double, but she would also be relieved from the burden of the remaining half-month of work. She couldn't help but marvel at Liu's audacity. Caught off guard by Jiang Xinyu's words, President Liu felt a surge of panic. Although he had accepted a gift from General Manager Feng, he had never truly intended to let Jiang Xinyu go. With only 2 employees under him, and Jiang contributing significantly to their performance, he reconsidered. Then, recalling the formidable parents Jiang Xinyu had, Liu regained his composure. He doubted she would dare to resign, convinced that she was merely using the threat of resignation as leverage against him. This gave him the confidence to respond more assertively, declaring, if that is the case, then pack your things and leave immediately. Jiang Xinyu smiled, a sight that had not graced her face in days, much to the astonishment of those around her. She waved her phone, stating, I have recorded your words. I shall now gather my belongings and proceed to the HR department to complete my resignation. As she confidently strode toward her office, President Liu panicked and called out, Jiang Xinyu, you must think this through. Do not forget the non-compete agreement you signed upon your promotion. In response, Jiang Xinyu offered him a carefree silhouette and the resounding slam of the office door. A non-compete agreement? Was it not simply a stipulation barring her from engaging in related work for 2 years? She had no intention of lingering in the capital sphere. She was unperturbed. At that moment, General Manager Feng felt a shiver of fear. He glanced at President Liu, whose face had drained of color, and instinctively recoiled. Moments later, Jiang Xinyu emerged carrying a box. Her previously somber expression now brightened considerably. The onlookers in the lobby regarded her with mixed emotions. Initially, they had been mere spectators, but witnessing her actual departure evoked a sense of melancholy akin to the sorrow of a fox upon the death of a rabbit. Jiang Yuan rose to plead, General Jiang, are you truly leaving? What shall we do without you? I know you are a person of commitment. There are still projects we have yet to complete. Jiang Xinyu met his gaze, her usually tranquil eyes seeming to penetrate his intentions. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. He indeed wished for Jiang Xinyu to stay, but his motives were not rooted in her well-being. Having observed the entire situation, he discerned President Liu's precarious position. If he could temporarily persuade Jiang Xinyu to remain, it would curry favor with Liu and potentially benefit him later. As for the issue of resigning later without severance, that would no longer concern him. Furthermore, the Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals project had always been under Jiang Xinyu's purview. Should she leave now, it would be uncertain to whom the project would be entrusted, despite its high probability of success. If other vice presidents were to be assigned, each would have their own teams, and should the higher-ups decide to reassign the project, they would forfeit their performance bonuses. However, he could not be certain that Jiang Xinyu would remain. Nevertheless, irrespective of whether she chose to stay or leave, he felt compelled to express this sentiment. Even if Jiang Xinyu ultimately resigned, his words would serve as a foundation, ensuring that, even if General Liu did not appreciate his efforts, those who had once worked under Jiang Xinyu would remember him fondly, as their tangible interests were indeed at stake. Jiang Xinyu was acutely aware of Jiang Yuan's intentions, but had no intention of holding it against him. Although she led Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals, her team had been diligently engaged for an extended period. If, at this juncture, someone were to reap the rewards, it would be unjust to her former subordinates. She glanced at the few individuals who had once toiled alongside her and reassured them. You are the most familiar with the Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals case. Should there be a change in personnel, it is likely to encounter obstacles. I will communicate this to the higher-ups. Even if another vice president takes over, this project will still require your utmost dedication. She was confident in her ability to persuade the leadership that this project should remain a testament to her former subordinates' accomplishments. The objective of the leadership was to facilitate these projects, and they would naturally opt for the most prudent approach. General Liu would not complicate matters further, as it pertained to his own vested interests. Moreover, her resignation was a consequence of his actions. Should the Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals case falter at this time, it would likely spell trouble for him as the executive director. Chapter 4. Assistant to General Manager Liu and the compensation with Jiang Xinyu's words. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Jiang Yuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, returned to his seat, noticing that the situation had settled. Jiang Xinyu clutched her belongings and made her way towards the Human Resources Department. Her pace was unhurried, soon caught up by General Manager Liu, who had quickly regained his composure. The Human Resources Department was located on the second floor, and the two found themselves before the elevator. Liu glanced around to ensure no one was watching and lowered his voice. Jiang, you are still young, and it is natural to act impulsively at times. I admit I was a bit hasty today, but my intentions were for the good of the company. I recognized your capabilities and believed you could secure the Qingyuan project, which is why I wanted you to take the lead. Naturally, if you succeed, it will count as your achievement. No one can take that away from you. Why let a trivial matter escalate to the point of resignation? Consider your family as well. In our field, individuals like you, who ascend to the VP position in just 3 years, are exceedingly rare. Your promising future lies ahead. There is no need to let momentary pride dictate your actions. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Xinyu chose not to engage further but instead replied, General Manager Liu, did you receive Feng Ming's gift comfortably? Liu's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped Jiang Xinyu's arm and pulled her aside, lowering his voice further. What do you imply? Jiang Xinyu, with a firm motion, freed her arm from his grip. She spoke coldly, since you are urging my departure, I shall comply with your wishes. It is for the best for you, for me, and for everyone involved. Wouldn't you agree? If my departure is not granted as desired, I cannot assure that this matter regarding your gift won't find its way to the higher-ups' desks. You are aware that I need their approval to resign, and I must meet with the senior leadership. After saying this, she subtly indicated towards Liu's pocket, where his phone was stowed. Liu's gaze faltered, and he fell silent. When the elevator arrived, Jiang Xinyu stepped inside. Just before the doors closed, she placed her box on the ground and waved her phone in front of Liu. General Manager, the recordings are merely remnants of my pastime. I trust you wouldn't resort to malicious editing. I have no intention of continuing in this industry. But you still aim to shine in investment banking, correct? Jiang Xinyu mused that those unencumbered by footwear fear not those who wear them. If he had the capability, he too could relinquish the hard-won high position and pivot to another career. In truth, Liu lacked the authority to dismiss her with her current status. Any termination would require the decision of the MD from above. Upon arriving at the Human Resources Department, Jiang Xinyu was informed that the leadership was seeking her. The leader in question was General Manager Hua from Huayuan Venture Capital. She placed her belongings, which consisted of personal office items, in the human resources area without concern. Standing before General Manager Hua's office, she took a deep breath, knocked, and entered. Seeing Jiang Xinyu, Hua greeted her with a warm smile. Ah, Xiao Jiang, welcome. Please, have a seat. He then instructed his assistant to prepare 2 cups of coffee, manifesting a desire for an in-depth conversation. President Hua settled onto the sofa opposite Jiang Xinyu, initiating the conversation with a torrent of praise. Ah, Jiang, since you joined Huayuan, I have held you in high regard. You are diligent, resilient, and possess an admirable tenacity. Consequently, among your peers, your performance has been the most outstanding, and your promotion has come the swiftest. Jiang Xinyu refrained from engaging further, simply responding, Thank you for your recognition, President Hua. It was evident that he had his informants, as he had summoned her soon after her arrival in the HR department. Yet, when Liu Tianquan was troubling her, he chose not to intervene, only to emerge once she had resolved to resign, offering words that felt more like an afterthought. While his compliments were agreeable, the reality was that over the subsequent 8 years, she had remained stagnant at the VP position, a testament to his indifference and neglect. She did not seek excessive elevation, as her achievements would have easily warranted a promotion to ED within 11 years. However, those who had started alongside her had already ascended, while she remained a VP. The brilliance of her early career had turned into a bitter irony in its latter stages. President Hua dismissed Jiang Xinyu's lack of engagement and continued, "At your age, this is the prime time to strive. Why sacrifice a promising future over a few words from Lu Tianquan? Allow me to summon Lu shortly and address his transgressions." Jiang Xinyu interjected. "I appreciate your willingness to stand up for me, President Hua, but it is unnecessary. I have made my decision." His intended rebuke was merely a courteous gesture. The enmity between her and Lu Tianquan had been firmly established. If she did not leave, she would remain under his thumb, making her life precarious. She yearned to escape the relentless pressure and had come to realize that living freely was paramount. President Hua regarded her for a moment, then sighed. "Is this truly your decision?" "Indeed, President Hua," she affirmed. He shook his head in disappointment, stating, "In that case, I shall not press further. Should you find clarity in the future, Huayuan will always welcome your return." With that, he summoned his assistant, instructing, "Please communicate with the HR department to calculate Zhang's salary and severance, ensuring performance bonuses are included. And kindly add an extra month's compensation as a personal gesture of goodwill from me. Expedite this process without delay." Afterward, he glanced at Jiang Xinyu, adding, "Though you are departing, do not sever ties with our company. Ensure a proper handover of your responsibilities and bid farewell to your colleagues." Jiang Xinyu, understanding his unspoken sentiments, smiled and replied, "Thank you for your guidance, President Hua. I have already placed my ongoing cases in the office while tidying up. My colleagues are aware of my contact details, but I will clarify any uncertainties with my team to ensure no details are overlooked." President Hua chuckled, "Very well. I trust you completely. The efforts of your team are yours to claim." "Thank you, President Hua. I shall take my leave now." Once Jiang Xinyu exited the office, President Hua's expression darkened. "That young lady will reap the consequences of her choices. I shall await her return." Is the outside world truly so easy to navigate? Absent from the realm of capital, given her age and qualifications, securing a salary of such magnitude is no trifling matter. People often fail to appreciate the gravity of a situation until they are faced with it directly. Only through hardship do they come to understand the value of their current circumstances. Contemplating this, President Hua instructed his assistant, "Summon Lu Tianquan. This fellow needs a stern reprimand. Let us see the chaos he has caused. Were it not for my certainty that Jiang Xinyu would return, I would have ensured he faced consequences." Jiang Xinyu was indifferent to the exchanges between President Hua and Lu Tianquan. Her mind was finally at ease. With President Hua's intervention, no one dared complicate her departure. However, she was not yet free to leave. President Hua had bargained a month's salary in exchange for her meticulous handover of ongoing matters. Today, she would ensure a smooth transition, preventing any disruptions in cases due to her resignation. Upon her return, the team assumed she had decided to stay. Jiang Xianyu clapped her hands and addressed her subordinates, "Everyone, please tidy up. We will convene in the conference room in 5 minutes, where I will clarify the projects before I depart." With that, she gathered her belongings from the office and proceeded to the conference room. Chapter 5. Skills are never superfluous. While Jiang Xinyu diligently attended to her ongoing projects, General Manager Lu found himself facing a far less tranquil situation. Upon entering Mr. Hua's office, he was met with a disdainful grunt. Lu's demeanor had grown increasingly authoritative. "Might I soon have to relinquish my position to you?" he mused. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, Lu stammered, "I dare not." Mr. Hua's voice rose slightly. "Dare not? You have already taken it upon yourself to dismiss Jiang Xinyu. What else is there for you to fear? In the sales industry, this would be akin to a team leader dismissing the top performer." At that moment, Lu Tianquan cast aside his pride and quietly explained, "I did not truly believe she would resign." Mr. Hua, visibly irritated, pointed at him and spoke in a low voice, "You need to rein in your behavior. Jiang Xinyu is no longer the novice analyst who first joined the company. You cannot continue to view her through that lens." Hearing these words, Lu's heart eased, realizing that this incident was now behind him. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to express his sentiments. "Mr. Hua, this situation arose from my momentary anger and inappropriate remarks. I accept the consequences. Whatever you deem necessary, I shall comply. If you wish for me to kneel before Jiang Xinyu, I will do so, as long as it is in the interest of the company." Mr. Hua scoffed, "Kneeling is out of the question. Jiang Xinyu's resignation was voluntary. Out of consideration for your reputation, I shall treat it as a dismissal. Her compensation will be deducted from your salary, serving as a reminder of this lesson." Lu felt a pang of regret. Although the compensation was not exorbitant for him, it was still a significant sum. Noticing his expression, Mr. Hua remarked curtly, "Do not wear that face. When Jiang Xinyu returns, she will need to start anew. At that time, if you reprimand her, I shall remain silent." Lu's heart lightened slightly, only to suddenly grasp the implication of Mr. Hua's words. "Are you suggesting that Jiang Xinyu will return?" he asked uncertainly. Mr. Hua, with an enigmatic look, replied, "The youth are often too naive. Only through the trials of society do they learn the value of returning." Lu simply nodded, refraining from further comment. Given Mr. Hua's perspective on Jiang Xinyu, it was uncertain whether she would indeed come back. However, such considerations were now of little importance. It was perhaps for the best that the matter was settled, enabling him to refrain from further entanglements. After diligently completing her handover, Jiang Xinyu visited the Human Resources Department to finalize her resignation. The Finance Department processed her outstanding salary as well, with a compensation of 106,700 yuan, and this month's salary exceeding 23,000 yuan. She received a total of 130,000 yuan. In her first year, her performance bonus amounted to 50,000 yuan. In the second year, 150,000 yuan, and in the third year, 200,000 yuan. Thus, Jiang Xinyu's bank account now held a total of 538,000 yuan, sufficient to sustain her until she secured new employment. As she walked towards the subway station, Jiang Xinyu finally allowed herself to gaze at the surrounding scenery. She had consistently allocated her salary to support her family, which had left her unable to purchase even a modest vehicle. Each day, she hurried through the throngs of people and the bustling subway. The fleeting views along the roadside flashed by in an instant, leaving no profound impressions in their wake. At this moment, glancing around her surroundings evokes a unique feeling. The apartment she rents is situated quite a distance from her workplace. It is a one-bedroom, one-bathroom unit. To facilitate cooking, she negotiated with her landlord to convert a small room into a makeshift kitchen. Although her daily commute nearly consumes 2 hours, the lower rent compared to properties near her office is a significant factor. Her ex-boyfriend, Wang Wei, initially proposed that they share an apartment to save on expenses, but she declined his offer. She was not ready to embrace cohabitation too soon, nor to relinquish her independence. Fortunately, Wang Wei did not press the issue too firmly in her presence, and the matter was set aside. Upon returning to her rented space, Jiang Xinyu set down her belongings and surveyed her somewhat chaotic room, deciding to tidy up. Her work schedule is demanding, leaving her little time to maintain order. Hence the slight disarray. However, she possesses an adeptness for organizing, honed through various part-time jobs. After university, although her uncle generously covered her tuition, she felt it was important not to rely solely on him, and thus she seized every opportunity for part-time work. She attempted to work as a tutor, but despite being a student at a prestigious university, securing a desirable tutoring position proved challenging. Parents often preferred to hire seasoned educators. Additionally, some parents, upon noticing her beauty, worried that their teenage sons might develop inappropriate feelings during their interactions, leading to her being declined after initial meetings. Consequently, her tutoring opportunities dwindled. Eventually, she discovered a more lucrative part-time job as a cleaning service worker. To enhance her earnings, she obtained a certification from the Haisher Ishing Home Services Company. Cleaning became her preferred job. Though physically demanding, it provided a satisfying outlet for stress relief. In a city like Haisher, where wealth abounds, such part-time positions are readily available. Through this work, she earned enough to cover her living expenses during university without imposing further financial burdens on her uncle. Jiang Xinyu's room, though modest in size, required little effort to clean. Within an hour, it had transformed into a neat and orderly space. However, the kitchen's plumbing was somewhat outdated. She needed to purchase new pipes and repair a dripping showerhead connection. Her knowledge of repairs was self-taught. Otherwise, a service technician would charge her hundreds for a single visit. She would examine the issues, research solutions online, and after a few attempts, she would master the repairs. Life's challenges had cultivated her resourcefulness, rendering her adept at managing household maintenance. She was proficient in fixing and replacing various household items. Beyond these skills, her culinary abilities were impressive as well. Since high school, she had worked in various restaurants, often learning from seasoned chefs during her free time, contemplating the possibility of setting up a street stall if suitable part-time opportunities were scarce. In essence, she believed that having multiple skills is never a burden. Moreover, she had assisted with cooking at home from a young age. When she was smaller, she would stand on a stool to prepare meals, and even after outgrowing the stool, she remained the primary cook in the household. At times, she mused that she was less valued than a hired maid, who at least received a salary. While she expected no pay yet believed she should not be subjected to harsh treatment or scolding, she often questioned whether she was truly the biological child of her parents. Yet, in reality, she was indeed their offspring. Her father was a carpenter, and their home was filled with an array of tools. During her high school years, a time when one's awareness of beauty and aspirations for life blossomed, she visited a classmate's house. There, she observed a neatly organized wardrobe, a dressing table, and an abundance of plush toys. As she gazed upon these treasures, she refrained from expressing her envy, fearful that her fragile self-esteem would be trampled upon. Upon returning home, she beseeched her father to craft a small table for her from the leftover wood he used for his projects. She did not desire a wardrobe or a dressing table like her classmates, only a modest table, small yet sufficient. However, even this request was met with refusal from Jiang Hongtao. Ultimately, she scavenged through discarded furniture at the refused site, dismantling it to fashion her own little table. She polished it meticulously with sandpaper until it gleamed, adorning its surface with her solitary bottle of lotion. Reflecting on these memories, Jiang Xianyu rubbed her weary eyes and re-energized herself. Although these experiences were fraught with hardship, they honed her practical skills, empowering her to thrive no matter her circumstances. Chapter 6. The nanny. As dusk approached, Jiang Xianyu tidied herself up, preparing to treat herself to a meal. She changed her attire and stepped out, her countenance radiant, shedding the fatigued demeanor of a worker. After dining, she wandered into a shopping mall to acquire some new clothes. Previously, she had lived frugally, but now such constraints were unnecessary. Henceforth, every penny she spent would be carefully considered. Passing by the VCA counter, she resolutely purchased a red floral bracelet. With her fair skin and slender wrists, it looked exceptionally exquisite. As the transaction was completed, a pang of regret momentarily struck her. However, reflecting on the years of her family utilizing her hard-earned money without any acknowledgement of her efforts, that fleeting discomfort vanished entirely. Upon returning home, it was already past 9. Only then did she recall that she had yet to exit her workgroup chat. Hastily, she retrieved her phone and began to leave the various workgroups that had been silenced from notifications. Free from the pressures of work, Jiang Xianyu enjoyed a deep slumber until 10:30 the following morning. Upon awakening, she felt inspired to prepare a delightful meal for herself. After lunch, she took out her notebook to outline her future plans, beginning with the matter of her next job. For the next 2 years, she would not be able to work in her related field. However, having studied finance in university, she realized that if she did not pursue a career in that sector, she would need to explore her other competencies. Besides her academic knowledge, her practical skills were honed during her previous employment. Ultimately, she set her sights on becoming a nanny. Although the title may not be particularly esteemed, the reality was undeniably appealing, particularly in a bustling metropolis like Haishur. The remuneration for high-end nannies could rival that of investment bankers. Furthermore, the clientele was singular, devoid of endless overtime and unavoidable social engagements, resulting in minimal mental strain. With this in mind, Jiang Xianyu began to sift through her various certificates. As she surveyed the documents sprawled across her bed, she first noted her health certificate, which had expired and would need to be renewed. The driver's license was useful, the Montessori early education certificate was beneficial, and the employment certificate from Aishing Domestic Services was indeed relevant. The remainder appeared unnecessary for her intended role. Finally, she gathered the pertinent certificates, planning to visit Aishing later that afternoon. Having had numerous interactions with Aishing, she was met with surprise by consultant Yang upon her arrival. Yang recognized the young woman, recalling that she had not visited since her graduation. Long time no see, Yang Jia. Jiang Xianyu greeted her warmly. Yang beamed, responding, "It has indeed been a while. What brings you here today?" Jiang Xianyu presented her certificates and gently stated, "Yang Jia, I wish to register as a nanny, either live-in or daytime." Yang was momentarily taken aback by her declaration. "Xiao Jiang, this means you are seeking full-time work. What will happen to your current job?" Previously, Jiang Xianyu had only engaged in part-time work, as the demand for nannies surged during school holidays, when parents, unburdened by breaks, resorted to hiring help. Having not seen Jiang Xianyu for 3 years, Yang was fully aware that she must have secured a suitable position. Jiang Xianyu was well aware of her own qualifications and capabilities. She was confident that her work performance would not falter. It was precisely for this reason that she posed her inquiry. Jiang Xianyu briefly recounted the situation, omitting her desire to leave the investment banking sector. merely mentioning that due to the non-compete agreement, she would need to seek alternative employment in the coming 2 years. Sister Yang expressed her understanding. As a domestic consulting advisor, it was imperative for her to clarify the details regarding the hired help, ensuring that the caregivers dispatched by her company would be reliable. Naturally, this information would require verification later on. Sister Yang was adept at handling such matters. She collected copies of the necessary certificates and instructed Jiang Xinyu to renew her health certificate, facilitating the eventual registration process. Jiang Xinyu was not in a hurry and promised to deliver it in a couple of days. Just as she was about to leave, Sister Yang suddenly called out to her, "Xiao Jiang, your nimbleness and diligence are commendable. We recently launched a butler training course. If you have the time, you should consider attending and obtaining the butler certification. Having a certificate could lead to a higher salary." After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Xinyu agreed. In the following days, she diligently attended the training sessions. During her free time, she also took the initiative to organize the records of the monthly remittances she had been sending home, preparing for the impending disputes that might arise with the Jiang family, while Jiang Xinyu was fervently equipping herself for her future as a caregiver. A phone call disrupted her tranquility. "Jiang Xinyu, have you forgotten about me as a sister? You didn't inform me about your resignation, such a significant matter. This is too much." The powerful voice on the other end of the line elicited an involuntary smile from Jiang Xinyu. "Xiao Jun, would you like to meet for a cup of coffee? It's on me." The voice on the other end hesitated for a moment before responding. "Given that you've concealed such a major issue from me, how could it not be your treat?" After providing an address, she hung up. Jiang Xinyu ended the call, quickly changed her clothes, and tidied herself before heading out. The coffee shop was conveniently located near her residence, and she arrived shortly. After more than half an hour, a graceful figure entered. The newcomer wore a striking red dress, her hair cascading in voluminous waves, and she walked in delicate high heels, though her steps appeared somewhat hurried. She sat down opposite Jiang Xinyu, removed her sunglasses, crossed her arms, and remarked, "Confess, and you shall be treated leniently." Jiang Xinyu looked at the radiant and assertive woman before her and offered an ingratiating smile. Lu Lijun, upon seeing Jiang Xinyu's familiar face, felt her anger dissipate significantly. Noticing the change in demeanor, Jiang Xinyu hastily ordered her a latte. Realizing that Jiang Xinyu had ordered her favorite drink, Lu Lijun's remaining irritation melted away. Jiang Xinyu and Lu Lijun were university classmates and roommates, with Lu Lijun being one of the few friends Jiang Xinyu held dear. Or perhaps best friend would be a more fitting term. She was the only one privy to Jiang Xinyu's family circumstances and had supported her during difficult times, making her a cherished presence in Jiang Xinyu's life. Lu Lijun also worked in investment banking, albeit at Chengyuan Capital, and anticipated that in a couple of years, after accumulating a few projects, she would be on the verge of promotion to vice president. The coffee arrived, and Lu Lijun took a sip before expressing her concern. "What on earth happened? Why did you suddenly resign?" Jiang Xinyu stirred her coffee slowly, recounting the sequence of events. Lu Lijun was unaware of the turmoil caused by Jiang's family at the company in August. Upon hearing about it, her anger flared. Were it not for the public setting, Jiang Xinyu would have faced a barrage of muted exclamations. She swiftly moved on to explain her resignation, not allowing Lu Lijun time to simmer in her indignation. Lu Lijun, initially irate, calmed down upon learning that Jiang had received compensation. "What are your plans now?" Lu Lijun inquired. Jiang Xinyu smiled. "I intend to become a nanny." Lu Lijun was taken aback. "You, a former VP in an investment bank, who was instrumental in securing new Yang technology for our company, are going to be a nanny? Profession holds no distinction of nobility," Jiang Xinyu replied amiably. Lu Lijun did not dwell on this, assuming it was a matter of necessity. "Our general manager Qi holds you in high regard. Shall I speak with him to find a position for you at our company?" Qi had been responsible for the new Yang technology project, and his admiration for Jiang Xinyu was evident when he learned she had secured it. Jiang Xinyu declined. "This agreement is not so easily dissolved, and besides, I wish to leave this field for the next few years." Observing her demeanor, and confirming that she was not merely putting on a brave face, Lu Lijun sighed. "Well, if you're not keen on it, then perhaps it's best to wait." She then lowered her voice, asking, "Do you have enough money? If not, I can lend you some." Jiang Xinyu politely declined her generosity. "I just received my compensation." "Have you forgotten?" Lu Lijun fixed her with a serious gaze and warned, "This time, do not act foolishly. If you dare send this last bit of money back home, I will sever ties with you." Jiang Xinyu's eyes glistened, yet she smiled and nodded. "All right, I promise, I won't give it to anyone. I'll spend it myself. Lu Lijun was satisfied. She glanced at the time, finished her coffee, and hurriedly left, needing to return to work. This was her stolen time from her duties. Rejuvenated after meeting her dear friend, Jiang Xinyu threw herself back into her training and examinations. The coursework for the nanny certification was extensive and not something that could be completed hastily. Once Jiang Xinyu received her new health certificate, Sister Yang promptly registered her. The process of obtaining the nanny certification would progress gradually. Having not engaged in caregiving work for several years, Jiang Xinyu felt a twinge of excitement. Curious about the family of her forthcoming employer. While awaiting the right match, she dedicated the next few days to practicing at home, ensuring she would present herself in the best possible light for the upcoming role. Chapter 7. The employer Aishin Household Services Company, a brand under the Zhongxing Steward Group, operates as a large-scale chain and is regarded as one of the preeminent domestic service companies in Haisher. Each day, numerous inquiries flood in. The number of young individuals pursuing careers as nannies has surged, yet few possess qualifications as exemplary as Jiang Xinyu's. Once her profile was made available, Sister Yang received a plethora of consultation calls. After careful consideration, she selected a family of 3. The father is a corporate executive, the mother a physician, and they have an 8-year-old child. Their requirements for a nanny include preparing 3 meals a day, escorting the child to and from school, and general housekeeping. Although the responsibilities are considerable, the compensation is quite generous, amounting to 15,000 yuan per month. Their interest in Jiang Xinyu was piqued by her impressive educational background and proficiency in English. The husband explicitly stated this. The wife, however, preferred a younger applicant, believing that older individuals may not be as attentive as the youth. She had previously employed another nanny, but due to lifestyle differences, conflicts arose. Sister Yang felt that this family was a suitable match for Jiang Xinyu and arranged a time for her to interview with them. On that Saturday morning, Jiang Xinyu prepared herself simply, without makeup, presenting her naturally fair complexion in a refreshing and clean manner for the interview. The family resides on the 10th floor of a high-rise building. Upon ringing the doorbell, the door opened shortly after. The female employer, visibly surprised upon seeing Jiang Xinyu, uncertainly inquired, "Are you Miss Jiang, the candidate for the live-in nanny position?" "Hello, my name is Jiang Xinyu. I am here to apply for the nanny position at your home." "Indeed." The female employer concealed her astonishment and invited her inside. Jiang Xinyu instinctively donned the shoe covers provided. Seizing the moment, the female employer discreetly observed her nails and hair, noting their neatness and cleanliness, which pleased her greatly. Once in the living room, the male employer and child were present. Jiang Xinyu greeted them all. The male employer's eyes betrayed a hint of astonishment upon seeing Jiang Xinyu. Though she wore no makeup, her naturally radiant skin lent her an unadorned beauty. Engaging in conversation, the male employer found her eloquent and, intrigued, tested her English skills, to which Jiang Xinyu responded effortlessly. The male employer, captivated, found himself speaking more than intended. Jiang Xinyu, feeling somewhat awkward, attempted to redirect the conversation towards the female employer, inquiring about any specific considerations she should keep in mind, yet the male employer continued to dominate the dialogue. She could sense the female employer's demeanor growing increasingly displeased, and a foreboding feeling settled in her heart. As anticipated, it wasn't long before the female employer spoke up. "Miss Jiang, we are well informed about your qualifications. We will need to discuss this further and will contact your agency directly." Jiang Xinyu nodded, refrained from saying more, and simply replied, "All right, I will await your notification." Once outside, she stepped into the elevator and slowly exhaled, realizing that this interview was likely not to end favorably. The male host of the household exhibited an excessive enthusiasm, which left the female host, seeking a live-in nanny, feeling uneasy. If they truly intended to employ her, it would have been prudent to conduct a cooking trial during the interview. Indeed, shortly after Jiang Xinyu's departure, the couple's demeanor shifted to one of discontent. Upon returning home, Jiang Xinyu received a phone call from Sister Yang, who informed her that the recent interview had not yielded success. However, she urged Jiang not to lose heart, assuring her that there were many inquiries and she would swiftly arrange another opportunity. Jiang Xinyu remained undeterred. She had encountered such situations before and felt no disappointment, believing she would ultimately find a suitable position. True to her expectations, within 2 days, Sister Yang found her another prospect. This new household consisted of an elderly couple with a straightforward setup, but offered a generous remuneration. When Jiang Xinyu inquired about the details, Sister Yang excitedly assured her, "I guarantee this is a promising opportunity. However, there is one caveat. This position is not for a long-term nanny, as they only require assistance for 2 months. The couple had previously employed a regular nanny, but due to a car accident involving the nanny's husband, she needed to care for him in the hospital during this transitional period. Nevertheless, Sister Young reassured her that this family was quite generous, offering the same remuneration as the previous nanny, 20,000 per month. Upon hearing this figure, Jiang Xinyu acknowledged its generosity. Sister Young elaborated, although the elderly couple is not young, their health is quite good. The primary responsibilities involve cooking and light housekeeping. They reside in a prestigious villa area with ample space, so maintaining cleanliness merely requires a tidy appearance, as the community staff conducts deep cleaning weekly. Jiang Xinyu felt a sense of relief upon hearing about the upscale villa. She realized the size would be manageable. After confirming the interview time, she returned home. The following day, she embarked once more on the path to her interview. As she registered at the entrance of T1 Yufeng, numerous names of residents flashed through her mind, individuals she had encountered in her previous work, many of whom were key figures in publicly listed companies. Just months prior to her departure from her last position, she had been promoted to vice president, but had yet to meet these individuals, who, naturally, would not recognize her. Among them was her prospective employer, Mr. Su Yunyun, the chairman of Union Group. Although he was in a semi-retired state, no one would question his mastery over the company. The Su family was indeed a prominent name in the city's elite society. Mr. Su had sent butler Lu to greet her, dressed in a practical shirt and jeans. With her long hair styled in a bun and minimal accessories save for a bracelet, Jiang Xinyu presented herself neatly. As butler Lu led her forward, he discreetly observed her demeanor. Her focused composure and tidy appearance pleased him. However, he remained curious about her culinary skills. The steward recalled the previous intention of the young master to find a star chef for the elderly couple. The young master's heart was in the right place. Yet the couple had little fondness for extravagant presentations and unfamiliar dishes. In their youth, they experienced modest beginnings and built their lives through hard work, preferring the simplicity of hearty, home-cooked meals. Aunt Lee had once prepared such dishes splendidly. Soon, the steward, accompanied by Jiang Xinyu, arrived at the entrance, where he offered her a pair of spare slippers. Mr. and Mrs. Su were seated on the sofa in the living room, and their eyes brightened upon seeing Jiang Xinyu. The young girl bore an air of gentle elegance, with a scholarly demeanor that suggested a commendable character. Her cheerful smile was truly heartwarming, and although she was not particularly tall, her demeanor radiated charm. The elderly lady smiled and spoke first. "You must be Xiao Jiang. Come, let us get acquainted." Jiang Xinyu greeted them with a smile. "Greetings, Mr. Su and Mrs. Su." The elderly lady's face was kind, her hair gray yet untouched by dye, and the many laugh lines at the corners of her eyes lent her a comforting, natural presence. Mr. Su, tall and somewhat stern in expression, possessed a gentle gaze, dressed in comfortable home attire that conveyed an air of authority befitting a true magnate. Indeed, he was a prominent figure. The Yu Group was now overseen by his only son, Su Lisan, with ventures spanning various fields, warranting the title of a top-tier aristocracy. Mr. Su invited Jiang Xinyu to sit, suggesting that there was no need for formality. Given their age, she could simply address them as Grandpa and Grandma. Jiang Xinyu nodded and complied. "Hello, Grandpa Su and Grandma Su." Mrs. Su smiled and nodded in approval. "Ah, just like that." Following this, they engaged in a brief exchange, after which the steward led Jiang Xinyu on a tour of the villa. Both the front and back of the villa featured gardens, although the rear had been transformed into a vegetable patch by Mrs. Su, who enjoyed gardening in her later years. This villa community also boasted a picturesque artificial lake, a favored spot for older residents who enjoyed fishing, with a plentiful supply of fish stocked by the staff. The stone paths along the lake were lined with cherry blossom trees, and the steward remarked on the breathtaking beauty of the area in spring. Jiang Xinyu felt a pang of regret, realizing that with only 2 months of work ahead, she would miss the springtime splendor. Not far from the artificial lake stood several viewing pavilions, one side of which opened onto a spacious square where elderly residents often gathered to dance. This area was sufficiently distanced from the villa, ensuring they would not disturb anyone. Observing the scene, Jiang Xinyu couldn't help but marvel at the joys that wealth could bring. Chapter 8. Working at the Su family. When Jiang Xinyu returned with butler Lu, it was nearly noon. As mealtime approached, she took the initiative to offer her culinary skills, primarily to allow the hosts to sample her dishes. The elderly couple of the Su family hailed from Suzhou, and their tastes did not significantly differ from Jiang Xinyu's. The dining table was set for the couple, butler Lu, and herself, so there was no need to prepare an excessive amount of food. After inquiring about everyone's health and any allergies or dietary restrictions, Jiang Xinyu busied herself in the kitchen. After more than an hour, the dishes gradually made their way to the table. Jiang Xinyu prepared steamed sea bass, braised pork with bean curd nuts, shredded pork and garlic sauce, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a nourishing soup made with black-boned chicken and Cotinopsis root. The elderly couple typically had modest appetites, and this spread was more than sufficient for the four of them. Upon seeing the steaming dishes, the satisfaction on the couple's faces deepened. Even while Jiang Xinyu was cooking, they had already caught whiffs of the enticing aromas. The elderly lady even peeked into the kitchen several times, mesmerized by Jiang Xinyu's deft culinary skills. She was eagerly anticipating the meal. Once Jiang Xinyu had plated everything, Butler Lu came to assist in bringing the dishes to the table. He had mentioned that they would dine together with the hosts, so Jiang Xinyu refrained from suggesting she would eat separately. Mr. Su was the first to take a bite of the shredded pork and garlic sauce. The taste was a delightful balance of sweet and sour, with the pork tender and the wood ear mushrooms crisp, evoking flavors reminiscent of his hometown. Although shredded pork and garlic sauce is a dish from Sichuan cuisine, it is available in various regions, each with its unique flavor. Jiang Xinyu's rendition was reflective of the style from Yangzhou. The elderly lady also took a bite and found it equally pleasing to her palate. Curiously, she inquired, "Where are you from, young Jiang? This dish bears a resemblance to the flavors of our hometown." Jiang Xinyu replied, "I am from Jinzhou, a county-level city under Yangzhou." Upon hearing this, the elderly couple expressed interest. The lady remarked, "How fortuitous. We are not far apart. Your grandfather and I are from Suzhou," which explains the similarity in taste. Jiang Xinyu smiled in response. "That is wonderful. I was worried that my cooking might not suit your preferences. Your culinary skills are not just suitable, they are exceedingly to our liking," the elderly lady praised warmly. Encouraged, Jiang Xinyu invited them to try her other dishes, each receiving unanimous acclaim. After the meal, Jiang Xinyu's employment was effectively secured. Butler Lu informed her that she could return in the afternoon to gather her belongings, as she would officially commence work the following day. Feeling relieved, Jiang Xinyu inquired whether she should prepare dinner before leaving, but Butler Lu gently declined with a smile. "You need not worry about that. Focus on packing your things. You will be residing here for the next 2 months, so you will have plenty to bring along. There's no rush for tomorrow. Just ensure you're ready in time for lunch." Acknowledging his words, Jiang Xinyu accepted without further insistence. After exchanging pleasantries, she returned to her rented accommodation. She planned to vacate her rental after this month, as she would be staying with the Su family for the next 2 months. When her work concluded here, she could rent a place anew. Once back at her rental, she promptly informed her close friend about securing a job. Upon learning that Jiang Xinyu would be moving her belongings to the Su family the next day, Lu Lijian eagerly volunteered to drive her. Jiang Xinyu was not one to hold back. Had she not insisted, her sister would have been quite upset. When Lu Lijian drove Jiang Xinyu to Taiyuan Yufeng, her jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. She never imagined she would set foot in this place. Without Jiang Xinyu's guidance, she would have been stopped at the entrance of the villa area. However, she understood that her sister was there for work and promptly left after dropping her off. Jiang Xinyu arrived not too late, precisely at 8:30 in the morning. The elderly couple was watering the garden. Upon seeing Jiang Xinyu, they eagerly beckoned her inside. After placing her belongings, Butler Lu handed her a set of car keys, informing her that the black Audi in the garage was for her to use for grocery shopping and for her daily travels. Jiang Xinyu felt a surge of surprise. She never anticipated that her first experience driving a car would come after becoming a nanny. Taking advantage of the time available, Jiang Xinyu headed to a nearby supermarket to buy groceries. When she returned, the elderly couple had finished watering the flowers and had begun weeding in the vegetable garden. Jiang Xinyu couldn't help but admire their vitality. While many of her contemporaries seemed to languish under the burden of work, these elders were full of life. Reflecting on her own future, which she feared might be cut short at 33, Jiang Xinyu resolved to prioritize her health and fitness. Starting by assisting the elderly couple in tending to the vegetable garden, she had experience with such tasks, having managed the family plots back home. After changing into a pair of gardening shoes, she made her way to the garden. "Grandma Su, I'm here to help you with the weeding," she announced. The elderly couple looked up at the sprightly young woman, both breaking into smiles. Grandpa Su, curious due to her youth, asked, "Do you know how to tend to these? Can you distinguish between vegetables and weeds?" Jiang Xinyu's lips twitched slightly. "Grandpa Su, I used to manage most of our family's plot back home." Grandpa Su remained somewhat skeptical. However, Grandma Su waved her over, saying, Your grandpa isn't doubting you. It's just that you're quite young. Our grandson is already 28, and when he came to help, he mistakenly pulled out the corn seedlings we had nurtured with great care, thinking they were weeds. Jiang Shenyu chuckled softly at this revelation. People are indeed different. It was only natural that the Su family would not recognize her skills. Rest assured. I will manage just fine, she replied confidently, and with that, she got to work. Her words were not mere boasts. Although her technique was not as polished as before, her posture indicated her competence. The elderly couple nodded approvingly at her efforts. They thought their grandson ought to witness this, if only to feel a tinge of embarrassment over his lack of knowledge. Once the weeds were cleared from the garden, they washed their hands and changed clothes to rest at home. Unable to sit idly, Jiang Xinyu decided to tidy up the rooms. However, Grandma Su called her to a halt, saying, there isn't that much to do around the house. You should rest for a while. Given Jiang Xinyu's youth, they unconsciously regarded her as a grandchild. Thus, she sat down to chat with them. Apart from Butler Liu and Aunt Li, who was on leave to care for her husband, there was no one else to converse with the elderly couple, making the large villa feel somewhat lonely. At this moment, a young girl was wandering about, bringing a sense of brightness to the hearts of the elderly couple. The steward, Mr. Liu, was not particularly old himself, being 48 this year. He managed various affairs within the villa and often took on the role of chauffeur when the couple ventured out. His organization skills were impeccable. Yet he was not one to engage in idle chatter, which rendered the household even quieter. This was one of the reasons the couple sought a young maid. Not for any other reason than her vitality. Naturally, the short duration of just 2 months was also a deterrent for many potential maids, as they typically sought long-term stability in their positions. After all, it would be quite unfortunate to leave just as a rapport was being established with the family after 2 months of hard work. The elderly couple was quite curious about Jiang Xianyu. She was young, well-educated, and beautiful. What could possibly motivate her to become a maid? Jiang Xianyu replied gently. I previously worked in an investment bank, but had to resign due to family circumstances. However, I am bound by a non-compete agreement, which makes it difficult for me to pursue related work for the next 2 years. Since I had worked as a maid during my school days, I thought it might be a pleasant alternative, less pressure, and an opportunity to relax my mind. Upon signing the non-compete agreement, she received a compensation package, which was paid monthly. The amount was pre-negotiated with her former employer, ensuring it would not be less than 30% of her average salary over the previous 12 months. In other words, Jiang Xianyu received nearly 10,000 yuan each month as compensation. She succinctly summarized her professional background, and the elderly lady refrained from probing further, mindful of the recent acquaintance and wishing not to make the girl uncomfortable. Mr. Su, however, discerned the implications. Those who could negotiate a non-compete agreement were typically senior management personnel, advanced technical professionals, or individuals bound by confidentiality. It seemed that the young lady possessed remarkable capabilities. Chapter 9 The Old Lady's Affection. Old Master Su held no particular opinion regarding Jiang Xinyu's decision to forsake a high-paying, respectable job to become a caregiver. In his youth, he might have considered such a choice a lack of ambition, but now he had come to terms with it. A capable individual can thrive in any field, while the average person might struggle to secure a position as a caregiver in their household. After engaging the elderly couple in light conversation for a while, Jiang Xinyu returned to her tasks. For lunch, she prepared sweet and sour ribs, beef brisket with tomatoes, sauteed medicinal celery with dried tofu, and a dish called ants climbing a tree, accompanied by a tomato and egg soup. The 3 generations, young, middle-aged, and elderly, shared a delightful meal together. Jiang Xianyu noticed that the old lady had a habit of using vegetable scraps for composting, so she collected the discarded leaves while preparing the meal. The old lady observed this with a deepening smile, thinking to herself that the young girl was quite perceptive. When Jiang Xianyu moved to take the scraps to the compost bin, the old lady followed her, saying, "Little Jiang, let me handle that. You've never done it before." With a smile, Jiang Xianyu replied, "Grandma Su, I am quite familiar with composting. I can manage it." The old lady was pleasantly surprised and then laughed heartily. "I've struck gold. How is it that you know everything?" Jiang Xinyu spoke in a calm and measured tone, soothing to the ears. "I have a fondness for tending to flowers and plants, and I've studied these matters in depth." The old lady sighed. "At this rate, I want you to leave in 2 months. Jiang Xinyu's eyes sparkled as she said, "You have my number, Grandma. If you find yourself in need of company, feel free to call me." She did not imply that she would remain indefinitely. After all, the previous caregiver had been with them for many years. Despite the old lady's fondness for her, it was unlikely she would abandon the long-serving caregiver. Upon hearing this, the old lady beamed with joy. You said it, so don't complain if I become a nuisance. How could I? I often feel lonely by myself. They say having an elder in the house is like possessing a treasure. Engaging in conversation with you enriches my experiences, something money cannot buy. The old lady's gaze softened further. She spoke to Jiang Xianyu about her vegetable seedlings and flowers. She and her husband had only one son, whom they had high hopes for from a young age. Raising him with strict discipline, though he grew to be successful and independent, he also seemed somewhat distant. When her son first married, things were better, however. After he and his wife divorced, it became common for him to visit only once every few months. This left the elderly couple feeling akin to caretakers themselves. Thankfully, their eldest grandson still visited them during holidays, although he was busy managing his own company and held a significant position in a travel group. Busier than his father ever was. This was precisely why she cherished her conversations with Jiang Xianyu. The presence of a young girl infused their lives with vitality. Oh, how I wish my grandson would bring home a granddaughter-in-law someday. A new addition to the family is always a joyous occasion. However, the grandson is not one to heed advice, possessing a temperament akin to his father's. As if summoned by thought alone, just as the elderly lady contemplated her grandson, his call came through. Jiang Xinyu, observing this, remarked, Grandmother Su, please attend to your matters. I shall take care of the composting. The elderly lady nodded, gradually making her way back, while Jiang Xinyu could still hear the barely contained joy in her voice. Upon learning from his assistant Zhao Tianming that the caretaker for his grandmother had been found, Su Linyuan called to inquire about the situation. Once Jiang Xinyu was mentioned, the elderly lady's chatter blossomed. Xia Yuan, let me tell you, the caretaker I've found this time is simply wonderful. She graduated from a prestigious university and holds numerous certifications. She is gentle, beautiful, and a marvelous cook. Su Linyuan rubbed his forehead, relaxing as he listened to his grandmother's animated discourse, finding it far from bothersome. As long as you are satisfied, do you truly not require me to find you a chef? Oh no, absolutely not. If you were to find me a chef, I would be quite upset. The elderly lady's voice instinctively rose. Those so-called gourmet chefs merely aim for aesthetics. The dishes are overly large with scant servings. A mere drizzle of sauce and a sprig of garnish. You hardly feel satisfied after several plates. I do not understand what you all seek. Listening to his grandmother's endless stream of words, Su Linyuan's typically stoic demeanor faltered, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. All right, I understand. You possess great insight, as always. Pleased by her grandson's compliment, the elderly lady inquired, when will you have time to come back for a meal? Su Linyuan glanced at his packed schedule, apologetically replying, Grandmother, I have been quite busy lately. I must travel again tomorrow, but I promise I will return to dine with you at the next opportunity. The elderly lady seemed to grasp the extent of her grandson's commitments and did not appear disappointed. You carry on with your tasks. Do not worry about me. Take care of your health while you are away. We have Xiaojing here. She is delightful company, and we shall not be bored. After expressing concern for a few more moments, he finally ended the call, thinking to himself that this young Jiang seemed to please his grandmother. Once her work was complete, he would send her an extra red envelope as a token of gratitude for accompanying the two elderly individuals, although feeling a tinge of disappointment at not seeing her grandson. The elderly lady quickly adjusted her mood and cheerfully headed to the vegetable garden with Jiang Xinyu to tend to the plants. The elderly typically maintain an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine. Jiang Xinyu also began to adjust her schedule, recognizing that health is the foundation of all endeavors. Reflecting on her past life's sudden demise, she felt it essential to engage in physical activity alongside the elderly. Nowadays, seniors are increasingly focused on wellness, particularly the affluent. Residents in villa communities often partake in square dancing an hour after meals. They finish breakfast by 7 and promptly commence dancing at 8. After breakfast that day, Jiang Shenyu walked alongside the elderly lady and asked, Grandmother Su, may I join you for square dancing? The elderly lady's face lit up with delight. Of course. Do you enjoy square dancing? Jiang Shenyu, with a hint of shyness, spoke up. I haven't participated in any activities. I've been working tirelessly, and my health is deteriorating. While I am still young, I intend to engage in exercise. A sound body is of paramount importance. The elderly lady nodded repeatedly, affirming, You are absolutely right. It is too late to prioritize such matters when we reach our age. She placed great emphasis on Jiang Xinyu joining her for square dancing, instructing butler Lu to prepare some suitable athletic attire for her. Although it was too late for today, the clothes would arrive in time for tomorrow's dance session. Butler Luke couldn't help but chuckle at the elderly lady's urgency. This was not merely about preparing clothing. It was akin to fashioning a constraint for young Jiang. With these garments, it would be difficult for her to participate just a couple of times. She would have to accompany the elderly lady for a more extended period. Unaware of the elderly lady's intentions, Jiang Xinyu, seeing her enthusiasm, quickly waved her hands in refusal. Grandma Su, there's no need to go to such trouble. I have workout clothes. Not troublesome at all, my dear. This is just a small token from Grandma Su. Consider it a benefit for your employment. At this, Jiang Xianyu found herself at a loss for words. A working individual could hardly refuse such a generous offer. Chapter 10. Xiao Jiang can do everything concerning the matter of bringing Jiang Xianyu to participate in the square dance. Grandma Su was particularly enthusiastic. As soon as it struck 7:30, she was eager to head to the square. Jiang Xianyu, finding herself with nothing pressing to do, decided to accompany Grandma Su for a leisurely post-dinner stroll. Upon their arrival, they discovered that two individuals were already present at the square. All of them were of a similar age to Grandma Su. One appeared astute and capable, while the other resembled a kind-hearted village elder, exuding warmth and simplicity. Although this villa community housed the wealthiest elite, not everyone came from affluent backgrounds. Some had risen from humble beginnings through sheer determination. While certain individuals might look down upon those from modest origins, they would refrain from expressing such sentiments openly, as collaboration between families could very well be on the horizon. The two women greeted Grandma Su with great warmth, referring to her affectionately as old sister. Their curiosity was piqued by Jiang Xianyu. Upon learning that she was the new maid of the Su household, they expressed astonishment. It was indeed rare to encounter a maid so young, prompting some to mistakenly assume she was a younger relative of Grandma Su. Jiang Xianyu was no stranger to the workplace. She engaged in conversation with the two women, which positively shifted their perception of her role as a maid. Grandma Su, holding Jiang Xianyu's hand, praised her. I am not boasting. This child, Xiao Jiang, is remarkably capable and proficient in many things. I take great delight in her presence. Upon hearing this, the others grew even more welcoming towards Jiang Xianyu. She understood that their kindness stemmed from Grandma Su's reputation. Nevertheless, she was unconcerned about their attitudes. Her purpose for joining was to exercise, with clear objectives in mind, rendering other opinions inconsequential. These respectable individuals would not dare to utter disparaging remarks in Grandma Su's presence, allowing her to feel quite at ease. Soon, more participants arrived, and the group of elderly women numbered only about 10, including Jiang Xinyu. Leading the square dance was Grandma Qi, a spirited woman in her 60s, known for her vivacity and decisiveness. She arrived with a sound system, courtesy of her family's steward, and was delighted that Jiang Xinyu would join them in the dance. She instructed Jiang Xinyu to follow along as they practiced the movements. Jiang Xinyu acknowledged her understanding. As Grandma Qi began the music, Grandma Su momentarily paused, exclaiming, My dear, didn't we agree on playing that song by Phoenix Legend yesterday? Why has the song changed? Grandma Qi cleared her throat and approached Grandma Su, lowering her voice. Dear sister, with the younger generation present, we must exhibit some taste. We can't allow them to think we are out of touch. This English song has a nice rhythm too. Jiang Xinyu, possessing keen hearing and not far from the conversation, listened attentively. After pondering for a moment, she spoke up. Grandma Qi, do you have any songs by Phoenix Legend? I am quite new to this, and I fear I might struggle with this song. The others nearby nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed, Grandma Qi, since Xiao Jiang is just starting, it would be better for her to begin with the basics. We are all accustomed to listening to Phoenix Legend, and switching to an English song might feel rather awkward. Grandma Qi glanced at Jiang Xinyu, uncertain, and inquired, Then shall we proceed with Phoenix Legend? Jiang Xinyu nodded with determination, affirming, Yes, Phoenix Legend is quite delightful. The blend of the ordinary and the elegant allows us to appreciate both. Upon receiving this encouraging response, Grandma Qi, radiant with joy, went to select another song. As the rhythmic music began to play, the atmosphere instantly transformed. The elderly ladies sprang to life, dancing energetically. Jiang Xinyu followed closely behind Grandma Su, mimicking her movements, her petite figure appearing exceedingly charming. She was not clumsy. After a few attempts, she had grasped the steps quite well. After the dance, Jiang Xinyu felt invigorated. The elderly ladies were in no hurry to leave and chose to rest at the scenic pavilion. At that moment, one of the grandmothers pulled out her phone and noticed a series of missed calls. She had been oblivious to the sounds earlier and couldn't help but grumble. This phone is truly inadequate. I just bought it, and it doesn't even ring when someone calls. Her words seemed to resonate with the others, prompting a lively exchange. I have the same issue. I can't make sense of all these functions. I can't even video call when I'm outside. I don't want to carry it anymore. I preferred my old flip phone. My son insists this one is expensive and of better quality. Jiang Xinyu listened attentively and pieced together the situation. It appeared that these grandmothers struggled with their phones, finding many features perplexing. Given their status, they might fear being perceived as ungrateful for using an outdated model, especially when they had the means to afford better. Moreover, with household staff to attend to their needs, they seldom encountered serious issues, rendering their phones less of a concern. Grandma Su recalled her own experience when her phone had been silent until Jiang Xinyu had resolved it with a few adjustments. She suggested, "Why not let Xiao Jiang take a look? My phone was silent yesterday, and she fixed it effortlessly." Upon hearing this, the others eagerly presented their phones, with the first being the one belonging to the grandmother who had missed the call. Jiang Xinyu examined the device and soon discovered that the mute button had been inadvertently activated. With a gentle tone, she explained, "Grandma, your phone isn't broken. It's simply on mute. See the line on the speaker icon? That indicates it's muted. Just tap it, and the sound will be restored." The grandmother's expression shifted to one of understanding. Her realization was evident. Subsequently, Jiang Xinyu transformed into an impromptu phone technician, addressing issues ranging from disabled networks to unintentional activation of airplane mode. The problems were minor, yet each had its own oversight. In truth, these elderly ladies could have sought assistance from their children or household staff. However, while asking their children for help was acceptable initially, repeated inquiries about the same problem could lead to impatience, especially if the children were busy. Relying on staff alleviated concerns about annoyance. Yet frequent requests risked undermining their authority as the heads of the household. Ultimately, those in such families carried many worries, leading them to handle matters independently. Through this experience, Jiang Xinyu gained considerable admiration from the elderly ladies. As she strolls through the villa district, she encounters elderly ladies dancing in the square, greeting them warmly, and a few even inviting her to their homes for a visit. This has caused a twinge of jealousy in Grandma Su. Jiang Xinyu has been residing with the Su family for 2 weeks now, harmonizing splendidly with the elderly couple. She has shed the initial timidity she once felt. On October 9th, Jiang Xinyu received a text message from her bank, informing her of a compensation payment of 10,000 yuan from Huayuan regarding the non-compete agreement from the previous month. Just as she was about to dismiss her phone, another notification chimed in. Staring at the message that indicated a deposit of 50,000 yuan, she was momentarily taken aback. The sender's name was not discernible from the text, so she exited the message and logged into her mobile banking app. There, she discovered the sender's name, Chen Xiling. Jiang Xinyu tightened her grip on the phone. This was the name of her younger sister. After Xiaolu was sold to a neighboring village, she had changed her name to Chen Xiling, 2 years her junior. Her sister was now 23 and should have graduated about a year ago. In her past life, before her untimely demise, her sister had entered the entertainment industry, becoming a minor actress with some recognizable supporting roles. While not particularly famous, she was not lacking in financial resources. The knowledge that her sister was thriving brought her the greatest solace. She recalled how, after her sister gained some fame, their parents had learned of her situation and contemplated bringing her back, only to be met with a harsh reprimand from the Chen family, which ultimately dissuaded them. However, in her previous life, her sister had never sent her money. Could it be that her sister had learned about her resignation? Chapter 11. Sister Chen Xiling, the younger sister, was accepted into the High City Academy of Drama. Despite both residing in High City, Jiang Xinyu and Chen Xiling seldom met. Most communication occurred via mobile phone. Chen Xiling was engrossed in her studies, while Jiang Xinyu was preoccupied with establishing her footing in the investment banking sector. Moreover, following the tumultuous visit from their parents to Jiang Xinyu's workplace, she feared that any correspondence with Chen Xiling might be discovered, leading their parents to remember their daughter, whom they had effectively sold off. In truth, Chen Xiling was leading a fairly comfortable life, and there was no need to invite that troublesome family back into her life. Glancing at the additional 50,000 yuan in her account, Jiang Xinyu felt a pang of sentimentality, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It had only been a year since her sister graduated, and the money she could save was limited. This expenditure was undoubtedly substantial. She retrieved her phone and called her sister, but the phone rang for an extended period without an answer. Jiang Xinyu assumed that her sister was likely busy. Previously, during their communications, Jiang Xinyu had learned that Chen Xiling had signed with an agency and was currently running small roles in various productions, likely preoccupied at that moment. As expected, during lunchtime, Chen Siling's call came through. Jiang Xinyu excused herself from the table and stepped outside to answer. On the other end was Chen Siling's sweet, slightly melodic voice. "Sister, what prompted you to call me?" Jiang Xinyu replied, "What made you remember to send me money?" After a brief silence, Chen Siling said, "Sister, you need not hide it from me. I already know about your resignation." She had learned this information accidentally from Lu Lijun. Jiang Xinyu sometimes invited Chen Siling out for meals, often including Lu Lijun, as the three were acquainted. Jiang Xinyu sighed. "Siling, although I have resigned, I do have savings. I will transfer the money to you shortly. You need not worry about me." Chen Siling, upon hearing this, raised her voice slightly. "You have money? That family of scoundrels has nearly drained you." Realizing the challenges Jiang Xinyu faced, Chen Siling softened her tone. "I'm sorry, sister. I'm not angry with you. It's just that you need to be resolute. Think about the future. Do you wish to be tied to them for life? This time, they caused you to lose your job. What about next time? Will you risk your very life for them?" Jiang Xinyu sighed again, speaking soothingly. "I understand. I received a considerable severance package upon my resignation, and you are aware of my salary. The compensation is indeed substantial, and I will not be giving them any more money. Rest assured." Upon hearing Jiang Xinyu's reassurances, Chen Siling's spirits lifted. As long as her sister remained steadfast, she, a person of great diligence, would undoubtedly thrive. Finally, Chen Siling solemnly warned, "You must not give them money again. If you do, I will truly be upset." Jiang Xinyu repeatedly assured her, and only then did Chen Siling believe that her sister was genuinely serious this time. Before hanging up the phone, Jiang Xinyu advised Chen Siling to be cautious and suggested that she report her family situation to the company. She expressed concern that once the family learned of her newfound fame and fortune, they might devise schemes against her. In the event of any negative online comments, it would be prudent for the agency to be prepared with a public relations strategy. Chen Siling chuckled in response, stating, "Sister, I'm merely a minor supporting actress. Hardly anyone pays attention to me, so there's no need for any public relations." Yet, Jiang Xinyu understood the reality. Chen Siling had indeed become a third-tier celebrity, enjoying a degree of recognition, albeit not on par with first- or second-tier stars, but still quite respectable. "Mark my words, I believe your career will flourish," she said. Aware of her sister's good intentions, Chen Siling ultimately agreed to report her situation to the agency after work that day. In the past, the Jiang family had indeed made an arrangement to place their youngest daughter with the Chen family, though it was a mutually agreeable decision. The financial transactions involved rendered the situation legally dubious, prompting the village chief to suggest a formal adoption. The Chen family, being honest folk, welcomed the chief's assistance. They even held a modest gathering in the village to announce the adoption and registered it with the Civil Affairs Department. The Chen family met all the requirements for adopting a child, while the Jiang family barely qualified under the condition of being unable to support their offspring. Everything was conducted legally. However, behind the scenes, the Chen family provided the Jiang family with a sum of money. Had it not been for this, in the fear of implicating her adoptive parents, Chen Siling would have reported the Jiang family to the authorities once she matured and understood the law. She did not harbor resentment for herself, as she thrived in the Chen household, but her heart ached for her sister, trapped in a dysfunctional family. Without those unscrupulous parents, her sister would undoubtedly lead a far better life. Upon returning to the restaurant, Jiang Xinyu found Grandma Su and the others awaiting her. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she hurried over to invite everyone to dine. After the meal, Grandpa Su looked at Jiang Xinyu and remarked, "Is everything all right, Xiao Jiang? If you are facing any difficulties, please feel free to confide in us. We are here to help." When she entered after the call, her eyes were slightly red, leading the elderly couple to misinterpret her demeanor. She graciously thanked Su Yunin for his kindness, assuring them, "I'm quite well, truly, there's nothing wrong. It's just that my sister, upon hearing of my resignation, assumed I was in financial distress and transferred some money to me. However, I currently have enough, and I will return it to her shortly." Jiang Xinyu articulated her situation more clearly, as any ambiguity might have further convinced the couple that she was indeed in trouble. Upon hearing this, Su Yunin refrained from probing further. He was aware of the salary situation in the investment banking sector. Xiao Jiang had neither purchased a home nor a car. Thus her savings must be substantial, especially with the compensation she could receive in recent years. After tidying up the dishes, Jiang Xinyu transferred an additional 20,000 yuan to Chen Siling. Seeing the extra 70,000 in her account brought a slight moisture to Chen Siling's eyes. Yet she only accepted the 50,000 she had originally sent and promptly returned the 20,000. Although my sister currently possesses savings, her employment remains unstable, and the future is uncertain. She is not worried about her daily sustenance and does not require financial aid from me. This time, Jiang Xinyu chose to remain silent. She and Siling are sisters, and since they will frequently interact in the future, she decided not to dwell on such matters. However, today, having received her salary, she had no intention of transferring money to the Jiang family. It was likely that within a few days, they would reach out to her. But so what? She had resolved not to indulge them any longer. Indeed, on October 15th, while Jiang Xinyu was preparing dinner, the call from the Jiang family came in. The fact that they could endure several days without contacting her surprised even Jiang Xinyu. In truth, after not receiving the transfer notification on the 10th, her parents had intended to call her that very night. However, recalling the commotion they had caused at her workplace in August, which had genuinely upset Jiang Xinyu, they delayed for several days. With a stern expression, Jiang Xinyu answered the call. Xiaoyu, what have you been busy with lately? It has been so many days without any money sent. Your brother's tuition for the new school year has been due, and our family is struggling as well. Jiang Xinyu let out a cold laugh. Since I began working after graduation, I have sent you money every month, accumulating over 400,000. Are you telling me that Jiang Xinbao's few thousand in tuition fees has left you unable to make ends meet? Chapter 12. The turmoil of the Jiang family upon hearing Jiang Xinyu mention a sum exceeding 400,000. Jiang's mother felt an unsettling discomfort. What did this signify? Was she beginning to calculate her earnings from the family's contributions? Had she grown wings and yearned for flight? How could you, my child, utter such words? Who nurtured you, raised you, and financed your education? Were it not for our sacrifices, would you have secured such a splendid job? Now that you are earning, you turn your back on us. How did I give birth to such an ungrateful being? Once again, those same words echoed in Jiang Xinyu's mind, igniting her inner turmoil. Mother, do you truly not feel any remorse in saying such things? Since high school, I have labored tirelessly to earn my tuition. My college fees were paid by my uncle, who could not bear to see me suffer, and my living expenses were acquired through countless part-time jobs. Not a single cent has come from you. Yet, you shamelessly demanded my living costs while being fully aware of my struggles. Are you truly my parents? The phone remained on speaker, and Jiang's father, overhearing the exchange, interjected with a tone laced with indignation. You ungrateful girl. We raised you from infancy, ensuring you never faced hunger or cold. What have we done to deserve this from you? Jiang's mother chimed in. Indeed. It was your merit that we hesitated to marry off your younger sister. We have been nothing but generous to you. Jiang's father continued, if we truly neglected you, would you have ever attended university? We could have torn up your acceptance letter long ago. Jiang Xinyu was appalled by their audacity. Do not dress your words in pleasantries. You did not choose to sell me merely because I am of age and require consent for adoption. You raised me, yes, but it was with simple fare and the expectation of free labor in return. As for my education, it was not your intention to support me. You only agreed once my uncle offered to pay my tuition, sparing you the expense. In 4 years, when I graduate and can contribute to the family income, you see me as a mere cash cow. At that moment, Jiang's parents sensed a shift in the atmosphere. They had always known their daughter to be compliant, and while they claimed to have treated her well, they were acutely aware of their past actions. After all, it was they who had given her life. Was it not natural for her to repay them with her earnings? With this realization, they regained their confidence, insisting, enough of this nonsense. Transfer the money immediately. If you refuse, we will cause a scene at your workplace. Let us see how you fare there afterwards. Hearing this, Jiang Xinyu couldn't help but smile, her tone brimming with an unprecedented sense of liberation. Indeed, I cannot remain there any longer. Thank you for creating such a ruckus at my company in August. It ensured my departure. Jiang's parents were momentarily taken aback. Are you serious? Surely you do not intend to withhold the money and concoct this tale to deceive us? Jiang Xinyu replied. Did you truly believe that your outbursts at my workplace, branding me a worthless and disgraceful daughter, would allow me to continue my employment? Such is the way of the world. I have lost my job, and consequently, you shall lose your monthly financial support as well. Everyone shall be pleased. Upon hearing this, Mother Jiang burst into tears, exclaiming in anguish, You heartless wretch! This is enough to drive me to despair. An unfilial daughter, utterly useless. However, Father Jiang retained a semblance of composure. If you have lost your job, you can simply seek employment elsewhere. Jiang Xinyu scoffed coldly. I signed an agreement upon my promotion a few months ago, prohibiting me from engaging in related industries. Thus, my education has become futile, and you shall no longer receive your monthly funds." Father Jiang, still in disbelief, retorted, "Surely, you are not deceiving us? Did you not relish causing a scene at my workplace? You know the company's address. Feel free to return," Jiang Xinyu taunted. At this, Father Jiang was thoroughly alarmed. "Then you must quickly find a job, any job, as long as it pays." Jiang Xinyu replied with a cold smirk, "Currently, I am working as a caregiver for just 2 months. The rent remains unsettled. Over the past 3 years, I have sent you so much money. Is it unreasonable to ask for a bit of living expenses? We have no money. The funds you provided were used to build a house, as you well know." Mother Jiang protested vehemently at the mention of financial assistance. Jiang Xinyu, unwilling to engage in further pointless discourse, declared, "At present, I can only take on odd jobs to cover my rent and living expenses, thanks to you. It will be difficult for me to support myself, so you need not seek me out any longer." With that, she ended the call. These were words she had long wished to utter, yet in her previous life, she had remained silent until her untimely death at 33. This time, she finally found her voice. The pent-up frustration within her dissipated significantly with those words. She wiped away the tears that had unexpectedly streamed down her face, washed her hands, and continued preparing the meal. Unbeknownst to her, the figure of Butler Lu had swiftly passed by the kitchen door. While Jiang Shenyu regained her composure, chaos erupted at the Jiang household, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. Father Jiang, smoking a cigarette, glared reproachfully at Mother Jiang, saying, "This is all you're doing. You insisted on causing a ruckus at her workplace. Now look what has happened. Our daughter has lost her job and with it, her income, which was over 10,000 a month, especially in recent months. It amounted to several tens of thousands. No other family in our village boasts such earnings." He had often boasted of his daughter as the vice president of a prominent investment firm, proudly stating that she sent money home each month. Now, however, he found himself at a loss for words, transitioning from the status of a corporate executive to that of a mere servant. Though he could temporarily bear this humiliation, the loss of income was truly dire. They had already begun to live a semi-retired lifestyle, relying on their daughter's support, and now all was lost. Mother Jiang was not easily swayed. She retorted sharply, "You now find yourself in quite a predicament. When I first suggested going, were you not in agreement? Now you blame me for it. Where were you when it mattered? If there is no money now, then go find work and earn it." Father Jiang's face trembled with anger as he shot a glare at Mother Jiang before striding out, exclaiming that he would not waste time arguing with a woman. The money that the eldest daughter had sent home was indeed used for building the house, which cost over 200,000. Presently, there remained 200,000 in her account, alongside an earlier savings of 120,000, with another 320,000 in savings. There was no immediate cause for concern. However, he could not rely on his daughter for support and needed to resume his carpentry work, as there were still marriage expenses for his son to consider. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xinyu, who was oblivious to the quarrel within the Jiang family, she could imagine the tension. At that moment, she was seated in the dining room, enjoying a meal with Grandpa Su and the others. Perhaps it was merely her impression, but she felt the elderly couple's gaze upon her was excessively warm, even tinged with a hint of affection. Grandma Su met Jiang Xinyu's casual glance and, using serving chopsticks, placed a piece of rib into her bowl. "Here, little fish, eat more meat. You are rather too thin. How can your body withstand it?" Grandpa Su chimed in, "Indeed. Do not fall for those dieting fads. Health is true beauty." Jiang Xinyu nodded, slightly dazed, as she consumed the rib. When Grandma Su suddenly referred to her as little fish, she momentarily froze, for Jiang Xiaoyu was her former name. However, upon realizing that Grandma Su's little fish referred to someone else, she did not delve into the reasons behind their change in attitude, concluding that it was ultimately a positive development. Little did she know that when she made her call, the elderly couple was indeed absent, but a steward named Lu was present at home. Chapter 13. The target of the fisherman's snatch. Upon hearing Butler Lu recount the circumstances surrounding Jiang Shenyu's family, the elderly Su couple was filled with deep compassion for her. Even the typically stoic Mr. Su could not refrain from chastising the Jiang couple, deeming them unworthy of the title of parents. What a splendid child little Jiang is, it is truly lamentable. This revelation clarified the reason for her resignation. That afternoon, with nothing to occupy his time at home, the elder Su picked up his fishing gear, preparing to head to the lakeside. Spotting Jiang Xianyu hanging out bedding, he called out, "Little fish, do you know how to fish?" Jiang Xianyu smoothed out the blankets and replied with a smile, "I do." Mr. Su's face brightened. "I have an extra set of fishing gear. Come along and fish with this old man." Without hesitation, Jiang Xinyu agreed and went to gather her things, remembering to bring along some ointment for treating minor injuries, for fishing can be perilous. Mrs. Su watched the duo, shaking her head with a smile. Well, it's good for little fish to go out and get some fresh air. She had no desire to join them, for her husband's luck was notoriously poor. Despite his vigorous efforts, his catch was often dismal. She preferred to stay home and indulge in her favorite family dramas, which had recently captivated her attention. Butler Liu remained at home, believing it wise to keep skilled individuals close to the elderly. As they walked toward the lake, Mr. Su joked, "Little fish, I believe your name brings me good fortune in fishing. Just wait, I'll show Old Li my prowess." Jiang Xinyu, surprised to learn her name had such an effect, laughed and replied, "If that's the case, we shall feast on a whole fish banquet tonight." Mr. Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. Over the years, his best fishing record had been 2 small fish in an afternoon, and occasionally he would manage to catch a fish worthy of the dinner table. Though such occurrences were rare, the local fishing enthusiasts were well aware of his luck, often bringing their catches to tease him. He felt optimistic about this outing. As the elderly gentleman and the young lady arrived at the lake, they were greeted by familiar faces. Each angler had their preferred fishing spots, and Mr. Su was no exception. He had sought the advice of a seasoned fisherman to select this particular location. Upon arrival, he found Old Li had already prepared the fishing area for him. Mr. Su nodded to the others and chose to remain silent. Jiang Xinyu, too, wisely refrained from speaking, as loud noises would deter the fish. Mr. Su used commercially prepared bait, which was quite costly. In contrast, Jiang Xinyu preferred a more organic approach. She retrieved a small trowel from her toolbox and began to dig in a chosen spot. Before long, she had unearthed a small box of earthworms. Returning to Mr. Su's side, she expertly threaded the worms onto her hook and cast her line into the water. Mr. Su pushed his box of bait towards Jiang Xinyu, encouraging her to use it, believing she might hesitate to employ such expensive bait. Jiang Xinyu, with a knowing shake of her head, softly responded, "Grandpa Su, wild fish have developed particular feeding habits. Natural bait is far more effective." Old Master Su paused for a moment, deciding to bestow a more fitting name upon his favorite bait. "This bait of mine is exceptionally effective if I cannot catch fish. It is merely a reflection of my own skills. Many here are using it, and they are reeling in sizable catches." Jiang Xinyu, recognizing the kindness of the offer, replied, "Then let me try my luck with worms for a while. If that proves futile, I shall certainly give your bait a go." Nodding in agreement, Old Master Su resumed his watch over his fishing rod. Before long, Jiang Xinyu felt a tug on her line. Rising to her feet, she lifted the rod, and the resistance beneath the water indicated that this catch was indeed substantial. After a spirited struggle, she hoisted the rod higher, revealing a crucian carp, approximately 30 centimeters in length, thrashing upon the hook. With a deft flick, she tossed the fish onto the grass nearby, swiftly removing it and placing it into her bucket. Her catch drew the attention of several onlookers. Old Master Su, abandoning his own fishing, hurried over to the bucket, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he exclaimed, "That crucian carp must weigh a little over 2 pounds. Quite a rarity indeed. It is seldom that one encounters wild crucian carp of such size." Moments later, a few other elderly gentlemen approached, gathering around Jiang Xinyu's fish for an extended observation. Their gazes then landed in unison upon her box of worms. Generously, Jiang Xinyu offered her worms for their use. While the others experienced little notable success with the worms, Old Master Su was reeling in fish with remarkable frequency. His laughter echoed across the water, leaving onlookers astonished. Was this truly the same old Su who had previously struggled despite changing his gear numerous times? They were certain that the worms could not be the sole reason for his newfound fortune, for their own attempts yielded minimal improvement compared to his previous bait. Old Master Su declared, "I told you, little fish, your name brings me good fortune in fishing. Tonight's feast is assured." Unbeknownst to him, his words sparked interest among the elderly gentlemen, who regarded Jiang Xinyu with renewed fervor. Once a skeptic of metaphysical beliefs, Jiang Xinyu, having returned to life, now pondered the vast wonders of the world. Perhaps she possessed some innate ability to attract good fortune in fishing? At that moment, the ever-unlucky Old Li gestured to Jiang Xinyu, saying, "Young lady, come sit by me. I have a shaded spot that is quite comfortable." Before she could respond, Xinyu interjected, "Old Li, that young lady belongs to our Su family. You cannot simply poach her. Look at you being so petty. I merely wish for her to take a moment's rest, for her fair complexion is at risk of sunburn," he retorted. Observing the delicate Jiang Xinyu and the overflowing bucket of fish, Su Yunyu inquired, How about you take a break over at Old Lee's? Jiang Xinyu nodded in agreement. A brief respite would be welcome. Yet, she dared not assume that she truly possessed any extraordinary luck. However, just as she settled onto a small stool beside Old Lee, he hooked a sizable grass carp. Soon after, it was as if he had stirred a fishing frenzy, with bite after bite, a stark contrast to the previous stillness. The fisherman's gazes directed at Jiang Xinyu became even more fervent. Jiang Xinyu felt compelled to speak at that moment, refusing to allow this group of magnates to elevate her to an unrealistic pedestal. She raised her hand and suggested, "Could it be possible that the staff of the Villa District have been overstocking the fish?" Old Lee was the first to object, exclaiming, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I've never had such luck while fishing before. The fish in this artificial lake have only received a few fry at the outset, and since then, they've been left to fend for themselves, bearing little difference from wild fish." The consensus among the attendees affirmed his statement. Su Yunyu glanced at the fishing rod that had remained untouched since Jiang Xinyu's departure and quickly called her back to take charge. Indeed, shortly after she settled down, Su Yunyu's side began to catch fish once more. As Jiang Xinyu observed the bucket filled with fish, she was engulfed in profound self-doubt. Could it be that she possessed some divine blessing from the fish gods? Both Su Yunyu and Old Lee attested to the enhancement of Jiang Xinyu's fishing prowess, prompting them to urge her to sit closer to them. For every half hour she presided over their fishing, she earned 1,000 yuan. Su Yunyu had brought Jiang Xinyu along to help her unwind and enjoy herself. The prospect of Jiang Xinyu earning some extra income delighted old Su, who was more than willing to give her the freedom to enjoy herself. The fish she had caught were more than sufficient for their needs. By the end of the afternoon, Jiang Xinyu had amassed 6,000 yuan, despite her initial reluctance. The affluent patrons insisted on sending a red envelope through the household staff to the lakeside. When she refused to accept it, they grew quite displeased. Chapter 14. Is Little Fish going today? With a red envelope in hand and fishing gear in tow, Jiang Xinyu and Old Master Su returned home triumphantly. Butler Lu and Grandma Su were somewhat astonished to see the two arrive with such a bountiful catch. Grandma Su inquired, "Old Su, did you purchase these fish from someone else? This is rather excessive." Old Master Su, rarely one to boast, exclaimed with a hint of exaggeration, "Oh, I caught all of these myself. You can ask Little Fish if you don't believe me." Jiang Xinyu nodded in affirmation. Grandma Su scrutinized the old man. "Have you struck it rich?" Old Master Su chuckled heartily. "I told you, Little Fish has brought me good fortune in fishing." Those old fellows nearly came to blows over her. Turning to Jiang Xinyu, he added, "Little Fish, shall we go fishing again tomorrow?" "Sure, if you enjoy fishing." "I will accompany you for a while," she replied, delighting the old man. Jiang Xinyu took the fish to the kitchen, preparing to clean the catch for dinner. Though it was referred to as a whole fish feast, it wouldn't tea consists solely of fish. The catch comprised mainly of grass carp and crucian carp. A crucian carp and tofu soup would suffice, along with a sour fish dish, followed by a couple of side dishes. The remaining fish could be kept alive with an oxygen pump for a few days without issue. Just as Jiang Xinyu was about to begin her preparations, Old Master Su entered the kitchen, sporting reading glasses and holding his phone. "Little Fish, how do you post on WeChat moments? Show me." Jiang Xinyu noticed the old man's eyes fixated on the bucket of fish, and an idea struck her. Who could resist the temptation of showcasing an unexpected catch to a fisherman who had been unsuccessful? She carried the fish outside to a well-lit area, adjusting the lighting and composition, and took several photos of the bucket, encouraging the old man to hold the largest fish for a snapshot together. She planned to place that picture in the center of a 9-grid layout. Upon hearing this, Old Master Su was overjoyed. "Why don't I change into something else before we take the photo?" he suggested. Jiang Xinyu laughed. "No need to change. Wearing your fishing attire is perfect." He agreed and proceeded as suggested. Jiang Xinyu had a knack for photography, having captured images of dishes while working. The best ones could even be printed as pull-up banners to attract customers outside. She skillfully selected the photos and posted them on WeChat for Old Master Su. He maintained a composed demeanor and requested a brief caption, "An afternoon's harvest. Chengyuan capital." Meanwhile, Su Linyuan was sipping coffee and scrolling through his phone when he suddenly noticed a new post from his grandfather on WeChat. The once pristine feed was now adorned with a striking photo. Upon closer inspection, he nearly choked on his coffee, coughing uncontrollably and turning a shade of crimson. Su Linyuan, with his naturally fair complexion, exhibited the redness of his face distinctly. His assistant, Zhao Tianming, heard the commotion and hurried in, finding the president evidently in distress. He quickly assisted him in regaining composure. Su Linyuan waved his hand, signaling the assistant to leave, and leaned in to scrutinize the photo on his grandfather's moments. The photographs captured exhibit remarkable skill, particularly the one positioned centrally within the 9-square grid. The expression on the elder gentleman's face is subtly composed, exuding an air of confidence. Yet those familiar with him can discern that he is secretly reveling in delight. He muses, when did grandfather become adept at social media? However, this post appears to be merely a prologue. During dinner later that evening, he encountered yet another freshly minted post from his grandfather. The dining table was adorned with an array of dishes, with the pickled fish and crucian carp tofu soup occupying the prime positions. The accompanying text proclaimed, freshly caught fish. The taste is simply exquisite. Su Linyuan nearly faltered in maintaining his composure. The dishes appeared untouched, so how could he possibly know of their freshness? Nevertheless, his grandfather seems to be rather trendy of late. Is that the influence of the young Jiang? Recently, he has observed that his grandparents seem to possess more vitality than before. His curiosity regarding the capabilities of this young Jiang has been piqued, for his grandparents are not easily swayed by newcomers. The following afternoon, as the elder gentleman and Jiang Xinyu prepared to gather their gear for fishing, several of the elderly family members approached. Old Su, are you ready? Little Fish is joining today, right? Grandfather Su responded with a haughty snort. I knew you were scheming this. He then added, with a touch of pride, Little Fish isn't just coming. He's even prepared bait in advance. Just watch. I shall catch even more today. Jiang Xinyu was surrounded by a throng of fishing enthusiasts as they made their way to the lakeside. It seemed there were even more people today than the previous day, a testament to the effective promotion by the seasoned anglers. Had it not been for his experience with tumultuous waters, Jiang Xinyu's serene expression might have faltered. Once the fishing gear was set up, as soon as Grandfather Su and Jiang Xinyu settled in, the space beside Jiang Xinyu was claimed by Old Li. Thankfully, Jiang Xinyu's presence provided a buffer. Otherwise, the two would have been at odds with their fishing rods. With both positioned adjacent to Jiang Xinyu, the advantageous effect was undeniable. In no time, the two typically unproductive fishermen began to feel the stirrings of activity on their lines. Old Li was the first to reel in a catch, a sizable grass carp. Grandfather Su soon followed suit, pulling up a wriggling, yellow-green shadow from the depths. Jiang Xinyu quickly cautioned, Grandfather, do not handle the fish with your bare hands. Alas, her warning came too late. In a fit of excitement, Grandfather Su deftly seized the fish. The next moment was punctuated by a sharp hiss as he dropped both the fish and rod onto the ground. Old Li, the first to react, gazed at the fish on the grass and exclaimed, Oh dear, this is a spiny fish. Those spines can be quite painful. Grandfather Su, of course, recognized the spiny fish. Known locally as Ong Ciu, while in Sichuan it is referred to as Huang La Ding. His earlier excitement had led to his unfortunate encounter with the fish's spines. Jiang Xinyu promptly retrieved some medication she had packed, having prepared for such an eventuality during their previous fishing expedition. Fearing that her grandfather might injure himself on a fish spine or hook, and it seemed her foresight was indeed warranted, Jiang Xinyu took out a bottle of mineral water and proceeded to cleanse the old man's wound. Upon examining the injury, she was uncertain whether such a deep cut required a tetanus shot, so she opted to disinfect the area first. Once the disinfection was complete, she applied a layer of erythromycin ointment. At this point, Old Master Su seemed to be recovering a bit and even managed to crack a few jokes, saying, There's no need to be so cautious. I'm tough as nails, and this is nothing. However, Jiang Xinyu insisted, this fish was caught in a semi-wild state, and we cannot ascertain the presence of bacteria or parasites, so we must exercise caution. Old Master Li chimed in, Indeed, listen to Xiaoyu, at our age, it is better to be prudent. Ever since yesterday, after assisting several elderly gentlemen, they had taken to affectionately referring to Jiang Xinyu as Little Fish. Concerned, she sent a WeChat message to Butler Lu and advised the old man to return home. The elderly have diminished immunity, and an infection could lead to serious consequences. Her actions were not solely driven by duty. They were also fueled by the kindness shown to her by the Su couple, having spent 2 weeks with them. Perhaps due to her age, her unique professional background, or simply because she had an innate charm that appealed to the elderly, the couple had always been exceedingly kind to her. She was determined to reciprocate their generosity in any way she could. Chapter 15. Ear heat upon hearing Jiang Xinyu's account. Butler Lu, uncertain of the old gentleman's exact condition, summoned the family doctor to prevent any unforeseen complications. Dr. Zhao, the family physician of the Su family, hastily arrived with his medical kit after receiving Butler Lou's description. As he entered, he found the old gentleman comfortably seated on the sofa, which elicited a subtle sigh of relief from him. The old gentleman's hand, still slightly red from the puncture, was examined as Dr. Zhao took his temperature and carefully assessed the wound. Once he confirmed that the injury did not necessitate a tetanus shot, his demeanor softened. Noticing that the old gentleman had some ointment applied to his hand, he inquired, "How was the wound treated prior to my arrival?" Jiang Xianyu stepped forward, articulating clearly, "First, we rinsed the wound with mineral water, then disinfected it with iodine, and finally applied erythromycin ointment." Dr. Zhao chuckled upon hearing this, commending the treatment as exemplary. He advised them to monitor for any signs of burning or swelling in the days to come, cautioning that should a fever develop, a prompt visit to the hospital would be necessary. This remark caused a flicker of anxiety in the elderly lady, but it was merely a fish spine injury. How could it possibly lead to a fever? As Dr. Zhao packed away his supplies, he reassured her, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Typically, no significant issues arise. Jiang Xianyu comforted the elderly lady, "Grandma Su, if there is an injury, it can easily become inflamed if not cared for properly. Let us be attentive, and generally, all will be well." Grandma Su nodded, relieved to hear this. Dr. Zhao reiterated his advice, "There is no need for concern. This is a minor injury. Just be cautious to keep it dry and apply the ointment regularly. You may wake up tomorrow feeling little to no discomfort." The old gentleman cast a rare reproachful glance at the elderly lady. "In my youth, such wounds were trivial. I would carry on with my work until the injury healed." The elderly lady playfully smacked him. "You know that was in your youth. At your age, your resilience is not what it once was." The old gentleman, wary of tempting fate, discreetly signaled to Dr. Zhao. Clearing his throat, Dr. Zhao spoke earnestly, "Rest assured, madam, the old gentleman is in good health. Recent medical checkup results were favorable, so there is no need for worry." This settled her concerns. Butler Lou escorted Dr. Zhao out. Once alone, the elderly lady began to scold the old gentleman again, expressing her frustration with his impetuous nature. "At your age, you should know better. Surely you understand which fish are safe to catch and which are not." Observing the scene, Jiang Xianyu quietly slipped away, wishing to preserve the old gentleman's dignity. Later that evening, after dinner, Grandma Su received a call from her eldest grandson. Su Linyuan immediately inquired about the old gentleman's visit to the doctor. The family physician had been arranged by him for his grandparents, and any significant matters would be promptly communicated to him. Since it was not a serious issue, Dr. Zhao had sent a message to Su Linyuan that evening, merely stating that the old gentleman's hand was injured, but nothing major, advising him to remain at ease. Su Linyuan, concerned that something serious had occurred, promptly called to check in. Grandma Su could not help but express her grievances about the old man's unreliability over the phone to her grandson. Listening to her, Su Linyuan felt a sense of relief. It turned out he had merely been pricked by a fishbone. Just as he was about to hang up after checking on the elderly couple, a gentle female voice emerged from the other end of the line. "Grandpa Su, you must refrain from getting your hand wet for the time being, as per Dr. Zhao's instructions. You must comply." The speaker's pace was measured and rhythmic, starkly contrasting with Grandma Su's hurried tone. He felt a slight itch in his ear and instinctively distanced the phone, rubbing his earlobe with his other hand. Within moments, his previously pale ear had turned a vivid crimson, warming under his touch. Clearing his throat, Su Linyuan advised, "Grandma, please ensure Grandpa follows the doctor's orders and avoids water." Only then did Grandma Su snap back to reality, casting a reproachful glance at the old man. At his age, he was less sensible than a little fish. The old gentleman, humbled, had to enlist Butler Lou's help to wash his face. Seeing him comply, Grandma Su exchanged a few more words with her eldest grandson before ending the call. Su Linyuan, gazing at the disconnected phone, chuckled at the affectionate nickname Grandma had for the little fish and returned to his paperwork, though his long fingers couldn't resist fiddling with his earlobe once more. In the following days, the old gentleman behaved himself under strict supervision until it was confirmed that his hand was fine, at which point he was permitted to fish again. Upon his return, he and Jiang Xianyu received a warm welcome. Perhaps due to the overabundance of fish caught a few days prior, the recent catches had not been impressive. Now, with Jiang Xianyu's remarkable skills on display, the anglers were filled with anticipation. This time, everyone returned home with plentiful catches, and of course, Jiang Xianyu received numerous red envelopes as well. Since his first post on social media had garnered a flurry of likes, the old gentleman had taken to sharing more frequently. With another successful outing, he requested Jiang Xianyu to help him capture the moment. However, This time, in addition to the likes, a few elderly gentlemen commented on his posts, questioning why he fished every day. The old man was nearly incensed, prompting him to start sharing other aspects of his life, such as his small vegetable garden and the rare orchids he nurtured. Each post consistently accumulated a substantial number of likes. Yet, upon reviewing the list of those who liked his posts, the old gentleman suddenly realized an alarming fact. Neither his son nor his grandson had clicked like. How could he tolerate such a slight? Consequently, after Butler Lu casually mentioned it, Su Lin Yuan developed the habit of perusing the old gentleman's social media each day to like his posts. Observing the increasingly delightful lives of the elderly couple, his spirits lifted. Before long, Jiang Xianyu had been at Taiyuan Yufeng for over a month. November 15th arrived swiftly, marking Jiang Xianyu's birthday. Aware of this after checking her identification, Grandma Su instructed Butler Lu to order a beautiful cake. They always wished to cherish Jiang Xianyu a little more. Over the course of the past month, the other party has been diligent and attentive, prompting the thought of celebrating a simple birthday for the child. As Jiang Xianyu prepared dinner, Grandma Su came over to lend a hand. Jiang Xianyu felt somewhat at a loss, as this was her responsibility. Grandma Su smiled and remarked, "I haven't cooked in quite some time. I ought to occasionally whip up a few dishes to keep my skills sharp." Jiang Xianyu's expression shifted to one of understanding. The two of them busied themselves in the kitchen. The dinner comprised a generous spread of 6 dishes and a soup. When Steward Lu brought out the cake, Jiang Xianyu remained momentarily stunned. She had scarcely celebrated her birthday throughout her life and certainly did not expect her parents to acknowledge her special day. The few occasions she had celebrated were thanks to her sister and close friends. Reflecting on the image of the elderly lady cooking dinner, it suddenly dawned on her, is today Grandpa Su's birthday? Everyone looked at her with amused expressions. Grandma Su replied, "Today is November 15th, your birthday." Jiang Xianyu was taken aback. My birthday? She glanced at her phone to check the calendar, and indeed, it was November 15th. In that moment, she felt an indescribable sense of emotion and bewilderment. Chapter 16. Su Lin Yuan. Jiang Xianyu's voice trembled as she spoke. I have forgotten. Grandma Su gently patted her head. Good child, make a wish. The days ahead will surely be better. Jiang Xianyu dared not meet the affectionate gazes of Grandma Jiang and the others, fearing she might falter under their warmth. She inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and made a simple wish for those she loved and who loved her to enjoy a life of peace and joy. After her wish was made, Jiang Xianyu divided the cake. After dinner, the three of them prepared red envelopes for her. Grandpa Su and the others had practical intentions in mind. The young girl had faced many challenges. Giving her some money would be far more beneficial than any superficial gifts. Jiang Xianyu did not refuse this time. She had already decided that in 2 weeks, when her work concluded, she would purchase some gifts for them. Once the dishes were cleaned up, Jiang Xianyu accompanied the elderly lady to watch television for a while before returning to her room. After washing up and lying in bed, she scrolled through her phone. Birthday greetings from Qin Xiling and Lu Lijun arrived in succession. Knowing Jiang Xianyu's current work situation, they had refrained from calling too early, concerned about disturbing her. The next day, Jiang Xianyu received 2 gift boxes. One contained a skincare set from Qin Xiling, recommended by a renowned makeup artist, perfectly suited to Jiang Xianyu's skin type. Lu Lijun gifted her a coat, just right for the current weather. When she tried it on, it fit splendidly. As she emerged wearing the coat, Grandma Su showered her with compliments. Jiang Xianyu seldom accepted such straightforward praise, and a faint blush graced her fair cheeks. Grandpa Su and Butler Lu watched with smiles of approval. During Jiang Xianyu's final week with the Su family, Aunt Li, the family's former nanny, called to say her husband was recovering well and that she could return to work on time in a week. Grandma Su responded with a smile, but after hanging up, a look of hesitation crossed her face. Aunt Li had served them diligently for many years without fault. It was unfathomable to dismiss her. Yet, seeing Jiang Xianyu brought a sense of reluctance. Since Jiang Xianyu's arrival, life at home had become infinitely more enjoyable, bringing a renewed spirit each morning. This contrast left her in a quandary. Jiang Xianyu, however, did not dwell on it. The elderly couple had treated her exceptionally well. But Aunt Li had been with them for over a decade. Regardless of her rapport with the elderly couple, it would be inappropriate for her to impose herself further. Thus, she had been searching for a place online, preparing to move once her work concluded. Noticing the elderly couple's increasing anxiety over the past few days, Jiang Xianyu resolved to have a heartfelt conversation with them. Grandpa Su, Grandma Su, and Uncle Lu, is there anything you would like to eat? I would love to cook for you in these remaining days. Upon hearing this, Grandma Sue's eyes brimmed with even greater reluctance. Since Jiang Xinyu had come, the household had truly transformed. They resembled blissful elders cared for by their juniors, rather than mere left-behind individuals whose offspring are preoccupied with work. Jiang Xinyu would accompany her in binge-watching dramas, partake in square dancing, and assist in tending to the vegetable and flower gardens. The same applies to the old gentleman, as he would join him in fishing, gardening, and capturing photographs to share on social media. Such a lively existence, abruptly coming to an end, inevitably evokes a sense of loss. Ah, Xiaoyu, why not stay a bit longer? You and Aunt Li could divide the work and collaborate, suggested Su Grandma. Jiang Xinyu shook her head in refusal. There is no need for that, Grandma Su. If Aunt Li returns and the work is split, she may feel uneasy. Besides, the tasks here are not complex enough to warrant an extra salary for another person. My work here is concluding, and I have a few days to rest and manage my savings. I can seek further employment thereafter. I still receive monthly remuneration. However, Grandma Su pondered more than Jiang Xinyu, for the families in their vicinity are not so easily dealt with. Most of them have nannies and housekeepers, and one must be fortunate to find a good employer in such a role. Xiaoyu, being young, beautiful, and gentle, was at risk of being taken advantage of. At that moment, Uncle Lu recalled, Madam, isn't it true that the young Master Qian's daughter-in-law is about to give birth? She mentioned to me earlier that she would need to take a month off in early December to care for her postpartum recovery. Grandma Sue's eyes, filled with laughter lines, suddenly sparkled. Yes, indeed, there is such a matter. Aunt Qian has also been with them for some time. When the children were at home, they had several housekeepers. Now, with Aunt Li and Butler Lu remaining, Aunt Qian is tasked with caring for her grandson, while her son, Su Lisan, has different preferences and employs a private chef for his meals at home. Other domestic affairs are handled by an assistant in coordination with housekeeping personnel. Grandma Su inquired of Jiang Xinyu, will you be able to go to my grandson's side for about a month? Jiang Xinyu, her eyes warm, gently nodded. That would be fine, Grandma Su. Thank you for considering me so thoughtfully. Grandma Su grasped Jiang Xinyu's hand and said, we should be the ones thanking you. Once little Qian is on leave, finding a new housekeeper is bound to be uncertain. It would be far better to have someone like you, who is familiar with us, to care for Lin Yuan, allowing us to rest easy. Jiang Xinyu assured, I will certainly take good care of the young master's daily needs. Old Master Su grunted. What young master? Just call him Su Go. There is no need to give him too much face. He has quite the temper, if he speaks out of turn. Let me know, and I will set him straight. Oh, that won't be necessary. Recently, I often hear young Master Su calling you. He is quite filial and should be easy to get along with. Jiang Xinyu readily complied, though she knew she could not address him in such a manner once she arrived there. The elderly couple chuckled, noting that this grandson was indeed more dutiful than his father. After dinner, Jiang Xinyu approached Butler Lu to inquire about Su Lin Yuan's habits and preferences. Seemingly reminiscing about the young master, Butler Lu's demeanor softened considerably. Jiang Xinyu took out her notebook and pen, eagerly awaiting Butler Lu's instruction. Lu, the housekeeper, began by detailing Su Lin Yuan's daily routine, his wake-up time, breakfast hour, return home, and bedtime, leaving no stone unturned. He elaborated on the nuances of Su's culinary preferences, the types of coffee he savors, his favorite attire, and the precise arrangement of his belongings. Even the style of tie clips he prefers was mentioned. Jiang Xinyu took note of these myriad details for quite some time, her expression devoid of impatience. Having previously catered to numerous demanding clients, she was well versed in their habits and preferences. Now, with Su Lin Yuan as her sole client, the task was, truth be told, far from daunting. As Lu's descriptions unfolded, an image of Su Lin Yuan gradually took shape in Jiang Xinyu's mind. Although she had encountered him before, they had never exchanged words. Her knowledge of Su was limited to fragmented whispers from the business realm, far less comprehensive than Lu's account. Initially, she perceived Su Lin Yuan as a decisive, composed leader with an air of ruthlessness. However, with this newfound information, her understanding of him expanded to encompass additional facets. Chapter 17. The next employer. With the description provided by Butler Lu, Jiang Xinyu has formed a preliminary impression of her next employer, Su Lin Yuan. At 29 years of age, standing at a height of 6 feet 3 inches, with a fair complexion, he habitually maintains a stoic and cold demeanor, displaying a ruthless and decisive approach in the business realm. This information, however, merely scratches the surface of what she knows about the esteemed president of Qingyuan Capital. According to Butler Lu, young Master Sun does not typically wear a cold expression. Rather, He adopts such a facade to command respect among employees and in the marketplace. Owing to his striking appearance, Butler Lu refrained from elaborating on Su Linyuan's business acumen, as Jiang Xinyu, having traversed the capital circle herself, is well aware of the intricacies involved. In his personal life, Su Linyuan exhibits a pronounced territorial instinct. Apart from Aunt Qian, the housekeeper, and other domestic staff, few are granted access to his domain. Over the years, the sole non-domestic individual to have entered his residence is his assistant, Zhao Tianming. While no challenge seems to hinder him in business, he displays a certain naivety in his personal affairs. Ultimately, Butler Lu highlighted a crucial detail for Jiang Xinyu. The renowned Su Linyuan has an aversion to insects, although residing in a standalone villa. He occupies the third floor to minimize encounters with mosquitoes. Moreover, Su Linyuan is known for his fastidious nature, unable to tolerate disorder and filth. Another significant point Butler Lu mentioned is that Su Linyuan tends to redden when anxious or embarrassed, a characteristic that is particularly conspicuous due to his fair skin. This reaction contributes to his outwardly cold demeanor. In such instances, it is advisable to act as though one has not noticed his blush. Otherwise, he may respond with indignation. After reviewing her meticulously organized notes, Jiang Xinyu quietly put them away, pondering that should Su Linyuan discover this notebook, he might very well pursue her with a blade. Given his intense sense of territory and their unfamiliarity, she resolved to rent a residence initially. It is likely he would prefer not to have an unfamiliar face as a live-in housekeeper. Su Linyuan resides in the Wanxia mountain villa, and she plans to rent a nearby apartment for convenience in commuting. The Wanxia mountain villa is relatively close to Chengyuan capital, and her good friend, Lu Lijun, has rented a place in the vicinity. She could inquire about other available rentals nearby. Lu Lijun expressed great enthusiasm regarding Jiang Xinyu's requirements, knowing well the trouble it often entailed to arrange outings with her. With 2 days remaining in her current position, Lu Lijun successfully secured an apartment for Jiang Xinyu. The rental price was comparable to that of Lu Lijun's residence, a fifth-floor studio apartment predominantly inhabited by office workers, equipped with ample facilities. Jiang Xinyu was thoroughly satisfied with her choice. She had no intention of returning to her hometown, nor did she plan on relocating to another city. Thus, she aimed to secure a quality living space. Her previous rental had been solely based on cost, a necessity she no longer faced. On the eve of her departure from her current job, Grandfather Su and Grandmother Su settled her wages 40,000 yuan for 2 months. As she was leaving, the elderly couple each gifted her a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan, expressing concern that she might refuse, stating it was a bonus for her hard work during her tenure. The endeavors of Jiang Xinyu extend far beyond those of a mere caregiver. She presented a meticulously selected set of fishing gear to Old Master Su, jesting that this equipment might offer some added advantages. The old man's earlier gloom over losing a fishing companion dissipated significantly, and he happily accepted the gift, declaring his intention to try it out the following day, certain that old Li would be envious. To the elderly matriarch, she gifted a state-of-the-art massager produced by New Yang technology, capable of alleviating discomfort in the shoulders, neck, and lower back. Although somewhat pricey, its efficacy is remarkable. Jiang Xinyu had observed the matriarch massage her own shoulders and back on several occasions, indicating some discomfort in those areas. Deeply touched, the matriarch graciously accepted the gift without hesitation. To Butler Lu, she presented a carefully curated tea set. While it might seem that Butler Lu had no particular preferences, Jiang Xinyu had keenly noted his fondness for tea, as evidenced by the collection of tea utensils and figurines in his room. This gift resonated with him on a personal level, softening his expression considerably. On the day Jiang Xinyu departed, Lu Lijun arrived to escort her. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, Lu Lijun was taken aback by the scene before her. A throng of elderly gentlemen and ladies surrounded the entrance. Had it not been for her dear friend's smiling presence within the circle, she might have suspected they were involved in some sort of scam. It turned out that the grandparents with whom Jiang Xinyu had danced in the square and fished together had come to bid her farewell. After saying her goodbyes, she, with Lu Lijun's assistance, loaded her luggage into the vehicle. As they drove away, Lu Lijun could still hear one of the elderly men calling out, "Little fish, come back to fish with us again sometime." Once they exited the villa area, Lu Lijun couldn't help but chuckle. "I always noticed you had a special affinity with the elderly, but I didn't expect it to be this profound." Some of those grandfathers looked like they were about to cry. Jiang Xinyu felt a tinge of embarrassment at her friend's teasing. "The one you mentioned is Grandpa Li. He firmly believes that I can help him catch fish, which is why he feels so attached." Curiously, Lu Lijun inquired, "Does he not catch any fish?" Jiang Xinyu glanced at her and succinctly replied, "Air Force." Lu Lijun paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. The two friends chatted merrily as they arrived at the Jingxiua Garden, where Jiang Xianyu had rented her apartment, just 2 stops away from Lu Lijun's riverside apartment. Taking advantage of her free time after work the previous night, Lu Lijun had tidied up the apartment, which, though compact, boasted a well-organized layout with distinct areas separated by partitions. It was perfectly suited for a single occupant. In the afternoon, Lu Lijun took Jiang Xianyu to a nearby market to procure groceries and familiarize her with the surroundings. The area was conveniently located with comprehensive infrastructure, further satisfying Jiang Xianyu. She resolved to prepare a delicious dinner that evening as a well-deserved treat for Lu Lijun. As they savored the meticulously prepared meal, Lu Lijun was nearly moved to tears. I haven't had a proper meal in ages. She was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts, and her visits to her friend were often the only occasions she indulged in a sumptuous feast. We now live in close proximity, so you can come over for dinner in the evening when you have time. Lu Lijun pouted her crimson lips, intending to bestow a loving kiss upon Jiang Xianyu, but was playfully pushed away by him. After their meal, the two sat on the carpet, watching television and engaging in conversation. Now that this job has concluded, what are your plans? Lu Lijun inquired. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xianyu responded, Grandma Su has found me a new position. Upon Lu Lijun's inquisitive gaze, she continued. At your boss's place. Lu Lijun's eyes widened in disbelief. Whose family? The Su family. An expression of alarm washed over Lu Lijun's face. Sister, how could you be so unfortunate? The image of her boss's cold, almost inhuman demeanor during meetings flashed through her mind, prompting her to clasp her hands in prayer. May all deities bless my little fish to navigate this work period safely. Jiang Xianyu chuckled. It's not that dramatic. Lu Lijun shook her finger. You don't understand. Just hearing that name sends me into a frenzy. It's merely work, Jiang Xianyu remarked, believing that what he heard from Butler Lu sounded far more human. At that moment, Lu Lijun dared not frighten her sister any further. But perhaps. Chapter 18. The President's Residence. With a week remaining before Jiang Xianyu commenced her new position, she resolved to invest her savings in the stock market. Previously, her account balance stood at 538,000, and with the addition of her monthly compensation, along with the wages, bonuses, and red envelopes accumulated over 2 months as a nanny, her total had reached 630,000. Being well-versed in the financial realm and possessing insight into the market trends over the next 8 years, she anticipated a modest profit from her investments. Setting aside 30,000 for contingencies, she allocated the remaining 600,000 entirely to the stock market. With her ongoing employment ensuring a steady income, she felt no concern regarding her daily expenses. The week swiftly passed. To facilitate her commute, Jiang Xianyu purchased a small electric scooter in a delightful avocado green. She rode it to the hillside villa, where she was greeted by a slender man clad in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Upon witnessing her arrive on the scooter, he appeared momentarily taken aback, before recovering and inquiring, Are you Jiang Xianyu? Jiang Xianyu nodded. She recognized him as Zhao Tianming, the assistant to Su Linyuan. Having previously seen him accompanying Su at a social gathering before her promotion to VP had granted her the opportunity to engage with them. Greetings, Miss Jiang. I am Zhao Tianming, assistant to Mr. Su. I would like to discuss your responsibilities for this month. After parking her scooter and removing her helmet, Jiang Xianyu followed Zhao Tianming into the villa. The villa boasted a large garden, which remained vibrant and lush despite it being mid-December. The lawn was immaculate, and the shrubs were meticulously trimmed. The expansive garden required a considerable walk before they reached the entrance hall. The villa comprised 3 levels, with the entrance leading into a foyer. Both Zhao Tianming and Jiang Xianyu exchanged their shoes in a synchronized manner, arranging them neatly. As they glanced at one another, surprise and understanding flickered in their eyes. Zhao Tianming exhaled deeply, relieved to see that Miss Jiang had evidently done her homework and was aware of Mr. Su's preferences, particularly his aversion to disorder. The responsibilities for this position closely mirrored her previous role at the Su residence, primarily involving meal preparation and tidying the kitchen, study, and bedroom. Other areas would be attended to by dedicated cleaning staff, as it was impractical to manage such a large villa without specialized assistance. Zhao Tianming handed Jiang Xianyu a schedule. This is Mr. Su's daily timetable. Your main duties will include breakfast and dinner. He does not return for lunch. Jiang Xianyu reviewed the schedule, finding it aligned with her expectations. Mr. Su typically arrived at the office by 9 o'clock, with a 20-minute commute, necessitating his departure by 8:40. Therefore, breakfast needed to be ready by 8:20. After calculating the time, she determined that rising at 7 would suffice, allowing half an hour for her morning routine. She could begin cooking by 7:30, which would provide ample time. In the evenings, Mr. Su usually finished work at 5, often extending his hours at the office, typically arriving home around 6:30. Thus, she needed to have dinner prepared by that time. Does Miss Jiang have any alternative thoughts regarding the schedule? Zhao Tianming has been quite courteous towards Jiang Xinyu, as the elderly lady has instructed him to be. There are no issues with the timing. Zhao Tianming relaxed his furrowed brow and smiled. That is indeed good. Reflecting on Su Lingyuan's strong territorial awareness, Zhao Tianming glanced at Jiang Xinyu with a hint of hesitation. Previously, It Qian resided here, and Miss Jiang had applied for the position of a live-in housekeeper, but President Su only requires someone for daytime shifts. Noticing his apprehension, Jiang Xinyu contemplated briefly and deduced the underlying reason. Assistant Zhao, I have rented a house near the villa area, making it quite convenient for me to cycle over daily. So I thought a live-in arrangement would be unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianming felt a bit embarrassed. Our President Su's personality is such that it is not directed at you. I will apply for transportation and housing subsidies with him shortly. Jiang Xinyu smiled. Thank you very much, Assistant Zhao. It's the least I can do, he replied. Recalling the earlier instruction for her to prepare dinner, Zhao Tianming added. After you finish the dinner, you can head straight home. The dishes can be collected in the morning. All right, Jiang Xinyu agreed. Seeing that there were no further issues, Zhao Tianming guided Jiang Xinyu upstairs. Most of our President Su's activities take place on the 3rd floor. The master suite on the 3rd floor features an en-suite closet and bathroom, with a study, gym, and media room also located on this level. A southern-facing lounge area has been transformed into a relaxation zone, leading out to a spacious terrace adorned with minimal yet charming decor. Ideal for sipping red wine or hosting a barbecue. Zhao Tianming led Jiang Xinyu into the master bedroom. The space was vast and, contrary to the anticipated dark and luxurious style associated with the domineering figure, this room exuded a minimalist and bright aesthetic, with bedding in a solid gray-blue hue. The covers appeared slightly disheveled, likely due to Aunt Qian's absence and tidying up. Zhao Tianming then took her into the closet, where rows of neatly organized clothing were arranged by color, alongside ties, shoes, watches, rings, and other accessories displayed like treasures. Jiang Xinyu noted that not a single watch was priced under $1 million. She marveled inwardly, realizing why ordinary cleaning staff were not permitted to maintain this bedroom. After all, Aunt Qian had been a trusted elder from the Su family, and her access here was likely due to the influence of the late Mr. and Mrs. Su. Zhao Tianming also showed Jiang Xinyu the study. The decor was simple, featuring shelves lined with books, a desk, and a comfortable sofa. Jiang Xinyu observed the books on the shelves, many of which she had previously read on finance. After descending from the 3rd floor, she took a brief glance at the room layout on the 2nd floor before following Zhao Tianming to the 1st floor. The southern-facing bedroom on the 1st floor belonged to Aunt Qian, and it was currently locked, requiring no further attention. As Zhao Tianming observed that Jiang Xinyu had grasped the essentials, he remarked, once these tasks are completed, your obligations will be fulfilled, and you shall have the liberty to allocate your time as you wish, without the necessity of remaining here. Jiang Xinyu's eyes sparkled with delight at the prospect of reclaiming his time after accomplishing these duties. Understood, Assistant Zhao, he added. Allow me to assist you in registering your fingerprints. Afterward, you may tidy up the bedroom and study, and when the time comes, prepare dinner. Jiang Xinyu acknowledged this with understanding. Ah, and there's no need to purchase fruits and flowers. They will be delivered daily, along with select premium ingredients. For the commonly used condiments and groceries, you may procure them from the supermarket outside the villa area. As he spoke, he handed Jiang Xinyu a card. This is your allowance for purchases. Simply use it when needed. The password is inscribed on the card holder. Jiang Xinyu accepted the card and tucked it away, once again marveling at the necessity of having a trustworthy caretaker. Rest assured, Assistant Zhao, I will retain the receipts for your review later. Such matters were typically beyond Su Lingyuan's purview, generally managed by the assistant. Indeed, Zhao Tianming retrieved his phone and added Jiang Xinyu as a friend. You may simply take photos and send them to me via WeChat when the time comes. Jiang Xinyu nodded in agreement. Sensing there were no further matters to address, Zhao Tianming recorded Jiang Xinyu's fingerprints before returning to the company, as he had numerous responsibilities awaiting his attention. Chapter 19. First day of work at the Half-Mountain Villa. Upon returning to Changyuan, Zhao Tianming made a beeline for the president's office. Hearing a knock on the door, Su Lingyuan lifted his head from his documents and saw Zhao Tianming enter with a relaxed demeanor. He set down his pen, his long, fair fingers instinctively tapping the surface of the desk. Have the arrangements been made? Yes, President Su, Zhao Tianming replied. Su Linyuan raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to continue. Zhao Tianming felt a twinge of surprise. Typically, President Su showed little interest in matters such as hiring domestic help. Meeting Su Linyuan's dark, penetrating gaze, Zhao Tianming stated. The scope of work has been discussed with Miss Jiang, and she believes she is capable. He glanced at Su Linyuan and continued, Miss Jiang is quite particular about etiquette. She ensures that shoes are changed neatly at the entrance. Su Linyuan responded with a non-committal Contemplating Jiang Xinyu's housing situation, Zhao Tianming ventured, President Su. Since Miss Jiang is renting a place outside and does not reside in the villa, should we consider providing her with transportation and housing allowances? Su Linyuan's brows furrowed slightly. She does not live in the villa? Zhao Tianming stole a glance at Su Linyuan, attempting to glean insights from his fair, strikingly composed face, but he failed. He could only truthfully reply, Miss Jiang is aware of your aversion to outsiders and arranged her rental prior to starting work. After a moment of contemplation, Su Linyuan said, the transportation allowance will proceed as usual. Inquire about her rent. We shall reimburse her for this month. Zhao Tianming nodded, suppressing a thought that jealousy can alter one's appearance. Understood, President Su. Seeing that Zhao Tianming had no further comments, Su Linyuan waved him out. Once the door to the president's office closed, Su Linyuan's expression softened slightly. After all, the person who would be caring for his grandparents was someone he had considered allowing to reside in the villa for just a month. It was unexpected that she had proactively sought an external rental. Perhaps it was for the best. Reflecting on his grandfather's lively social circle, he contemplated providing a more substantial allowance. The rental fees in Haishur were not insignificant. Had she lived in the villa, there would have been no need for her to rent. Compensating her for the rent would serve as restitution for her inability to stay at home. Zhao Tianming exited the president's office and sent a message to Jiang Xinyu. Miss Jiang, please send me a photo of your rental contract amount. President Su will reimburse your rent for this month, and there will be a transportation allowance as well. While familiarizing herself with the kitchen equipment, Jiang Xinyu replied with a voice message, I'll send you the contract when I get home tonight. Please thank President Su for me. After listening to the voice message, Zhao Tianming responded with an OK sticker. Jiang Xinyu smiled at the animated kitten on the sticker, feeling reassured by the lively demeanor of the staff, which indicated that their leader was not merely a tyrant who resorted to unscrupulous means. Her confidence in Butler Lu's words grew stronger. Having finished her exploration of the kitchen, Jiang Xinyu ascended to the third floor to tidy up the slightly disheveled bedding. The room was not dirty. A simple cleaning sufficed. Afterward, she proceeded to the study adjacent to the bedroom. During her prior visit with Zhao Tianming to familiarize herself with the layout, she had paid little attention to it. Upon closer inspection, the desk was strewn with various documents. Instinctively, Jiang Xinyu began to categorize and organize them. The signed papers were neatly arranged, while the rejected ones were grouped together. The remaining unsigned materials were sorted by urgency and placed in an orderly fashion at the center of the desk. Finally, she found some sticky notes and wrote down the locations of each document, affixing them to the surface to prevent anyone from misplacing them upon returning from work. After completing this task, she turned on the music on her phone and gradually started cleaning. With all her chores finished and noticing it was still early, Jiang Xinyu rode her electric scooter home to rest. At 4:30 in the afternoon, she returned to the villa to prepare the ingredients. Once the time was right, she began to prepare dinner. Butler Lu mentioned that Su Linyuan shared similar tastes with the elders, particularly enjoying meat. Thus Jiang Xinyu was quite adept at cooking. She prepared sweet and sour pork ribs, spiced prawns, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a nourishing longan and red date yam soup. Setting the dishes on the table, she glanced at her phone. It was 6:30, perfectly timed. After ensuring nothing was amiss, she changed her shoes, donned her helmet, and left the villa. As December was now well underway, the coastal city had begun to cool, with outdoor temperatures hovering around 2 to 3 degrees. To brave the chilly ride, Jiang Xinyu bundled herself up, leisurely making her way back on her electric scooter, the basket carrying a thermal container of her packed dinner. Assistant Zhao had suggested that since dinner was served late, she could take her meal home. Originally, Aunt Qian would eat whatever the employer had, but she preferred to dine alone in her room. With winter nights arriving early, darkness enveloped the surroundings, yet the hillside villa area was well lit, alleviating any fear. On the smooth descent back, Jiang Shenyu's scooter moved at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, a vehicle with its high beams approached, prompting her to slow down. The glaring headlights made it difficult to see until the oncoming car switched to low beams, allowing her to accelerate once more. Su Linyuan, driving the car, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the slowly moving scooter, with its rider appearing as a bundled ball, creating a rather amusing spectacle. He had never encountered someone so cautious on a bike, slowing down at the mere glare of high beams. The descent from the hillside villa during the night made Jiang Xianyu wary of speeding. Her past experiences had instilled a profound caution in her. She prioritized an early bedtime, regular exercise, and a life free from danger, cherishing her existence. Upon returning home, Su Linyuan was greeted by the enticing aroma of dinner. He changed his shoes at the entrance, his gaze briefly landing on the spare pair of slippers, beige and neatly arranged, distinct from his own. His hand paused momentarily before he resumed washing his hands. Once seated at the dining table, he finally took notice of the evening's meal. The sweet and sour spare ribs glisten with a rich, red hue, adorned with delicate specks of sesame. The salt and pepper shrimp boast a golden color, with hints of rosy shrimp flesh peeking through. The stir-fried vegetables appear fresh and crisp, promising to be a delightful palate cleanser. Lastly, the red date and yam soup presents itself with an appealing appearance. He picked up his chopsticks, hesitating as he selected a piece of spare rib, his eyes momentarily brightening. He had assumed that the new nanny's culinary skills would be on par with Aunt Qian's, but to his surprise, the flavors surpassed those of Aunt Qian's cooking. Enjoying a meal that suited his palate, Su Linyuan's previously stern expression softened, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Perhaps due to the meal being particularly to his liking. He indulged a bit more than usual and then rose to take a leisurely stroll in the garden to aid digestion. Although it was chilly outside, the movement kept the cold at bay. Feeling much more comfortable in his stomach, he eventually ascended to his study, where he had yet unfinished official business from the previous day awaiting his attention. Chapter 20. Trouble for Mr. Su. As Su Linyuan entered the study, he immediately noticed a distinct difference on his desk. When Aunt Qian was around, she would neatly stack everything on his desk, leaving him to sift through files each time. This time, although the desk lacked the meticulous stacking that Aunt Qian employed, it was still organized. A light blue sticky note stood out against the dark wood of the desk, and upon picking it up, Su Linyuan raised an eyebrow. The handwriting on the note was elegant and refreshing, devoid of excessive cursive, making it easily legible. His gaze then shifted to the categorized files laid out on the table. To his surprise, the documents were not only sorted by approval and rejection, but also prioritized according to the urgency of each project. In an instant, Su Linyuan felt a wave of clarity wash over him. The files in the study were not particularly sensitive, their visibility posed no real concern. Tidying the study was part of the housekeeper's responsibilities, and he never brought confidential documents home. He was astonished that Jiang Xianyu could organize the files so expertly, akin to his own assistant. Unbeknownst to Su Linyuan, Jiang Xianyu's prior experiences were the key to her adeptness in arranging his documents. After finishing with the files, the clock had yet to strike 9. Recalling that some materials he had brought home the previous night were likely left on the first floor, he descended to retrieve them. The sound of his slippers echoed through the spacious house. Passing by the dining table, he glanced at the unwashed dishes, a slight frown creasing his brow as he paused beside the table. After a prolonged moment, he reached out to stack the dishes and carried them towards the kitchen. His long arms extended, but the dishes were precariously balanced, threatening to topple with each step. Just as he was about to place them in the kitchen sink, a loud crash ensued, sending the dishes clattering to the floor. Instinctively, he reached out to catch them, but amidst the cacophony, only a small bowl was spared from disaster. The once pristine kitchen floor was now a chaotic mess. Su Linyuan felt a shiver run down his spine, his good mood evaporating instantly. The shards on the floor seemed to pierce at his sensibilities regarding cleanliness, prompting him to grab a trash bin and begin collecting the remnants. A sharp pain sliced through his finger, and a few drops of crimson blood fell. Su Linyuan's expression hardened, lips pressed together in silence. He swiftly rose, turned, and exited, closing the door behind him. Out of sight, out of mind. After muttering to himself, he returned, nursing his injured hand. The work for the evening was no longer an option. The following morning, Jiang Xianyu rose promptly at 7. After completing her morning routine, she hopped on her electric bike and headed to the hillside villa. The previous evening, she had prepared the filling and allowed the dough to rise, planning to steam some buns in the morning, accompanied by 8 treasure porridge and sautéed vegetables. Upon entering, she hung her coat and noticed the empty dining table, feeling a twinge of confusion. Wasn't the table supposed to be set for her to tidy up in the morning? Could it be that Su Linyuan tidied up after himself? Others might still find him quite charming. With this thought, Jiang Xinyu smiled as she pushed open the kitchen door. In an instant, her smile froze upon her face. Fragments of porcelain and remnants of food were strewn across the floor, with chopsticks and ladles scattered haphazardly about. To the unknowing observer, it would appear as if a battle had taken place here. The sight of several drops of dried blood on the floor only added to this impression. After contemplating for a mere 2 seconds, Jiang Xinyu donned a pair of heat-resistant gloves, gathered the larger shards, and then swept away the remaining debris with a broom. Once the bulk of the refuse was dealt with, she turned her attention to the lingering stains on the ground. Jiang Xinyu moved with remarkable efficiency, spraying a cleaning solution onto the floor and scrubbing it clean until all traces of the mess were gone. Unbeknownst to her, from the railing on the second floor, a man clad in a dark blue bathrobe was watching the kitchen with a guilty expression. Su Linyuan had been preoccupied with the chaotic state of the kitchen in his mind, prompting him to rise early. After finishing his workout, he had heard some commotion downstairs, indicating that the maid, Jiang Xinyu, had arrived. Recalling the kitchen's condition from the previous night, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Would she be angry? In a place where he could not see her, she might be cursing him, the irresponsible master who had created such a mess. He occasionally overheard employees at the company venting their frustrations about their leaders. He understood the grievances of the working class. Jiang Xinyu was facing away from the kitchen door, so Su Linyuan could not discern her expression, only catching a glimpse of her graceful silhouette as she bent down. The weather outside was cold, but the villa was warm with heating. Jiang Xinyu wore a beige knitted sweater paired with fitted jeans. The loose sweater draped naturally along the curves of her back and waist as she bent, accentuating her fine figure. She worked swiftly, as if this were an everyday occurrence. The kitchen floor was restored to its original state in what seemed like the blink of an eye, whether it took 5 minutes or just a few. Su Linyuan could not tell. By the time he regained his focus, the floor appeared immaculate, as if a fairy had cast a cleaning spell. Jiang Xinyu remained in the kitchen, preparing porridge, dumplings, and stir-fried vegetables. What seemed a tedious task to Su Linyuan became effortless in her capable hands. After observing for a while, he turned and returned to the 3rd floor. By the time Jiang Xinyu finished cooking, the clock read 8:10. She set the breakfast on the table, but noticed that no one had come down yet, so she continued tidying up the kitchen. Once the kitchen was in order, she still did not see Su Linyuan. Glancing at the time, she hesitated for a moment before heading upstairs to call him. As Jiang Xinyu arrived on the 3rd floor, she encountered Su Linyuan as he emerged from his room. This was the first time Jiang Xinyu saw Su Linyuan up close. Previously, from a distance, he had appeared merely tall, but now, standing only a short distance away, she could truly appreciate the imposing presence of his 6'3" stature. At this moment, Su Linyuan had changed out of his pajamas, donning a shirt and trousers suitable for going out, presenting himself as tall and robust. His complexion was a cool porcelain white, with a faint blush on his ears, and his features were sharply defined. Although his expression remained neutral, he did not exude the aloofness he had when she first encountered him at the banquet. As Jiang Xinyu observed Su Linyuan, he, in turn, scrutinized the woman before him. The woman possessed a gentle and captivating visage, reminiscent of the refined ladies depicted in poetry, exuding an elegant and graceful aura. Her skin was fair and translucent. Her delicate face, perhaps no larger than the span of his palm. Particularly, her hair, hastily tied up due to her kitchen duties, had a few stray strands cascading down her cheeks, accentuating the petite size of her face. At this moment, her loose sweater hung down, concealing the curves of her waist, while her long legs were encased in denim, standing tall and poised. Su Linyuan parted his thin lips, attempting to speak several times, yet found himself unable to utter a single word. He instinctively rubbed his ear. The woman before him seemed entirely incongruous with the term nanny. How should he address her? He called Aunt Chien, while others typically referred to a nanny as auntie. However, he could not bring himself to call Jiang Xinyu auntie as she stood there. Was it appropriate to address her as Miss Jiang? Yet, which employer refers to their nanny as Miss? Jiang Xinyu keenly sensed his discomfort and smiled as she spoke. Mr. Su, I am Jiang Xinyu, here to serve you in place of Aunt Chien for this month. You may call me Xiao Jiang or simply by my name. Breakfast is already prepared. You may come downstairs to eat. Chapter 21. A keen eye. The villa was spacious, with deep corridors. Jiang Xinyu's voice was soft and melodious. Her speech tempo moderate, reminiscent of the enchanting tone she had once used during a phone conversation with Su Linyuan. The heat that had risen in his ears due to embarrassment gradually transformed into a tingling sensation. He reached up to rub his ears again. which were now flushed a delicate pink, akin to gemstones. Jiang Xianyu glanced at him, and Su Linyuan felt the warmth spreading from his ears to his cheeks. In Jiang Xianyu's mind echoed the words of Butler Liu, who had once remarked that when young Master Sun was nervous or embarrassed, his face would redden quite noticeably. And in such moments, it was best to pretend not to notice. She made an effort to disregard his flushed complexion and maintained her usual tone. "Mr. Su, are you heading down for breakfast now?" The more his face heated, the colder his demeanor became. He merely responded with an and turned to descend the stairs. Jiang Xianyu followed him at a respectful distance of about 2 meters, striving to maintain a safe space. Upon reaching the dining table, Su Linyuan's expression softened somewhat as he surveyed the breakfast laid out before him, and the warmth on his face gradually subsided. He seated himself at the table and picked up his chopsticks to commence his meal. At that moment, Jiang Xianyu noticed that the index finger of his right hand was slightly extended and unbent. It seemed that the injury from the broken porcelain had indeed affected his right index finger. The pain at the joint of one's finger is particularly vexing, especially for the dominant hand. A moment's inattention could easily cause the wound to reopen while grasping something. She cast a glance at Su Linyuan, who was enjoying his breakfast, then turned to find the medical kit, from which she retrieved a skin-toned adhesive bandage. However, as she gazed at the distant Su Linyuan, she hesitated momentarily. When he inadvertently moved his index finger, Jiang Xianyu gritted her teeth and stepped forward, quietly placing the bandage beside him. Then using a finger to nudge it towards Su Linyuan. His gaze followed the bandage upward, eventually meeting Jiang Xianyu's eyes. Their gazes locked. She unconsciously blinked and said, "Mr. Su, the wound on your index finger is right at the joint. Using the adhesive bandage would make it more convenient for you to move it." Su Linyuan nodded slightly, returning his gaze to his breakfast, yet the bandage remained untouched on the table. Jiang Xianyu's inner self shrugged. It was his hand, and whether he used the bandage or not was inconsequential. She had fulfilled her responsibility. Seeing that he was occupied for the moment, Jiang Xianyu retreated to the kitchen to begin her own breakfast. Hearing a sound behind her, Su Linyuan turned to glance at Jiang Xianyu. In the spacious kitchen, she sat at a chair, with a breakfast identical to his own spread out on the counter, eating delicately. Su Linyuan found it difficult to articulate his feelings. There was an inexplicable sense of discomfort in his heart. After all, he was not well acquainted with Jiang Xianyu, and he refrained from saying much. Once he finished his breakfast, he quickly donned his suit and overcoat. Noticing the adhesive bandage on the dining table, he paused momentarily while fastening his buttons, then swiftly applied it to the wound on his index finger. As he was about to leave, he spotted a thick, fluffy winter coat resting on a bench near the entrance. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with the winter garment, yet could not recall where he had encountered it. Dismissing the matter from his mind, he turned and exited the door. Outside in the foyer, a round, fruit-green electric scooter suddenly caught Su Linyuan's attention. After a brief moment of contemplation, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. So, the individual who rode the scooter last night was indeed her. Nevertheless, he thought little of it and proceeded to the garage to drive to work. Upon hearing the engine of the car, Jiang Xianyu realized that Su Linyuan had departed for his job. She first tidied the dining table, clearing away the dishes, before ascending the stairs to organize the bedroom. In the bedroom, the loungewear he had discarded lay draped over the end of the bed. Jiang Xianyu began to gather the clothes, preparing to wash them. Suddenly, a piece of black fabric tumbled down, and as she glanced down, her pupils flickered with surprise. She picked up the men's underwear that had fallen onto the bench with 2 fingers. Closing her eyes for a moment, she recited to herself, "Be professional. I am a professional housekeeper. It is merely a man's underwear, just a small piece of fabric." With this thought, she opened her eyes, placed the other garments into the washing machine first, and finally took out the underwear to wash separately. Generally, Su Linyuan's suits and coats did not require her attention, as they were sent for dry cleaning. However, loungewear, undergarments, and some casual clothing made of washable materials fell within her responsibilities. Fortunately, the man's clothing was frequently changed and he was fastidious about cleanliness, making her task considerably easier, suppressing her discomfort. Jiang Xianyu utilized the expensive detergent from Su Linyuan's home to wash the underwear. Only after hanging it up did she feel a sense of relief. While the other clothes were still tumbling in the washing machine, she took the opportunity to make the bed and clean the room. Once everything was completed, Jiang Xianyu descended to the living room and rested on the sofa for a brief moment before riding back to the Jinxiu garden. Around 4 in the afternoon, she took her laptop and rode to the hillside villa. With her investments in the stock market, she could not afford to be negligent. She needed to keep an eye on the market status from time to time, reflecting on the incident from yesterday when Su Linyuan had smashed the dishes. Jiang Xinyu resolved to wait until he finished dinner to tidy up. She feared that if such occurrences continued, her heart might not withstand it. Those dishes were custom-made, a set worth her entire month's salary. A few had shattered, rendering the remaining pieces useless. It was only today, after receiving a WeChat message from Assistant Zhao instructing her to discard the other tableware, that she learned of their true value. Indeed, the world of the wealthy was beyond her comprehension. Su Linyuan returned home at 6:30 as usual. Upon entering, he noticed the living room lights were unexpectedly on. After changing his shoes at the entrance, he spotted a pair of women's shoes, not slippers, but proper footwear. Could it be that Jiang Xinyu had not left? Hanging up his coat, he walked into the living room and found Jiang Xinyu seated on the carpet in front of the coffee table, headphones in place. Her hands deftly navigating her laptop. The red and green lines on the computer screen revealed to Su Linyuan what she was engaged in. She was indeed trading stocks. The computer screen of Jiang Xinyu was shrouded by the imposing figure of Su Linyuan. Realizing this, she instinctively lifted her gaze to meet his curious eyes. Removing her headphones, which had been enveloping her in music, she inquired, "Have you finished work?" Su Linyuan responded with a soft perhaps due to their earlier silence during the drive. His voice held a slightly subdued tone. "Are you trading stocks?" he asked. Jiang Xinyu nodded, not feeling the need to close her laptop to shield her activities from his view. Her modest assets paled in comparison to the stature of the man before her. Observing that she did not mind his scrutiny of her trading interface, Su Linyuan leaned in for a closer look. The screen displayed the candlestick chart of Shenyang Technology. Jiang Xinyu had invested significantly in its shares, and she possessed an intimate understanding of this project, which she had diligently pursued. She could even visualize its trajectory 8 years into the future with remarkable clarity. Su Linyuan cast a surprised glance at Jiang Xinyu. "You have a keen eye," he remarked. He had always held a favorable view of Shenyang and had contemplated acquiring the project, only to see it snatched away by Huayuan Venture Capital. He recalled hearing from his subordinates that it was a newly appointed VP at Huayuan who had secured it. That VP's surname was Jiang, with the English name Gina. He felt a sense of curiosity about the individual who had taken their project, yet he had not received any news regarding her in recent times. Chapter 22. Adding WeChat. After confirming that Jiang Xinyu would not lose all her hard-earned money, Su Linyuan withdrew his gaze. Curiously, he inquired, "Do you have great confidence in Shenyang Technology?" Jiang Xinyu replied, "Indeed, Shenyang Technology has successfully overcome technical obstacles, and its future development is boundless. They are currently focused on developing a new type of intelligent robot, which will later be applied in military and medical fields, promising a bright outlook. Given the current international climate and the aging population, Shenyang Technology is destined for longevity." Su Linyuan regarded Jiang Xinyu with a hint of astonishment. After a lengthy pause, he remarked, "Your talents are wasted in such a role as a caretaker." Jiang Xinyu merely smiled, asserting that the value of a profession is not determined by its prestige. Realizing the inappropriateness of his words, Su Linyuan quickly added, "I did not mean it that way." Observing the slight flush of nervousness on her face, Jiang Xinyu nonchalantly replied, "It's all right." Unable to discern whether her response was genuine or otherwise, Su Linyuan fell into silence. Jiang Xinyu straightened in her seat and gestured toward the dining table. "Dinner is ready, Mr. Su. Please go ahead and eat. I will wait for you to finish before tidying up the dishes." Finally, Su Linyuan understood why she was still at home upon his return. Remembering the shattered dishes from the previous day, he averted his gaze, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The recently used dishes were rather greasy. Noticing his efforts to salvage the situation, Jiang Xinyu couldn't help but chuckle. "Yes, they are a bit slippery. It's understandable if they were to fall accidentally." At that moment, Jiang Xinyu learned what it meant to feel one's face burn with embarrassment. Suppressing her laughter, her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled with mirth. Flustered, Su Linyuan quickly turned away and made his way to the dining table. Jiang Xinyu chose not to continue observing him, instead returning her focus to the fluctuations of the stock market. Seated at the table, Su Linyuan turned his attention to the now composed Jiang Xinyu. "Have you eaten?" he asked. Jiang Xinyu paused her mouse movement and replied, "I had a meal in the kitchen." Her appetite was modest, and she had finished within 10 minutes. Su Linyuan essayed, poised to serve himself, hesitated, and he fell silent. Although Jiang Xinyu was engrossed in her computer, she remained acutely aware of Su Linyuan's presence. Once he had finished his meal, Jiang Xinyu rose to clear the table. Su Linyuan did not immediately ascend the stairs, Instead, he discreetly observed her actions. He watched as she combined the leftover food and neatly stacked the dishes from smallest to largest. When he saw her carefully place the dishes into the kitchen sink, his thoughts drifted. Was it truly that simple? Did Jiang Xinyu think him a fool, incapable of managing such trivial tasks? Soon, he reassured himself that every field has its experts, and specialized tasks should indeed be handled by professionals. Su Linyuan returned to his bedroom on the third floor. Upon entering, he was greeted by a clean and tidy room. The clothes that had been piled on the bench at the foot of the bed that morning were now absent. Suddenly struck by a thought, he made his way to the balcony, only to find his underwear flapping in the wind. As thoughts of Jiang Xianyu washing her underwear during the day flooded his mind, his heart raced uncontrollably. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in a serious discussion about the stock market with her, though he had not previously washed his own clothes. The distinction between Aunt Qian assisting him and Jiang Xinyu doing so was monumental. He retrieved his phone and searched for advice on how to face a woman who washed his underwear, only to find a plethora of irrelevant responses, none of which were useful. Frustrated, he tossed his phone onto the bed, gradually convincing himself that it was merely her job, and he could pretend nothing had transpired by tomorrow. While Su Lingyuan was tangled in his thoughts, Jiang Xinyu had completed her work, donning a fluffy thick coat in preparation for her return home. Su Lingyuan stood on the balcony, watching as Jiang Xinyu donned her helmet and leisurely rode her electric scooter out of the villa. As she departed, his emotions began to settle. That evening, after taking a shower, Su Lingyuan resolved to wash his own underwear. He meticulously examined the various types of detergent, calculating the appropriate dosage, and awkwardly set about the task. Fortunately, washing underwear was not overly complicated, and he managed to finish, albeit clumsily. The following morning, while tidying up the room, Jiang Xianyu discovered that she could not find the underwear Su Lingyuan had changed out of. After washing other garments, she spotted the elusive underwear hanging up. Having searched for it all morning, Jiang Xinyu fell silent. Did he find it embarrassing for her to wash his underwear? Perhaps it was for the best, as she too felt a bit awkward about the arrangement. That evening, Jiang Xinyu awaited Su Lingyuan's return for dinner. However, as the clock approached 7, he had yet to arrive. Contemplating the situation, she sent a message to Assistant Zhao via WeChat, inquiring whether Su Lingyuan was working late. Upon receiving her message, Assistant Zhao smacked his forehead in realization. He had forgotten to inform her during the meeting that Su Lingyuan would be returning home late and would not be having dinner there. Apologetically, he relayed the message to Jiang Xianyu. Looking at the meal laid out on the table, Jiang Xianyu replied with an acknowledgement. She reminded herself that this was part of her job and that she needed to adapt. Emerging from the conference room, Su Lingyuan noticed Assistant Zhao typing away intently. He approached and inquired, "What are you doing?" Assistant Zhao looked up and handed his phone to Su Lingyuan. Upon reading the conversation, Su Lingyuan furrowed his brow slightly. Hadn't he instructed Assistant Zhao to inform her before the afternoon meeting? "I apologize. I was preoccupied with preparing materials and momentarily forgot," Assistant Zhao responded. Su Lingyuan waved it off, indicating it was no issue and to be more attentive next time. Assistant Zhao exhaled in relief, affirming, "Understood, Su." As Assistant Zhao prepared to leave, Su Lingyuan called him back. "By the way, please send me Jiang Xinyu's WeChat contact. It would be convenient for me to reach her regarding household matters." Assistant Zhao cast a curious glance at Su Lingyuan, but silently forwarded Jiang Xinyu's WeChat information. Su Lingyuan glanced at the WeChat profile, noting the rather unfortunate nickname. "The fish dies, the net breaks." What an unfortunate moniker. He frowned as he added her contact. The screen lit up for a while, yet there was no immediate response. Su Lingyuan furrowed his brows, pondering whether Jiang Xinyu was perhaps upset. It is indeed vexing to have one's meticulously prepared meal disregarded. He switched off his phone, took the car keys, and returned home to the mountainside villa. Upon entering, he was greeted by an enveloping silence, the only illumination coming from the sensor lights at the entrance. He made his way to the dining room, where the table was immaculate. Venturing into the kitchen, he found it equally pristine. He wondered how Jiang Xinyu had managed the dishes. After receiving precise information from Assistant Zhao, Jiang Xinyu promptly called Lu Lijun. "Sister, come over for a feast." Indeed, she had taken all the dishes home, believing waste to be disgraceful. Lu Lijun, pleasantly surprised, hurried over, her stomach growling in anticipation. The following morning, Jiang Xinyu arrived punctually at the villa. Upon entering, she spotted Su Lingyuan on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. "Good morning, Su Zong." He glanced up, setting aside his device. "Morning." Noticing her untroubled demeanor as she entered the kitchen, he rose to follow her. "Jiang Xinyu." One must not bring emotions to work. Jiang Shenyu looked at him, perplexed. Su Linyuan gestured to his phone, inquiring, "Why has my WeChat friend request not been accepted?" Jiang Shenyu pulled out her phone to check. "Su Zong, you might consider adding a note to identify yourself. I presumed it was a salesperson casting a wide net." Su Linyuan pressed his lips together, regarding his profile picture, a black background with a solitary Z at its center. Such a subtly luxurious and meaningful avatar hardly suggested a mere salesperson. Chapter 23. Barista Jiang Shenyu. Ever since she accepted Su Linyuan's WeChat invitation, Jiang Shenyu felt as though she had donned a shackle. No diligent worker would willingly add their boss on WeChat. She renamed Su Linyuan's contact to Mr. Su, exchanged a few casual words with various friends, and observed her conversation list gradually sinking. A smile graced Jiang Shenyu's lips. Perfect. Before long, the weekend arrived. Jiang Shenyu arrived at the villa early in the morning. Observing the man seated on the sofa, she found herself perplexed. Why would anyone forego a lazy weekend morning? She, having embraced a state of relaxation, aimed to nurture her well-being through early slumber and rising, yet he was not of the same mind. "Good morning, Mr. Su," Jiang Shenyu greeted him. Su Linyuan lifted his gaze from the magazine, replying, "Good morning." Noticing Jiang Shenyu heading towards the kitchen, he inquired, "What are we having for breakfast?" Jiang Shenyu replied, "Let us try something different today, Western style. Fried eggs, bacon, toast, complemented by avocado and smoked salmon, and, of course, a glass of milk." Su Linyuan nodded, "Sounds good." Although he favored traditional Chinese breakfasts, a change of flavor was also delightful. After preparing breakfast, Jiang Shenyu placed Su Linyuan's portion on the dining table and turned to fetch her own. "Wait," Su Linyuan called out to her. Jiang Shenyu raised her eyes, anticipating his next words. He glanced at the kitchen, which, though spacious, was not truly a proper dining area. He felt it inappropriate for Jiang Shenyu to confine herself to the kitchen while eating. Moreover, there was no rule forbidding the housekeeper from dining at the table. Many individuals shared meals with the host. "Bring it over and eat with me." Seeing that he seemed sincere, Jiang Shenyu pursed her lips and turned to carry her breakfast to the table. Eating, much like her demeanor, was gentle and unhurried, a sight that evoked tranquility. Su Linyuan observed her, her eyes slightly curved, revealing an implicit joy in savoring her favorite foods. In the past, Jiang Shenyu had consumed her breakfast in haste. Engrossed in work, she seldom allocated sufficient funds for meals. Mornings often consisted of 2 slices of bread and a glass of water, or perhaps a couple of buns purchased from a roadside vendor. Now, she was liberated from such concerns, blessed with ample time to cook and fine ingredients to utilize. Consequently, she approached cooking with great care. Jiang Shenyu had not anticipated sharing a table with Su Linyuan, based on her gathered information. He was indeed a person with a pronounced sense of territory, and she had never considered he would extend such an invitation. Could it be that her amiable disposition was advantageous in other realms as well? She recalled her former colleagues and mused that perhaps her charm was contingent upon the absence of competitive dynamics. During breakfast, the atmosphere was quiet yet devoid of awkwardness. Both were engaged in their meal with intent. Soon, Su Linyuan finished eating. Jiang Shenyu appreciated his clean plate and happily proceeded to wash the dishes. Su Linyuan remained seated on the sofa, his gaze following Jiang Shenyu's movements. Her presence felt remarkably pronounced in his company. After tidying up the kitchen, Jiang Shenyu ascended the stairs to organize the bedroom and study. Su Linyuan refrained from following her to avoid causing any disruption. As it was the weekend, Jiang Shenyu was also responsible for preparing Su Linyuan's lunch, which meant she could not leave immediately after finishing her tasks, especially since it was already past 10 o'clock. Once the upstairs was cleaned, Su Linyuan retreated to the study to attend to his work. Meanwhile, Jiang Shenyu took a moment to rest before preparing lunch. Just then, her phone alarm rang at 10:30, signaling coffee time. Setting aside her phone, Jiang Shenyu turned to brew coffee for Su Linyuan. On weekdays, Su Linyuan managed his own coffee, but on weekends, it fell to her. Jiang Shenyu was quite adept at making coffee. She prepared a latte adorned with a swan-shaped latte art. Thanks to her work experience, her skills rivaled those of professional baristas. The latte had a rich flavor, with a more pronounced milkiness. Initially, Jiang Shenyu thought Su Linyuan preferred black coffee, but the housekeeper, Mr. Liu, had mentioned that Su Linyuan did not enjoy overly bitter beverages. Carrying the coffee, she ascended to the third-floor study. At that moment, Su Linyuan was poised to type on his phone. Hearing a knock, he set down his device and said, "Come in." Jiang Shenyu placed the coffee within his reach, saying, Mr. Su, your coffee. Su Lin Yuan's mood brightened instantly at the sight of the timely brew. Observing the beautifully presented coffee, his expression softened considerably. Did you buy this? He inquired. Jiang Xinyu shook her head, explaining, I noticed we had a coffee machine at home, so I made a cup myself. Su Lin Yuan gazed at Jiang Xinyu with a look of astonishment, pondering what other surprises she might hold that he was unaware of. Of course, he only entertained the thought internally. Sipping the creamy and aromatic coffee, Su Lin Yuan felt his brow relax. Noticing Jiang Xinyu about to leave, he set down his cup and said, Wait a moment. Jiang Xinyu looked at him questioningly. Is there something else? Su Lin Yuan glanced at the pile of documents beside him. Could you do me a favor? Jiang Xinyu understood immediately. She moved the documents to the other side of the desk and swiftly reviewed and categorized them. Hongxing's. Su Lin Yuan began, but Jiang Xinyu promptly handed him the Hongxing project proposal. He took it and began to read. Jiang Xinyu quickly scanned the remaining documents on the table to familiarize herself with their contents. After reviewing the proposal, Su Lin Yuan made notes on the areas he found unsatisfactory and set the document to his left. Qiheng, he remarked. There were 2 files regarding Qiheng. Jiang Xinyu first presented the due diligence report to Su Lin Yuan, and after he finished, she handed him the company's strategic plan concerning Qiheng. Su Lin Yuan had never experienced such an efficient workflow. Jiang Xinyu cast him a glance and asked, Does this count as overtime? Su Lin Yuan, in a good mood and visibly relaxed, replied with a tone of delight, Not really. However, there will be a bonus. All right, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. Receiving a clear answer, Jiang Xinyu felt invigorated in her work. Su Lin Yuan could sense the pleasant energy radiating from her side, unable to suppress a smile. Money-minded. As Jiang Xinyu concluded her review of the documents in Su Lin Yuan's hands, she, drawing upon her experience in investment banking, handed him another folder. Without raising his gaze, Su Lin Yuan reached out, his fingertips brushing against a soft, cool sensation. A faint crackling sound ensued. Jiang Xinyu gasped softly, quickly retracting her hand. Su Lin Yuan's hand trembled slightly as he lifted his eyes to her, his face flushed with warmth under the sunlight streaming through the window. Jiang Xinyu averted her gaze. Recalling the advice of Butler Liu, it was best not to stare at Mr. Su when he was feeling nervous or awkward. She shifted the topic, remarking on the dry winter air and the prevalence of static electricity. Su Lin Yuan, feeling somewhat awkward, placed his hand at the side of his neck, his slender pinky unconsciously scratching at his earlobe. Yes, static electricity, he echoed. Jiang Xinyu feigned busyness as she glanced at her phone, realizing that it was nearly 20 minutes past 11. Mr. Su, I have organized the documents for you by category. Everything that needs addressing is in this folder. It's getting late, so I'll head down to prepare lunch. Su Lin Yuan instinctively responded. Would you like me to help? Immediately. He was taken aback by his own words, questioning their absurdity. Jiang Xinyu cleared her throat. No need, Mr. Su. Please attend to your matters. I will come to fetch you once the meal is ready. Chapter 24. The repairman Jiang Xinyu. As Jiang Xinyu exited and closed the study door behind her, Su Lin Yuan gradually relaxed his breath. He rose to stretch his limbs and ease his eyes. Reflecting on the recent encounter, Su Lin Yuan could not help but feel a flutter of unease in his heart. Jiang Xinyu seemed shrouded in a veil of mystery, making her difficult to comprehend. She possessed beauty and a commendable character, seemingly excelling at everything she undertook. One could not fathom why such an individual would choose to be a caretaker. It was not that he looked down upon the profession, but rather that, from a societal standpoint, being a caretaker was not typically the first choice for young women. Perplexed, he found himself deep in thought. After a brief respite of 5 minutes, Su Lin Yuan returned to his work, delving into the daily grind of paperwork. Yet, without Jiang Xinyu by his side, his progress inevitably slowed. Jiang Xinyu labored in the kitchen until 12:40, at which point she prepared lunch. She took out her phone and sent Su Lin Yuan a voice message. Mr. Su, lunch is ready. You may come downstairs to dine. Su Lin Yuan listened to the message in silence, closed the documents he had been holding, and descended the stairs for his meal. At the dining table, Jiang Xinyu and Su Lin Yuan faced one another. The table was adorned with Su Lin Yuan's favorite dishes. Observing Jiang Xinyu, he inquired, Once this month concludes, would you consider working at my company? Jiang Xinyu paused for 2 seconds, carefully organizing her thoughts before responding. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Su. But I prefer not to work in investment banking. Su Lin Yuan pressed further. Why not? The salary is negotiable. With a slight smile, Jiang Xinyu replied. I do not relish a high-pressure work environment. The demands of investment banking are too exhausting. She refrained from mentioning the non-compete agreement, remembering how she had previously secured a project from Qingyuan Capital. How could she dare to speak of such matters in front of their boss? Moreover, her tenure here was not meant to be long. She would depart in a month, making it unnecessary to complicate matters. Su Linyuan gazed at her intently, then tugged at the corners of his mouth, stating, "If you change your mind, do let me know." He did not perceive Jiang Xinyu as someone who shied away from work-related stress. Rather, he remained uncertain as to why she eschewed a career in investment banking. Respecting her privacy, he refrained from conducting any personal investigations. After all, Jiang Xinyu had been recommended by his grandparents. They must have known her circumstances well. As long as she posed no issues, he deemed it inappropriate to meddle in her private affairs. Nevertheless, it was indeed a pity to see such talent underutilized. Soon, Su Linyuan realized that his understanding of Jiang Xinyu remained rather superficial. The following morning, after completing his morning exercises, Su Linyuan went to take a shower, only to discover that the showerhead's connection was leaking. Frowning, he hurriedly finished washing. Even after turning off the shower, the faucet continued to drip. Upon emerging, he noticed Jiang Xinyu tidying the study and approached her, saying, "Jiang Xinyu, it seems the shower in the bathroom is leaking. Please arrange for someone to repair it." Jiang Xinyu appeared surprised, asking, "Do showers in wealthy households also leak?" "I will take a look." Su Linyuan intended to suggest that a professional repairman would suffice, as she would not be able to fix it herself, but he still followed her into the bathroom. The bathroom, still suffused with residual steam from a recent shower, carried the faint yet refreshing scent of Su Linyuan's preferred personal care products. Jiang Xinyu bent down to observe the dripping faucet, quickly discerning the source of the issue. She turned her head, preparing to rise. Su Linyuan, who was beside her, was also leaning towards the faucet. He did not anticipate Jiang Xinyu's sudden movement. As she turned back, his cool lips unexpectedly brushed against her forehead. A tremor coursed through Jiang Xinyu's pupils, and instinctively, she placed a hand against the wall, leaning back just enough to steady herself. An unexpected silence enveloped the air, as Su Linyuan's gaze fixated on the delicate expanse of Jiang Xinyu's forehead, a flush creeping up to his ears. At that moment, Jiang Xinyu instinctively softened her breath, her hand pressing against the wall with slight pressure. Su Linyuan's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. He parted his lips, wishing to utter something, yet his mind was a blank canvas. Jiang Xinyu sidestepped, adopting a somewhat awkward posture to escape the enveloping aura of his presence. She inhaled deeply and said, I will take care of the leak issue." Su Linyuan straightened slowly, his voice low, "All right." The two exited the bathroom in succession. Jiang Xinyu did not glance back at him, instead turning towards the tool room in search of equipment. Su Linyuan watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. Soon, Jiang Xinyu returned with the toolbox. Su Linyuan followed her back into the bathroom. As they passed the bathroom mirror, he became acutely aware of the deep crimson tint on his cheeks. His breath caught in his throat, heart pounding fiercely, and he quickly averted his gaze. Jiang Xinyu had regained her composure. She extracted a wrench and gestured towards the shower valve. The valve beneath the shower head was round, and the wrench was somewhat slippery, making it difficult to maneuver. Observing this, Su Linyuan suggested, "Perhaps we should call a professional to fix it." Jiang Xinyu rummaged through the toolbox and found a box of rubber bands. As she began wrapping a rubber band around the cylindrical valve, she replied, "It's all right. It's not a big deal." Indeed, once the rubber band was in place, the wrench became manageable. Jiang Xinyu moved with practiced ease, the overhead light casting a halo around her dark hair, her features partially obscured in shadow, exuding intense focus. As she tightened the wrench, her lips pressed together slightly. During the effort, the corners of her usually upturned mouth unconsciously dipped. Su Linyuan found himself momentarily entranced. The valve was soon detached, and upon glancing down, Jiang Xinyu confirmed that the sealing ring was indeed damaged. "Just replace the sealing ring," she noted. Su Linyuan, realizing the simplicity of the solution, nodded, "Yes, let us replace it." Jiang Xinyu chuckled at his delayed reaction, the earlier awkwardness dissipating instantly. "I'll find someone to order a few sealing rings." "All right." After placing her order, she shook her phone, adding, "I'll need reimbursement." Su Linyuan's lips curled into a smile. "Of course, I'll cover the repair costs." Jiang Xinyu's eyes sparkled again. "Thank you, boss." Su Linyuan rubbed his nose. "It's what you deserve." Jiang Xinyu expressed her fondness for his words. The errand runner swiftly delivered the sealing ring, which Jiang Xinyu promptly replaced, reassembling the switch with care. She turned the switch and tested it. Not a single drop of water leaked. Su Linyuan was taken aback, astonished that the repair had indeed been accomplished. "How is it that you can do everything?" he inquired. Jiang Xinyu, tidying up her toolbox, returned his gaze with a smile, saying, "It's nothing, merely a matter of practice." Su Linyuan felt a sense of being misled. Who would possess such adeptness in repairs, if not a professional? Jiang Xinyu perceived his skepticism, chuckling softly and choosing not to elaborate further. Not every dwelling is like this villa, where issues rarely arise after many years. Clogged drainage pipes, leaking showers, inadequately sealed windows, intermittently malfunctioning range hoods, and faulty rebound devices are far more commonplace. The minutiae of daily life encompass far more than one might assume. Chapter 25. The former company's request Jiang Xinyu had become increasingly adept at her duties as a maid at the hillside villa. Meanwhile, Huayuan Venture Capital was enveloped in a cloud of low morale due to the ongoing difficulties with the Tianyuan pharmaceutical project. Originally under Jiang Xinyu's stewardship, the project had now been handed over to General Manager Feng following her departure. Chairman Zhu of Tianyuan Pharmaceutical had held Jiang Xinyu in high regard, and under her management, the project had progressed smoothly. The preliminary due diligence reports had yielded commendable data, and the financial and legal verifications were proceeding methodically. The company's prospects appeared promising. However, after more than 2 months, Tianyuan Pharmaceutical soon discovered that the point of contact had changed. It was no surprise that it had taken them so long to realize this. At that moment, they were engaged in financial and legal audits, with subordinates handling the day-to-day matters, thus avoiding the need for Chairman Zhu or Jiang Xinyu to intervene. It was only when the project required a meeting between both parties that Chairman Zhu detected the discrepancy. His expression darkened instantly. "Why has there been a sudden change in personnel?" he inquired. General Manager Feng replied with a smile, "Our General Manager Jiang has been reassigned to oversee other projects. Henceforth, I will take responsibility for your account." Chairman Zhu scrutinized the familiar analysts trailing behind General Manager Feng, noticing their averted gazes. He chose not to elaborate further, rising to his feet and stating, "Your sudden personnel change has eroded my trust in your team." As Tianyuan Pharmaceutical stood on the brink of an IPO, Huayuan's actions left him anxious. General Manager Feng retorted, "We at Huayuan are an established investment bank, having successfully facilitated numerous companies to go public. General Manager Jiang was merely a VP, and her departure will not disrupt our operations. As long as Huayuan maintains its integrity, your interests will remain secure." Chairman Zhu, however, was not swayed by this argument. "Either let Jiang return to the negotiations, or have your general manager face me." The smile on Feng Ming's face nearly faltered, and observing Zhu's resolute stance, he could only retreat in defeat. Upon returning, Feng Ming reported the incident to upper management, prompting the general manager to convene an urgent meeting. Lu, who had been instrumental in Jiang Xinyu's departure, now shrank back, hesitant to speak. "Lao Lu, what do you propose we do now?" the general manager inquired. Lu Tianquan exchanged glances with the general manager, weighing his words before suggesting, "Perhaps we should call Jiang Xinyu and see if she would be willing to return. We could consider waiving the non-compete agreement." He had not anticipated that Jiang Xinyu would be viewed as such a reliable figure by the company heads. However, persuading them to abandon the Tianyuan pharmaceutical project was out of the question. Once Tianyuan completed its IPO, the initial funding was conservatively estimated to exceed 1 billion. The underwriting fees for the investment bank would range from 3 to 5% of the financing amount, translating to 30 to 50 million, with potential fees surpassing 100 million if the financing exceeded 20 billion. The project leader would also receive a substantial sponsorship fee, making it unthinkable for anyone to relinquish such an opportunity. The general manager, eyes downcast, closed the file. "You were the one who pushed her out. It is your responsibility to bring her back. Rest assured, I will make every effort to secure her return," Lu Tianquan responded, gritting his teeth. He now finds himself in a predicament, left with no choice but to give it a try. After the meeting concluded, Jiang Yuan and his colleagues returned to their desks, each one appearing listless. One remarked, "If only President Jiang were still here." The others echoed this sentiment. Jiang Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. This project was initially deemed almost certain, and their bonuses hinged entirely upon it. It must be said that President Jiang was indeed the fastest rising star at Huayuan, and it was evident that Director Zhu had immense trust in her. Who could argue otherwise? If President Jiang were present, the bonuses would undoubtedly be secured. It was all due to Song Yuan's loose tongue. President Feng and the others had been overly oppressive, forcing President Jiang to depart. No sooner had the words left his lips than a colleague nearby tugged at him. At that moment, he noticed Feng Ming standing behind them. Feng Ming shot a glare at the one who had just spoken. If you were so reluctant to part with Jiang Xinyu, you are welcome to resign and seek her out. The group fell silent. Once Feng Ming had left, they exchanged knowing glances and subtle gestures. After General Manager Liu exited the meeting room, he searched for Jiang Xinyu in the group chat. After a prolonged search, he discovered that Jiang Xinyu had actually left the group. He scrolled through several chats, finding none that included her. Fortunately, he still had her mobile number. Yet when he called, it rang out, indicating that the line could not be connected. After several attempts, he hung up in frustration, his face contorted with anger. Damn it, she must have blocked me. He resorted to using another colleague's phone to call, and while the call connected, no one answered, just a persistent ringing. Lu Tianquan felt a wave of anxiety and frustration wash over him, his body trembling. Jiang Xinyu had the numbers of her former colleagues. When calls from her ex-colleagues began to appear one after another, she realized that something must have gone awry at Huayuan. However, this was of no concern to her. She had transferred all her responsibilities without reservation. If issues arose now, they were not her burden to bear. Hence, she felt no obligation to answer. As expected, the ringing ceased after several attempts. During dinner, ever since the weekend when Su Lingyuan had invited Jiang Xinyu to share a meal, they had maintained this arrangement. Just as Jiang Xinyu began her meal, her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. She hesitated momentarily. Su Lingyuan observed her with a questioning gaze. Jiang Xinyu set down her chopsticks, picked up her phone, and walked towards the living room sofa. Mr. Su, please continue eating. I must take this call. Su Lingyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Xinyu answered, only to hear that distasteful voice on the other end. President Jiang, it has been a while. How have you been? Jiang Xinyu scoffed coldly. I do not recall our relationship being close enough for you to address me in such a manner. Lu Tianquan exerted every ounce of his patience to refrain from responding with harsh words. President Jiang, you jest. After all, we have worked together for many years. And you have been one of my key players. Jiang Xianyu's expression remained indifferent, her lips, which usually bore a smile, now turned downward. A key player? You flatter me. Now, what is it that you seek? Lu Tianquan lightly cleared his throat and remarked, President Jiang, I wonder if you have recently found a position that suits you. If not, perhaps you might consider returning to us. I will personally ensure that your position is reserved with General Hua. No need, Jiang Xinyu replied calmly. I am quite content with my current job. President Jiang, if we are to discuss the speed at which money can be made, no enterprise can compare to investment banking. Why should you forego financial opportunities for the sake of momentary pride? Jiang Xinyu's tone remained steady. Money is merely a means, as long as it suffices. I see no reason to linger on this matter. If there is nothing else, I shall end the call. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianquan hurriedly interjected, wait a moment. President Jiang, if you were to return, I would personally apologize to you, and all the projects you previously handled would be returned to your oversight. Jiang Xinyu found this amusing, responding, you are not suggesting that you are unable to manage the projects, and that is why you seek my assistance, are you? I'm afraid I lack both the time and the interest. With that, she promptly hung up the phone. Rising, she turned and met Su Linyuan's gaze, which bore a hint of depth. Su Linyuan swore he was not the type to eavesdrop on conversations. However, given the chill outside, Jiang Xinyu had remained indoors, taking the call in the nearby living room. Although her voice was soft, he could still hear her words. Chapter 26. Other investment banks seeking talent. The awkwardness of overhearing another's phone conversation did not linger long on Su Linyuan's face. He spoke up first, urging, let us eat quickly, otherwise, the food will grow cold. Oh, Jiang Xinyu obediently responded, her demeanor returning to its previous gentle nature. Su Linyuan paused momentarily, glancing at her with curiosity. The young lady possessed two distinct personas. Unaware of Su Linyuan's gaze, Jiang Xinyu was preoccupied with her hunger. However, after just a couple of bites, her phone rang once more. This time, she promptly powered it off. Su Linyuan suppressed his curiosity, but eventually inquired, was that a call from your former company? Jiang Xinyu acknowledged with a soft Do you require my assistance? Su Linyuan offered. Jiang Xinyu shook her head, replying, thank you, Mr. Su, but it is unnecessary. Seeing that she was not merely putting on a brave face, he resumed his meal. After a few more bites, he asked, did your previous company treat you poorly? For reasons unbeknownst to him, He found himself inexplicably concerned about Jiang Xinyu's situation. It was quite good at first, she replied. But later, due to some personal matters, things became somewhat unpleasant. A pang of discomfort clawed at Su Linyuan's heart. Yet, observing Jiang Xinyu's expression as she spoke, he hesitated to press further. After spending some time together, he had come to perceive her as an exceptionally gentle soul. And the mere thought of her having faced grievances stirred an unsettling feeling within him. With this in mind, he ladled a chicken leg from the soup into her bowl, then nonchalantly returned to his meal. Staring at the chicken leg in her bowl, Jiang Xinyu momentarily froze, then could not help but let a smile creep onto her lips. Before her stood a man of extraordinary privilege, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, surrounded by nothing but the finest. Yet, this aristocrat possessed a fundamentally kind nature, which compelled admiration. "Thank you for the chicken leg, Mr. Su," Jiang Xinyu playfully remarked. Su Linyuan was taken aback by her sudden gratitude, choking slightly and turning to cough, his handsome face turning crimson. The awkwardness of having served her the chicken leg had already unsettled him. Now, being suddenly called out made his heart skip a beat. Jiang Xinyu quickly rose to pour him a glass of water, gently patting his back. "I apologize, it was unintentional." Su Linyuan accepted the water, taking a sip to calm himself, and hastily waved his hand, saying, "I am fine now." The gentle touch on his back felt electrifying, sending a tingling sensation through him. Seeing that his coughing had indeed lessened, Jiang Xinyu returned to her seat to continue her meal. During the remainder of their dining experience, Su Linyuan remained composed, refraining from any unnecessary movements. After dinner, Jiang Xinyu took her leave. Su Linyuan stood by the window on the first floor, watching her ride away on her little electric scooter until she disappeared from view before he prepared to head to his bedroom. Just as he was about to turn, he caught a glimpse of a shadow by the window. Before the grand floor-to-ceiling window stood a tabby cat. Su Linyuan regarded it for a few moments but made no move to go outside. This cat was a stray that frequented the vicinity of his garden. The garden here is rather expansive, inevitably attracting mice or other small creatures, which is why he refrained from instructing the staff to remove them. It is likely that, given the current cold weather, the creature seeks warmth and thus approaches the house. He contemplated taking the time in the coming days to purchase a cozy nest for it, ensuring it has shelter before the snow falls, lest it succumb to the harshness of winter. As for adopting it, Su Linyuan had not entertained that notion, as he could not endure the scent and fur of cats. For 2 consecutive days, Lu Tianquan was unable to establish contact with Jiang Xinyu. Chairman Zhu had grown increasingly impatient, and President Hua issued Lu Tianquan a final ultimatum. On this day, Lu Tianquan acquired some items and proceeded to the address he had discovered in the Human Resources Department pertaining to Jiang Xinyu. Upon entering the dimly lit corridor of the dilapidated environment, he struggled against the impulse to turn back. He found it unsurprising that Jiang Xinyu resided in such a place. Considering her parents, no amount of money would suffice to retain them. This was also the reason he had felt so emboldened when confronting her. With a mental curse, he approached the door, only to be greeted by a scruffy-looking man. Lu Tianquan silently scoffed, taken aback by Jiang Xinyu's apparent lack of discretion. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile, saying, "Hello, I am looking for Jiang Xinyu." The man glanced at the impeccably dressed figure before him and retorted, "You've got the wrong person. There is no one by that name here." With that, he abruptly slammed the door shut. Cursing the affluent individual under his breath, Lu Tianquan knocked persistently, only to be met with insults twice before he finally grasped the situation. Jiang Xinyu had vacated the premises. The facade of cordiality he had maintained through this ordeal evaporated, and fury welled within him. "You wretched pauper, could you not have mentioned this sooner? You deserve to be poor your entire life." With a loud crash, the man hurled the pot he had been holding, glaring fiercely. "Do you wish to fight? I've been disliking your smug face for some time." The scruffy man, robust and imposing, loomed over the shorter, stockier Lu Tianquan like a giant. Lu Tianquan's complexion paled, and he tossed the nutritional supplements he was holding at the man before fleeing in haste. The man, watching the cowardly figure retreat, brought the supplements inside, muttering a curse. "Coward." Lu Tianquan's failure to locate Jiang Xinyu left President Hua's countenance as dark as ink. Chairman Zhu of Tianyuan Pharmaceutical had a straightforward demand. Either the original Jiang Xinyu would reconnect with him, or President Hua would have to go personally. While President Hua was indeed capable of making the visit, it was not a simple endeavor. The insistence on his personal attendance was merely a tactic to engage with the decision-maker and reduce underwriting costs. Initially, President Hua was not inclined to yield. However, Chairman Zhu had begun reaching out to other investment banks. Given the promising prospects of Tianyuan Pharmaceutical, he could not afford to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. Ultimately, President Hua decided to negotiate with Tianyuan Pharmaceutical and Chairman Zhu. Consequently, the underwriting fees were significantly reduced, leaving President Hua feeling a pang of regret upon his return. Yet he saw no alternative. In a fit of anger and humiliation, he exclaimed, "Blacklist her. Jiang Xianyu is utterly ungrateful." Lu Tianquan dared not interject. Yet he felt within that it was no longer necessary. Although Huayuan Venture Capital is not insignificant in scale, it pales in comparison to the larger brokerages. Its efforts to impose restrictions are only effective within a limited scope. Jiang Xianyu possesses both talent and commendable achievements. Should she choose to align herself with another brokerage, there would undoubtedly be ample opportunities awaiting her. This is merely a pretext for President Hua to vent his frustrations. Following this incident, the news of Gina's departure from Huayuan Venture Capital has circulated within the investment banking circles of Haishur. Though Gina is relatively new, her successful acquisition of Xinjiang Technology under Cheng Yuan's guidance is well documented, prompting some investment banks to become increasingly eager. While the non-compete agreement poses a challenge, it is not insurmountable. Recently, Lu Lijun has been somewhat troubled. President Qi is aware of Jiang Xianyu's exit from Huayuan Venture Capital and has been persistently expressing his desire to recruit her. Unfortunately, he has been unable to locate her. The outside world only recognizes her by the name Gina, and given that Jiang Xianyu was recently promoted to VP, few are privy to her specific circumstances. Lu Lijun knows where Jiang Xianyu is, but the latter has no intention of re-entering the capital sphere. After considerable reflection, she decides to remain discreet about it. However, she feels compelled to communicate with Xiaoyu in advance. Upon learning of this situation, Jiang Xianyu is somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, her resolve to distance herself from the capital realm remains steadfast. Unless she were to go abroad, should her continued involvement in investment banking come to light, her parents would undoubtedly seek her out, possibly even reporting her as missing. There are countless methods available to them to locate her. In such a scenario, regardless of her emotional detachment, a commotion at her workplace would likely lead to history repeating itself. She harbors a profound distrust of human nature. Upon hearing Jiang Xianyu's concerns, Lu Lijun does not press her further. Currently, Jiang Xianyu enjoys a tranquil existence, and she values this peace. Hence, Lu Lijun resolves to support her choice. Chapter 27. The slim-waisted Gina's departure. Su Linyuan had heard whispers regarding Gina's departure and thus requested assistant Zhao to keep an ear out for any news concerning her. However, he harbored a foreboding intuition that she might not wish to re-enter the capital sphere. It is not uncommon for one to leave shortly after a promotion, indicating there may be circumstances at play. Yet, he remained uncertain about the specifics surrounding Gina's situation. That morning, Su Linyuan refrained from attending the office. After having breakfast with Jiang Xianyu and preparing to return home, he inquired, "Have you ever owned a cat?" Jiang Xianyu shook her head, responding, "I could not afford to keep one under my previous circumstances." A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Su Linyuan's otherwise impassive face. He found himself pondering whether caring for a cat truly demanded such financial resources. Having posed the question, he continued, "Do you know where I might find a pet supply store?" Jiang Xianyu regarded him with curiosity, asking, "Are you planning to get a cat?" She had heard of Su Linyuan's mild obsession with cleanliness. If he intended to acquire a cat and require her assistance as a caretaker, that would necessitate a different arrangement. Su Linyuan, oblivious to Jiang Xianyu's insinuation, turned his gaze towards the window and explained, "Not quite. But there has been a stray cat in my garden that helps me catch mice and insects. With winter approaching, I thought of purchasing it a shelter for the garden entrance to prevent it from freezing to death." Jiang Xianyu pondered for a moment. Typically, pet supply stores sold open cat houses or indoor cat structures that required the owner to open doors, neither of which would be suitable for outdoor placement. "Are you in a hurry?" she asked. Su Linyuan checked the weather forecast for the next couple of days, noting that the temperatures were mild and sunny. Thus he felt no urgency. "That simplifies matters. I can construct one," she replied confidently, as woodworking was her forte. Su Linyuan gazed into her lively eyes and murmured, "You can do that too?" "Indeed. I was adept at basic woodworking since childhood. I even crafted small pieces of furniture for myself," she replied. Su Linyuan sighed silently, suddenly realizing that aside from his ability to generate wealth, he seemed lacking in other skills. "Do you require any materials?" "I can have them delivered," he offered. Jiang Xinyu promptly declined, stating, No need. I noticed some discarded furniture in the villa area. I can repurpose the wood. As for the tools, I can simply borrow some from the property management. Their maintenance staff has what I need. Seeing her well prepared, Su Linyuan made a call to request the necessary woodworking tools from the property management. The management here in the villa area was markedly different from that of other neighborhoods, which merely collected fees without offering any service. The fees here were exorbitant, yet the service was exemplary. They routinely dispatched personnel to clean the entire house, eradicate pests, and address any issues. One phone call would summon staff in an electric cart to one's doorstep. Before long, a white electric cart arrived, manned by 2 uniformed staff members, with the back 2 rows filled with woodworking tools. The driver was Li Tsong, the property manager responsible for Su Linyuan's villa. Mr. Su, I have brought the tools you requested. Where would you like them placed? Li Tsong inquired. Su Linyuan directed his gaze toward Jiang Xinyu. Jiang Xinyu scanned the surroundings, seeking a sunny spot, and decided to place the items there. Li Tsong immediately began unloading tools with his colleagues. At that moment, Jiang Xinyu realized they had also brought some wooden boards along with paints and sandpaper. Indeed, such a level of service was a result of substantial financial investment. She suddenly felt a bit awkward. She wondered if her offer to assist in making a cat house was unnecessary, even though ready-made cat houses might not be available. For a wealthy individual like Su Linyuan, acquiring one would simply be a matter of uttering a single command. If none were on hand, someone would surely craft one on the spot. Once Li Tsong and his team unloaded everything, they courteously inquired, "Is there anything else you require, Mr. Su? Please do not hesitate to instruct us, and we will deliver promptly." Su Linyuan's gaze shifted back to Jiang Xinyu, who appeared somewhat dispirited. Perplexed by the sudden change in her demeanor, she had been radiant just moments before. He asked, "What is the matter?" Jiang Xinyu took a deep breath, quickly adjusting her composure. "It's nothing," she replied before turning to Li Tsong and his team, saying, "This is sufficient. Thank you for your help." Li Tsong responded respectfully, "This is the least we could do." Sensing that the owner had no further requests, Li Tsong and his colleagues departed in their vehicle. Su Linyuan glanced at the items nearby, a spark of eagerness igniting in his eyes. "Jiang Xinyu, come here. How do we handle these?" Jiang Xinyu was taken aback by Su Linyuan's enthusiasm. Realizing he might not have encountered such tasks before, she understood his perspective. As a worker, her priority was to ensure her employer was pleased, so her offer to assist did not seem excessive after all. She recognized that she had perhaps been overthinking things. After her rebirth, she often claimed to be different from her previous self, having gained clarity about her parents and resolved to live for herself. Yet, her personality could not transform overnight. Growing up, she had been suppressed by her parents both verbally and through actions. She longed for validation, recognition, and a sense of being needed, which drove her to strive for excellence in everything she undertook. Helping others solve their problems provided her with a peculiar sense of fulfillment. Seeing Su Linyuan approach woodworking with enthusiasm rather than annoyance, her earlier unease began to dissipate. Su Linyuan sorted the boards by size and then turned to Jiang Xinyu, asking, "How should we proceed with these?" Jiang Xinyu glanced at his expensive attire and then turned to fetch an apron, saying, "Please wait a moment. I'll grab an apron and gloves." There were plenty of aprons at home, though all were feminine. While Jiang Xinyu could wear one comfortably for the towering Su Linyuan, it would likely resemble a rather oversized smock. She quickly donned her apron and turned to find Su Linyuan still holding the apron, seemingly at a loss. Noticing his hesitation, Jiang Xinyu took the apron and deftly helped him put it on. With a few swift movements, she secured the apron around him. Although Su Linyuan was tall, his waist was slender enough for the apron to fit. Jiang Xinyu's rapid actions inadvertently tightened the waist ties, causing Su Linyuan to instinctively tense his core. Observing the excessively long cord in her hands, Jiang Xinyu suddenly realized how slender the man's waist was. The tightness of the cord accentuated an aura of restraint about him. Hastily, she loosened the cord, tying a gentle knot at his lower back. After completing this task, she discreetly exhaled, only to discover that Su Linyuan was gazing elsewhere, his ears tinged with a faint blush. Clearing her throat softly, she proposed, "Shall we begin?" Constructing a cat house was not a daunting task for Jiang Xinyu. The dimensions were etched in her mind, rendering the drawing unnecessary. She retrieved a ruler and pencil, measuring the required lengths of wood and marking them accordingly. Once prepared, she placed the boards on the stool, stepped onto one, and adeptly sawed off the excess length. Jiang Xinyu handled the saw with remarkable skill, making the task appear effortless. Watching her balance on the wooden board, saw in hand, Su Linyuan felt an urge to give it a try. Chapter 28 Today, the carpenter Xiao Jiang was to give it a try. Su Linyuan ultimately could not restrain himself. Jiang Xinyu paused in her task of sawing wood and obediently handed the saw to Su Linyuan. His fingers were long, pale, and distinctly knuckled, a stark contrast to the delicate hands of a woman. The sinews and bones were visible on his hands, and he wore a simple ring on his right index finger. His nails trimmed neatly and cleanly, betraying no hint of a carpenter's life. Jiang Xinyu offered him a pair of gloves. "Mr. Su, please remove your ring, otherwise it may press against your finger." Su Linyuan took off the ring and signaled for Jiang Xinyu to extend her hand. She complied, and he placed the ring in the palm of her hand. The ring still held the warmth of his fingers, creating a stark contrast with her icy touch. As he positioned the ring, his fingertips inevitably brushed against her palm, chilled by her hand's temperature, a stark reminder that she had just been sawing wood while wearing gloves. "Your hands are quite cold," Jiang Xinyu said, feeling a sudden rush of anxiety. Discussing the temperature of hands between young men and women seemed overly intimate. She instinctively tightened her grip on the ring, allowing her hands to drop. I was born this way." In truth, she had been somewhat anemic, having eaten poorly throughout her childhood and having to assist her family with labor. Enduring cold water in the winter was commonplace. Later, working to earn money had taken a toll on her health, rendering her weaker than most. Even after starting her job, she refrained from indulging in food and drink, sending her earnings home, which naturally left her in a less robust state than her peers. Her current resilience was largely a result of training with Grandpa Su and Grandma Su at the old Su residence. Observing the woman's slightly furrowed brow, Su Linyuan handed her the gloves he had just donned. Were the gloves? These white work gloves, imbued with warmth from his dry hands, offered a gentle consolation. She felt that even the unfeeling wood was warmer than her hands, and putting on the gloves provided a semblance of warmth returning to her. Su Linyuan watched as she donned one glove adeptly while the other hand clutched the ring tightly, her fingers curled into a fist within the glove, the four-finger sleeves drooping comically. He chuckled softly and donned another pair of gloves himself before starting to saw the wood. Initially, Su Linyuan found the act of sawing wood to be deceptively simple, but once he took hold of the saw, he discovered the task was far from easy. The blade became lodged in the wood, and when he attempted to move it, the saw twisted awkwardly, resembling a limp noodle, threatening to falter at any moment. Jiang Xinyu stepped forward to offer guidance, emphasizing the importance of the cutting speed and angle, as well as the necessity of maintaining proper posture. Balance was crucial, and one must avoid excessive force when sawing. For the first time, Su Linyuan questioned his own intelligence. He comprehended every word she uttered, yet the practical application eluded him. After several unsuccessful attempts, his face flushed with embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. "Come here, teach me step by step." Jiang Xinyu pressed her lips together, observing his confusion. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth, removed her gloves, placed the ring atop them, and tucked them into her pocket before approaching him. As Jiang Xinyu drew near, Su Linyuan caught a whiff of her faint fragrance, neither the familiar scent of a renowned perfume nor anything overt, but a subtle and indescribable cool aroma. Jiang Xinyu lifted her hand and placed it upon Su Linyuan's large one, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Her hand, as described in literature, was like ice and jade, cold to the touch and devoid of warmth, yet its smoothness was distinctly different from that of a man's hand. However, after the initial chill, he felt a tingling sensation radiating from where their hands met, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the saw. Jiang Xinyu's hands had achieved this delicate state largely due to her inherent grace and the fact that her work did not involve heavy lifting. Nevertheless, she still bore a layer of calluses on her palms. Noticing Su Linyuan's grip on the saw slacken, Jiang Xinyu tightened her hold on his fingertips. Su Linyuan was abruptly brought back to focus, his gaze lowering, long eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, concealing the flicker of emotion within. Initially awkward, Jiang Xinyu soon regained her composure. Carpentry was familiar territory for her. She guided his hand through the motions, while Su Linyuan barely maintained his grip on the saw, relinquishing control to her expertise. Her slender arms crossed in front of him, creating a momentary distraction. Once she had explained the technique, she inquired, "Do you understand now?" Su Linyuan, momentarily lost in thought, replied, "All right, I will give it a few more tries." Jiang Xinyu, observing his silence, understood all too well. A domineering figure could not admit to ignorance. This time, Su Linyuan attentively felt the strength and direction of Jiang Xinyu's guiding hand, quickly grasping the technique. Satisfied that he had comprehended the task, Jiang Xinyu released his hand. The moment their hands parted, Su Linyuan felt a slight coolness on the back of his hand. Oh, it must be the wind, he mused. In the ensuing moments, Su Linyuan sawed the wood into varying lengths according to the marked lines, while Jiang Xinyu used a nail gun to fasten the pieces together in the shape of a house, a triangular roof, sturdy 4 walls, and an arched open door. Upon witnessing the formation of the house, Su Linyuan felt a sense of accomplishment that rivaled that of securing a significant project. Jiang Xinyu then added a base beneath the house to prevent it from resting directly on the ground, ensuring that it would remain safe from rain or snow. After completing this, she affixed a slanted board at the entrance to serve as stairs, facilitating the cat's comings and goings. As she admired the nearly finished cat house, a smile blossomed on Jiang Xinyu's face. Later, I will install some waterproof materials on the roof and surround the interior with a lining. Once I place some warm cushions inside, the cats will be safe throughout the winter. Su Linyuan slightly leaned in to listen, responding with a simple, mm. Seeing that there was still ample time, Jiang Xinyu took out sandpaper to begin polishing, and Su Linyuan joined her in the task. Soon, the rough edges of the cat house's wooden panels were smoothed out. Is this sufficient? Su Linyuan inquired. Jiang Xinyu glanced over and finally discovered a bucket of wood wax oil among the items sent by Li Tsong and the others. Applying a bit more wood wax oil for waterproofing and anti-corrosion was a task devoid of complexity, and Su Linyuan mastered it swiftly. When the entire cat house was completed and placed in the corner of the garden, Su Linyuan found himself somewhat incredulous. He looked at Jiang Xinyu and sincerely remarked, "You are truly remarkable." Jiang Xinyu gazed back at him, a surge of indescribable emotions swirling in her eyes. Was she truly remarkable? She seldom received such direct praise from others. Throughout her life, in her parents' eyes, these were merely skills she needed to acquire to alleviate their burdens and avoid being a source of trouble. Did these accomplishments truly impress him? Su Linyuan admired the cat house for quite some time, eventually taking out his phone to capture a few pictures. He contemplated posting them to his social media, but hesitated, wondering if that would be too ostentatious. Ultimately, he decided against sharing, choosing instead to keep the photos for his personal enjoyment. Once they finished tidying up the area, the two of them entered the villa. The warmth from the heating gradually thawed their previously chilled hands and feet. They both went to the bathroom to wash their hands and freshen up. As Su Linyuan tugged at the apron strings behind him, attempting to remove the apron, he discovered that the strings had become tightly knotted. Turning his back to Jiang Xinyu, he asked, "Could you help me untie this?" Jiang Xinyu stepped forward, her lack of nails forcing her to work gradually to loosen the knot. As she pulled at the strings, they accentuated the contours of Su Linyuan's waist with no gaps in between. From a distance, the man appeared tall and slender, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, a figure that would entice admiration from any woman. Particularly striking was the slightly low collar of his shirt, revealing his collarbone and neck. The collarbone was elegantly shaped, the neck elongated, and the prominence of his Adam's apple added to his allure. At that moment, as he slightly turned his head to glance back, the lines of his neck appeared even more exquisite. Chapter 29 Reflection. As Jiang Xinyu unfastened the apron from Su Linyuan, she felt as though she had just emerged from a fierce battle. Standing behind him, enveloped by his presence, she found it difficult to inhale deeply, overwhelmed by his scent. "All done," she said. Su Linyuan responded with a soft grunt, his voice hoarse as if it had not been used in ages. He removed the apron, and Jiang Xinyu instinctively handed him the ring. As he reached for it, she noticed several blisters forming on his palm. Without a word, she led him back to the bathroom to wash his hands with soap and gently dried them with a paper towel. "These blisters are not too large, so there's no need to lance them. They will absorb on their own. Just be careful not to irritate them in the next few days." Su Linyuan shook his hand, feeling a twinge of pain, but it was manageable. "I will be cautious," he assured her. Seeing him like this, Jiang Xinyu remarked, "Your right hand seems to be quite unfortunate." He replied, puzzled. "Within less than 2 weeks, your right hand has been injured for the second time." Recalling the first incident when his hand was cut, he cleared his throat awkwardly. It was merely an accident. He suddenly felt somewhat clumsy during this period. Jiang Xinyu suggested, "You should take good care of your hand over the next few days." He readily agreed. "All right, for the next few days, I shall use my left hand. If you need assistance with anything, do not hesitate to ask." Su Linyuan replied, "I will speak up if necessary." When Jiang Xinyu witnessed Su Linyuan signing with his left hand, she was utterly astounded. Most individuals, even when writing with their left hand, could not produce such elegant script. And astonishingly, The handwriting of both hands was nearly indistinguishable. Noticing her astonishment, a sense of pride welled up within Su Linyuan. His confidence, which had been shattered by her earlier critiques, was gradually being restored. However, his expression remained neutral, so Jiang Xinyu failed to perceive the shift in his emotions. Seemingly casually, he remarked, "It's nothing. I was left-handed as a child and later consciously changed. It is said that left-handed individuals possess a natural aptitude for mathematics. Perhaps there is some truth to that," Jiang Xinyu mused, reflecting on Su Linyuan's reputation in the financial sphere. Su Linyuan raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with interest. The following day, the waterproof materials Su Linyuan had ordered arrived, and together they prepared the cat house, placing it in an area frequented by the tabby cat. With the sunny weather of late, the cat had yet to venture inside. When the temperatures dropped or snow fell, the cat would instinctively seek refuge from the cold. Thus, there was no rush. However, Su Linyuan had an unexpected business trip to the capital. Jiang Xinyu began packing his luggage. Previously, Su Linyuan's travel bags had been arranged by Assistant Zhao, but now, with Jiang Xinyu's assistance, he need not make an additional trip. Inquiring about the nature of his trip, Jiang Xinyu coordinated several outfits for him, ensuring that toiletries were categorized and meticulously labeled within the suitcase. Su Linyuan leaned against the door, his gaze following Jiang Xinyu as she moved about, only retracting his eyes silently once she had finished packing her belongings. "You have a few days off now. Make sure to rest well," he remarked. The current workload was not particularly heavy for Jiang Xinyu, yet she felt a surge of joy at the prospect of a holiday. A smile graced her face, and Su Linyuan raised an eyebrow, questioning her exuberance. "Am I really that happy?" Jiang Xinyu pondered, touching her cheek. Su Linyuan smirked, his eyes curving into crescents. Embarrassed, Jiang Xinyu quickly shifted the topic, inquiring about the duration of his business trip. "I'll come by to tidy up before I return," she added. "It's still uncertain. I'll contact you via WeChat when the time comes," he replied, before being ushered away by Assistant Zhao. Jiang Xinyu turned off the utilities and rode her electric scooter home. Seizing the rare opportunity for a break, she had dinner plans with Lu Lijun. As they sat in the restaurant, Lu Lijun was radiant with excitement. "Having the big boss away is delightful. You get to rest, and it lightens the work atmosphere," she exclaimed. Jiang Xinyu was puzzled. Is he really that intimidating? Lu Lijun dramatically set down her chopsticks, beginning to vent her frustrations. "You have no idea. When President Su is around, it's as if everyone is wound too tightly. His mind races while working, and we can rarely keep pace. Every meeting feels like a tightrope walk." Jiang Xinyu expressed her skepticism. "I can understand struggling to keep up, but he doesn't seem difficult to deal with. And aren't you a fan of looks? President Su is quite." Suddenly realizing her words were veering off course, she hastily stopped. Lu Lijun regarded her with a knowing look. "It's only been a few days, yet you appear to have developed a fondness for President Su." Jiang Xinyu waved her hands in denial. "What are you talking about? I just think he is not as scary as everyone says." Lu Lijun moved closer, linking her arm around Jiang Xinyu's shoulder. "Is it his good looks that have enchanted you?" Jiang Xinyu shrugged her off, insisting, "No, absolutely not. He is indeed handsome." "Well, yes, he is very handsome, but our social standings are too disparate for anything to develop." Under the piercing gaze of her best friend, Jiang Xinyu found herself conceding. Lu Lijun paused, contemplating. She did not perceive social status as a barrier, yet she understood Jiang Xinyu's insecurities stemming from her family background. Those insecurities often fostered a strong sense of pride, as evidenced by her previous relationships. A significant disparity in status could intimidate her. For Jiang Xinyu, love was something she wished to control. The more she felt in command psychologically, the safer she felt. Lu Lijun, while unaware of President Su's private demeanor, had first-hand experience of his business acumen. Noticing her friend's slightly flushed cheeks, she remarked, "It's widely acknowledged that President Su is handsome. But do you know why so few women in the company dare to pursue him?" Jiang Xinyu shook her head honestly, uncertain. Lu Lijun remarked, "Mr. Su's status is far too elevated. Individuals of his caliber predominantly opt for business alliances. Moreover, his assertive demeanor in the corporate realm exudes a pressure that is palpable when one stands before him. Female colleagues in the company are constantly confronted by a leader who instills such a sense of urgency, leaving little room for other aspirations. Unless, of course, one is specifically inclined to seek a wealthy partner. Yet, even those women would likely find themselves unceremoniously dismissed by Mr. Su." Jiang Xinyu lowered her gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she contemplated whether her recent interactions with Su Lin Yuan had crossed a boundary. She was a caretaker, and it was imperative for her to recognize the confines of her professional responsibilities. It was within this framework that she was to fulfill her duties. Furthermore, she had only been working here for a month. When the time came, their paths would diverge. Observing that her dear friend had come to this realization, Lu Lijun ceased her words, concerned that Jiang Xinyu might be beguiled by Mr. Su's exterior, naively falling into a predicament that could lead to disdain from his family. If ordinary families might scrutinize a daughter-in-law, the Su family, being of such high stature, would undoubtedly be even more discerning. Seizing the moment while her friend was merely showing the faintest inclination, she hurriedly sought to temper her enthusiasm. Chapter 30. Your assistance and flattery after dinner. Jiang Xinyu returned to the exquisite garden. She reclined on her bed, pondering the words of her dear friend. Though she verbally denied any affection for Su Lin Yuan, a voice within her whispered that she felt a flutter of emotions for him. After all, he possessed an undeniable charm and a delightful personality. On several occasions, she had found herself blushing and her heart racing. Fortunately, with Li Jun's timely reminder, her mind cleared. Once composed, Jiang Xinyu busied herself with her investments, selling off stocks that would no longer appreciate and acquiring others that held promise. In a mere fortnight, her wealth had nearly doubled. Immersed in the stock market, her thoughts strayed far from everything else. In the capital, Su Lin Yuan gazed at his phone, the screen lingering on Jiang Xinyu's WeChat. After a prolonged moment, he composed a message. I will be back in 2 days. Jiang Xinyu's phone chimed, and upon opening it, she saw Su Lin Yuan's message. She marked the date on her calendar, setting a reminder to tidy up and prepare a meal beforehand. Once everything was arranged, she suddenly recalled that she had yet to respond to him. Quietly, she typed 2 words, received. Upon seeing those 2 words, Su Lin Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Sensing an icy distance in her response, he caressed his phone and, after a while, sent another message. Is there a gift you desire? Jiang Xinyu stared at her phone in silence, wondering why Su Lin Yuan seemed to regard her differently. Could it be due to the connection with his grandparents? There's no need for trouble, Mr. Su. I lack for nothing, she replied. Su Lin Yuan read her message and, in silence, switched off his phone. The day before his return, Jiang Xinyu tidied the villa and replenished the refrigerator with missing groceries. As she prepared to leave, she noticed a cat had taken residence in the corner of the garden. Approaching cautiously, she confirmed it was indeed the tabby Su Lin Yuan had mentioned. The tabby was quite wary, freezing upon her approach, its eyes fixed intently on her. However, it did not show aggression, perhaps sensing her presence in the cat house she had crafted. Jiang Xinyu chose not to draw closer, instead squatting before the cat house for a moment before departing. The cat seemed content inside, and with the weather turning overcast, forecasts hinted at impending snow. Upon returning home, Jiang Xinyu tidied her own space before snuggling into her warm bed to binge-watch a series. At that moment, her phone chimed again. Su Lin Yuan, I will arrive home by noon tomorrow. Lunch will be at home. Jiang Xinyu, received. Seeing her response once more, Su Lin Yuan felt a tinge of frustration, muttering to himself about her limited vocabulary. As Jiang Xinyu sneezed, she nestled deeper into her blankets. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Jiang Xinyu arrived at the villa. Compared to the coastal city, the capital is dry and chilly. Jiang Xinyu prepared a nourishing soup of snow fungus, lily bulbs, and pears, simmered delicately in a clay pot. Perfect for soothing the lungs and alleviating dryness, just what Su Lin Yuan required. Once the sweet broth was ready, Jiang Xinyu began to prepare the dishes: scallion oil chicken, braised fresh meat, blanched greens, and stewed beef brisket with tomatoes. Su Lin Yuan arrived at 11:30. As he stepped inside, the enticing aroma of the meal enveloped him. Jiang Xinyu was just about to serve the braised fresh meat when she turned to find him standing nearly a meter away from the kitchen. Startled, she nearly dropped the small clay pot. Be careful. Su Lin Yuan approached and took the pot from her hands. Jiang Xinyu's face flushed with embarrassment. The kitchen's exhaust fan hummed busily, and the brisket continued to simmer, rendering her momentarily oblivious to his presence. Seeing the startled expression on her face, Su Lin Yuan's gaze softened. Did I frighten you? Jiang Xinyu shook her head, relieved. After assessing her countenance and finding no cause for concern, Su Lin Yuan handed her a tote bag resting on the coffee table. Here, a small gift for you. Jiang Xinyu looked at the bag emblazoned with a prestigious luxury brand logo, instinctively taking a step back. With utmost seriousness, she replied, Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Su. But this gift is far too extravagant for me to accept. Su Lingyuan's hand froze midair. It was the first time he had purchased something for a woman other than his mother or grandmother, and she had declined without even glancing inside. He pressed his lips together, insisting, "Consider it a benefit for you." Yet Jiang Xinyu remained unmoved. "I appreciate your sentiment, Mr. Su. If you wish to commend my work, feel free to reward me with a bonus when it's time for salary settlement. I would not refuse that. However, items from this brand are quite costly, and I truly cannot accept." Su Linyuan's previously buoyant mood sank instantly. He pursed his lips, placing the bag on the coffee table before taking his suitcase upstairs. Jiang Xinyu cast her gaze down at the tote, recognizing it contained a jewelry box. Such luxury items rarely cost less than several thousand. Thus, she truly could not accept it. If it had been a local specialty or a cultural product, she could have regarded it as a token from a business trip. But jewelry was another matter entirely. Minutes later, the brisket was ready. Jiang Xinyu sent Su Linyuan a voice message. "Mr. Su, lunch is ready. You may come down to eat." 10 minutes elapsed before Su Linyuan descended. Noticing his damp hair, Jiang Xinyu inferred he had just finished showering. After a moment of hesitation, she suggested, "Mr. Su, perhaps you should dry your hair before eating. It's better not to sit with wet hair in winter." Seated at the dining table, Su Linyuan regarded her with a glance. "I just got off the plane. I don't feel like moving." Jiang Xinyu paused, but chose not to press further. She had already made her recommendation. If the host was unwilling, there was little she could do. Su Linyuan felt an unexpected pang of frustration. Had she decided not to insist any longer? Watching the woman prepare to start her meal, he inhaled deeply and proposed, "How about you dry it for me?" Jiang Xinyu, taken aback, pointed at herself. "Me?" "Yes." He lowered his gaze, his voice tinged with weariness. "I feel a bit tired." Jiang Xinyu found herself in a quandary. To blow his hair was a tad too intimate, yet refraining seemed unwise, given the employer's directive. Su Linyuan fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xinyu, inquiring, "What troubles you? Are you in a dilemma?" With the conversation having reached this juncture, Jiang Xinyu could only grit her teeth and assert, "Not at all." She retrieved the hairdryer, instructing Su Linyuan to take a seat on the sofa while she positioned herself behind the backrest. Given Su Linyuan's considerable height, the arrangement proved quite suitable. As the sound of the hairdryer filled the air, Su Linyuan's eyes fell upon the handbag resting on the coffee table, a sense of unease settling within him. Jiang Xinyu approached the task of drying his hair with utmost seriousness, her fingers delicately weaving through his locks, the gentle warmth enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Su Linyuan had never imagined that such a simple act could bring him such solace. Jiang Xinyu tended to every strand of his hair, surprised by its unexpectedly soft and smooth texture, a stark contrast to his public persona. As Jiang Xinyu's ministrations enveloped him in warmth, an aura of languor radiated from Su Linyuan. He wished for this moment to linger indefinitely, just as he was lost in thought. The sound of the hairdryer abruptly ceased. "Mr. Su, it's done." Chapter 31. Do not return tonight. The sound of the hairdryer ceased, and the soft sensation atop her head faded away. Jiang Xinyu's voice fell upon Su Linyuan like a bucket of cold water splashed across his face. Su Linyuan ran his fingers through his hair, the silky strands settling back into place, obediently following the direction of growth. Jiang Xinyu dared not look again. She put away the hairdryer and returned to the dining table. Su Linyuan took his seat as well. An awkward silence enveloped them as they ate, the atmosphere thick with tension. Su Linyuan occasionally glanced at the person across from him, and as they neared the end of their meal, he finally spoke. "The food is delightful." His voice was slightly hoarse from disuse. Jiang Xinyu swallowed her food and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Su. I shall continue to strive for excellence." Once again, she resorted to that monotonous work-related banter. Su Linyuan felt a flicker of annoyance and chose to remain silent. The meal concluded without flavor, and Jiang Xinyu quickly tidied the dishes. A glance at the clock revealed it was nearly 1 o'clock. She could still return home. Eager to distance herself from the awkwardness, she addressed Su Linyuan, "Mr. Su, there is a bowl of snow pear soup with lily and white fungus prepared for you in the kitchen. Please remember to have it this afternoon. I shall take my leave now." Su Linyuan remained seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television remote, responding with a noncommittal mm. Jiang Xinyu confirmed he had heard her, grabbed her coat, and departed. By the floor-to-ceiling window, Su Linyuan watched as Jiang Xinyu mounted her electric scooter and gradually disappeared from view before turning away. At that moment, he ceased pressing buttons on the remote, picked up the tote bag from the coffee table, and ascended the stairs. In his bedroom, Su Linyuan extracted a box from the tote bag, revealing a bracelet within. He had seen Jiang Xinyu wear such a piece before, which prompted him to purchase it as a gift, though regrettably, she had declined to accept it. He opened the drawer of the nightstand and tucked the jewelry box inside. Reflecting on Jiang Xinyu's departing words, he found himself, despite lacking an appetite, pouring a bowl of snow pear soup to drink. The sweet, refreshing taste alleviated his minor vexations, lifting his spirits considerably. When Jiang Xinyu arrived around 4 in the afternoon, the sky had begun to sprinkle with light snow. She entered the house but found no sign of Su Lingyuan, likely upstairs. After placing her belongings, she set about preparing dinner. As Jiang Xinyu busied herself in the kitchen, Su Lingyuan descended the stairs. Spotting him at the kitchen door, she seized a moment to inquire, "Did the noise disturb you?" Su Lingyuan replied, "Yes. So I came down to see." In truth, the distance from the first to the third floor was hardly enough to disrupt him, especially considering the fine soundproofing done during the home's renovation. "Why not go watch some television? Dinner will be ready shortly," she suggested. Su Lingyuan acknowledged her with a nod yet remained still. He gazed intently at the woman bustling about in the kitchen. Today, Jiang Xinyu wore a fitted white turtleneck sweater and light blue jeans, her hair braided and cascading elegantly to the right side. The style was distinct from the common plate, enhancing her beauty. At first glance, she did not resemble a mere housemaid, but rather the mistress of the house, preparing a sumptuous meal. Su Lingyuan was startled by his own thoughts and quickly averted his gaze, moving to the sofa to watch television. The screen displayed an unfamiliar drama, yet his eyes wandered toward the kitchen. As darkness fell and the lights illuminated the room, Jiang Xinyu served the dishes onto the table. Su Lingyuan rose to assist her, but Jiang Xinyu promptly interjected, "Mr. Su, this is my responsibility. I can manage." Su Lingyuan set down the plate he was holding, disregarding her protest, and continued to help in the kitchen. Jiang Xinyu was momentarily perplexed by his actions. It seemed that in the Su family's old residence, Grandma Su would occasionally lend a hand or serve a dish. Was this their usual treatment of maids? The two dined in silence. Jiang Xinyu cast a glance outside at the ground blanketed in white, hastening her pace. "Are you in a hurry?" Su Lingyuan inquired, placing his utensils down. Jiang Xinyu's expression was inscrutable, yet her words carried a subtle urgency. "It has been snowing for quite some time outside. I was hoping to finish and return home sooner." The snow in Haishur was not as soft and dry as that in the north. The occasional snowfall here always came with a chill and dampness. Some roads must have started to freeze by now. The longer she delayed, the more treacherous the journey would become. Gazing at the falling snow, Su Lingyuan remarked, "You should not return tonight." Jiang Xinyu's hand trembled as she dropped the rib she was holding into her bowl. "It's all right. I ride quickly. I'll be home in about 20 minutes. A competent maid should not feel compelled to stay simply because her employer offered a few polite words. Su Lingyuan, who was not fond of outsiders intruding upon his space, was acutely aware of this. By extending this invitation, he had expended all his courage. If it were any other maid, he would find such words easy to utter. Yet facing Jiang Xinyu, he felt a peculiar sense of guilt and awkwardness. However, his intent was merely to ensure she did not travel in poor conditions. Nothing more. Yet she rejected his offer, and he turned his gaze away, hastening his actions with the dishes. Once Jiang Xinyu finished her meal, she began to clear the table, and Su Lingyuan insistently assisted her. After tidying up, he urged her, "If you're not staying tonight, you should head back now. I can wash the dishes tomorrow." Jiang Xinyu regarded him with disbelief. She suspected he harbored a mild obsession with cleanliness, fearing he might succumb to the urge to wash the dishes himself, given his history. Su Lingyuan stammered, "I absolutely want to touch them." Ultimately, Jiang Xinyu still went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Time was of no consequence at this point. After everything was in order, Jiang Xinyu hurriedly donned her coat and shoes to leave. Su Lingyuan's admonition to be careful was swallowed by the closing door. With a fresh layer of snow outside, Jiang Xinyu, clad in a helmet, gloves, and a scarf, wobbled as she mounted her bike. Su Lingyuan watched her unsteady figure through the window, unable to resist the urge to step outside. "Are you truly capable? If not, do not push yourself." As Jiang Xinyu heard the commotion, she quickly applied the brakes, causing the rear of her electric scooter to skid. With remarkable reflexes, she steadied herself with both feet. Snowflakes fell upon her helmet and scarf, and a small face, no larger than a palm, looked at her with confusion. Su Lingyuan stepped into the snowy veil, approaching her with a few strides. "Are you proficient at riding?" he inquired. Noticing Su Lingyuan's thin attire, Jiang Xinyu's eyes filled with concern. "I can manage, but you should return quickly. It's too cold outside." With that, fearing her own wavering resolve, She waved him off and rode away. This time, however, she encountered no mishaps. Su Lingyuan gritted his teeth and turned back toward the living room. Inside, the warmth of the heating system enveloped him, and the sudden shift in temperature made him sneeze. He couldn't fathom how this urge to show off had come about. Contemplating Jiang Xianyu's demeanor only added to his frustration. Chapter 32. Loss of face. Outside the gates of the hillside villa, Jiang Xianyu successfully rode her little electric scooter to this point. If she could safely navigate the slippery descent and reach the main road, where the traffic and pedestrians were plentiful and the snow was less, the path would no longer be treacherous. Such were her hopes, but just 100 meters from the villa's entrance, she encountered a car returning to the estate. The downhill road was slick, and she quickly applied the brakes. In an instant, the rear wheel skidded, causing the scooter to topple uncontrollably, sending her crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the car sped away towards the villa, undeterred. Jiang Xianyu sighed as she watched the vehicle disappear, feeling unfortunate as she picked herself up. Fortunately, she was bundled up warmly. Although her leg ached a bit, it was nothing serious. Su Lingyuan, feeling irritable as he fiddled with the remote control, was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. It was a call from the security personnel at the villa's entrance. "Mr. Su? It seems your housekeeper has fallen on the downhill path." Before the man could finish speaking, Su Lingyuan abruptly hung up the phone. He stood up hastily, grabbing his coat and heading towards the garage. On the other end, the security guard, looking at the disconnected call, couldn't he help but scoff. Indeed, the wealthy were often indifferent. He had merely wanted to inform the employer of the young girl's plight, suggesting she stay overnight. But it seemed his concern had gone unheeded. Stuck at his post, he could not leave, so he resorted to informing Su Lingyuan. Meanwhile, he glanced back at the spot where Jiang Xianyu had fallen. She was already gone. Only a green figure could be seen slowly moving ahead. He was taken aback. The girl was remarkably resilient, continuing to ride after her fall. Had Jiang Xianyu known the security guard's thoughts, she would have remarked that this was merely standard procedure. For those who labor, companies seldom grant holidays for rain or snow. Those who drive are fortunate, while those who ride must endure, as attendance is not suspended for a fall. Not long after the guard's lament, Su Lingyuan's car emerged. Noticing the license plate, he confirmed it was indeed Su Lingyuan's vehicle. He saluted as the car passed, realizing he had misjudged the man. Su Lingyuan was a compassionate, wealthy individual. In a mere 100 meters, Su Lingyuan's car arrived swiftly. Spotting someone ahead riding slowly and unsteadily, he gently pressed the horn. To his dismay, he then witnessed the little scooter skid and fall, lying in the snow. Jiang Xianyu glared with frustration at the direction of the honking. Did cars have it out for her? This was the second time she had fallen because of one. When she caught sight of the man within the car through the windshield, she silently averted her gaze. Su Lingyuan had not anticipated that his honking would lead to Jiang Xianyu's downfall, and he hurriedly exited the vehicle. The snowy, slick conditions caused him to slip as he opened the door, causing him to stumble backward and collide painfully with the doorframe. He gasped in surprise. Had he not instinctively reached for the door as he fell, that impact would have been far more severe. Just as Jiang Xianyu had managed to rise from the ground, she brushed the snow off her clothes and approached Su Lingyuan with an air of concern. "Are you all right, Mr. Su?" she inquired. Su Lingyuan's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, internally fuming. He had lost all semblance of dignity and respect. How could he have fallen so clumsily in front of Jiang Xianyu when he had come to her rescue? Worry etched on her face. Jiang Xianyu crouched down to inspect the area around his lower back. "Can you move?" she asked, anxious that he might have injured his spine. Su Lingyuan extended his hand towards her, inhaling sharply as he replied, "I can move. I just bumped it. It shouldn't be anything serious." Jiang Xianyu grasped his large hand with hers, using the other to help him rise slowly. Observing Su Lingyuan supporting his waist, she asked with concern, "Did you hit your tailbone? That can be quite painful." Irritated, Su Lingyuan retorted, "Could you not wish me ill?" Jiang Xianyu fell silent. He glanced at her and muttered, "It's not my tailbone." Relieved, she suggested, "Let me take you to the hospital." However, he promptly declined, unwilling to face the embarrassment of such a mishap in public. After moving about a bit, he assured her that he had merely sustained a bruise. Seeing him manage to stand, Jiang Xianyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. "I'll drive you home," she offered, guiding him towards the passenger seat. Su Lingyuan remained still, scrutinizing her closely before brushing the snow off her shoulder. "What about you? Did you hurt yourself in the fall?" Jiang Xianyu shook her head. "I was bundled up warmly, and the snow cushioned my fall. You, however, seem to be in worse shape." Su Lingyuan glanced down at the petite woman at his side, then reached out an arm, resting it on her shoulder. Then you'll need to support me. Jiang Xinyu felt as though a mountain had settled upon her shoulder, causing her to stagger slightly. You are rather heavy, she remarked. I'm tall. Try being 9 meters yourself, Su Linyuan replied. Jiang Xinyu fell silent, feeling compelled to explain, although I am only 6 meters. It is due to inadequate nutrition in my childhood. Otherwise, I might have grown taller. Su Linyuan looked at the girl nestled under his arm and murmured. Did you have a difficult upbringing? Jiang Xinyu stiffened momentarily before resuming their forward motion. It was manageable, she replied. Su Linyuan's gaze lingered on her downcast lashes, noting her reluctance to divulge more, and he too fell silent. After settling her in the passenger seat, Jiang Xinyu removed her scarf and draped it around his neck. Having noticed how cold his hands were when she had pulled him up, he had stepped out without a proper down jacket, his coat left unbuttoned. The soft, warm scarf enveloped Su Linyuan's neck, gradually warming his chilled skin and causing a flush to spread across his face. Listening to Jiang Xinyu's incessant murmurs, Su Linyuan maintained his composure and spoke. You criticized me, yet I merely suggested staying for one night. You insisted on leaving. And had it not been for the security guard's report of your fall, I would not have driven out to find you. Upon mentioning driving, Su Linyuan became curious. Can you drive? Of course I can, she replied. Then why didn't you mention it sooner? If necessary, you could have driven my car back, he said. Jiang Xinyu firmly declined the idea, as Su Linyuan's vehicles were all high-end sports cars. Even those that were not, were undoubtedly of a price range that would attract attention if parked at Jinxiu Garden. She thought to herself that if any damage occurred, she could not afford the cost. Your car is too expensive. I fear I wouldn't be able to cover any damages, she expressed. Su Linyuan was exasperated. For car troubles, there are insurance companies. You wouldn't have to pay. That still won't do. He turned his face away, no longer wishing to engage in conversation. Jiang Xinyu took her place in the driver's seat, gazing at her fallen electric scooter by the roadside, feeling somewhat conflicted. Noticing the car failing to start, Su Linyuan glanced back at her and observed her lost in thought regarding the scooter, prompting him to say, Let us drive back to the villa first. I'll have the property management bring your scooter over shortly. Jiang Xinyu felt relieved, responding, Thank you, Mr. Su. Chapter 33. Su Linyuan found himself somewhat vexed by Jiang Xinyu over the past few days. Their previously harmonious relationship had suddenly turned distant. Now, all she would say was either received or thank you, Mr. Su. As he sat in the passenger seat, his back pressed against the side due to discomfort, he turned his handsome face towards Jiang Xinyu, who was intently focused on driving, making a concerted effort to ignore the gaze directed at her from the right. Noticing the once porcelain complexion of her cheeks gradually suffused with a rosy hue, Su Linyuan unconsciously curved his lips into a smile. Before long, the car came to a halt in front of the door. Jiang Xinyu assisted him out of the vehicle, with Su Linyuan leaning against her shoulder for support, as though she were a sturdy wall. After only a few steps, beads of sweat began to form on Jiang Xinyu's forehead. Su Linyuan's gaze lingered momentarily on her brow, and he, despite the pain in his back, shifted his weight away from her. Jiang Xinyu immediately felt a significant reduction in the burden upon her shoulder. Concerned that he might be overexerting himself, she remarked, You needn't push yourself for just a few steps. Su Linyuan averted his eyes, remaining silent. Once inside the foyer, Jiang Xinyu intended to place him in a guest room on the first floor, but Su Linyuan declined, stating, I cannot sleep in another room. Consequently, Jiang Xinyu had no choice but to escort him to his own bedroom. After settling him in, she rummaged through the medicine cabinet to gather the necessary supplies, an endeavor with which she had become quite familiar. Upon returning to Su Linyuan's room, she discovered him still seated at the edge of the bed. I will apply the medicine after you remove your shirt, she said in a neutral tone, fully embracing the role of a caregiver. Su Linyuan cast a glance in her direction, thinking to himself that it was akin to being at the beach. Merely taking off his shirt was nothing to fret over. His gaze shifted from hesitant to resolute. He removed his scarf and coat, deftly unbuttoning his shirt one button at a time. Though he appeared slender, his physique was surprisingly well-defined, with smooth muscle lines that were taut and devoid of any excess flesh. Jiang Xinyu vowed that her gaze was not intentional. Her eyes simply had a mind of their own. Before he could notice, she averted her gaze, content to indulge in a fleeting visual feast. Understanding that such beauty was not meant for her, once he had shed his shirt, Su Linyuan swiftly prostrated himself upon the bed, grasping a pillow to hug against him. Burying his face into its softness, Jiang Xinyu regarded him with curiosity, only to find his ears and neck flushed with crimson. She tightened her grip on the medication, quickly redirecting her attention to his back and waist, where the undercarriage of the vehicle had left a patch of redness, with some areas seeping a hint of blood and slightly swollen. Assessing the injury, Jiang Xinyu noted that while the wounds were minor, there were numerous bruises. She dipped a cotton swab in iodine and proceeded to disinfect the abrasions. The cool touch of the cotton against his skin sent shivers down Su Linyuan's spine, causing his arms to instinctively tense, long fingers gripping the bed sheets as he involuntarily let out a soft groan. The bedroom lay in a profound silence, when a sudden sound caused Jiang Xinyu to feel an unexpected warmth flood her cheeks. It was merely the application of some ointment. Why had she made such an unbecoming noise? Was she truly so sensitive? At that moment, Su Linyuan felt a flush creeping across his skin, his hands clenching the wrinkled bedsheet tightly. Goodness, that sound had come from him. Jiang Xinyu felt as though she was undergoing an unprecedented trial, with beauty before her. She had to maintain her decorum, yet the other party's demeanor was, the temptations of this vibrant world were indeed overwhelming. Taking a deep breath, she hastily disinfected his wound, stowing away the medical kit haphazardly. She hurriedly advised him to rest and fled in a flurry. As she heard the door close, Su Linyuan exhaled in relief. He slowly lifted his head from the pillow, his tousled hair casting a shadow over his deep-set eyes, his flushed face bearing a hint of bashfulness and languor. However, it was too long before Jiang Xinyu returned. She knocked on the door. Su Linyuan grabbed a shirt from the side to cover himself before allowing her in. Jiang Xinyu averted her gaze and inquired, "Which room shall I sleep in tonight?" After such an occurrence, it would be inappropriate for her to leave. "You may stay in the room directly opposite mine. I have spare toothbrushes and towels at home for your use. As for bathing essentials, feel free to use mine. It's conveniently located on the 3rd floor, saving you the trouble of going up and down," he replied. "All right," Jiang Xinyu acquiesced. "As for a change of clothes, let me know your size, and I will have someone deliver them," Su Linyuan added after a moment as thought. Jiang Xinyu gazed out at the heavy snowfall, wondering if the weather would be too unfavorable. "It's nothing. Driving back and forth will be quick," he reassured her. "Thank you, Su," she expressed her gratitude. Su Linyuan felt a twinge of annoyance. He couldn't help but recall the voice he had heard over the phone from his grandmother, which had seemed more vivid and lively than the present version of her. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. He should have been angry. Yet upon seeing her face, he found himself unable to muster any ire. The situation was inexplicably vexing. Suppressing his emotions, Su Linyuan continued, "If you find yourself bored tonight, you are welcome to use the media room here." Although she had no intention of doing so, Jiang Xinyu nonetheless thanked him. Once assured that there was nothing further to address, she sent her clothing size to Su Linyuan and exited. Instead of lingering upstairs, she made her way down to the 1st floor, where she could watch television. She selected a trending romantic drama and binge-watched 5 episodes in one go. After a while, without any sounds from her, Su Linyuan assumed she had quietly left. In his pajamas, he leaned over the railing from the 3rd floor to look down. Jiang Xinyu was cozily nestled on the carpet, utterly engrossed in the television. As the screen displayed a heart-fluttering scene between the male and female leads, she squirmed in delight, emitting low squeals of excitement. Su Linyuan watched her with a gentle smile before turning back to his room. Adhering to the principle of early to bed and early to rise, Jiang Xinyu decided not to continue watching. After receiving the change of clothes sent by Assistant Zhao, she took a shower downstairs before heading back upstairs. The following morning, as Jiang Xinyu rose, she discovered that the garden path had returned to its original state, bearing traces of the snow that had been cleared away. It seemed that the staff of the villa community had diligently attended to it early in the day. Taking her belongings, Jiang Xinyu tiptoed downstairs to freshen up. While there was a shared bathroom on the 3rd floor, she preferred the one downstairs, as the 3rd floor was a more private domain for Su Linyuan. Her presence there was merely out of concern for his injury and to facilitate his request for assistance. As Jiang Xinyu opened her door, the door to the opposite bedroom also creaked open. Su Linyuan, with dark circles under his eyes, leaned against the doorframe, observing her with an expression that suggested she resembled a thief. "I was merely trying not to disturb Mr. Su's rest," she replied. Upon noticing his evident fatigue, she inquired, "Did you not sleep well last night, Mr. Su?" Su Linyuan had initially intended to feign a retort, unwilling to compromise his masculine dignity. Yet in the face of Jiang Xinyu's concerned expression, the words turned into a confession. He had found it difficult to sleep, lying down in discomfort. A pang of guilt washed over Jiang Xinyu, prompting her to gently reassure him, "It may be painful for a couple of days, If it becomes unbearable, I can get you some ibuprofen. Once these few days pass, you should feel better. Su Linyuan declined the medication, instead stating, I won't be able to go to the office for the next couple of days. Assistant Zhao will bring the documents here. And I need you to assist me during this time. Observing Jiang Xianyu's hesitation, he added, I will give you a bonus. Jiang Xianyu hesitated for another moment. Recognizing that any delay in her acceptance would be a disservice to the value of the remuneration, she silently calculated how much she could earn by the end of the month. This month's earnings would not be much less than her salary as a VP. With the added benefit of reduced responsibilities, no social obligations, and ample time to indulge in her favorite dramas and stock trading. How enticing it was. Chapter 34 Truly Kindred Spirits. After breakfast, Su Linyuan gazed out at the splendid sunshine, the snow having ceased, and said to Jiang Xianyu, in a while, there is nothing pressing here. You may take my car back to gather your belongings, as you will be residing at home for the next 2 weeks. Jiang Xianyu quickly declined. President Su, that won't be necessary. The snow has stopped, and I am no longer concerned about safety. I am injured, and you must care for me. Furthermore, you need to assist with work, Su Linyuan asserted without a hint of hesitation. Jiang Xianyu silently raised her hand. President Su, if I stay at home, will I still receive my accommodation allowance? Considering half the month has already passed, I might as well provide you with the entire sum for the remaining fortnight. He had previously mentioned covering her rent directly, rendering the distinction between 1 month and half a month rather trivial. Jiang Xianyu smiled, her movements becoming significantly lighter as she prepared to leave. Her luggage was minimal. A single suitcase sufficed. What would ordinarily take over 20 minutes by bike was completed in merely 10 by car. Her round trip consumed just over half an hour. Noticing that Jiang Xianyu intended to place her toiletries in the first-floor bathroom, Su Linyuan remarked, I don't use the public restroom on the 3rd floor, so you may leave them there to avoid unnecessary back and forth. Jiang Xianyu acknowledged with an "oh" and stowed her items accordingly. When Su Linyuan offered to carry her suitcase, she politely declined, and he watched as she ascended the stairs, suitcase in hand, her strength quite commendable. He chuckled softly. From that day onward, Jiang Xianyu officially assumed the role of a live-in caretaker. After lunch, Su Linyuan summoned Jiang Xianyu to the study for assistance. She was now quite adept at helping, skillfully organizing documents for him. However, upon encountering a folder labeled Yuan E-Technology, her brow furrowed slightly. What's wrong? Su Linyuan inquired. Jiang Xianyu opened the project proposal for Yuan E-Technology and hesitantly responded, Do you have a favorable view of Yuan E? Reflecting on the circumstances surrounding the technology company, Su Linyuan pondered. Yuan E recently overcame a technical hurdle and applied for a patent. Their prospects seem promising. Yet, Jiang Xianyu cautioned, I believe it would be prudent for President Su to conduct a more thorough investigation. In her previous life, she recalled that Yuan E-Technology had successfully gone public, only to be embroiled in scandal shortly thereafter, with allegations that their patent acquisition was fraudulent. The news caused their stock prices to plummet, and the initial funding amounts were dismally low, not to mention the underwriting fees. Su Linyuan scrutinized the project proposal for Yuan E with a deepening sense of conviction regarding his initial thoughts. When he reviewed their due diligence report, something felt amiss. The financial statements indicated a decline in research funding over recent years, yet they had purportedly triumphed over technical challenges under such conditions. While it was possible to have a moment of inspiration and solve a technical problem even with limited resources, the likelihood was exceedingly slim. Particularly, the other data from Yuan E-Technology appeared remarkably polished, making it difficult to uncover discrepancies at first glance. He turned to Jiang Xianyu, astonished, and asked, Is there an issue with the patent? At this moment, Jiang Xianyu couldn't help but admire her counterpart's cleverness. It seemed that he had caught on to the clues. However, she was puzzled as to why this project had been approved by Qingyuan Capital prior to her rebirth. Noticing Jiang Xianyu's prolonged silence, Su Linyuan raised an eyebrow, questioning her reticence. It wasn't he that she had no response. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Xianyu replied, You've already identified the issue. Their patents do not appear to be their own. Perhaps you should investigate from that angle. Su Linyuan nodded and set aside the documents related to Yuan E-Technology. However, he chose not to continue processing the files. Instead, he leaned on his hand, his gaze intently fixed on Jiang Xianyu, growing increasingly curious about her. Despite the numerous employees in their company, none had noticed this discrepancy, yet she had pinpointed the problem at a glance. She was not only beautiful but also capable. Yet she willingly played the role of a mere caretaker. Nonetheless, she excelled in her duties, cooking, cleaning, organizing, repairing, and even carpentry. There was nothing she could not master. He felt as though she radiated a certain brilliance, making it difficult for him to divert his gaze from her. What to do? He found himself contemplating the idea of recruiting her. He was a discerning employer, yet he felt conflicted, unable to determine whether it was better for her to remain his caretaker or to become an employee in his company, where her talents could be fully utilized. The intensity of Su Lingyuan's gaze was overwhelming, leaving Jiang Xinyu somewhat flustered. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Lingyuan lowered his hand from his chin and slowly leaned closer to Jiang Xinyu, halting only when their noses were a mere fist's distance apart. Jiang Xinyu held her breath nervously, gripping the desk with her hands, leaning back to the limit. Seeing her tension, Su Lingyuan chuckled and increased the distance between them, saying, "I'm merely trying to ascertain who you truly are." Jiang Xinyu blinked unconsciously, then quickly responded, "I am but a caretaker. What grand persona could I possibly embody?" Su Lingyuan gazed at her incredulously. "Do you genuinely expect me to believe that?" Jiang Xinyu insisted, "But I truly am a caretaker." Su Lingyuan sighed, "Very well. If you are indeed a caretaker, have you ever considered a career change? How about becoming my secretary? You can set your own salary." "Absolutely not," Jiang Xinyu firmly rejected. Su Lingyuan was somewhat taken aback. Based on her usual demeanor, it was clear that she was not one to shy away from labor when it came to earning more. As long as it did not conflict with her principles, why not? Seeing his persistent questioning, Jiang Xinyu felt compelled to reveal the truth. "I signed a non-compete agreement. I cannot engage in investment banking for 2 years." Now, Su Lingyuan was genuinely astonished, so you were indeed in the same industry. He wanted to inquire where she had previously worked and why she had resigned under seemingly cordial circumstances, but upon meeting her clear, penetrating gaze, the words stuck in his throat. The situation must have been quite unpleasant. He had previously wanted to offer her a position, but she had declined. If the matter had been resolved amicably, she would not have felt the need to conceal it. Ultimately, he decided against pressing further. Upon witnessing Su Lingyuan's cessation of activities, Jiang Xinyu felt a mixture of astonishment and relief. If he were to inquire about the reasons behind her resignation, she would find it quite challenging to articulate. Ultimately, it would likely lead back to matters concerning her family. Chapter 35. The Sound. One evening, after finishing his bath, Su Lingyuan gently rapped on Jiang Xinyu's door. At that moment, Jiang Xinyu had already changed into her nightwear, preparing for slumber, as she usually retired early these days, ensuring that her attire left no room for indecency. She slipped on her slippers and opened the door. "Mr. Su, is there something you require assistance with?" Su Lingyuan raised his hand, revealing the ointment he held. "I've just bathed and need to apply this." Jiang Xinyu accepted the medication and inquired, "Should we head to your room or remain here?" Su Lingyuan gestured toward her room, indicating, "Here will suffice." He pondered that in her space, she might feel more at ease during this first application of the ointment. Jiang Xinyu said nothing further and turned to enter her bedroom. Su Lingyuan followed closely behind, casually opening the door as he entered. In contrast to the initial tension and awkwardness, Su Lingyuan disrobed with a sense of ease this time. He lay upon the beige floral sheets, which still retained a faint, pleasant fragrance, reminiscent of Jiang Xinyu's own scent. The bed was still warm from where she had recently reclined, and Su Lingyuan found it to be far more comfortable than his own. Jiang Xinyu examined the injury on Su Lingyuan's back, noting that the slightly oozing area had begun to scab over, resembling the aftermath of a vigorous scrub at a bathhouse. However, the extensive bruising appeared to have worsened since their last encounter. The affected area had transformed into a deep purple hue, suggesting it would take some time to gradually fade. With careful precision, Jiang Xinyu applied the ointment using a cotton swab and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Su Lingyuan's heart raced slightly as he responded from beneath his arm. "Fortunately, it doesn't hurt much as long as I avoid pulling on it." Jiang Xinyu recognized that healing required time, but thankfully, there were no other significant issues. After a brief moment, she announced, "All done." She assisted Su Lingyuan in adjusting his clothing. As he sat up, a hint of disappointment colored his voice. "Is that it?" Jiang Xinyu looked at him with confusion. Realizing his blunder, Su Lingyuan cleared his throat. "What I meant was, you were quicker this time than during our first encounter." "Oh." The first time was due to the fresh injury. It required careful disinfection. "Then, I shall return to my room." After straightening his attire, Su Lingyuan spoke awkwardly. Jiang Xinyu escorted him to the door before turning to close it behind him. Once back in her bed, she exhaled slowly, silently commending herself for her composure. She had conducted herself admirably, maintaining professionalism and calmness, unperturbed by his allure. Su Linyuan glanced back at the closed door, feeling an absurd sense of being shooed away by a wife. Startled by his own thoughts, he shook his head and hurried back to his own room. For the next 2 nights, after bathing, Su Linyuan found himself drawn to Jiang Xianyu's room for further applications of the ointment. Jiang Xianyu was filled with confusion. Butler Lu had mentioned that Su Linyuan was not fond of others encroaching upon his private domain and had a slight obsession with cleanliness. Yet, as he lay on her bed, he exhibited no discomfort, leading her to question the veracity of Butler Lu's information. It was not until 3 days later that Su Linyuan returned to work. In recent days, Lu Lijun has been exceedingly happy, exchanging delightful emoji-laden conversations with Jiang Xianyu. A stark contrast to her previous weary demeanor as a working individual. After Su Linyuan commenced his workday, Jiang Xianyu discreetly messaged her best friend. "Your boss will arrive at the battlefield in 20 minutes. Lu Lijun responded with a shocked emoji. "What a thunderbolt. JPG. He just left his home. May we all be blessed, my sister." Jiang Xianyu smiled as she typed. "Thank you for saving my life. Do let me know next time there's news." Jiang Xianyu sent an approving gesture in response. Upon the mention of Changyuan capital, Lu Lijun instantly straightened her posture, hastily organizing her tasks. The arrival of the big boss likely heralded a meeting, and she needed to review her responsibilities thoroughly to avoid any potential criticism. Observing her excitement, her colleagues chuckled. "Why the fuss? The big boss isn't here yet. A meeting is of no concern." Lu Lijun smiled softly, thinking to herself that the other party would soon arrive. However, she could not disclose this information and merely cast a hopeful glance toward the entrance. Before long, Su Linyuan's tall figure appeared within the company, inciting a minor commotion. Assistant Zhao nearly shed tears of joy, exclaiming, "Mr. Su, you have finally returned." He hurried to the president's office, bringing a pile of accumulated documents. Although Su Linyuan had not been idle at home, these files required urgent attention, representing the backlog of work. Maintaining a stoic expression, Su Linyuan commanded, "Bring them here." Assistant Zhao promptly placed the documents on Su Linyuan's desk, standing by to assist in sorting and reporting relevant details regarding the paperwork. As Su Linyuan listened, Jiang Xianyu's voice unconsciously echoed in his mind. He glanced at Assistant Zhao and remarked, "Isn't your voice a bit rough?" Startled by Su Linyuan's sudden comment, Assistant Zhao touched his throat. "What's wrong with my voice? Am I hoarse?" Su Linyuan gave him a look that suggested he should reflect on it himself. Assistant Zhao's lips twitched slightly, thinking, "Goodness, even assistants are under such pressure now? Must the voice be melodious as well?" He then softened his tone. "Mr. Su, this is..." Su Linyuan stiffened, his gaze fixated on Zhao Tianming, repulsed by the unpleasant sound emanating from him. Assistant Zhao realized the situation was precarious. Su Linyuan, disheartened by the exchange, shifted the conversation to other matters, inquiring, "Who is responsible for the Yuan e-technology project?" Assistant Zhao handed over the relevant document, pondering. "It is overseen by General Manager Zhou Qiang." Su Linyuan paused, pen hovering over the paper. "Zhou Qiang? I recall this project was initially selected by Yao Guangzhang." Zhao Tianming replied, "It was indeed chosen by General Yao at first. However, somehow it ended up in General Zhou's hands." Su Linyuan swiftly signed the nearby documents. Without lifting his gaze, instructing, "Have someone investigate the new patent of Yuan e-technology to ascertain if there are any irregularities." He possesses a deep admiration for Jiang Xianyu. Yet he understands that obtaining substantial evidence is imperative for any subsequent actions. Assistant Zhao, fully aware that his superior's directive indicates some underlying issue, promptly sets out to investigate. As soon as Zhao exits, Su Linyuan gazes upon the stack of documents, filled with a profound longing for Jiang Xianyu's remarkable capabilities. He glances at the time on his phone. It's 9 o'clock. Her work should have concluded by now. Moments later, he sends her a voice message. "I do not wish to dine in the cafeteria today." Jiang Xianyu, perplexed by his message, tentatively inquires, "Would you like me to prepare something for you?" Su Linyuan responds with a cool having grown accustomed to home-cooked meals over the past few days. He finds the notion of settling for cafeteria food unappealing. While the cafeteria's offerings are commendable, they pale in comparison to Jiang Xianyu's culinary creations. "Shall I bring it to you once I finish preparing it?" she asks. "All right," Su Linyuan replies, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he types a single word. He follows up with, "You may take the car from the garage. You know where the keys are." "Understood, Mr. Su," Jiang Xianyu responds succinctly, her 4 simple words inadvertently prompting Su Linyuan to masterfully conceal his smile. The sense of distance between them resurfaces once more. Chapter 36. Delivering lunch within the serene confines of the hillside villa, Jiang Xianyu commenced her culinary preparations for lunch. She noticed the pineapple delivered earlier that morning and decided to create a delightful dish of pineapple sweet and sour pork. Fresh shrimp were also at her disposal, prompting her to whip up a spicy stir-fry of shrimp tails. The refrigerator housed chicken wings, which she intended to glaze with honey, while a cabbage lay in wait for her to craft a hand-torn cabbage dish. To complete the meal, she planned a refreshing salad of jellyfish. As for the cherries and strawberries nestled in the fridge, they would serve as a post-meal treat. However, she opted to forego soup this time, as transporting it would prove cumbersome. With her menu meticulously arranged, Jiang Xinyu set to work. By 11:30, her culinary creations were ready. She carefully packed the dishes into an insulated lunchbox and drove to Chengyuan capital. The security guard recognized Su Linyuan's vehicle and promptly granted her passage. Yet, the curiosity in his gaze was undeniable. Which woman could possibly drive the car of Mr. Su? Likely a family member or a girlfriend. Despite her mask, her exquisite features hinted at undeniable beauty, leading many to presume she was indeed the boss's partner. Navigating through the garage and into the elevator lobby on the first floor, Jiang Xianyu found herself amidst the bustling crowd, as it was the end of the workday. Upon spotting her, Zhao Tianming hurried over. "Miss Jiang, or Mr. Su is awaiting you in his office. Please follow me." The elevator access to the executive floor required a key card, prompting Assistant Zhao to be dispatched to escort her. As the elevator was filled with people, Zhao kindly took the lunchbox from Jiang Xinyu's hands and discreetly positioned himself to the side. The once lively crowd fell into a hushed silence, all eyes converging upon Jiang Xinyu. Speculation about her identity rippled through the group. The fact that Assistant Zhao had personally come to retrieve her hinted at an extraordinary status. Consequently, the crowd willingly parted to grant Jiang Xinyu and Assistant Zhao ample space, each surmising that she might indeed be Mr. Su's girlfriend, thus deserving of their respect. Relieved that she had donned a mask and scarf, Jiang Xianyu had anticipated encountering acquaintances from her time in the capital circle. However, the disguise also served to shield her from the prying eyes of others, which was rather fortuitous. As the elevator continued to receive and discharge passengers, it soon became empty. Jiang Xianyu exhaled a silent sigh of relief, and Zhao Tianming, sensing the opportunity, engaged in conversation. "Mr. Su has been to the office lately. His palate has become quite refined at home." Jiang Xianyu smiled and replied, "He has an injury, so it's wise for him to be cautious about his meals." Assistant Zhao thought to himself, what a considerate person. She even takes care to uphold Mr. Su's reputation in public. Upon reaching the top floor, Assistant Zhao escorted Jiang Xinyu to the president's office and then departed, as he too needed to attend to lunch. When Jiang Xinyu arrived, Su Linyuan was diligently reviewing documents at his desk. Only upon noticing her arrival did he set aside his work. "What delectable dishes have you prepared today?" he inquired, as Jiang Xinyu opened the lunchbox. The proximity of the villa to the office ensured that the food maintained its appealing presentation. "These are all home-cooked dishes, tailored to your taste," she replied. Su Linyuan took the utensil she offered, gazing at Jiang Xinyu as he asked, "Have you eaten? Join me." Jiang Xinyu shook her head, declining the offer. "No. I've left some at home. I can eat when I return." However, Su Linyuan rose to fetch a set of spare utensils, presenting them to her. Jiang Xianyu, unable to refuse the kind gesture, began to dine alongside him. The two had shared meals at home before, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After their meal, Jiang Xianyu swiftly tidied up the dishes and prepared to take her leave. Su Linyuan called out to her, inquiring if she would like to tour the company. Jiang Xianyu politely declined, noting that all investment banks bore a similar appearance. Yet, she expressed her desire to visit her dear friend, bringing along some desserts for her. Watching Jiang Xinyu leave with the small box, Su Linyuan's thoughts swirled. He had initially assumed the treats were intended for him, only to realize they were not. Upon exiting the office, Jiang Xinyu sent a WeChat message to Lu Lijun. "Sister, I've brought you some pastries. Are you at your desk?" Lu Lijun, engrossed in her phone at that moment, quickly replied, "I heard someone delivered lunch to President Su. I guessed it was you. I'm at my desk. Come over." Jiang Xinyu recalled Lu Lijun mentioning they were on the third floor. Once she entered the elevator, the employees from the president's office returned their gaze. Discussing in the colleague group chat, the woman delivering food has left. The chat buzzed with speculation about the woman's appearance, wondering what celestial beauty could capture President Su's attention. Lu Lijun, secretly observing, smirked, akin to someone savoring a delicious secret. Upon reaching the third floor, Jiang Xinyu spotted Lu Lijun waving silently at her. She placed a small cake on Lu Lijun's desk, gesturing for silence while shaking her phone to indicate they should communicate via call for any matters. Understanding her concerns, Lu Lijun, aware of Jiang Xianyu's previous ties to another investment bank and the confidentiality agreement she had signed, sent her a playful kiss and winked to show her comprehension. Just as Jiang Xianyu took a few steps away, a male voice called out, "Wait a moment." Turning towards the sound, she saw a man around 35 years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking at her with a friendly gaze. Jiang Xianyu paused. "Did you call me?" Yao Guangzhong nodded. "I thought you looked somewhat familiar." He had seen the messages in the group chat and knew someone had brought lunch for President Su. Initially, he had assumed she might be the president's girlfriend. But upon noticing her attire, though decent, lacked any designer labels, he dismissed that notion. Regardless of her identity, she was undoubtedly someone close to President Su, and he sought to engage her in conversation. As they spoke, more employees began arriving at the office, several of whom he had encountered in the elevator. Observant individuals had already headed to the pantry to brew coffee, hoping to enhance their appeal to the boss's partner. Yao Guangzhong inquired, "Excuse me, miss. Are you President Su's girlfriend?" In his view, this matter could serve to bridge the gap between the two parties. Jiang Xianyu, being youthful and possessing an appealing physique, despite only revealing her delicate features, unmistakably conveyed her beauty. It was evident that someone like her, delivering meals to Mr. Su, must harbor some feelings for him, even if she was not his girlfriend. Jiang Xianyu found herself perplexed by the actions of the person before her. "I apologize, but I am not Mr. Su's girlfriend. I am merely his family's housekeeper." Yao Guangzhong was taken aback, suspecting that she might be jesting. Jiang Xianyu, with a serious demeanor, asserted, "I truly am their housekeeper." Upon hearing this, the employee who had approached with coffee suddenly froze, a look of disbelief washing over her face. The gaze she directed at Jiang Xianyu now bore a hint of disdain. Glancing at the coffee in her hands, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, she was a white-collar worker earning a respectable salary, yet here she was, brewing coffee for a housekeeper. How demeaning. Once more, her eyes scrutinized Jiang Xianyu, and with a tone laced with contempt, she remarked, "At such a young age, why not pursue something better than being a housekeeper? It's obvious what your intentions are." Jiang Xianyu cast her a bewildered glance. "What I do is none of your concern. It was your president who hired me. If you have an issue, take it up with him." Naturally, she dared not confront Su Linyuan, but her previous actions left her feeling humiliated, prompting her to seek some form of catharsis by venting her frustrations onto Jiang Xianyu. Chapter 37. Are you looking for my housekeeper? As Lu Lijun observed the unfolding situation while Yao Guangzhong intercepted Jiang Xianyu, she sensed the tension and quickly stepped forward to confront her colleague, who was serving coffee. "What's wrong with being a housekeeper? Did I consume your family's rice? With an attitude like yours, no one would even consider hiring you as a housekeeper. Cooking? Cleaning? You seem utterly incapable of either. And as for other tasks, you are even more lost. What makes you think you are so superior?" The colleague, taken aback by Lu Lijun's sharp retort, glared furiously. "You? What about me? Judging me without understanding your own motives? I can tell you came here to curry favor, thinking perhaps I am Su's girlfriend. But upon realizing I'm merely a housekeeper, your demeanor completely changes. At least I am diligently engaged in my work, unlike some people who seek shortcuts. Indeed, one's thoughts often reflect in their behavior." The targeted individual trembled with rage but found herself at a loss for words. As Lu Lijun had accurately exposed her veiled intentions, Yao Guangzhong surveyed the interaction between Jiang Xianyu and Lu Lijun. He had previously noticed Jiang Xianyu gifting a box of cake to the latter, indicating they were indeed acquainted. He was surprised to learn of this connection Lu Lijun had. Sensing Yao's gaze, Lu Lijun turned to him in confusion. Yao responded with a smile, retracting his scrutinizing stare. Addressing the troublemaking colleague, he stated, "There is nothing more to discuss here. You may return to your station." With that, the colleague, having found her exit, shot a menacing glance at Lu Lijun and Jiang Xianyu before retreating. As the tension dissipated, Jiang Xianyu nodded at Lu Lijun and prepared to leave. Yet, Yao stepped forward and said, "It's still early. Allow me to treat you to a coffee." Lu Lijun was about to interject, but a single glance from Jiang Xianyu silenced her. She was uncertain of his intentions and wished to observe his motives. Yao led Jiang Xianyu to his office. Seeing this, Lu Lijun quickly accessed Assistant Zhao's WeChat. "Assistant Zhao, I just saw the girl delivering food to Su being called into Yao's office. I doubt she intends to report on him, and I believe he would act boldly within the company. However, I can't shake the feeling that his intentions are not entirely pure. What could he possibly discuss with someone he barely knows?" Inside Yu Guangzhang's office, Jiang Xinyu settled onto a nearby sofa and directly inquired, "You must be Yao, correct? I wonder what matters you wish to discuss with me?" She recalled the earlier colleague addressing him as such. Yao Guangzhang signaled for coffee to be prepared, then warmly replied, "It's nothing serious. I merely noticed that Su has been in the office for a few days. Assistant Zhao mentioned that Su is injured, and I grew concerned." Wanting to inquire about the situation, Jiang Xinyu met his worried gaze and smiled, saying, "If you're concerned, Su is just upstairs. You may visit him personally. As housekeepers, we cannot divulge our employer's private matters." Yao Guangzhang, having encountered a gentle rebuff, remained undeterred. "Su is extremely busy. Asking you about this is just as valid. If you find it inconvenient to share, then so be it. It has come to my attention that Mr. Su has been managing his affairs at home despite his injuries, which must surely affect his mood. Thankfully, you are there to tend to him." "Not at all. Attending to Mr. Su's daily needs is my professional responsibility. Besides, he possesses a remarkably amiable temperament and seldom finds himself in a foul mood." Jiang Xinyu replied ambiguously, her gaze flickering momentarily. Upon hearing that Mr. Su is generally in good spirits, Yao Guangzhang's smile broadened considerably. "That is reassuring." Jiang Xinyu observed the shift in his expression, a fleeting doubt crossing her mind. Just then, the door to Mr. Yao's office swung open, revealing a tall figure before them. He addressed Yao Guangzhang, inquiring, "Are you looking for my housekeeper?" Yao Guangzhang stood respectfully, replying, "It's nothing significant, merely concerned about Mr. Su's condition, so I sought this young lady to inquire about it. I had heard of your injury and considered visiting, but Assistant Zhao mentioned it would not be convenient, hence our absence." Su Linyuan regarded him for a moment, nodded in acknowledgement, and turned to grasp Jiang Xinyu's wrist. Pulling her to her feet, "Something was left in the office. Please assist me in retrieving it." Jiang Xinyu obediently followed Su Linyuan as they exited Yao Guangzhang's office. Yao Guangzhang watched as Mr. Su held Jiang Xinyu's wrist, contemplating, "Who says a housekeeper cannot become a girlfriend?" From Jiang Xinyu's tone, it seemed that Mr. Su had not been in a bad mood during those days at home. He recalled that the project proposal from Yuan E-Technology had been submitted to Mr. Su for his review, and the prolonged silence had begun to concern him. However, perhaps he was merely overthinking, given Mr. Su's usual demeanor. Should he discover any issues with Yuan E-Technology, it was unlikely he would respond favorably. With this thought, he exhaled slowly. He now harbored some regret for facilitating this matter for the meager benefits associated with Yuan E-Technology. Nearby, Lu Legion observed her friend, whose wrist was held by Mr. Su, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She couldn't shake the feeling that Mr. Su's demeanor towards her friend was rather unusual. Not long ago, she had worried that her close companion would be ensnared by Mr. Su's allure, yet now their interaction suggested that Mr. Su was, in fact, quite captivated by her friend. Previously, she had attempted to temper her friend's enthusiasm. Now, she felt it was she who needed to cool her own fervor, lest she entertained such absurd notions. Upon re-entering the CEO's office, Su Linyuan finally released Jiang Xinyu's wrist and inquired softly, "What did Yao Guangzhang want with you?" Jiang Xinyu furrowed her brow, recalling Yao's earlier words. "I'm not entirely sure of his intentions. He asked about your injury and seemed keen to ascertain your state of mind during those days at home." Su Linyuan, upon hearing this, pondered the rationale behind Yao's inquiries. The only connection Yao Guangzhang had with him was through Yuan E-Technology, as the project documents were processed at home. He then briefed Jiang Xinyu on the situation regarding Yuan E-Technology. Initially, this project was selected by Yao Guangzhang, but later it was taken over by Mr. Zhou. "I can't shake the feeling that there is more to this than meets the eye." In Jiang Xinyu's mind, a sudden insight struck her. What kind of person is General Zhou, and what is his relationship with General Yao? Su Linyuan did not hesitate to discuss work-related matters with Jiang Xinyu, especially since she was a remarkably capable individual. He responded, "Shou Qiang is an ardent progressive, possessing considerable ability, though at times he can be somewhat impulsive. As for the relationship between Yao Guangzhang and Shou Qiang, I would describe it as fiercely competitive. They frequently engage in heated disputes over projects. Perhaps due to their concurrent careers, when one garners attention from above, the other inevitably faces neglect and often becomes a point of comparison. There is a constant, subtle tension between them. Is it true that Yuan E-Technology was seized from General Yao by General Zhou?" Jiang Xinyu inquired, harboring a suspicion that Yao Guangzhang was not as straightforward as he appeared. "From what you've recounted about their interactions, I feel that General Zhou may not be a match for General Yao. Based on our recent conversation, Yao Guangzhang seems more like a cunning strategist who acts only after careful consideration. Do you think Yao Guangzhang is aware of the issues surrounding the Yuan e-technology project? Jiang Xianyu suddenly ventured a conspiracy theory. Su Linyuan furrowed his brow, pondering Jiang Xianyu's words, and realized that it was not entirely implausible. Jiang Xianyu continued. When they compete for projects, does General Zhou have a significant chance of winning? Su Linyuan, having some understanding of the two executives, recalled past projects and remarked. In 10 instances, Yao Guangzhang would likely prevail in 8. Jiang Xianyu shrugged. Now that is intriguing. Given that General Yao has such a high probability of winning against General Zhou, it seems illogical that he would lose a project he discovered first to General Zhou. Chapter 38. You have no conscience. As Jiang Xianyu and Su Linyuan exchanged glances, the events surrounding Yao Guangzhang and Yuan e-technology began to crystallize in her mind. Jiang Xianyu inquired further about the timeline of their acquisition of Yuan e-technology, gaining greater clarity on the matter. Initially, Yao Guangzhang had likely overlooked any issues upon taking on the Yuan e-project. However, as problems emerged midway, revealing his earlier negligence could cast doubt on his professional abilities, particularly with the ever-watchful Zhou Qiang by his side. Furthermore, his subordinates had invested considerable effort into the project. If it faltered due to his oversight, discontent would undoubtedly arise among his team. Thus, he needed to shift the blame, and Zhou Qiang was the ideal scapegoat. Should Zhou take over and uncover the issues, they would be considered as burdens, leaving Yao Guangzhang unscathed. Conversely, if Zhou persisted in his usual aggressive approach and failed to identify the problems, hastily proceeding to an IPO, he would inevitably face repercussions, potentially leading to his resignation. In either scenario, Yao Guangzhang stood to gain. The reason Yao Guangzhang sought out Jiang Xianyu was likely to gauge Su Linyuan's perspective on Yuan e-technology. As Su Linyuan and Jiang Xianyu deliberated, they increasingly found merit in their deductions. Yet, Jiang Xianyu harbored a lingering doubt. Regardless of how events transpired, Yao Guangzhang would ultimately suffer no loss. Why then? Was he eager to inquire about Su Linyuan's views on Yuan e-technology? Had he not already distanced himself from the situation? Why wade into murky waters once more? Su Linyuan's gaze deepened. A businessman rises early only for profit. His motivations must, indeed, be self-serving. The only entity capable of benefiting him would be Yuan e-technology. Eager for a successful IPO, Jiang Xianyu felt both astonished and yet unsurprised. Was there an undisclosed exchange of interest between Yuan e-technology and Yao Guangzhang? Observing her expression, Su Linyuan chuckled softly, affirming her insight. Jiang Xianyu, exasperated, remarked on his ability to remain jovial in such circumstances. Su Linyuan's eyes sparkled with mirth. Why not smile? Discovering these truths was advantageous. If Yuan e-technology truly succeeded in going public, then that would indeed be the time to lament. Jiang Xianyu could only admire the composure of the president before her. Noting the late hour, Jiang Xianyu declared, "The matter is clearer now. I shall take my leave." Su Linyuan nodded. "Very well. Drive safely on your way back." Jiang Xianyu waved goodbye, clutching her lunchbox as she exited. Watching her retreating figure, Su Linyuan felt a twinge of desire to recruit her. This time, Jiang Xianyu did not linger, heading directly to the underground parking garage. Unbeknownst to her, as she departed, her friend Lu Lijun was ensnared in a web of turmoil. Leaning despondently against her chair, Lu Lijun initially attempted to counsel her friend to remain composed, not to be swayed by fleeting attractions. Yet, drawing from her years of experience in assessing men, she recognized that Su Linyuan's interest in Jiang Xianyu was indeed exceptional, though the latter may not have yet realized it. It is often said that the body is the most honest of all. One's preferences can often be discerned through body language. Mr. Su typically maintains a distance from others and has never engaged in any form of physical contact with women. Although she is unaware of how he interacts with those women who dare to approach him, on several occasions, she has witnessed individuals inadvertently brushing against Mr. Su's hand, only for him to swiftly withdraw and discreetly wipe his hand. It seems rather incongruous that such a person would take the initiative to grasp his sister's wrist. She has ample reason to suspect that Su Linyuan harbors an unconscious affection for her sister, perhaps of a purely physical nature. At this moment, she finds herself at a loss for words. While she feels compelled to offer counsel, if both parties are indeed interested, then such advice would be inappropriate. She still holds faith in Mr. Su's capabilities. As long as he is willing, it should pose no challenge to protect those he cherishes. Jiang Xianyu officially commenced her employment at the Hillside Villa in early December, and with the arrival of New Year's Day, she has merely 1 week left before concluding her tasks here. The thought of her impending separation from Su Linyuan brings her a mix of relief and a tinge of melancholy. However, overall, relief predominates. Just as Jiang Xianyu is lost in her musings, her phone rings. It is her sister, Chen Xiling, calling. On the other end, Chen Xiling's voice is filled with excitement. Sister. There is just 1 month until the new year. Are you returning home this year? Jiang Xianyu hesitates before replying, I will return. I need to visit uncle and his family. Every year, her uncle and aunt eagerly await her arrival during the festive season. Chen Xiling feels a pang of sadness for her sister. The reason for returning home for the new year is not to see their parents or grandparents, but rather to visit uncle's family. To spare her sister from worry, she suppresses her sorrow and says, Then let us go back together. Aren't you filming at the film studio? Has that wrapped up? Jiang Xianyu inquires. Chen Xiling replies joyfully, Yes, we wrapped up a few days ago. And I want to be taking on any new projects before the new year. I'll come to Haisher to find you, and we can return together. That sounds great. If you have no other commitments, you can come over now. The apartment I've rented is quite nice. We can stay together, Jiang Xianyu suggests. Chen Xiling eagerly agrees, exclaiming, I'll finish up my current tasks and then come over. I'll help you with laundry, cooking, and cleaning. Jiang Xianyu laughs. You need not worry about such things. Chen Xiling chuckles heartily. Hearing her sister's cheerful laughter daily lightens Jiang Xianyu's mood. After a hurried farewell on the phone, Jiang Xianyu begins to plan her return home for the new year. Once her obligations here are fulfilled, she does not intend to seek new employment before the holiday. Instead, she will accompany her sister to purchase festive goods and gifts to bring back, specifically for their uncle's family. Having severed ties with her parents, she has no intention of maintaining a day of harmony. As evening approaches, Su Linyuan and Jiang Xianyu share a meal at the dining table. Observing the silent woman before him, engrossed in her meal, he inquires, Will you be taking a few days off for New Year's? Jiang Xianyu smiled and stated that it was unnecessary. In a week, her work here would conclude. If she were to take a few days off, her working hours would inevitably extend. Nannies also have statutory holidays, although many of these are negotiated with their employers. If one works during a statutory holiday, the remuneration is calculated at triple the regular rate. This marked Jiang Xianyu's first statutory holiday during her tenure as a nanny. However, it had been previously agreed that Aunt Xin would return home to care for her daughter-in-law during her confinement, and a month meant exactly that, with no alterations due to statutory holidays. Thus, her salary for the month would be based on the actual number of days worked, and any holidays would be compensated at the triple rate. Su Linyuan felt a twinge of frustration. Was she so eager to leave? That is not my intention. Jiang Xianyu clarified, attributing her haste to the eagerness of a worker keen to complete her tasks. Su Linyuan scoffed. Is it that my villa is less comfortable than your rented room, or is the food here not as good as what you usually consume? Jiang Xianyu felt a headache coming on, but her nature prevented her from retorting against this man, whose words were laced with sarcasm yet devoid of malice. Noticing her silence, Su Linyuan's irritation intensified. He gazed at her face and finally blurted out, You are heartless. With that, he pushed his bowl away and descended the stairs. Chapter 39. Stubbornness. Jiang Xianyu observed the retreating figure of Su Linyuan as he ascended the stairs, remaining silent for an extended period. Why must a good man always harbor anger? Surely she had not committed any egregious offense. She diligently fulfilled her duties as a maid, even assisting him with professional matters without demanding extra compensation. Not to mention, she had offered her help concerning the Yuan e-technology issue, at least cautioning him to exercise vigilance. Lowering her gaze to the sumptuous meal laid out on the dining table, an inexplicable frustration welled within her. Who, after all, lacked conscience? It was utterly perplexing. Staring at the barely touched food, Jiang Xianyu resolutely picked up a large piece and began to eat. Wasting food was disgraceful. She had her own temper as well. It was unacceptable for him to vent his frustrations on her without cause simply because she was a maid. Jiang Xianyu's annoyance subsided only after dinner concluded. The nature of her relationship with Su Linyuan was that of employer and employee. She could not afford to indulge in petulance in his presence. She was here to work, and she must not slacken her responsibilities. Though her employer's temperament was akin to that of a petulant dog, she could not afford to behave in kind, especially as the job approached its conclusion, necessitating her best performance to avoid any potential reductions in bonuses or allowances. With this in mind, she prepared another meal and brought it upstairs for Su Linyuan. The door to the master bedroom on the third floor was closed, devoid of any sound from within. Jiang Xianyu placed the food in the leisure area on the third floor and knocked on the bedroom door. After ascending the stairs, Su Linyuan had reclined on the bed. remaining there for over an hour. Hungry, he found himself unable to stay still. As soon as he heard the knock, he sprang up from the bed. Habitually, he reached for the door, but suddenly recalled her indifferent expression, prompting him to lie back down. The knocking persisted, and Su Linyuan found the sound increasingly unsettling. Pulling the blanket over his head, the noise continued unabated. In a fit of irritation, he finally got out of bed and opened the door. Jiang Xianyu's hand nearly collided with his chest as she knocked. Su Linyuan, his expression icy, inquired, "What is it?" This was the first time Jiang Xianyu had witnessed him so irritable. His demeanor mirrored that of the man she had encountered at a banquet in her previous life. She recalled how he had brusquely dismissed several women attempting to engage him in conversation, his brow furrowed with impatience. Jiang Xianyu's eyes momentarily flickered, and her courage to speak waned significantly. Su Linyuan, having noticed her moment of hesitation, appeared even more sullen, though his tone unconsciously softened as he asked, "Do you need something from me?" Embarrassed, Jiang Xianyu retracted her outstretched hand. Her voice carried an air of formality as she replied, "Mr. Su, I noticed you hardly touched your dinner. I feared that the meal might not suit your palate, so I prepared some more for you to try." Her demeanor and words were quintessentially that of a maid, yet Su Linyuan was incensed by her subservient attitude. Did she not possess any temper? Jiang Xianyu awaited his response. Su Linyuan, casting his gaze downward, answered coldly, "No need, I am not hungry." With that, he shut the door. Jiang Xianyu stood before the closed door, her brow furrowed tightly. In the bedroom, after closing the door, Su Linyuan trudged back to the bedside, discarding his slippers, and stealthily returned to the door. He pressed his ear against the door, eager to capture any sounds from outside. 10 seconds passed, then a minute, 2 minutes, silence enveloped the exterior. Su Linyuan ran his fingers across the door panel, reflecting that he ought not to have chosen such soundproof doors during the renovations. The utter stillness outside left him wondering if she had berated him. In the depths of his heart, he secretly wished she would scold him, though he could not fathom why such an absurd thought had surfaced. After another 10 minutes, Su Linyuan cautiously opened the door a crack. The hallway outside lay in complete silence, devoid of any trace of Jiang Xianyu. Clenching his teeth, he realized that he had lingered at the door for over 20 minutes, only to discover that the woman had already departed. He felt like a foolish and pitiful wretch. Returning to bed, genuine anger began to simmer within him. Meanwhile, after Su Linyuan had closed the door, Jiang Xianyu had taken the food downstairs. She warmed the meal and then returned to the living room on the first floor to watch television. Though it was the same drama as before, her mind wandered aimlessly today. At 10 o'clock, after ensuring that the food in the kitchen was in order, Jiang Xianyu ascended to wash up and retire for the night. Upon entering her temporary bedroom, she remained oblivious to the narrow gap in the door across from her, behind which an eye was watching her direction. Su Linyuan squatted by the door, waiting until Jiang Xianyu entered her room before rising, his stomach growling with hunger. How elegant he had been when he had pushed the dishes upstairs, and now he felt utterly ridiculous, crouching by the door in hunger. After waiting another 2 minutes, convinced that she would not emerge again, he quietly slipped out of his room. Stealthily, Su Linyuan made his way to the first floor, heading straight for the kitchen. Expecting Jiang Xianyu to have cleaned up the kitchen, he thought to rummage through the refrigerator for a snack. To his surprise, he found that the dishes were still kept warm on the stove. He also noticed that the rice cooker was still plugged in, maintaining its warm state. A wave of tenderness washed over him. He took a bowl, served himself rice, and retrieved the vegetables, settling down beside the stove to eat. How delightful it was. Meanwhile, on the third-floor balcony, Jiang Xianyu gazed at the bright kitchen lights, letting out a deep sigh. There are indeed people who hold on to something while simultaneously retreating. Would sneaking food be more gratifying? Su Linyuan consumed his meal rapidly, employing every ounce of speed he possessed. Delaying by even a minute increased the risk of being caught. After a short while, Jiang Xianyu descended from the third floor, quietly taking a seat on the first-floor stairs to observe how Su Linyuan would tidy up the kitchen after his meal. True to her expectations, after finishing his food, Su Linyuan did not immediately return to his room. Having so resolutely rejected Jiang Xianyu's offer of food earlier, he certainly could not allow her to discover his clandestine feast. As for whether Jiang Xianyu would notice the diminished amount of food upon rising the next morning, that was of no concern to him. Without evidence, it could not be claimed that he was the one who consumed it. However, the soiled dishes could not be retained as proof. Gritting his teeth, he recalled Jiang Xianyu's demeanor while washing the dishes and began to tidy up in a similar fashion. The plates, coated with dish soap, were particularly slippery, and in a moment of distraction, One clattered into the sink. Su Linyuan's heart skipped a beat as he glanced toward the third floor. Only after confirming that no one had emerged did he resume washing the plate. Reassuring himself internally that it was inconsequential, the soundproofing in the house was excellent, and she would not hear a thing. Witnessing the entire process, Jiang Xinyu was left speechless. After several clumsy attempts, Su Linyuan finally managed to tidy up the dishes. He wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead and stealthily ascended the stairs. Jiang Xinyu had hidden herself while he was nearing completion. Once he had retreated upstairs, she emerged. Her sole intention being to inspect Su Linyuan's labor and ascertain whether any safety hazards remained. In the kitchen, the countertop bore several water stains that had not been wiped away, and the floor was also quite wet. The meal had concluded, yet the rice cooker remained plugged in. She glanced at the neatly stacked dishes. It must be said that those with a penchant for cleanliness, even amidst chaos, could ensure a certain level of tidiness. It was commendable that he managed to wash the dishes without breaking a single one. The memory of the kitchen, resembling a battlefield at the time, was still vividly etched in her mind. Chapter 40. Mr. Su, you have taken a detour. Having discreetly tidied up the mess left by Su Linyuan, Jiang Xinyu finally ascended the stairs to rest. During the New Year holiday, Su Linyuan chose not to go to the office. Upon waking, he stood before the bathroom mirror, engaging in a lengthy mental pep talk before reluctantly stepping out the door. In the kitchen on the first floor, Jiang Xinyu was already preparing breakfast. Su Linyuan raised his head, casting a sidelong glance towards the kitchen. The thought of Jiang Xinyu discovering the diminished food supply made his cheeks flush. Had she noticed his midnight snacking? It was impossible for her not to, for he had excavated a considerable dent in the rice cooker. Was she, while cooking, perhaps chiding him for his lack of discernment? The more he pondered, the warmer his face became, reaching its zenith when Jiang Xinyu turned her gaze towards him upon hearing the commotion. Jiang Xinyu paused her actions, her expression naturally transitioning as she greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Su." Su Linyuan, frozen in place, managed a muffled acknowledgement, and then, under Jiang Xinyu's scrutiny, awkwardly shuffled to the sofa to sit down. Jiang Xinyu's lips twitched. She longed to comment on his apparent deviation from his usual demeanor. Yet, upon witnessing his familiar countenance, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Once breakfast was served, Su Linyuan and Jiang Xinyu sat at opposite sides of the table, one silent and the other taciturn. Several times, Su Linyuan's gaze flitted across Jiang Xinyu's face, only to avert when she looked his way. Jiang Xinyu pretended not to notice. Her focus remained on completing her work. Su Linyuan found the meal tasteless. After breakfast, once Jiang Xinyu had tidied the dining area and kitchen, she ascended the stairs to clean. 2 minutes later, Su Linyuan followed her upstairs. While Jiang Xinyu busied herself with cleaning, he reclined on the bed, perusing a magazine, holding the magazine up to obscure much of his expression. Su Linyuan's gaze trailed Jiang Xinyu as she moved about. When she cleaned the left side, he rolled over to the left. When she shifted to the right, he mirrored her movement. He had mastered the art of maintaining a silent presence. Jiang Xinyu straightened up and addressed him. "Mr. Su, perhaps you should retire to the study. It is quieter there." Su Linyuan set down the magazine and, with a brief smile that quickly vanished, replied, "No, this is my home. I shall read wherever I please." Jiang Xinyu closed her eyes momentarily, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Mr. Su, must I explicitly state that your presence is disrupting my work? I have yet to tidy the bed. How can I change the sheets with you lying there?" A flicker of irritation crossed Su Linyuan's face as he tossed the magazine onto the bedside table. His cheeks flushed with indignation as he declared, "Fine, I shall leave." With that, he tiptoed, carefully avoiding the pristine areas Jiang Xinyu had just cleaned, and hopped out of the room. Jiang Xinyu arched an eyebrow, amused that he, after delivering his stern ultimatum, was still mindful of not dirtying the floor she had just mopped. She chuckled softly, shaking her head as she replaced the bedding. The previous night, his sudden outburst had irked her somewhat, but witnessing him stealthily rummaging for food in the kitchen and washing the dishes in the dead of night softened her annoyance. Regardless, he remained her employer. And whether she felt anger or not, her duties must be fulfilled and her words spoken. One should not allow such matters to create a rift with the employer. With the tasks on the third floor completed, Jiang Xinyu retreated to the first floor to attend to her own affairs. In the study, Su Linyuan left the door ajar, vigilantly observing the entrance. The moment Jiang Xinyu appeared, his attention heightened. Upon seeing her descend, he waited a moment before following her downstairs. On the ground floor, Jiang Xinyu sat on the carpet, her gaze fixed on the stock market trends displayed on her laptop, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. As Su Linyuan passed by her, he glanced at the screen and noted the impressive gains. Jiang Xinyu turned to him and inquired, "Have you decided to speak properly now?" Su Linyuan, slightly vexed, replied, "Who hasn't he been speaking properly? It's you who has been dismissive. You must be quite pleased to be nearing the completion of your work and rid of my bothersome presence." Jiang Xinyu closed her laptop and, with a serious demeanor, responded, "I am indeed happy to be nearing the end of my work, but you have never been a burden." In one moment, Su Linyuan's expression darkened, and in the next, it brightened. Jiang Xinyu regarded his handsome visage and earnestly stated, "Prior to my graduation, I took on numerous babysitting jobs. Reflecting on my experiences, I can say you are truly a wonderful person, kind, reasonable, and generous. You never nitpick or act domineering, and I am genuinely pleased to work here." Naturally, she silently added a caveat regarding his recent minor irritations. The corners of Su Linyuan's mouth gradually lifted, his eyes glimmering with amusement, yet he feigned indignation, saying, "It's good that you recognize my merits. A boss like me is rare, yet you seem oblivious to your good fortune. With that eager demeanor of yours, one might assume I mistreat you." Jiang Xinyu responded in kind. "Indeed, a boss like Mr. Su is uncommon, but our working relationship is only for a month, after which we must part ways." After a moment of silence, Su Linyuan asked, "Have you decided which place you will seek employment at next?" Jiang Xinyu shook her head, stating, "With the new year approaching, I do not plan to search for another position until after the holiday." Her tone was calm, lacking any exuberance typically associated with impending vacations, her eyes conveying a certain emptiness. Su Linyuan observed her, finding her overall tranquility rather peculiar. "As the new year approaches, you seem less than joyful," he noted. Jiang Xinyu offered a faint smile. "I am not unhappy, just lacking any particularly strong feelings." Su Linyuan, perplexed, remarked, "Isn't it wonderful to reunite with family during the new year?" Jiang Xianyu's gaze drifted elsewhere. "Perhaps it is." Her current family comprised only her uncle, aunt, and younger sister. Su Linyuan scrutinized her face, as if seeking answers within, but ultimately discerned nothing. Despite the diminished excitement of the new year compared to childhood, he still found joy in setting aside work to spend time with family. Though Su Linyuan could not fully comprehend Jiang Xinyu, this moment marked the closest he had ever been to her inner thoughts since their acquaintance. That evening, after dinner, the two returned to their respective rooms. Su Linyuan retrieved his phone and dialed Aunt Qian's number. The call was answered swiftly, but before he could speak, he heard the sound of a child crying on the other end. "Young master, is there something you wish to discuss?" Observing her weeping grandson, Aunt Qian's voice was laced with caution. She was uncertain whether young master's son intended for her to return to work prematurely. Su Linyuan remarked, "Aunt Qian, with the new year approaching, I thought it best not to have you traveling back and forth. I shall grant you an additional month of leave so you can take good care of your grandson. There is no need for you to worry about matters on my end." Aunt Qian's apprehension dissipated instantly, and she responded gratefully, "Ah, wonderful. If anything arises on your side, do not hesitate to contact me." Upon seeing her grandson, her heart was wholly devoted to the child, having spent nearly a month with him. Watching the little one grow from rosy cheeks to his current state, she found it hard to leave him to return to work. Aunt Qian mused that an additional month would be splendid. By then, her daughter-in-law would have recovered sufficiently to manage things. After hanging up, the joy on Su Linyuan's face remained unwavering. He rolled over on the bed, holding his phone and grinning foolishly. However, in a moment of exuberance, he inadvertently loosened his grip, causing the phone to slip and strike him squarely on the nose. Wincing, he touched his nose and, finding no blood, his spirits lifted once more. Tomorrow, he would discuss extending the contract by a month with Jiang Xinyu. He was confident she would acquiesce, for she had remarked that a boss like him was hard to come by. Chapter 41. A month continued on the final day of the New Year's holiday. Su Linyuan awoke with a buoyant spirit. He descended the stairs with a light step and spotted Jiang Xinyu bustling in the kitchen. He took the initiative to greet her. "Good morning, Jiang Xinyu." Clad in an apron, with a spatula in one hand and a frying pan in the other, she turned to him and replied, "Good morning, Su Zong." After a moment, she scrutinized Su Linyuan's expression, noticing his unusual exuberance. Had the issues with UNE technology been resolved? Puzzled, she returned to her tasks. Leaning against the kitchen door, Su Linyuan observed Jiang Xinyu at work, the winter morning sun streaming through the window, casting a sacred yet warm glow upon her. Entranced, he murmured, "You are truly beautiful." Jiang Xinyu nearly dropped the spatula, her heart skipping a beat as she turned back, her face flushed. She was curious about the sudden compliment. Had she not known of his impatience with women from her previous life, she might have thought he was teasing her. Su Linyuan, feeling the weight of her gaze, became flustered. He had meant no offense. His words were simply a spontaneous expression of admiration. I didn't mean it like that. He hastily clarified, his face reddening even more than Jiang Xinyu's. I meant to say, after breakfast, I have something to discuss with you. With that, he feigned calmness and hurriedly exited. Jiang Xinyu glared at his retreating figure, somewhat vexed. Why utter such suggestive words when he was merely her employer? After calming her tumultuous emotions, she resumed her work. Breakfast was prepared swiftly, and they ate in silence. Just as Su Linyuan was about to speak, Jiang Xinyu hastily began clearing the table. His hand froze mid-air. Her movements were efficient. Once she completed her regular tasks, the time was hers. And no one could disturb her work, not even her boss. Observing Jiang Xinyu in the kitchen, Su Linyuan quietly took out his phone. Zhao, please arrange for a dishwasher to be purchased and installed promptly. Having spent considerable time with his grandparents, he was accustomed to a household where everyone washed their own dishes, as they believed that dishwashers were inefficient and wasteful. Thus, during the villa's renovation, no dishwasher had been installed. He had never held a strong opinion on the matter. To him, it made little difference, as he was never the one doing the dishes. However, considering technological advancements, the installation seemed prudent, as it would save valuable time for domestic help. As Jiang Xinyu finished tidying up the kitchen and prepared to head upstairs, Su Linyuan called out, Jiang Xinyu, come here. She complied and inquired, what is it? Is there something you need help with? He gestured towards the sofa. Please, have a seat. After she sat, Su Linyuan retrieved a folder from beneath the coffee table and handed it to her. Jiang Xinyu cast her eyes down and saw that it contained a labor contract. What is this? She asked. Clearing his throat, Su Linyuan explained, yesterday, Chin called to request an additional month off. I thought it would be considerate to accommodate her. Having long yearned for a grandchild, she finally cradled her long-awaited grandson. Just as she was beginning to cherish these moments, the prospect of separation felt rather inhumane. Since my graduation, she had devoted herself to caring for my daily needs, and though her efforts may not have been acknowledged, they were indeed substantial. Thus, I acquiesced to her request. Previously, you mentioned that you were not prepared to seek another position just yet. Why not extend our arrangement for another month? Despite these words, Su Linyuan could not discern whether Jiang Xinyu's expression signaled agreement or reluctance. He pressed on, reassuring her, rest assured. I am aware that you will be returning home for the new year. It is no trouble. I shall grant you a holiday, with your salary and bonuses remaining unchanged. Jiang Xinyu glanced at the contract and then returned it to Su Linyuan. His demeanor instantly grew cooler. You do not agree? Why not? Did you not say that employers like me are hard to come by? Jiang Xinyu replied with a hint of exasperation. What are you suggesting? Work is fundamentally about earning a living. While I would be glad to continue, my affiliation lies with the domestic service agency, hence the contract must be signed with them. This was something Su Linyuan had not been aware of. During her month of work here, all contractual matters had been managed by the Su family. The mere thought of the domestic agency caused Su Linyuan to frown. He dealt with many companies, including several domestic service agencies, which typically took a commission from the caregivers. The commission rate generally ranged from 20 to 30%. For someone like Jiang Xinyu, earning $20,000 a month, the agency would extract approximately $4,000 to $6,000. The thought of her diligent work resulting in diminished wages left Su Linyuan feeling somewhat aggrieved. Nevertheless, domestic agencies possess their own advantages. They have a broad clientele and instill greater trust among customers, providing a layer of security for the caregivers. However, knowing this did not alleviate his discomfort. What percentage does your agency take from your earnings? Su Linyuan inquired. Jiang Xinyu replied, not much, only 10%. Su Linyuan was taken aback. Only 10%? Jiang Xinyu smiled and nodded. My situation is somewhat unique. It differs from others. Here, they only take 10% of my salary. While bonuses and allowances are not included in the commission, previously, during her part-time work, she had been subject to a 30% deduction. At that time, she was inexperienced, relying on company training and various certifications arranged by the agency, which justified their substantial cut. As she acquired multiple qualifications and garnered favorable reviews from employers, her value increased, and the agency's commission rate was reduced to 20%. In fact, with the reduction of 10%, the agency now profited even more than when they took 30%. given her increased worth. Now, as she re-registered with the agency, being a graduate of a prestigious institution, she had negotiated a commission of only 10% before signing, which represented the lowest rate offered by the agency. Having grasped the situation, Su Linyuan tucked the contract away. Which agency are you registered with? AI Sheng, she replied. Su Linyuan felt a sense of familiarity with the name, and after a moment's contemplation, he recalled that it belonged to the housekeeping company under the Zhongxing Butler Group. Jiang Xinyu was not surprised that the other party was aware of Aishing. After all, Aishing held a prominent position in the Haisha market. Once the details were clarified, Su Linyuan called Assistant Zhao, requesting the contact number for the owner of Aishing Housekeeping Company under Zhongxing. As he listened to Su Linyuan conversing with the owner of Aishing, instructing him to send someone over to sign the contract, Jiang Xinyu inwardly sighed, realizing that indeed, powerful executives often required personal service. Half an hour later, the owner of Aishing, Mr. Sheng, personally arrived with the contract. While signing the contract was secondary, establishing a sense of familiarity was the primary objective. After reviewing the contract, Su Linyuan affixed his signature, granting Jiang Xinyu the opportunity to continue her work for another month. As Mr. Sheng departed, he kindly nodded at Jiang Xinyu. He remembered her as a highly qualified and versatile nanny, having previously approved her commission rate. He had not anticipated that she would prove herself so capable, compelling someone like Su Linyuan to take the initiative to renew the contract. Truly, she was a remarkable talent. Chapter 42. The first encounter with dysmenorrhea upon signing the contract. Su Linyuan seemed to have resolved a significant milestone in his life, his demeanor transforming from one of coldness and anger to a radiant warmth and kindness. It was as though the awkwardness of the previous days had never transpired. Jiang Shenyu chose not to delve deeper. She was merely pleased that he had become more amiable. In the afternoon, the villa nestled in the mountains welcomed 3 visitors. Assistant Zhao accompanied by 2 workers tasked with installing the dishwasher. Upon seeing the exorbitantly priced brand emblazoned on the box, she couldn't help but marvel silently, realizing that this single appliance far exceeded her monthly salary. Zhao Tianming observed his boss, who was engrossed in a book on the sofa, and approached him with curiosity. Mr. Su, what prompted this sudden desire to install a dishwasher? He cast a glance toward Jiang Xinyu, the glimmer of gossip evident in his eyes. Su Linyuan frowned, questioning the look in his eyes, asserting, if I have the means, I shall purchase whatever I desire. Zhao Tianming replied with a smile, if that is your stance, then I am truly at a loss for words. Though momentarily taken aback, the assistant seized the opportunity to jest. If Aunt Qian were to find out, she would surely faint in the restroom. Feigning an intention to kick him, Su Linyuan withdrew his long leg, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Jiang Xinyu's face. With a smile, she quietly extricated herself from the 2 men's banter. The installation was swiftly completed. Jiang Xinyu approached the workers. Could you briefly explain the usage, please? This is my first experience with such a high-end dishwasher. Hearing this, Su Linyuan also stepped forward. Jiang Xinyu, puzzled, remarked, Mr. Su, I can learn on my own. To which Su Linyuan confidently retorted, why should I not learn? Once you leave, I must teach Aunt Qian. Her age makes adapting to new things somewhat challenging. Jiang Xinyu was taken aback by his statement, wondering if he would inadvertently cause a short circuit while teaching Aunt Qian. Su Linyuan felt a twinge of frustration, questioning what kind of inept image she held of him. The workers, witnessing their exchange, awkwardly scratched their heads and remarked, the operation isn't complicated at all. Jiang Xinyu fell silent. After the workers provided a brief tutorial, they departed, leaving the villa empty save for Jiang Xinyu and Su Linyuan. She inquired, what prompted the decision to install a dishwasher? Su Linyuan's gaze became somewhat evasive. There isn't always a reason. I'm not lacking in funds. Jiang Xinyu decided it was unnecessary to press further. Soon, however, she would come to appreciate the advantages of having a dishwasher. A sudden onset of menstruation rendered her grateful for the appliance, as she was relieved from the burden of washing dishes. Having endured a challenging upbringing, she was no stranger to the discomfort of cold water in the winter. Since the onset of her menstruation, she had suffered from dysmenorrhea, often experiencing excruciating pain that left her drenched in cold sweat. Her complexion pale as she struggled to remain upright. Previously, she had relied on painkillers to endure the ordeal, and this month, her menstruation arrived unexpectedly. Perhaps due to a recent adjustment in her routine, her monthly cycle was delayed for several days and finally arrived today. Early in the morning, Su Linyuan descended the stairs to find Jiang Xianyu rummaging through the medicine cabinet in search of relief. The painkillers she had purchased were at Jinxiu Garden, so she had to resort to using Su Linyuan's medication for the time being. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Su Linyuan asked, quickly approaching her. Upon getting closer, he noticed her pallor and the lack of color in her lips, which startled him. What happened? Where do you feel discomfort? I'll call an ambulance, he exclaimed, pulling out his phone to dial emergency services. Jiang Xinyu pressed her hand against his phone, her voice weak. No need. I'm just experiencing menstrual cramps. Having lived for 29 years, Su Linyuan encountered such an issue for the first time. While he was aware of what menstrual cramps entailed, he lacked any concrete understanding of how they felt, how to provide care, or what medication to administer. After all, the women in his family had never suffered from this ailment. What should I do? He asked urgently. Jiang Shenyu squatted on the ground, too pained to articulate her discomfort, feeling as though the world around her was fading into darkness. Just as she sensed herself about to faint, she grasped Su Linyuan's arm tightly. Once the dizzy spell subsided, she broke out in a cold sweat. Please, help me find some painkillers, she pleaded, looking to Su Linyuan for assistance. I promise I'll repay you later. It wasn't that Jiang Xianyu was being overly dramatic about a box of medicine. It was simply that the contract with her employer stipulated she could not use their belongings without permission. Upon hearing her words, Su Linyuan's expression darkened, and he glared at her, wishing he could peer into her mind to understand her reasoning. At a time like this, who would quibble over a box of medicine? He exclaimed, his voice laced with frustration. Their home was well stocked with medication, so he hurriedly searched the depths of the cabinet and discovered a box of ibuprofen. Will this work? He asked, holding the medication up before her. Jiang Xinyu nodded in response. A wave of relief washed over Su Linyuan as he prepared to fetch her a glass of water, but Jiang Xinyu seized the opportunity, taking the pill and swallowing it dry. Su Linyuan was taken aback. Jiang Xinyu, rarely witnessing such an expression on his face, couldn't help but smile slightly. It was a relief to have medicine, and during her childhood, she had managed to swallow even the most bitter concoctions without hesitation. Did one really need to be coddled to take medicine? In her current state of discomfort, swallowing a pill dry seemed inconsequential. Observing her unflinching demeanor, Su Linyuan felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps the medication was taking effect, or perhaps the act of squatting had alleviated some pain, but Jiang Xinyu gradually attempted to rise. Seeing her movement, Su Linyuan felt it safe to approach her. As she stood, he swiftly lifted her, cradling her in his arms. Jiang Xinyu was startled, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Su Linyuan's ears flushed with warmth as he quickly ascended the 3 flights of stairs. Carrying someone up the stairs seemed effortless for him, leaving Jiang Xinyu astonished by his stamina. If you feel unwell, just lie comfortably in bed. I am not the kind of boss who disregards others' well-being. I possess humanity, you know. Su Linyuan could not help but lecture her. Jiang Xinyu lowered her gaze and softly replied, Thank you, Su Linyuan. Su Linyuan's hand, which was covering her with a blanket, paused for a moment. It seemed to be the first time she had called his name, as she had always referred to him as Mr. Su. To hear her utter his full name in this lifetime was indeed a rare occurrence. His previously irritable mood, stemming from her need to return the medicine, lightened considerably. What shall we do now? Su Linyuan inquired, as he had never cared for someone suffering from menstrual pain before. Before Jiang Xinyu could respond, he continued, Would you like some water? Or perhaps something to eat? Jiang Xinyu shook her head and said, It's fine. I don't need anything. I'll be all right once the medicine takes effect. Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan sat down beside her bed and said, Then you should rest. I will keep watch over you. Jiang Xinyu gazed at his serious expression and quietly turned her head away, murmuring, There's no need. I will recover quickly. Do not deceive me. Just now, you nearly fainted. If I were to leave, and you lost consciousness, no one would know, he admonished. Jiang Xinyu replied, It's not that serious. Menstrual pain is actually. Su Linyuan raised his hand to silence her. Do not say anything. I do not believe you. I will look it up myself. With that, he genuinely took out his phone to search for information on menstrual pain. Jiang Xinyu sighed, wondering if her words lacked credibility. Watching Su Linyuan intently researching menstrual pain on his phone, a warm current surged within her, leaving her both frightened and trembling. She reminded herself that he was her boss, her employer, and someone she ought not to think too deeply about. Chapter 43. Dysmenorrhea as occupational injury. Jiang Xinyu's dysmenorrhea began to alleviate approximately half an hour after taking her medication. the pain diminishing to such an extent that it felt almost non-existent compared to the previous agonizing experience. Gradually, her eyelids grew heavier, and she eventually drifted into a peaceful slumber. By the time Su Linyuan had gathered his materials and prepared to inquire whether she had any brown sugar at home, she was already fast asleep. The woman, now in repose, still bore a somewhat pale complexion, yet her brows and eyes had relaxed, rendering her appearance softer and more fragile. In Su Linyuan's presence, Jiang Xinyu consistently maintained her composure. She exuded gentleness and emotional stability, as if no challenge could truly unsettle her. It was unexpected that she would ultimately succumb to dysmenorrhea. He gently tucked her in, his face reflecting a tenderness he was unaware of. Having spent the day assuming the role of an Iron Man, he now appeared surprisingly docile, confirming that there was nothing further he could assist with. Su Linyuan quietly exited and closed the door behind him. When Jiang Xinyu awoke, 2 hours had elapsed. She hurried to the bathroom, relieved that the first day's flow was not as heavy as that of the second day. Otherwise, after sleeping for over 2 hours, it would have likely resulted in a mess. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already 10 o'clock. Suddenly, she recalled that she had not prepared breakfast due to her discomfort. How negligent of her. In a flurry, Jiang Xinyu descended the stairs and found Su Linyuan seated on the sofa, a round object resting on the coffee table before him. As she approached, she discerned that it was a perfectly shaped durian. Its plump and symmetrical form was a rare sight, indicative of excellent quality. At that moment, Su Linyuan noticed her arrival and inquired, "How are you feeling? Is your stomach better?" Jiang Xinyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. In the early morning, overwhelmed by pain, she had given little thought to anything else. Now, in her clear-headed state, she felt a semblance of awkwardness. It was not a matter of menstrual shame, but rather the peculiarity of discussing such topics with her employer, particularly one as handsome as he. Su Linyuan's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xinyu, awaiting her response. With a resolute demeanor, she replied, "The painkillers are quite effective. I hardly feel anything now." Su Linyuan regarded her words with a hint of skepticism. Women were indeed remarkable beings. To lose such significant amounts of blood yet remain vibrant was truly impressive. However, the loss of blood was a reality and replenishment was necessary. Not wishing to dwell on the matter any longer, Jiang Xinyu glanced at the durian on the coffee table and asked, "Do you enjoy durian, Mr. Su?" Something like that. Su Linyuan responded vaguely. In truth, he had never tasted durian. The scent had been unbearable for him since childhood, and thus he had never dared to try. However, he had read online that durian was warming, capable of invigorating the blood and alleviating dysmenorrhea caused by cold in the uterus. Hence, he had arranged for one to be delivered that morning. "Shall we eat it now?" Jiang Xinyu inquired. "If so, I can prepare it." She remembered that he had not had breakfast. "Go ahead," he replied. It was not something he particularly desired to eat. Rather, it was prepared for Jiang Xinyu. At that moment, the other party had already awakened, so she proceeded. Jiang Xinyu retrieved several plates and a fruit knife. Once she set the stage, she intended to deftly slice off the pointed end, filled with an anticipation akin to unboxing a durian mystery box. Su Linyuan quietly moved to the edge of the sofa. The durian, while unpeeled, emitted only a faint scent. It was only after it was opened that it revealed its true essence, resembling a biochemical weapon. As Jiang Xinyu struggled with the durian, she turned her head and noticed he was gone. A brief glance revealed he had retreated to a corner. "Didn't you claim to enjoy durian? Why retreat so far?" Jiang Xinyu inquired. At that moment, she placed a generous portion of durian flesh onto a plate and nudged it in Su Linyuan's direction. "It's ready to eat." Su Linyuan was enveloped in an aura of refusal. "You eat it. I intended to give it a try, but it seems I underestimated its flavor." Jiang Xinyu could distinctly sense his aversion to the durian and opted not to press the matter further. There are many who wish to sample durian, yet an equal number who cannot endure its taste. Such matters cannot be forced. Su Linyuan remarked, "You can keep all of it. There is no need to save any for me." Jiang Xinyu nodded, considering that aside from what they would consume, the remainder could be transformed into durian milfai. However, acquiring durian in this season must have required considerable effort. Ultimately, it was he who missed out on the indulgence. Hastily, she extracted the durian and arranged the flesh. She then inquired whether Su Linyuan had eaten breakfast. "You need not worry. I had a bit of bread," he replied. Jiang Xinyu felt a pang of guilt. "I will prepare something delicious for you at noon. It is rather negligent of me that my poor employer had to subsist on mere bread in the morning." Upon hearing her intention to cook lunch, Su Linyuan promptly rose and said, There's no need to prepare lunch today. Jiang Xinyu was puzzled. Su Linyuan, rubbing his nose and clearing his throat, explained, I didn't have enough to eat this morning, so I ordered lunch from a private kitchen. It will be delivered at the appointed time. After a brief silence, Jiang Xinyu responded, Mr. Su, feel free to deduct my wages for today. I don't mind. Su Linyuan sighed. What are you talking about? When did I say I would deduct your wages? Jiang Xinyu replied, I have been negligent today. Su Linyuan waved his hand dismissively. Negligence? Everyone has their off days. Even when Aunt Qian was around, there were times she was under the weather. If we deducted wages for that, it would be rather inhumane. Jiang Xinyu gazed at Su Linyuan, her tone gentle yet earnest. Mr. Su, what you said before is indeed true. You are a rare and exemplary boss. The corners of Su Linyuan's mouth twitched in an effort to suppress a smile. Taking advantage of the moment he turned away, he adjusted his expression and said, There is nothing pressing here. If you're not feeling well, you should rest. I'll call you when lunch arrives. Jiang Xinyu was now able to move about normally and felt no fatigue, so she looked for tasks to occupy herself. Upon finding none, she took out her notebook and began to monitor the stock market trends. Observing this, Su Linyuan also retrieved some documents and, mimicking her actions, began to work at the coffee table. Despite having a study, both of their workplaces had inexplicably shifted to the living room. At noon, the staff from the private dining establishment delivered lunch, meticulously arranging each dish on the table while offering a brief introduction of the menu. When the attendant mentioned a bowl of bird's nest soup, Jiang Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. The staff elaborated. This red date and goji berry bird's nest soup was specifically requested by Mr. Su. It is particularly effective for replenishing energy and nourishing the blood. Su Linyuan's expression turned slightly uneasy as he interrupted. We are aware. Thank you. You may return to your duties. We shall commence our meal. The staff immediately ceased speaking, replying, Certainly, Mr. Su. With that, they tidied up the packaging and quietly departed. Jiang Xinyu gazed down at the bird's nest soup that Su Linyuan had pushed toward her, a myriad of emotions swirling within her. Although she could now afford such delicacies, the significance of this bowl differed greatly from those she had purchased for herself. Mr. Su. This bird's nest. Su Linyuan felt his heart race slightly and pretended to be indifferent as he replied, Menstrual pain is considered an occupational hazard. This is for your nourishment. Chapter 44. Encountering an ex at the supermarket with Su Linyuan's unwavering efforts to procure nourishing items for Jiang Xinyu. She felt a noticeable improvement in her complexion following her recent menstrual cycle. As her health restored, she found herself busier than ever. With the Lunar New Year just 2 weeks away, Jiang Xinyu resolved to purchase some festive goods. Noticing her intention to leave, Su Linyuan inquired, Are you going out? As she donned her attire, Jiang Xinyu replied, The new year is approaching. I wish to buy some essentials. Su Linyuan's eyes lit up at the prospect of visiting the supermarket. Shall we go together? He suggested, slipping on his coat. Seeing Jiang Xinyu still hesitating, he urged her. Come on, what are you waiting for? Only then did she realize and follow him. As she settled into the understated elegance of Su Linyuan's black Rolls Royce, she felt a wave of confusion. What had begun as a solo shopping trip had inexplicably transformed into an outing with her boss. Mr. Su, she began. This shopping is for my preparations to return home for the new year. Coincidentally, I also need to acquire some festive goods, he interjected. Jiang Xinyu bit her lip, aware that the affluent families like theirs typically had arrangements for such items. Spring couplets and auspicious decorations were usually delivered to their villa, often of high quality and at premium prices, while other necessities were customarily provided by designated individuals. Many of these items were meticulously selected for elite families like the Su family, ensuring that no expense was spared. The annual expenditures of these affluent families on luxury brands amounted to a substantial fortune, and they were never reluctant to send gifts, fearing rejection for lack of thoughtfulness. In fact, even the ingredients for the New Year's Eve feast were delivered on the day itself, ensuring peak freshness for the once-a-year celebration. However, with her boss insisting, she felt it would be impolite to decline. Upon arrival at the supermarket, Jiang Xinyu approached a shopping cart, but Su Linyuan, with his long strides, swiftly took the lead in pushing it. Jiang Xinyu followed closely beside him, and from a distance, they appeared to be a charming couple, at least in the eyes of Wang Wei, who observed them from afar. During Jiang Xinyu's absence from work over the past few months, Wang Wei had come to realize how challenging it was to navigate the finance sector without connections or support. Previously, Jiang Xinyu had held the position of vice president at Huayuan, placing her several ranks above him. Even when her parents caused a scene at the company, And despite the disdain from colleagues, her authority remained intact, and she managed numerous projects. A mere hint or suggestion from her could significantly ease Wang Wei's work. Now, without her guidance and assistance, he frequently encountered errors and had been reprimanded by his superiors on numerous occasions. With the new year approaching, his family had been urging him to bring his girlfriend home for a visit. He had once boasted proudly about his VP girlfriend to his family, but now he felt utterly flustered. In recent days, he had been contemplating sending a message to Jiang Xinyu. Although they are no longer in a romantic relationship, the two shared a bond after a year of companionship. Even though he was the one to initiate the breakup, Jiang Xinyu, with her gentle disposition, would not completely disregard him. Despite having resigned, her professional capabilities remained intact, and there were numerous matters on which he could seek her counsel, potentially benefiting his career significantly. Naturally, it would be even better if she could speak favorably of him in front of those influential clients. He was well aware that even after her departure, many clients still inquired about her. However, he was taken aback when, before he could reach out to her, he discovered she had already become involved with another man. The two appeared to be shopping together, suggesting they might be cohabiting. This realization ignited a surge of anger within Wang Wei. He remembered how he had once wished to rent a place with her, but she had firmly refused. As a superior, he had hesitated to press the matter, only to find that after such a brief period post-breakup, she was already living with someone else. The thought of it left him feeling resentful. He had never even shared a bed with her, feeling he had missed out. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xinyu, Wang Wei was watching her and Su Linyuan from a distance. At that moment, she was selecting items to purchase. Having observed her aunt suffer from health issues in the past, she believed that consuming bird's nest would yield positive results, so she picked up a box of it along with a box of jiao. Her uncle, who seldom smoked and only occasionally drank, also enjoyed tea. Thus, she acquired 2 bottles of fine wine and a box of tea leaves. Throughout this, Su Linyuan acted as an attentive assistant, pushing the cart. When they reached the section for feminine hygiene products, Jiang Xinyu paused and inquired, "Is there anything you need to buy?" With keen eyes, Su Linyuan noticed the sanitary pads ahead and turned his head away, saying, "You go ahead. I'll pick out some fruit." As soon as Su Linyuan walked away, Jiang Xinyu approached the section for sanitary pads. Wang Wei, who had stealthily followed, seized the moment and rushed over, his face contorted with anger. "Jiang Xinyu, I never expected you to be such a shameless woman." Jiang Xinyu frowned at the sudden appearance of the man. Once she recognized him, her anger flared. "Wang Wei, are you out of your mind? What is wrong with you?" With a derisive smile, Wang Wei retorted, "Am I out of my mind? Who is it that lacks self-respect? It's only been a short time since our breakup, and you're already eager to find someone new." Jiang Xinyu was taken aback by his attitude. Wang Wei had always been somewhat meek in her presence, never daring to raise his voice. However, her surprise was fleeting, quickly suppressed by her disdain for his accusatory tone. Not only was she not involved with another man, but even if she were, having ended things with her ex, she felt justified in her actions. "We broke up several months ago. Whether I seek a new partner is none of your business." Wang Wei felt a pang of discomfort from her righteous rebuttal, realizing she was no longer his superior, which emboldened him. "Don't try to deny it. You're out shopping with a man. Don't tell me you're not in some sort of relationship." Reflecting on the compromises he had made during their relationship, his anger intensified. Had he known she would move on so swiftly, he would have acted differently back then. Jiang Xinyu's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling with rage. What filthy nonsense is this? Without the slightest hesitation, she raised her hand and struck. "You repulse me." Jiang Xinyu's slap was delivered with considerable force. Wang Wei's ears rang, his head snapping to one side. He stared with wide eyes, his expression dark and incredulous. "Damned wench. You dare to hit me." With that, he raised his arm, ready to retaliate. The several young women who had been selecting sanitary napkins were frightened and quickly stepped aside, hastening to find security. After listening for a while, they learned that the man was the former boyfriend of the young girl, and although the specifics were unclear, it was evident that they had parted ways long ago, with him now persistently pursuing her. Given the disparity in physical strength between the sexes, if a real fight broke out, the young girl would undoubtedly suffer greatly. They needed to swiftly summon security to rescue her. Chapter 45. Look up and gaze at me. Wang Wei stood at a height of 178 centimeters. Although he did not surpass Su Linyuan, he was significantly taller than Jiang Xinyu, who measured only 160 centimeters. His fierce advance resembled that of a crazed bull. In contrast, Jiang Xinyu appeared diminutive, akin to a delicate rabbit before him. The onlookers could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. With an unsettling calmness, Jiang Xinyu's gaze was heavy, almost terrifying. She resolutely gripped the handle of her cart, and, as he made his move, she mercilessly collided the cart into him. Wang Wei stumbled, losing his footing and crashing to the ground. Following this successful maneuver, Jiang Xinyu clutched her bag, preparing for the next strike. She had never been intimidated by this man. The scoldings and beatings from her parents in her youth had been far more daunting. At that time, her small stature rendered her even more vulnerable, as they loomed over her like two monstrous beasts capable of tearing her apart in an instant. Wang Wei, momentarily dazed from the impact, rose and kicked the cart aside. With the obstruction removed, he was determined to teach her a lesson this time. Meanwhile, Su Linyuan was selecting fruit in the produce section when he overheard someone mention a fight between a man and a woman. Initially indifferent, his attention was piqued upon hearing a young girl mention the feminine hygiene products aisle. His heart sank. Jiang Xinyu was right there. He dropped what he was holding and rushed toward the scene. A crowd had gathered around the shelf selling sanitary pads. He vaguely heard a man calling out Jiang Xinyu's name. Within the encirclement, Wang Wei swung his fists, shouting, "Damn it, Jiang Xinyu. You'll pay for this." Jiang Xinyu retaliated by swinging her bag toward his head, aiming to incapacitate him with considerable force. She remained calm and lucid, aware that the supermarket was under surveillance, and her actions were merely self-defense. Struck by the bag, Wang Wei was momentarily stunned, and before he could react, a punch landed squarely on his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Su Linyuan's expression was as turbulent as the ocean. His gaze directed at Jiang Xinyu with a chilling intensity she had never witnessed before. He stood before her like an unyielding tower, silent and dependable. Without turning back, he reached out, gently pushing Jiang Xinyu behind him, then stepped forward to seize Wang Wei by the collar, delivering another punch. Jiang Xinyu, initially taken aback, quickly realized that Wang Wei had lost both the will and capacity to retaliate. Su Linyuan's aggressive response could lead to dire consequences. She rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Su Linyuan's waist, pulling him back. "Mr. Su, no more." Su Linyuan's strength was formidable, propelling Jiang Xinyu forward. Sensing her tugging from behind, he eased his grip. Feeling the shift in force, Jiang Xinyu exhaled in relief, noticing that his hand still firmly clutched Wang Wei's collar. She reached out to tug at his other arm. "Mr. Su, there's surveillance. If you continue to strike, it could lead to trouble." Su Linyuan fixed a steady gaze on Wang Wei for a few moments before reluctantly releasing his hold. Wang Wei felt as though his neck was being choked, and as soon as his collar was loosened, he collapsed to the ground like a fish out of water, gasping for breath. At that moment, the security guard was led over by a group of young girls. Upon seeing the scattered belongings and the man lying on the ground, he hurriedly moved to disperse the crowd and check on Wang Wei's condition. Su Linyuan turned to scrutinize Jiang Xinyu, his voice softening considerably. "Are you hurt?" Jiang Xinyu lowered her head, an overwhelming sense of guilt surging within her. "I'm fine. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, for causing you trouble." Observing her apologetic demeanor ignited a fire within Su Linyuan. He stood before her, exuding an air of aloofness that made it clear he was not to be approached. He resembled the man she had seen at the banquet in her past life. Su Linyuan asked in a deep voice, "Why are you apologizing to me?" Jiang Xinyu instinctively tightened her grip on her bag strap. "I've caused you trouble." Su Linyuan scoffed, his tone laced with a hint of sternness. "Jiang Xinyu, look up." Jiang Xinyu's long lashes trembled, her heart tightening. Su Linyuan reiterated, "I said, look up and meet my gaze." Her knuckles whitened as she clenched her hands, and slowly, she raised her head, her eyes slightly reddened but devoid of tears. Su Linyuan felt a pang in his heart as her gaze struck him, and after taking a couple of deep breaths to quell his discomfort, he asked, "I am unclear about the events that transpired. I only want to know if you instigated this situation." Jiang Xinyu pressed her lips together, pondering for a moment before shaking her head. "If you did not instigate it, then why apologize?" Su Linyuan's voice was firm. "Whoever causes trouble must apologize. If it's not your fault, do not take it upon yourself." Jiang Xinyu felt a lump in her throat, turning her head away, her usually smiling lips quivering slightly. Noticing her silence, Su Linyuan grew impatient. "Did you hear me?" Jiang Xinyu opened her mouth, but felt her throat tighten. Just before Su Linyuan could erupt, she managed to nod. She understood she was not at fault. Yet as a maid, she had caused trouble for her employers due to her personal matters. However, Su Linyuan's words made her heart tremble. So, if the fault did not lie with her, did that mean she need not apologize? Su Linyuan gazed at Jiang Xinyu, sighing inwardly. This woman appeared gentle and composed, even remaining calm during a fight. Yet, she was incredibly stubborn and held a strong sense of pride. Despite not being the instigator, she insisted on apologizing, which only fueled his frustration. But witnessing her struggle to contain her emotions rendered him speechless, softening his demeanor. Su Lingyuan raised his hand and gently patted the top of her head twice. It was unclear who called the police, but within moments, they arrived. The group was taken to the police station, conveniently located next to the supermarket. They arrived promptly. Wang Wei's face was bruised and swollen, and he stumbled as he walked. At that moment, he wished for nothing more than for both Jiang Xinyu and that man to face the consequences in jail. He intended to file a report for injury and press charges for attempted murder. However, before he could voice his demands, the entire atmosphere was punctured by a single remark from Su Lingyuan. The police were taking statements from several individuals when they turned to Su Lingyuan and asked, "What is your name?" He replied with 3 syllables, Su Lingyuan. Upon hearing his name, the others remained largely indifferent, but Wang Wei was struck as if by lightning. Who in the investment banking world was unaware of the illustrious name of Su Lingyuan? Could it truly be him? It was no wonder he failed to recognize him in the supermarket. Su Lingyuan had always shunned interviews, resulting in a scarcity of photographs of him. Those fortunate enough to encounter him typically did so at various financial soirees. Yet Wang Wei's current status did not afford him the privilege of attending such gatherings. He felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. No one understood better than he, a mere cog in the financial machinery, what Su Lingyuan represented in Haishur. If Su Lingyuan so desired, he could easily orchestrate the demise of someone as inconsequential as himself without a trace. At that moment, he comprehended why Jiang Xinyu had the audacity to resign. It was clear she had aligned herself with a powerful ally. Previously, he had entertained thoughts of revenge, but now he merely hoped for mercy from her side. Meanwhile, another officer was taking Jiang Xinyu's statement and similarly inquired about her name. After she provided her name, the 2 officers exchanged a knowing smile, remarking, "You two have quite the couple name." Both Jiang Xinyu and Su Lingyuan were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Lingyuan and Xinyu had a certain charm to it. Another young officer chimed in, adding to the light-hearted atmosphere. The officer's banter eased Su Lingyuan's expression considerably. Jiang Xinyu clarified, "It's merely a coincidence." To be honest, she usually referred to him as Mr. Su and had never considered this connection before. Chapter 46. What were the perspectives before the atmosphere lightened with the mention of Jiang Xinyu and Su Lingyuan's names? The police took statements from the 3 individuals. It was at this moment that Su Lingyuan learned that Wang Wei was Jiang Xinyu's ex-boyfriend. Observing Wang Wei's pale and cowardly demeanor, Su Lingyuan crossed his arms, feeling indignant as he compared himself to him. Wang Wei was neither as handsome nor as tall, and in terms of attire and financial standing, he paled in comparison. Yet this toad-like man had once courted Jiang Xinyu. Were it not for the police station setting, he would have surely queried Jiang Xinyu about the state of her eyesight. The police inquired about the relationship between Su Lingyuan and Jiang Xinyu. Just as Jiang Xinyu was about to respond, Su Lingyuan interrupted, declaring, "We are friends." Jiang Xinyu was taken aback by his reply, but Su Lingyuan paid no heed to her surprise. In front of her ex, to claim she was his caretaker would render her unable to hold her head high. Women might don battle attire for their ex's weddings, but this situation was entirely different. Although being a caretaker is not a disreputable profession, those with tender hearts tend to perceive everything as tainted. Given Wang Wei's character, one could easily imagine the sordid thoughts he entertained. He could not allow Jiang Xinyu to falter, nor would he permit her to do so. The police continued to question the sequence of events. Jiang Xinyu did not conceal anything. She stated that Wang Wei had initiated the verbal insults, prompting her to slap him, after which he attempted to strike her, and she retaliated. Su Lingyuan, upon witnessing her being assaulted, stepped in to defend her. When questioned by the police, Su Lingyuan recounted the events truthfully. Wang Wei, intimidated by Su Lingyuan, refrained from lying when interrogated, though he became somewhat hesitant when asked about his words to Jiang Xinyu. The police quickly deduced that his comments had not been courteous, leading to a more severe attitude towards him. Before delving deeper into the matter, the officers who had gone to retrieve surveillance footage returned. The footage revealed that Wang Wei had been tailing the 2, and immediately after Su Lingyuan departed, he confronted Jiang Xinyu. Although it was Jiang Xinyu who had initially slapped him, it was a reaction to his provocation. Subsequently, Wang Wei attempted to assault Jiang Xinyu, who successfully countered his aggression. Witnessing Jiang Xinyu knock Wang Wei down with a shopping cart, followed by using her bag to strike him, marked the first occasion since the altercation that Su Linyuan regarded her with approval. A nearby female officer remarked, "Young lady, you remained remarkably composed." Jiang Xinyu, feeling a bit awkward, smiled and replied, "With good law enforcement and many kind-hearted individuals around, I knew I wouldn't come to serious harm, thus I felt quite calm." The female officer smiled reassuringly and chose not to pursue the topic further. Given that the individual who was assaulted had instigated the conflict and had displayed stalking behavior, the police decided against imposing any penalties on Jiang Xinyu and Su Linyuan. After educating both parties and requiring them to compensate for the supermarket's damages, they were permitted to leave. Su Linyuan was dissatisfied with this outcome, but Jiang Xinyu managed to dissuade him from his frustration. Surveillance footage confirms that she was indeed the first to act, and she was reluctant to waste Su Linyuan's time over this matter. Moreover, she understood that Wang Wei, upon learning of Su Linyuan's true identity, must have been utterly terrified. Not only was he unlikely to seek revenge, but he might also be worried about potential repercussions from them. Given his mediocre work skills, without her supervision at the company, his situation was likely quite difficult. There was no need to dwell on such a person. Most importantly, throughout the entire ordeal, it was only the other party who had sustained injuries. Delving into the details would only complicate matters. On the drive back, Su Linyuan remained silent, as did Jiang Xinyu, who sat in the passenger seat. Su Linyuan's gaze instinctively drifted towards her, and he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "You really ought to get a pair of glasses. What were you looking at earlier?" Jiang Xinyu glanced at him, but chose not to respond. Su Linyuan felt a knot in his chest, thinking he should have hit a few more punches earlier. Jiang Xinyu looked at him again and gently said, "Fighting is not good." Speaking of fights, Su Linyuan's eyes fell on the bag resting on Jiang Xinyu's lap, and he raised an eyebrow, suggesting, "Next time, I'll get you a bag studded with rivets. If anyone dares to act foolishly again, just swing it at them." He then glanced at her shoes, adding, "Wearing high heels occasionally wouldn't be such a bad idea. They could serve as a weapon in a crisis." At this moment, Jiang Xinyu felt her mood lighten, and she was inclined to engage in conversation with him. "High heels are tiring to walk in, and besides, I'm not always in danger." Su Linyuan fell silent this time. Jiang Xinyu continued, "As for the money I owe the supermarket, you can deduct it directly from my salary." Su Linyuan readily agreed. "All right. I understand." The altercation took place in the aisle between the sanitary napkin and skincare product shelves, resulting in several broken bottles, amounting to several thousand yuan. He considered that Jiang Xinyu's salary would be subject to deductions from the housekeeping company, so it was reasonable to withhold this amount from her pay. He intended to compensate her with bonuses later. Jiang Xinyu was somewhat surprised by Su Linyuan's acceptance. She had anticipated a more arduous discussion. This was preferable, as it eased her conscience. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Xinyu organized the holiday gift she had purchased, planning to deliver them to Jinxiu Garden when time permitted. She prepared a sumptuous dinner, and Su Linyuan noticed her lingering guilt towards him. Earlier, while driving, Jiang Xinyu had observed that the knuckles on his hand, which had made contact during the fight, were slightly red. His fair skin accentuated the discoloration. Throughout dinner, Jiang Xinyu served Su Linyuan several dishes using serving chopsticks. After taking a shower that evening, Su Linyuan knocked on Jiang Xinyu's door with a hairdryer in hand, requesting, "Could you help me dry my hair?" He was confident that Jiang Xinyu, feeling remorseful, would not refuse him, perhaps even finding some solace in doing so. As anticipated, Jiang Xinyu did not decline. Enjoying the service once more, Su Linyuan found himself pleasantly relaxed, his eyes squinting with contentment. A man's hair is short, so drying it was a swift task. Su Linyuan felt it was time to replace her hairdryer with a less powerful one. The rapid airflow was damaging her hair. That night, Jiang Xinyu slept particularly soundly, seemingly lost in a dream. In her dream, her father approached her with a stick, and despite the pain, she stood her ground, refusing to flinch or evade. At that moment, a tall figure burst into the scene. She could not discern his features, but she knew he was quite tall. He intercepted her father's strike, his voice resonating with authority. "Jiang Xinyu, you are innocent." The name Jiang Xinyu was familiar, and gradually, the imposing figure began to merge with the image of Su Linyuan in her mind. Jiang Xinyu awoke, that sense of reassurance lingering. She shook her head, thinking to herself that the events of the previous day must have influenced her dreams. It is often said that one dreams of what one thinks about during the day. Soon, the weekend arrived, and a visitor came to the villa on the mountainside. Qin Tao rang the doorbell outside. Through the electronic peephole, Jiang Xinyu saw a woman with two bun hairstyles. Not recognizing her, She called for Su Linyuan. Upon recognizing the visitor, Su Linyuan opened the door with a displeased expression. Qin Tao, before even entering, exclaimed, "Cousin, when did you get a cat? I saw a cat house by the garden." Chapter 47. The cousin's unintentional faux pas. Qin Tao confidently arrived at the entrance, disregarding her silent cousin, and dutifully retrieved a pair of slippers from her bag. "I know your home lacks spare slippers, but fret not. I have brought my own." This situation stirred a pang of melancholy within her. Despite only being 2 years apart, their childhood bond had been strong, but following her aunt and uncle's divorce, her visits to the Su residence became infrequent, leading to a gradual estrangement. As her cousin matured and moved out of the family home, he grew increasingly averse to visitors. On one occasion, when she sought him out, she discovered the absence of spare slippers, a testament to his determination to discourage guests. Naturally, she pondered entering without changing shoes, but found herself locked out, ultimately donning a clean plastic bag to step inside. Fortunately, where there is a will, there is a way. No slippers? No problem. She would bring her own. Seated on the shoe-changing bench, Qin Tao began to remove her shoes, her peripheral vision catching sight of a pair of fluffy snow boots. The style was certainly not one her Aunt Qian would wear. It unmistakably belonged to a young girl. An impish grin spread across her face as she glanced up at Su Linyuan, who was making his way to the living room. "Wait a moment," Qin Tao mischievously inquired. "Cousin, you aren't hiding a sweetheart here, are you?" She gestured towards the snow boots with a playful nod. Understanding her implication, Su Linyuan's face flushed slightly. Yet he maintained an air of composure as he replied, "What on earth are you thinking all day?" Qin Tao chuckled, an impish glint in her eye. "Something's amiss." With a dismissive scoff, Su Linyuan turned and entered the living room. Upon witnessing him open the door, Jiang Xinyu proceeded to the kitchen to prepare some fruit. Mindful to inquire about the guest's beverage preferences before making any preparations, Qin Tao swiftly changed her shoes and followed Su Linyuan to the sofa in the living room. Her gaze diverting toward the kitchen. "Pfft," she called out to him, winking mischievously. "Who is that?" Su Linyuan ignored her. As she leaned in closer, he instinctively recoiled, asking, "Do you have any fur on you?" Qin Tao hesitated before responding. "I shouldn't, right? I used a lint roller before coming." She was well aware of her cousin's cleanliness obsession, which is why she found the presence of a cat house in the garden rather peculiar. As a pet blogger with 2 cats, a brown tabby Maine Coon and a ragdoll, her clothes were perpetually covered in fur. At that moment, Jiang Xinyu approached with a platter of freshly washed cherries, strawberries, and several sliced oranges, placing them on the coffee table before Qin Tao. Jiang Xinyu glanced at Qin Tao's unfamiliar face, momentarily unsure how to address her. Noticing this, Su Linyuan interjected, "This is Qin Tao, my cousin from my uncle's side. You can simply call her by her name." Qin Tao regarded Jiang Xinyu, taken aback by her gentle and exquisite appearance. So, this was her cousin's type? Indeed. She was quite a sight to behold. Jiang Xinyu became aware of the other's identity. Thus addressing her became quite straightforward. "Miss Qin Tao, I am uncertain about your preferred fruits, so I have washed these." Upon hearing the way she was addressed, Qin Tao felt something peculiar, as if the tone was somewhat off. Nevertheless, her gaze was captivated by the fruits on the coffee table. "I like them all," she remarked, popping a cherry into her mouth. Jiang Xinyu inquired further, "Miss Qin Tao, would you care for a drink?" Su Linyuan interjected, "Do not mind her." Then he turned to Qin Tao, saying, "At your age, can't you serve yourself?" Qin Tao chuckled and pulled Jiang Xinyu to sit beside her. "It's all right. I don't need a drink. Fruits will suffice." She then nudged the fruit platter towards Jiang Xinyu. Yet he remained still. Qin Tao continued, This cherry is delightful. Quite sweet. Actually, my favorite is durian." Upon hearing the mention of durian, Su Linyuan felt an ominous premonition. He cleared his throat and shot Qin Tao a warning glance. However, Qin Tao remained oblivious and continued, "But my cousin dislikes it, so I can only indulge at home." As she spoke on this topic, Qin Tao appeared to have opened a floodgate of memories. "You wouldn't believe it. When I made my cousin try durian as a child, he took a bite and promptly vomited. Ever since, he has never touched it again. I still vividly recall his expression back then. It was truly hilarious, ha ha ha." Jiang Xinyu turned to glance at Su Linyuan. He covered his face with his hand and quietly turned away, his ears and neck flushed crimson. This girl truly spills everything. He was done for. Socially obliterated. Noticing that Qin Tao was intent on continuing her story, Su Linyuan gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating." At this moment, Qin Tao finally sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. She hurriedly reviewed her previous words. But what had she said that was so outrageous? Why did her cousin appear to be in a state of mortification? Nonetheless, her feminine intuition told her that it was prudent to cease at this point. Thus, Qintao stood up, awkwardly smiling. Well, I'll go see what beverages are available in the fridge. Jiang Xinyu intended to assist, but was overtaken by Qintao's urgency to escape Su Lingyuan's withering gaze. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Xinyu's hand reached out in vain. She recalled the durian flesh she had taken out to thaw for making durian milfai, which was tucked away in the freezer. Upon opening the fridge, Qintao felt as if the sky had collapsed. What had she discovered? Durian. Was this truly her cousin's home? The same place where even the thought of durian caused dismay? Quickly, she pieced together the implications. Goodness, her cousin was blatantly double-standard. When she offered him durian, he recoiled. Yet when his girlfriend brought it, it could be stored in the fridge. If it were her, not only would he refuse to let her place the durian in the fridge, but he would likely throw her out the door. Qintao was incensed. She seized the plate of durian and marched towards Su Lingyuan. Cousin, what is the meaning of this? As the sudden confrontation unfolded, Su Lingyuan felt a fleeting moment of panic, only to quickly regain his composure. Durian, don't you recognize it? Qintao retorted. So only your girlfriend is allowed to enjoy durians? Am I not worthy of it? If you wish to indulge, I won't stop you, but please, do so outside. A gust of frigid wind howled outside, causing Qintao to shiver momentarily. She turned to Jiang Xinyu, offering a pitiful smile. Cousin-in-law, please do something about him. Jiang Xinyu was taken aback, her face flushing crimson from the unexpected address. She hurriedly clarified, Miss Qin, my relationship with Mr. Su is not as you perceive. I am merely Mr. Su's hired caretaker. A profound silence enveloped the living room. Qintao thought she must have misheard. A caretaker? Goodness. Do caretakers now have such lofty standards? Besides basic skills, must they also possess fair skin and beauty? Su Lingyuan felt a twinge of discomfort at Qintao's words. What was wrong with being a caretaker? No profession should be regarded as inferior. Qintao pouted, casting a knowing glance at Su Lingyuan, exuding an air of having seen through his sordid thoughts. She had sensed something peculiar earlier, though she was oblivious to Jiang Xinyu's feelings towards her cousin. She was certain that her cousin harbored improper intentions towards his young caretaker. Chapter 48. My cousin has found a remarkable person upon discovering that Jiang Xinyu might be the object of Su Lingyuan's affection. Qintao ceased her remarks about the housekeeping situation. Fearful of being ousted for uttering the wrong words, she resolved to broach a more innocuous topic. Cousin, when did you take up cat keeping? Recalling that this young lady had inquired about the cat house upon her arrival, Su Lingyuan replied, That is a stray cat from my garden. With the cold weather setting in, I constructed a little house for it. Qintao's interest piqued. You made that cat house? She asked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Su Lingyuan. You hardly strike me as someone who would be adept at crafting a cat house. You are mistaken. I indeed put in the effort for that cat house. Qintao appeared skeptical. You? I doubt you could even saw wood properly. Su Lingyuan shot her an incredulous look. Haven't you survived all this time, licking your lips at mealtime without succumbing to poison? To call my words poisonous? Hardly. Compared to you, I am but a novice. Qintao retorted with a cold smirk, feigning humility. Stealing a glance at Jiang Xinyu, Su Lingyuan resolved to restore his aloof demeanor. Speak plainly. What brings you to my abode? Instantly, Qintao's expression shifted to one of despondency. It's my parents again, lamenting my lack of ambition. Today, they insisted I go on a blind date, so I had no choice but to seek refuge here. Su Lingyuan was not taken aback by her words. Her uncle's family had only this one daughter, raised with the expectation that she would eventually take over the Qintian group. To his surprise, after obtaining her master's degree, this cousin had moved out, opting not to join the family business, but instead, dedicating herself to her online career as a pet influencer. She had amassed nearly 1 million followers in just 2 years. She had previously mentioned her monthly earnings ranged between 100 to 200,000. A considerable sum for an average individual, yet meager in comparison to the billion-yuan monthly income of their family business. From her uncle's perspective, her choices indeed seemed frivolous. Observing her cousin's softened demeanor, Qintao quietly inquired, Cousin, may I stay here for a few days? Absolutely not, Su Lingyuan replied without hesitation. If you were to move in, would Jiang Xinyu be expected to attend to you? I am well aware that you lack any practical skills. Qintao merely asked out of curiosity, never genuinely believing her cousin would take her in. However, what if he did? It would grant her several peaceful days away from her family's expectations. The reason she sought refuge with her cousin was that her mother, Madame Le Sherway, was too apprehensive to approach him. It was rather complicated, the sentiments her mother harbored toward her cousin. The Qin family had only two children, her father, Qin Fangming, and her aunt, Qin Fanghao. Aunt Qin held considerable shares in the Qin Tian group, which would eventually be inherited by her cousin, Su Linyuan. In contrast, her mother, being less favored by the family, held no stakes in her maternal grandfather's company, which instilled a sense of jealousy towards her aunt, Qin Fanghao, within her. Though her mother enjoyed a life of luxury from a young age, she was unable to participate in the operations of the family business. After marrying into the Qin family and giving birth to her daughter, she resolved that her daughter would inherit the Qin Tian group. She aimed to demonstrate to her family of origin that women, too, can succeed in inheriting family enterprises. In contrast, her father, Qin Fangming, was indifferent to whether a man or a woman should inherit the family business. However, he would occasionally lament that if she were a son, he would have felt less reluctant when her mother pressured her to study subjects she disliked. Upon hearing this, her mother felt a sharp sting in her heart. Later, when her cousin established Changyuan capital and reached great heights, her father could not help but praise him. Her mother began to suspect that her husband intended to pass the Qin Tian group to her cousin. Noticing her daughter had no plans to join the company, she hastened to encourage her to marry. If her daughter could not carry on the family legacy, she could at least cultivate her grandson, as it was essential for her daughter's bloodline to inherit the Qin Tian group. Thus, her mother always harbored a sense of wariness towards her cousin. "Can I stay here until the evening?" Qin Tao inquired, seeking a compromise. "Is it truly only until the evening?" Su Linyuan asked. Qin Tao nodded. "I'm afraid if I return now, my mother will once again pressure me into blind dates. You know she wouldn't dare come here. After all, each visit increases the sense of crisis." Su Linyuan was aware of his aunt's apprehension towards him and had previously clarified that he had no intentions of inheriting the Qin Tian group. He had the Yunyu group to inherit, not to mention his own Changyuan capital. He simply did not have the energy to involve himself with the affairs of the Qin Tian group. Thus, he planned to be a major shareholder and simply enjoy the dividends. Moreover, the majority of the shares of the Qin Tian group still belonged to his mother, Ms. Qin Fanghao. Once assured that she could remain here until evening, Qin Tao relaxed completely and began to inquire about the cat house. Su Linyuan mentioned that the cat house was created by Jiang Xinyu with his assistants. Qin Tao raised an eyebrow and smiled, finding that his assistance was indeed quite remarkable. She then noticed Jiang Xinyu's uniqueness. While she lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a light-hearted drama that had her laughing heartily, she eventually noticed that her cousin and Jiang Xinyu occupied opposite sides of the coffee table, diligently working. Curiosity piqued. She leaned over to glance at Jiang Xinyu and was dazzled by the fluctuating reds and greens of the stock market. Notably, Jiang Xinyu was adeptly attending to her cousin's work and life needs. To her surprise, it was Jiang Xinyu who organized her cousin's documents with apparent ease, even taking the time to prepare a cup of coffee for both of them, adorned with latte art that rivaled that of a professional barista. The taste was indistinguishable from that of the finest coffee shops. As noon approached, Jiang Xinyu tidied up and headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Qin Tao hesitantly asked Su Linyuan, "Where did you find such an extraordinary nanny?" "Just watching television," Su Linyuan replied, not lifting his gaze. Qin Tao sighed. "Are you all being too excessive? Today is the weekend. Is it really necessary to be so diligent? It makes me look quite idle." Su Linyuan set aside the documents at hand and gestured towards the kitchen, instructing, "You go assist Jiang Xinyu." Upon witnessing the seriousness in Su Linyuan's eyes, Qin Tao resignedly made her way to the kitchen. Inside, Jiang Xinyu was skillfully chopping vegetables. The rhythmic sound of her knife against the cutting board filled the air, and Qin Tao marveled at the swiftness of her movements, as if the knife were a blur. Her jaw dropped in astonishment. Prior to witnessing her prowess, she had believed her cousin was merely captivated by the young woman's beauty. However, after spending a morning in her company, she realized that her cousin was equally drawn to her remarkable skills. The title of housekeeper seemed but a mere formality. Observing Jiang Xinyu's culinary talents, Qin Tao felt she gained a more profound understanding of human diversity. It appeared her cousin had indeed found a remarkable individual. Sensing movement behind her, Jiang Xinyu turned to find Qin Tao standing there. "Miss Qin Tao, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" As Qin Tao watched her converse while continuing to chop vegetables, her heart raced, and she stammered, "Why you? Please focus on the knife, not on me." Jiang Xinyu smiled gently and reassured her, "Do not worry, I am quite accustomed to this. There will be no mishaps." With Jiang Xinyu having turned her attention away, Qin Tao finally felt at ease. My cousin finds me bothersome, so he sent me to assist you. Jiang Xinyu hesitated, considering that Qin Tao was a guest. Yet the latter exhibited an enthusiastic eagerness to help. Reluctantly, Jiang Xinyu assigned her a relatively simple task, washing vegetables. Having been somewhat traumatized by Su Linyuan's clumsy attempts in the kitchen, she remained skeptical of Qin Tao's capabilities. Chapter 49. Qin Tao and Jiang Xinyu. Qin Tao and Su Linyuan are indeed blood relatives, being cousins. They are equally matched in their antics. As they wash lettuce, they managed to tear the leaves apart. In order to ensure dinner was served on time, Jiang Xinyu graciously declined Qin Tao's offer of assistance. At that moment, Qin Tao, observing the discarded lettuce leaves in the trash bin, remained silent, acutely aware of the chill emanating from Jiang Xinyu's smile. With an ingratiating grin, Qin Tao remarked, I shall merely observe, perhaps by soaking in the atmosphere, I might discover a hidden talent. The kitchen of the hillside villa was quite spacious, and Qin Tao's presence did not hinder Jiang Xinyu, who permitted her to linger. For someone inexperienced in culinary arts, watching a chef execute cooking techniques with fluidity was akin to witnessing a master at work. During the brief period Jiang Xinyu spent preparing the ingredients, Qin Tao's countless exclamations of awe disrupted Su Linyuan's focus in the living room. To alleviate any potential boredom Jiang Xinyu might experience while cooking alone, Qin Tao engaged her in conversation from time to time. Can I call you little fish? She inquired. Jiang Xinyu nodded. When did you start working for my cousin? At the beginning of December, Jiang Xinyu replied while stirring the dish. And do you know where Aunt Qian has gone? Qin Tao continued. Aunt Qian's daughter-in-law just gave birth, so she took leave to care for her. Jiang Xinyu multitasked, conversing while cooking. Upon discovering that Aunt Qian's absence was temporary, Qin Tao chatted with Jiang Xinyu about various topics throughout the cooking process, her chatter never faltering. Truly, she was someone capable of live streaming for 4 uninterrupted hours. Once dinner was ready, the three gathered at the table. Qin Tao watched in fascination as Jiang Xinyu transformed each ingredient into delectable dishes, eagerly anticipating the evening's fare. Jiang Xinyu's culinary skills had been praised by Su Linyuan's parents, so the meal was sure to be delightful. Qin Tao savored the meal with great satisfaction, even feeling a sense of lingering desire for more. In her heart, she quietly mused that it was far superior to what her family as housekeeper could prepare. After an indulgent dinner, Qin Tao felt quite full. She wandered around the living room, finally gazing longingly at Jiang Xinyu. Little fish, shall we take a stroll in the garden to help with digestion? Jiang Xinyu had no plans for the evening, so she agreed. But only after tidying up the dining area and kitchen. Thanks to the dishwasher, the task was completed swiftly. As Qin Tao waited, she grasped Jiang Xinyu's hand and led her outside. Su Linyuan looked up and couldn't help but say, put on your down jacket before heading out. Understood, cousin. Qin Tao replied, pulling Jiang Xinyu toward the entryway where their coats were hung. Watching their figures disappear into the hallway, Su Linyuan quietly added, I was talking to you. Clad in a coat, Qin Tao strolled through the garden with Jiang Xinyu, who wore a down jacket. At that moment, Qin Tao realized that her cousin's warning had been directed at Jiang Xinyu. She inwardly scolded, how inconsiderate of him. After a leisurely walk, Qin Tao led Jiang Xinyu toward the cat house, revealing her true passion for animals as she embraced her role as a pet blogger. In contrast to the lively dogs, she, a slothful soul, chose to adopt a cat. Although there were still numerous tasks to attend to, there was no necessity for daily walks. Upon arriving at the cat house, the two discovered that a tabby cat was present. Qin Tao's eyes sparkled with delight as she rummaged through her coat pocket and found a cat teaser, a gift meant for her furry companion at home. Now, this little creature would benefit from it. Jiang Xinyu observed as the typically aloof tabby slowly extended its head, cautiously approaching the teaser before finally licking it. At that moment, Qin Tao's face radiated warmth and joy. Jiang Xinyu mused that although the other was 2 years her senior, her spirit resembled that of a youthful girl. This was the essence of a happy family. After more than half an hour of wandering and feeding the kittens, Qin Tao contentedly returned indoors. The hour had yet to reach 8, and she was reluctant to leave. Engaging in conversation with Jiang Xinyu felt remarkably pleasant. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed such a candid exchange. Since moving out, her parents had mostly focused on matchmaking during their meetings, while her friends consisted of well-bred young ladies discussing jewelry, fashion, and even male models. None could converse with her about pets or emotions. With Jiang Xinyu, she felt an affinity akin to finding a kindred spirit over a drink. Su Linyuan observed the two chatting but chose to remain silent. Gradually, The time crept past 9. Qin Tao flashed a charming smile at Su Linyuan. Cousin, it's quite late, and the night is cold and dark. How could you bear to let a delicate woman like me return alone? Su Linyuan replied, I can have assistant Zhao escort you home. Qin Tao was momentarily speechless. She pressed on, Cousin, please. I've just become friends with Xiao Yu. How can you let us part ways like this? And as for assistant Zhao, it's freezing outside. It's not fair to make him run around. Workers are human too. Su Linyuan sighed, knowing her intentions from the moment she suggested a stroll. Qin Tao's eyes suddenly brightened. So you agree? He cast a glance at her, but you didn't bring a change of clothes. Just as he was about to suggest calling someone to bring her some, Qin Tao jumped up. I have some. I brought them. They're in the car. Su Linyuan chuckled softly, realizing her plans had been premeditated. With his permission, Qin Tao hurried to retrieve her change of clothes and toiletries. Once she returned, she asked, Cousin, which room will I stay in? Choose between the first or second floor, he replied. Qin Tao nodded enthusiastically and dragged Jiang Xinyu along to help her pick a room. Ultimately, she selected a south-facing room on the second floor and hurriedly took Jiang Xinyu to wash up and apply face masks. Before long, Su Linyuan found himself alone in the living room. He gathered his belongings and ascended to the third floor. The next morning, Qin Tao awoke early, feeling slightly restless in an unfamiliar bed. She thought she had risen early, only to discover that Jiang Xinyu was already up, preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Watching Jiang Xinyu in the morning light, she felt a fleeting sense of empathy for her cousin. In that moment, it was indeed a pleasing sight. No wonder one seeks a maid who embodies beauty and grace. The mere thought of such a lovely figure preparing meals renders the food delightful, even before tasting it. Qin Tao did not linger here for long. She had 2 unruly children at home to tend to. Although a nanny was present, she preferred to care for those 2 little rascals herself. After indulging in a sumptuous breakfast, Qin Tao, having added Jiang Xinyu on WeChat, departed in her car. Since moving out of the Qin residence, she had taken up residence in a villa under her own name. This villa, while not grand by the standards of the coastal city, was a purchase made with her own pocket money. She had participated in its decoration and renovations, making it a comfortable sanctuary. As she entered, humming a cheerful tune, she called out in a light-hearted tone, Ayu, Xian, Mama is home. Ayu was her brown tabby Maine Coon, whose imposing presence belied a gentle nature. Qin Tao found it as precious as jade, hence the name Ayu. As for Xian, the name was inspired by the ethereal charm of ragdolls. Initially, she presumed Xian to be a female, only to discover upon purchase that he was, in fact, a male. Nevertheless, whether brother or sister, Xian remained his name. Chapter 50. The attempt to poach. After changing her shoes, Qin Tao noticed that the 2 children had yet to arrive, which piqued her curiosity as she wandered into the living room. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of her mother, Liaxiu, seated on the sofa, her expression as frosty as winter. Mom. Qin Tao gasped, her heart racing as anxiety gripped her. What brings you here? Liaxiu's face remained stern as she retorted, You truly do not know why I am here. Qin Tao quickly lowered her head, adopting a semblance of reflection. Do not feign innocence. Are you unaware of the trouble your escapade from the blind date caused yesterday? The amount I had to compensate was considerable. The more Liaxiu thought about it, the angrier she became, her tone growing increasingly severe. In a hushed voice, Qin Tao interjected, But I did inform you that I have no desire for a blind date. Even if you arrange one, I shall not attend. You. The living room was filled with a tense silence as Liaxiu processed her daughter's words. Do you believe you have the right to argue? Look around you. Which daughter behaves so irresponsibly? I do not wish to force you into taking over the company. But while your father and I still possess the energy, you ought to consider providing us with an heir. Frustrated, Qin Tao tossed her bag onto the sofa, her voice rising involuntarily. Must we revisit this? Am I merely a breeding machine? For the sake of an heir, I should disregard my own desires and bear a child with a man I do not love? Liaxiu was taken aback by Qin Tao's defiance, her chest heaving with indignation. This is your duty as a member of the Qin family. If you refuse to take over, shall we simply hand over our vast estate to Su Linyuan? Qin Tao detested her mother's manipulative tactics more than anything. Mother, how many times must I tell you? My cousin has no interest in our family's business. He's already preoccupied with Yunyu Group and Qingyuan Capital. Even if he were a machine, he could not manage 3 such colossal enterprises simultaneously. Liaxiu gazed at her daughter with an expression of disbelief. You are far too naive. You underestimate your cousin's capabilities. Should he so desire, he could accomplish it all. The crux of the matter is that he does not wish to. Qin Tao replied coldly. Seeing her daughter's obstinate refusal to heed her counsel, Lai Shiyu's temper flared. I do not care whether you agree or not. You shall attend the blind date this afternoon. I will have the bodyguard stationed at the door. Do not even think of escaping. Embracing her rebellious spirit, Qin Tao retorted defiantly. If you insist on forcing me into this blind date, I may not be able to resist, but do not expect me to cooperate willingly. Just wait and see how I shall conduct myself at the banquet. Lai Shiyu, trembling with fury, pointed a finger at her. You are quite something. Qin Tao turned her head away, refusing to meet her gaze. She did not wish to provoke her mother to such an extent. Yet her mother selected suitors solely for the purpose of securing a Qin heir. These individuals were solely after the Qin family's wealth, and she had no intention of complying. Realizing her daughter was resolutely against her plans, Lai Shiyu delivered a final ultimatum. If that is the case, then do not expect to enjoy the benefits that the Qin family affords you. With that, she called out loudly, Housekeeper Lu. Lu, come back with me. Your services are no longer needed here. Lu, the housekeeper, glanced at Qin Tao before obediently moving to stand beside her mistress. Ultimately, she is merely the caretaker of the Qin family. When the lady of the house speaks, she must comply. Qin's mother continued, from now on, we will no longer provide you with pocket money each month. Aren't you proud? Then do not rely on the Qin family's influence. If that is the case, then so be it. Qin Tao understood that her mother's actions were intended to force her into submission. After a long pause, Qin's mother stood and said to Lu, pack your belongings. We are returning to the old residence. Lu nodded and hurriedly began to gather her things. Once Lu had finished packing, Qin's mother left without a backward glance. As Qin Tao surveyed the now quiet home, she slowly exhaled. She first checked on the two little ones that the caretaker had left upstairs before contemplating her next steps. Although she had lost the financial support from her family, her earnings from live streaming were still consistent each month. Her mother, accustomed to the lifestyle of the upper class, knew little about the life of ordinary people. Her monthly income was sufficient to sustain herself. From this day forth, she could forego purchasing designer bags and jewelry. Her previous items would suffice. And her clothing was sponsored by brands. Though it could not compare to the luxurious haute couture she once adorned, it was adequate for her present needs. The absence of a caretaker, however, posed a challenge. Her self-sufficiency skills were lacking, particularly as a wealthy and beautiful single woman living alone. Finding a trustworthy caretaker would prove to be a daunting task. Suddenly, she thought of Jiang Xinyu. Her contract with her cousin was nearing its end, and she recalled that it would expire before the Lantern Festival. At that moment, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. During this period leading up to the new year, she could rely on takeout and have a temporary maid tidy up her home. No matter what, she would return home for the holidays. Even if her mother was upset with her, her father would not allow her to spend the new year alone. She could prolong her stay for a while and manage to hold out until Jiang Xinyu's contract concluded. With a clearer vision for her future, Qin Tao relaxed and immersed herself in the joys of caring for her cats. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinyu remained unaware that her next opportunity was on the horizon. At that moment, she was listening to Su Linyuan discuss matters concerning Yuan technology. It was indeed true that they had infringed on someone else's patent, and the company had now halted the Yuan project. Jiang Xinyu was surprised that Yuan technology had failed to go public this time. In her previous life, the issues had only surfaced post-IPO. She suspected that the aggressive actions of Shou Qiang and the corrupt dealings of Yao Guangzhong played a significant role in this debacle. Su Linyuan might have sensed something amiss, but had ultimately failed to intervene in time. Nevertheless, it was for the best. A timely cessation of losses, Jiang Xinyu mused. Unbeknownst to her, Su Linyuan not only halted the Yuan technology project, but also pursued accountability. Yao Guangzhong was dismissed due to his corrupt actions, and Shou Qiang faced demotion due to business-related issues. However, what surprised Jiang Xinyu even more was that General Feng from Huayuan Venture Capital had taken over the Yuan technology project. Jiang Xinyu could only conclude that everything is dictated by fate. Days passed swiftly, and before long, it was the 27th day of the 12th month. Jiang Xinyu will conclude her work today and commence her holiday. Her annual leave begins on the 20th day of the 12th lunar month and extends until the 5th day of the 1st lunar month, with her returning to work on the 6th. Today, Su Linyuan did not attend the office, observing Jiang Xinyu as she prepared her luggage. Jiang Xinyu packed all that she could carry. As her belongings were few, consisting mainly of a change of clothes, a single large suitcase sufficed. After witnessing this, Su Linyuan opened his mouth several times, ultimately unable to restrain himself from speaking. You are only returning for a week. Why pack so meticulously? It's not as if you want tea be coming back. Jiang Shenyu replied, aside from my skincare products, I haven't tea-packed any of my toiletries. I can simply purchase new ones upon my return. Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Oh, I saw that large suitcase and assumed you were taking everything with you. Chapter 51. Mr. Su, I have given you the money after tidying up her belongings. Jiang Shenyu immersed herself back into her work. Su Linyuan observed her bustling in the kitchen, engaging her in conversation from the doorway. Jiang Shenyu, where is your hometown? Despite her having worked here for some time, he was still unfamiliar with many aspects of her life. As she sliced vegetables, Jiang Shenyu replied, my hometown is Jinzhou. Jinzhou? Su Linyuan had never heard of it. It's a county-level city beneath Yancheng. Yancheng? In Su Province? Jiang Shenyu nodded. Su Linyuan chuckled, realizing why people often referred to Su Province as fragmented. Although his grandparents hailed from Su Province, they moved to Haisher in their youth, leaving him somewhat uninformed about that region. Hearing Jiang Shenyu speak of it piqued his curiosity. Jiang Shenyu paused, explaining, it's just customary for us to say that. Su Linyuan inquired, have you purchased your ticket? Jiang Shenyu responded, no, I'll drive back with my younger sister. She did not own a car, but her sister did. She envisioned that once she earned from stock trading, she could afford a modest vehicle, facilitating her travels. You have a younger sister? Su Linyuan expressed mild surprise. Upon hearing his question, Jiang Shenyu lowered her gaze, replying softly, yes, I do. Noticing her reluctance to elaborate, Su Linyuan refrained from pressing further. After lunch, concerned about her sister's situation, Jiang Shenyu called her. They had agreed that she would come over as soon as she finished her tasks. Yet it had been over a week without any updates. Qin Siling hastily answered Jiang Shenyu's call amidst the commotion. Why is it so noisy over there? Shelling? Jiang Shenyu inquired, a hint of worry in her voice. Qin Siling found a quieter spot to respond. Oh, there's an impromptu audition, which is why I'm late. Just as she was about to head to Haisher, her agent had presented her with an audition invitation. Director Chen Xing's new film, Chasing Fish, was in preparation. Set to commence shooting in the spring, and the cast needed to be finalized before the new year. She had seized a fortunate opportunity to audition. The originally favored actress for the third female role had declined due to returning home for the holidays, prompting the agency to secure this chance for her. The previous candidate had some renown, making it unlikely she would consider this role, and it remained uncertain whether her returning home was merely an excuse. Fortunately, Qin Siling's demeanor was a fitting match for the role, coupled with her professional training, making her a suitable replacement. Currently, she was at the audition site, though her name had yet to be called. Jiang Shenyu was taken aback to learn that her sister was still working at such a time. Will you be able to make it over? Qin Siling was uncertain, stating it depended on the audition outcome. If she succeeded, she would need to meet the crew for a gathering the following day. Jiang Shenyu pondered for a moment before asking, which drama are you auditioning for? Uncertain of her sister's motive for asking, Qin Siling replied, Director Qin Sheng's Chasing Fish. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shenyu smiled slightly, expressing satisfaction. I believe you will succeed in your audition this time. I shall come to the film studio to find you, and we can depart together from there. Qin Siling hesitated. Sister, it's the end of the year now. Train tickets are difficult to procure. How will you manage to come? All the tickets for the Spring Festival must be sold out. Jiang Shenyu reassured her. It's all right. I will find a way. After calming her sister, Jiang Shenyu ended the call. She had not made an effort to conceal her conversation, and Su Linyuan, having overheard, inquired, Is there anything I can assist you with? Jiang Shenyu met his concerned gaze and gently shook her head, replying, No, I will figure it out myself. As she spoke, she opened her phone to check for tickets for the following day, only to discover that both train and flight tickets were unavailable. She stared intently at her phone, as if her unwavering gaze could conjure a ticket into existence. I didn't intend to eavesdrop on your call, but are you heading to the film studio? I can arrange a first-class ticket for you, Su Linyuan offered, recognizing her expression indicated the tickets were indeed sold out. Given the time of year, when the fervor for the new year runs deep within the hearts of the populace, it was no surprise that tickets were scarce. No worries, I can catch a rideshare. Jiang Shenyu replied, but Su Linyuan furrowed his brow, concerned about the safety of such an option, especially considering Jiang Shenyu's beauty. What if an unfortunate event were to occur? A chilling memory surfaced in Jiang Shenyu's mind, recalling the incident in 2018 where a rideshare driver had harmed a female passenger. Her complexion paled slightly. Then I shall cover the cost of the flight. Ultimately, Jiang Shenyu opted for a more secure mode of transportation. She valued her life highly. When the topic of money arose, Su Linyuan's expression soured. Must you be so calculating? Other people's housekeepers would be eager to take advantage. Yet you refuse even when assistance is offered. Jiang Shenyu retorted firmly, I am a housekeeper with professional ethics. Su Linyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Though he still took down Jiang Shenyu's identification information to have assistant Zhao book her a ticket to the film studio for the following morning. As he requested her identification, Jiang Shenyu asked, how much is it? Su Linyuan shot her a glare before turning and descending the stairs. Jiang Shenyu found herself at a loss for what to do. It was the last day of work, and she could not find peace. Perhaps feeling Jiang Shenyu would soon depart, Su Linyuan came back down shortly. But when she inquired about the price, he merely grunted in response, leaving her exasperated. She contemplated asking the airline staff about the fare when she boarded the plane the next day. That evening, Jiang Shenyu returned to the splendid garden and invited her close friend, Lu Lijun, to join her for some leisure time. Naturally, Lu Lijun was eager to accept. As the two chatted, they eventually broached the subject of Jiang Shenyu's trip to the film studio the next day. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Shenyu could have borrowed Lu Lijun's car. However, Lu Lijun also needed to drive home for the new year, so she felt it unwise to ask for her vehicle. With the year drawing to a close, Jiang Shenyu found herself in a quandary. How will you get there? She pondered. Mr. Su has managed to secure a first-class ticket for me. Lu Lijun straightened her posture, exclaiming, Oh, Mr. Su has arranged for you a first-class ticket? Sister, you're impressive. Yet, Jiang Shenyu felt a lingering discomfort. With a sigh, she remarked, I want to pay him, but he won't disclose the amount. A burden weighed on her heart. Lu Lijun, draping her arm around Jiang Shenyu's shoulders, casually inquired, if your previous company had provided you with a first-class ticket, would you have accepted it? Absolutely. Jiang Shenyu replied decisively. Lu Lijun cast an enigmatic glance at her sister and asked, why? Jiang Shenyu explained, the company wouldn't bestow tickets without reason. There must be a task for me. So why shouldn't I take advantage of it? Lu Lijun pondered, thus, you don't truly regard Mr. Su as a boss. It was evident that she had not equated her former employer with Su Linyuan. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Shenyu suddenly had a revelation. Indeed, Mr. Su is quite amiable. We could be considered friends. Lu Lijun merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. She had long recognized that her sister exhibited traits of an avoidant attachment style, yearning for intimacy, yet shying away from emotional connections. When relationships approached closeness, she instinctively recoiled and resisted, a self-protective mechanism to avoid the pain of deeper emotional engagement. Jiang Shenyu demonstrated excessive independence. A quintessential example of someone who yearned to manage everything on her own, rarely seeking assistance or burdening others, adeptly handling both her personal and professional life. However, her symptoms were not overly pronounced. It was during their university years of inseparability that Lu Lijun gradually penetrated her inner world. Lu Lijun sensed that Jiang Shenyu might harbor some affection for Mr. Su, yet she consistently evaded it, instinctively conjuring various excuses to decline his overtures, such as the ticket incident. Under normal work circumstances, this would be regarded as a benefit from employer to employee, but Jiang Shenyu insisted on compensating him. Such behavioral patterns are not easily altered. The influence of one's family of origin is profoundly significant. Mr. Su has a long journey ahead of him. Chapter 52. A stroke of misfortune. Observing Jiang Shenyu's restless demeanor, Lu Lijun offered a suggestion. Why not inquire with Assistant Zhao? Didn't you mention that he was the one handling this matter? Jiang Shenyu smacked her forehead, realizing how she had overlooked this. With newfound determination, she promptly sent a message to Assistant Zhao, confident that he would see it. After all, one need not question the unwavering reliability of a diligent worker's phone. Indeed, it wasn't long before Assistant Zhao replied. Upon learning the amount, she promptly transferred the funds to his phone. Assistant Zhao, please help me forward this to President Su. Upon seeing the transferred sum, Assistant Zhao felt a jolt of unease, silently cursing himself for what he perceived as a foolish move. Noticing his hesitation, Jiang Shenyu reassured him. If you don't accept it, I will ultimately have to deliver it to President Su myself. At worst, I can make a trip after the new year to withdraw cash. Assistant Zhao sent a crying emoji in response. Jiang Shenyu silently apologized to him, feeling helpless in the situation. Eventually, Assistant Zhao accepted the money and begrudgingly sent a screenshot to Su Linyuan. At that moment, Su Linyuan was already at the old residence. With the housekeeper on vacation and the pantry empty and cold, he had opted to return home. As he read the message from Assistant Zhao, his expression soured. Noticing her grandson's unusual demeanor, Grandma Su inquired, What's the matter? Why do you look so upset? Su Linyuan replied. Jiang Shenyu couldn't secure a ticket during the new year, so I arranged one for her, but she insists on reimbursing me. And it's all gone through Assistant Zhao. Grandma Su, somewhat taken aback by her grandson's kindness, remarked, How generous of you. Su Linyuan, a bit indignant, responded, Grandma, do you really think so little of me? Am I not kind to Aunt Li and Aunt Qian? Grandma Su chuckled, All right, you're the best. She truly wished to convey that her grandson typically did not invest such care in those he had known for only a short time. Hearing her grandmother's words, which sounded like a gentle reprimand, Su Linyuan sighed softly, Grandma, I am no longer a child. Grandma Su nodded in agreement but still defended Jiang Xinyu, saying, That girl has it tough. She is proud and doesn't have a nature inclined to take advantage of others. Accept her money graciously. Grandpa Su interjected. You should accept this money. When it comes time for salary, be sure to grant her a generous bonus. This was a familiar routine for him. Persuaded by the elderly couple, Su Linyuan allowed Assistant Zhao to transfer the funds. Assistant Zhao felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Every second of delay would have been a dereliction of duty. As Su Linyuan gazed at the transferred sum, he sent a message to Jiang Xinyu, informing her that he had received the funds. Okay, came her simple reply. Su Linyuan read those two words repeatedly, feeling a pang in his heart. The following morning, Grandpa Su rose early. After breakfast, he noticed Su Linyuan casually scrolling through his phone and said, Come, accompany your grandfather fishing. Although Su Linyuan had little interest in fishing, the memory of his grandfather's social media posts stirred a sudden curiosity within him to join. Today, the artificial lake was relatively devoid of anglers. Yet there was Li Lao. Su Linyuan greeted him, to which Li Lao responded with a smile, noting how early Su Linyuan had returned this year. Su Linyuan chuckled, explaining that there was no one at home, prompting his early arrival. Li Lao readily agreed, recognizing the difficulties of being alone and appreciating the wisdom of returning sooner. Then, shifting his tone, he inquired, Old Su, why have you come so early today? Typically, they would arrive in the afternoon. With Linyuan back, I thought at least Xiaoyu has been with him long enough to bring some good fortune. Li Lao's eyes instantly sparkled at the thought. Perhaps that is indeed the case. With this in mind, he gathered his fishing gear and a small chair, moving to sit beside Su Linyuan while reminiscing. In our younger days, when we had Xiaoyu by our side, how splendid it was. Su Linyuan listened intently. Curiosity piqued as he asked, Xiaoyu? Is she Jiang Xinyu? Is she truly skilled at fishing? He felt he had uncovered another of her talents. When Jiang Xinyu was mentioned, Su Linyuan's grandfather and Li Lao could talk endlessly. In their recounting, Jiang Xinyu became a goddess of fish, bringing luck to anyone fortunate enough to be near her. Li Lao even recounted the tale of her fishing companionship, which earned 1,000 yuan every half hour. Su Linyuan was left astounded, realizing that was why his grandfather had been consistently catching fish and posting about it online, thanks to Jiang Xinyu's prowess. Regrettably, it seemed Su Linyuan had inherited his grandfather's fishing misfortune, as he had yet to catch a single fish after hours of trying. Although his grandfather said nothing, his piercing gaze seemed to see right through Su Linyuan. Feeling awkward, Su Linyuan rubbed his nose, perplexed by the situation. He felt compelled to defend himself. Grandpa, could it be that your skills are lacking? We must trust in science. In response, the two elderly gentlemen shot him furious glares. His grandfather retorted, Nonsense. Ever since Xiaoyu blessed me, my fishing success has improved significantly. Li Lao nodded in agreement. Your grandfather speaks the truth. We usually manage to catch at least a fish or two each day. With a hint of disdain, Su Linyuan's grandfather instructed him, Why don't you go play elsewhere? Don't squander my fishing luck. Suddenly, Li Lao recalled the scene of Jiang Xinyu's first fishing experience and turned to Su Linyuan's grandfather, suggesting, Should we try using earthworms? Su Linyuan's grandfather found the idea plausible and turned his gaze to Su Linyuan. Xiaoyuan, go dig up some earthworms for Grandpa. Su Linyuan felt as if he might burst. Seeing his grandfather's earnest expression, he pondered and finally exclaimed, Grandpa, earthworms hibernate in winter. Ultimately, the two elderly men had to abandon their plan, their disappointment palpable. Upon returning home, Su Linyuan declared that he would not accompany his grandfather fishing again until he had forgotten about digging for earthworms. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinyu boarded a plane to the film city, carrying her luggage and New Year's gifts. At that moment, she reveled in the first-class service, feeling entirely justified, having paid for it. The flight from Haishur to the film city only takes about an hour, and Jiang Xinyu soon arrived. At the airport, she was greeted by a friend of Chen Xiling. Given Chen Siling's current status, she did not yet have an assistant. The agent assigned by the company managed several individuals and would not be dedicated solely to her. This friend, a young girl named Jiang Yu who worked as an extra in the film city, was of a similar age to Jiang Xianyu and greeted her warmly. She drove Jiang Xianyu directly to the apartment rented by Chen Siling. Sister Jiang, Siling is currently dining with the crew and will return shortly. Please set your things down. I will take you out for a meal, she said. Jiang Xianyu responded affirmatively and took out some souvenirs from Haishur, handing them over. These are for you to try, she said. Jiang Yu expressed her gratitude with delight. Jiang Xianyu had originally prepared these gifts for Chen Siling's agent, but she had bought a few extras just in case, which now proved to be quite useful. Chapter 53. The banquet. Jiang Yu led Jiang Xianyu down the bustling streets of the film city, remarking, "It's quite calm during the day, but the night market truly comes alive." Jiang Xianyu felt a sense of novelty. Although her sister was an actress, her previous life had been consumed by work, leaving her little time to explore this vibrant locale. The two of them entered a clean establishment, where the flavors of the dishes proved to be quite delightful. Ultimately, Jiang Xianyu settled the bill, appreciating the efforts of the young waitress who had been both attentive and informative. Although Jiang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment at Jiang Xianyu's generosity, she was unable to compete with her sister's seasoned experience in matters of payment. Their meal proceeded at a leisurely pace, and by the time they finished, there was still no sign of Chen Siling's return. Just as Jiang Xianyu prepared to call her sister, she noticed an unread WeChat message on her phone. It was a voice message from Su Linyuan. "Have you arrived? Is anyone there to greet you?" Jiang Xianyu swiftly replied, "Mr. Su, I have arrived." As Su Linyuan stared at his phone, he felt a sense of relief wash over him upon receiving her message. Indeed, ever since she left, she seemed to soar away, rarely reaching out to him, and his messages were often met with prolonged silence. Just as Jiang Xianyu was about to dial Chen Siling, she received a message from her sister. "Sister, please call me." Without hesitation, Jiang Xianyu made the call. On the other end, Chen Siling was firmly declining the alcohol being offered by the producer, saying, "Director Zhang, I truly cannot drink. I have to drive later." The meal was nearing its conclusion, and the atmosphere had become increasingly spirited, with everyone becoming a bit tipsy. Originally amiable, Director Zhang began to insist on coaxing Chen Siling into drinking. Chen Siling, delicate and seemingly demure, had been minimizing her presence while the spotlight remained on the producer, director, and leading actors. She was merely a background figure, unexpectedly caught in the crossfire of a scheme orchestrated by the second female lead, Bai Ke, an actress of modest standing who, not wishing to drink herself, pointedly called Chen Siling out. She insinuated that it was unbecoming for Chen Siling to abstain from drinking, especially as it seemed she hadn't even touched a drop, which was somewhat disrespectful to Director Zhang. With the mood buoyant, Director Zhang insisted that Chen Siling partake in a drink. Growing anxious, Chen Siling thought of her sister, who had yet to arrive. They had plans to drive back in the afternoon, and under normal circumstances, she might have indulged, but not today. In desperation, she sent Jiang Xianyu a discreet message, hoping to use the phone call as an excuse to evade the drinking. When Jiang Xianyu's call came through, Chen Siling breathed a sigh of relief. She donned a smile as she said, "Director Zhang, I sincerely apologize. My sister is calling. I must take this." Upon hearing the phone connect, Jiang Xianyu was met with a cacophony of voices, interspersed with coaxing remarks to drink. "Xiaoling, where are you now? You must have finished your meal by now. I'll come to pick you up." Finding a quiet corner, Chen Siling replied, "Sister, I'm fine. It's just the producer insisting on drinking, and I simply don't wish to partake. Please wait for me at the house. I should be finishing up shortly." Jiang Xianyu replied disapprovingly, "I'm currently outside. Please provide me with the address, and I will come to pick you up shortly." She was all too familiar with the pressure of drunken revelers encouraging excessive drinking. The other party was a producer, and her sister merely played a minor role, leaving little room for refusal. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Siling relayed the location to her. "Sister, let me know when you arrive, and I will inform them before heading down." In truth, these individuals had not yet engaged in any egregious behavior, at most. They had merely urged drinking and exchanged trivial banter, maintaining a semblance of decorum. After all, those present were all invested in the success of the television drama. Despite the producer's current demeanor, he, as the project manager, would ultimately be accountable for the show's profitability. If he were slighted now, it would likely result in only minor repercussions on set, nothing of great consequence. After all, Every star who now glimmers has traversed this phase, having acquired the desired address. Jiang Xinyu informed Jiang Yu of her intention to fetch her sister and suggested that Jiang Yu return home first. Concerned for Chen Xiling's well-being, Jiang Yu did not delay Jiang Xinyu's departure. The dining venue where Chen Xiling was located was not far from Jiang Xinyu's position, and a taxi ride would take merely 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xiling hesitated for a few moments before re-entering the private room. At that moment, Bai Ku was being urged to drink by producer Zhang. Upon seeing Chen Xiling arrive, she quickly withdrew from Zhang's grasp. Producer Zhang, Chen Xiling has arrived. You must treat her to a drink, lest it seem our crew lacks harmony. The lead actress, Lu Mingyan, who had recognized Chen Xiling from their shared alma mater during the audition, felt compelled to interject but was restrained by her male counterpart. She shook off his hand, raised her glass with a charming smile, and said to Producer Zhang, what pleasure is there in drinking with a little girl? She clearly has little experience. One cup may render her incapacitated and ruin your enjoyment. In response, Producer Zhang turned to clink glasses with Lu Mingyan, and the two engaged in a back and forth of toasts. Chen Xiling watched with concern as Lu Mingyan's face flushed red, and with a determined bite of her lip, she rose to her feet, holding her glass. Lu Mingyan waved her hand dismissively, smiling alluringly. Sister, with my drinking capacity, no one stands a chance. Chen Xiling was unconvinced. Lu Mingyan had already consumed a significant amount and, as the lead actress, was often the target of toasts. Given her current state, it would be unwise for her to drink further. The director, recognizing the situation, offered a few words of caution. Those familiar with inebriated individuals knew better than to insist on restraint. The more one urged, the more determined they became. Producer Zhang stood up, slurring today. No one is leaving. If you don't drink, it's as if you're denying me. Face. Chen Xiling stepped forward, cradling her glass, and clinked it against Producer Zhang's. I will drink with you, she declared, lifting her cup to her lips. Lu Mingyan looked on in astonishment, impressed by the girl's audacity. Just as Chen Xiling was about to take a sip of her drink, a knock echoed from outside the private room. The waiter entered and inquired, Dear guests, there is someone named Jiang Xinyu seeking Miss Chen Xiling. Shall I let her in? The room was predominantly occupied by celebrities, and outsiders were not permitted to enter casually. Upon sensing that Jiang Xinyu might be an external ally summoned by Chen Xiling, Lu Mingyan spoke up, let her in. As the leading actress of this production and a top-tier star, it was only fitting to grant her this courtesy. A flicker of excitement danced in Chen Xiling's eyes as Jiang Xinyu stepped through the doorway. All eyes turned towards her. She was clad in a cropped, drop-shoulder-down jacket and snug jeans, her delicate face partially concealed by a scarf, with her long hair falling in a slightly disheveled manner behind her. With a smile, she addressed the gathering. I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment. I have a matter to discuss with Xiling, so I shall take her with me. This gathering was not overly formal, and it was quite acceptable to leave early. However, Producer Zhang appeared somewhat displeased. He stood up unsteadily, scrutinizing Jiang Xinyu. Which agency do you represent, and do you even understand the rules? Chapter 54. The rescue. Seeing that Producer Zhang intended to make things difficult for her sister, Chen Xiling stepped forward to mediate. I apologize, Producer Zhang. My sister is not from this industry and is unfamiliar with the customs here. Jiang Xinyu observed the producer, who clutched his drink and handed her bag to Chen Xiling, who was still eager to speak. She then removed her scarf and placed it in Chen Xiling's hands. Subsequently, she took Chen Xiling's glass and filled it to the brim, addressing the flushed man before her. Producer Zhang, it is truly unavoidable for me to leave early this time. Allow me to drink 3 cups as a form of self-punishment. With that, she tilted her head back and downed the liquor in her glass. She proceeded to pour herself a second and then a third cup. Chen Xiling was nearly terrified, desperately grasping Jiang Xinyu's hand, wishing she could whisk her away. She had never witnessed anyone consume alcohol in such a manner. After finishing the third cup, Jiang Xinyu looked at Producer Zhang, who had tipped his glass and gave it a shake. I have finished. Producer Zhang placed his glass on the table and exclaimed, well, how refreshing. He then tilted back his head and finished his drink as well. Which company do you represent? Please, share your name. When there are future projects, I will have my brother invite you for an audition. The expressions of those present were a tapestry of reactions, yet the atmosphere had markedly improved. Producer Zhang was a man who, as long as you kept him company with drinks, could be quite agreeable. Jiang Xinyu recognized that he was already a bit tipsy and refrained from mentioning that she was not an artist. Instead, she said, I will rely on you, Brother Zhang. My sister and I have matters to attend to, so we shall not impose further. As she spoke, she began to lead her sister away. But producer Zhang was unwilling to let them depart. Wait, why are you leaving? No, no. You must drink a few more with me. He reached out to pull Jiang Xinyu back. Jiang Xinyu, noticing her sister's anxious gaze, offered her a reassuring look before taking her glass to join producer Zhang. Very well. Today I shall indulge in drinking with you, brother Zhang. Although she despised social drinking, it did not imply that she lacked skill. Her capacity for alcohol had been honed through numerous drinking sessions with clients. The producer, appearing quite persistent, might not necessarily be her match in this regard. Producer Zhang was pleased and began drinking with Jiang Xinyu in a lively exchange. Meanwhile, the others were relieved to have escaped a predicament. Yet they were also curious about Jiang Xinyu's identity. The way she drank was indicative of a seasoned veteran. Lu Mingyan leaned closer to Chen Xiling and whispered, "Is she truly your sister?" The contrast in their attitudes toward drinking was stark. Chen Xiling gazed at Jiang Xinyu, her heart a swirl of emotions. This was her first time witnessing her sister in such a manner. The level of expertise demonstrated suggested that she had undoubtedly faced such situations before. This was Chen Xiling's inaugural experience in a role of such significance, and her first time participating in such a drinking gathering. She already felt suffocated. It was unimaginable for her to comprehend how her gentle sister had endured such trials. With slightly reddened eyes, she murmured, "She is my biological sister." Seeing Chen Xiling's distressed and anxious demeanor, Lu Mingyan patted her shoulder and reassured her, "Do not worry, given your sister's prowess. It is quite possible that producer Zhang will succumb first." Bai Ku, upon hearing this, dared not speak ill of Lu Mingyan. But she did let out a cold snort at Chen Xiling, remarking on her good fortune. Chen Xiling shot her a glare, retorting that this was all due to Bai Ku. Without her, none of this would have occurred. It was merely the fact that Bai Ku lacked any notable reputation, making her an easy target for bullying. The others looked down upon Bai Ku's behavior, pretending not to hear Chen Xiling's retort. Jiang Xinyu cast a glance in Bai Ku's direction. She recognized her. In her past life, Bai Ku had enjoyed a modicum of fame, albeit a rather notorious one. From their conversation, Jiang Xinyu gleaned some insights, and, with a smile, raised her glass towards Bai Ku. "Miss Bai, I believe I am acquainted with you. You are an artist from Nan Entertainment, correct?" Bai Ku felt a shiver run down her spine at her smile and asked, "Why?" Jiang Xinyu replied in a calm manner. "I recall that I was involved when Nan Entertainment went public. How has Mr. Wan been lately?" Jiang Xinyu spoke the truth. She had indeed participated in the IPO of Nanching Entertainment, though at that time, she was not yet a VP. She had exerted considerable effort on that case. As the entertainment industry is fraught with complications and pitfalls, Bai Ku was somewhat intimidated as a mere third-tier actress. She could afford to be bold among newcomers like Chen Xiling, but she dared not act so in front of their boss. She twitched her lips and asked, "Do you really know Mr. Wan?" The others were equally curious. In the industry, everyone is astute. If Jiang Xinyu truly knew Mr. Wan, they would need to be more cautious in their dealings with Chen Xiling. Jiang Xinyu replied coolly, naturally. Although she had left her position, only a few in the investment community were aware of it, and she indeed had a relationship with Mr. Wan, having interacted with him extensively. Lu Mingyan leaned in to ask Chen Xiling, "What does your sister do? How is she connected to Nan Entertainment?" Forgive her, being a graduate of an art academy. She was unfamiliar with matters of public offerings. Chen Xiling replied, "My sister was previously a VP in investment banking." Lu Mingyan expressed her admiration for this revelation. Jiang Xinyu then redirected her attention from Bai Ku to continue drinking with producer Zhang. Half an hour later, producer Zhang, feeling woozy, collapsed onto the table. Jiang Xinyu glanced at him, tossed her hair back, and downed the remaining wine in her glass. The others observed her face, noting that aside from a slight flush, there was no sign of inebriation. Her eyes remained clear, and her demeanor showed no signs of drunkenness. Jiang Xinyu poured herself another glass and addressed the director, Director Chen. "This toast is for you. Thank you for giving my sister this opportunity. She is still young and may have her shortcomings. I appreciate your guidance. I will finish this glass, and you may drink at your leisure." Present were only the actors, producer Zhang, and Director Chen, so Jiang Xinyu ensured no one was overlooked. Director Chen chuckled, graciously accepting the toast. "Not at all. Chen Xiling is quite gifted in acting, truly a product of her training." Lu Mingyan smiled and remarked, "Indeed. Xiling is a graduate of our Haisher Academy of Drama. I was present during her audition, and her performance was remarkable." Jiang Xinyu chuckled and replied, "I had no idea that Miss Luo and my sister were alumni. It is no wonder her acting is so exceptional. The Haisher Academy has produced numerous talented actors. Among the attendees, there were indeed several individuals from the Haisher Academy, and this conversation lightened the atmosphere considerably. Noticing that the time was appropriate, Jiang Shanyu politely excused herself from the gathering, and with the warm farewells from the others, she confidently led Qin Sailing back. Qin Sailing, concerned, followed Jiang Shanyu closely. Draping a scarf around her neck while carrying her bag, her hands occasionally reaching out to steady her. Her demeanor suggested a hint of fluster, while Jiang Shanyu appeared to walk even more steadily than she. Upon exiting the private room, Qin Sailing repeatedly inquired, "Sister, are you truly all right?" Jiang Shanyu spun in place and assured her, "I am perfectly fine. This little amount is nothing. I have encountered far heavier drinkers than producer Zhang." Qin Sailing noticed her sister was more talkative than usual and, recalling the sight of her sister drinking with producer Zhang, speculated that even if she were not drunk, she must have been somewhat affected. After all, is it not said that alcohol amplifies one's senses and emotions? Qin Sailing's car was parked in the lot below. Once inside the vehicle, Jiang Shanyu asked, "Are you certain you haven't had a drop to drink? Drinking and driving do not mix." Qin Sailing nearly swore an oath, declaring, "I truly haven't touched a single drop. Otherwise, should we encounter a traffic officer, I would have to blow into the breathalyzer." Jiang Shanyu nodded in acknowledgement, feeling reassured as she fastened her seatbelt. Chapter 55. Everything is thrown away. Jiang Shanyu and Qin Sailing returned to their lodging, where Qin Sailing poured a glass of honey water for Jiang Shanyu. "Sister, drink some honey water to sober up." Jiang Shanyu obediently held the glass and sipped slowly. Qin Sailing sighed with relief. "Why did you drink so recklessly? If it comes to it, I can just drop out of this production. Nothing is more important than your health." Jiang Shanyu merely smiled good-naturedly. She glanced at the luggage beside her, recalling that she had yet to give the gifts meant for her sister's manager. Rising steadily, she retrieved the gifts and handed them to Qin Sailing. "Please deliver these to your manager." Qin Sailing acknowledged with an O. Her manager also resided nearby and had been accompanying her for casting calls over the past few days. After departing, she returned swiftly. At that moment, Jiang Shanyu was in the shower, struggling against the effects of the alcohol. By the time she emerged, it was nearly 3 o'clock. After discussing with Qin Sailing, they decided to return to their hometown. Qin Sailing, who had not consumed any alcohol, took the wheel. The drive from the film city to their hometown typically took around 5 hours, a journey Qin Sailing had grown accustomed to. They set off at 3 in the afternoon, expecting to arrive around 8 or 9. Jiang Shanyu informed her family of her return for the night. As the car cruised along, Jiang Shanyu grew drowsy. Qin Sailing casually draped a blanket over her to ensure she could rest comfortably. Jiang Shanyu drifted in and out of sleep, finding some solace in this state. It wasn't until they exited the highway that she fully awakened. They had now reached Shenzhou, and both were weighed down by a heavy mood. Jiang Shanyu fell silent, her hands instinctively clenching tighter. "When we get there, just stop the car by Uncle's place. Don't drive any further." Qin Sailing nodded, not wishing to encounter their repugnant biological parents. As she drove slowly, her earlier enthusiasm waned, and her speed decreased significantly. After about 10 minutes, as they neared their destination, Qin Sailing suggested, "Sister, why don't you come home with me?" Jiang Shanyu declined her kind offer. "No need. I must face this eventually. Don't worry, before, I felt constrained by their hold on me because I still considered myself a daughter of the Jiang family. That is no longer the case." Qin Sailing grappled with her thoughts for a moment before dismissing the idea of turning back. As they turned onto a small road, Jiang Shanyu could see the lights of Uncle Jiang's house glowing ahead. Her expression softened slightly. When they were about 10 meters away from Jiang Hongba's home, Jiang Shanyu instructed Qin Sailing to stop the car. The homes of brothers Jiang Hongba and Jiang Hongtao were adjacent, separated only by a concrete paved parking area. Just ahead, their unprincipled parents would soon take notice. Qin Sailing exited the vehicle to assist Jiang Shanyu with her belongings. Jiang Shanyu handed her 2 tote bags, saying, "These are for Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin. Please take them back." Qin Sailing was taken aback. "For my parents?" Jiang Shanyu nodded with a smile. Qin Sailing then glanced at the remaining items Jiang Shanyu had, uncertainly asking, "Sister, didn't you bring anything for that couple this year?" Her elder sister had previously received care from their uncle's family, and it was certain that some items belonged to them. However, judging by the quantity, if these 2 were taken back by her, there would be nothing left for that couple. Yes, that couple. She even found it difficult to refer to them as parents in her heart. Jiang Shanyu merely curled her lips in a slight smile, choosing not to purchase anything for them. Upon hearing this, Qin Sailing offered the items she held towards Jiang Shanyu, suggesting, Perhaps you should give these to them. Otherwise, who knows how they might torment you. Jiang Shenyu declined, confiding in her sister, I used to place them in the role of parents, which is why I tolerated them in every matter. However, after their outburst, I have come to understand that I possess numerous ways to manage them beyond this identity constraint, so do not worry. Qin Xiling was persuaded by the determination reflected in Jiang Shenyu's eyes. She realized that since her sister had left her job, she seemed to have gained clarity. Very well. I shall accept these items. Call me if you need anything. After confirming that all was well with Jiang Shenyu, Qin Xiling drove away. Jiang Shenyu pulled her suitcase, the wheels making a clattering sound on the concrete. The door of her uncle's house swung open, and her uncle and aunt peered out, looking in her direction. Upon seeing Jiang Shenyu, they approached her with joy. Little fish has returned? After circling around Jiang Shenyu, her aunt concluded that she appeared healthier than before. Jiang Shenyu quickly greeted her uncle and aunt. Her uncle, a man of few words, simply smiled and said, It's good that you're back, good that you're back. Jiang Shenyu handed over the gifts she had brought, saying, Uncle, aunt, these are for you. The couple glanced at the items, but did not accept them. Their eyes drifting towards Jiang Shenyu's home. Whether we have anything or not is of no consequence, just don't let your parents find fault. Ignoring their words, Jiang Shenyu placed the items at her aunt's feet and continued towards her home with her suitcase in tow. Just as her aunt was about to pick up the items to follow her, her uncle pulled her back towards the door. It turned out that someone from her younger brother's family had emerged. It was John's mother, Xiaohe. Her gaze slid over the single suitcase in Jiang Shenyu's hand, and her expression soured instantly. Is this all you brought back? Jiang Shenyu mirrored the question. What else should I have brought? Xiaohe was momentarily speechless. So you've grown wings, have you? Jiang Shenyu disregarded her mother and directly entered the house with her suitcase. The home was a newly constructed two-story building. Ever since she began working, the notoriously lazy Jiang family had transformed into one of the wealthier households in the village. In the living room on the first floor, Jiang's father was watching television while Jiang Xinbao lounged on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Jiang Shenyu noticed that it was the latest model of an iPhone. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Xinbao glanced up at Jiang Shenyu before returning to his game. Since he did not greet her, Jiang Shenyu saw no reason to engage him in conversation. She dragged her suitcase towards her room on the first floor. Jiang's father, observing this, wore a displeased expression, muttering to himself about how she couldn't even greet anyone upon her return. Jiang Shenyu hesitated momentarily, her gaze indifferent. First, you should teach your son some manners, she remarked, before pushing open her room's door. Yet, what lay within could hardly be deemed a bedroom any longer. It had long since been transformed into a gaming den, unmistakably occupied by someone. What about my room? Jiang Shenyu turned back, her expression growing frigid. Observing her demeanor, Jiang's mother hastily explained. Your brother wanted to set up a gaming room. Since your room is on the first floor, convenient for access, and you seldom return, we decided to utilize it. After all, you won't be here for long. You can manage to sleep anywhere. Jiang Shenyu remained silent. She placed her suitcase down and entered the gaming room. Jiang's parents assumed she had acquiesced, but Jiang Xinbao was infuriated. Jiang Xiaoyu, come out. Who gave you permission to enter my gaming room? No sooner had he uttered these words than the door to the gaming room swung open. Before Jiang Xinbao could revel in his triumph, an object was hurled from within. The sound of a keyboard striking the tiled floor resonated loudly, startling the three of them. Jiang Xinbao finally set his phone aside. His gaze fixated on the mechanical keyboard he had purchased for over 1,000 yuan, his heart aching with distress. Jiang Xiaoyu, are you out of your mind? In response, a figurine of a game character was flung from the gaming room. Following that were the console, monitor, and chair. Chapter 56. May I be adopted under your name? The Jiang parents were left stunned, utterly failing to comprehend the situation. Jiang Xinbao's breath quickened, his blood pressure surged, and he rushed forward, intending to seize Jiang Shenyu by the collar. In response, Jiang Shenyu swiftly drew a craft knife from her pocket, slicing towards Jiang Xinbao's outstretched hand. Youthful and quick to react, Jiang Xinbao retracted his hand just in time, the blade narrowly missing him. Jiang Mu gasped in alarm. What do you intend to do? Are you trying to kill him? Jiang Fu rushed to shield Jiang Xinbao from harm. Jiang Xinyu, clutching the craft knife, regarded them with an unsettling glint in her eyes. Yet her tone remained disarmingly gentle. I am merely acting in self-defense. Did you not witness it? The Jiang family had never encountered this side of Jiang Xinyu. They remembered her as a compliant girl, one who bore hardships and earned money, raised under their oppressive watch without ever rebelling. As long as they offered her a semblance of kindness, she would readily overlook their past transgressions. Was it the loss of her job that had finally driven her to this breaking point? Noticing Jiang Xinbao's hesitation to advance with violence, Jiang Xinyu pointed towards the gaming room. This is my space. Even if I do not reside here, it remains mine. She then surveyed the self-constructed house, adding, I financed this property as well. Jiang Fu frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? You are not even married. We are all family, so why distinguish between yours and mine? Jiang Xinyu dismissed his futile arguments, reiterating, I have provided you with ample funds, and now you wish to usurp my room? It is evident that your hearts are utterly devoid of integrity. Jiang Xinbao desired the gaming room, asserting that with so many other rooms in the two-story house, there must be alternatives. Jiang Xinyu's words struck a chord of guilt in him. He had grown accustomed to his domineering ways, believing that anything he seized was rightfully his. Hence he had persuaded his parents to decorate the gaming room for him. Jiang Mu mumbled, Isn't this convenient? If Xinbao has a classmate over to play games, it would be far easier on the first floor. Jiang Xinyu ignored her remark, glancing at the cold, unprepared kitchen. They had not even left her dinner. Despite her prior notification of her arrival, such a family only solidified Jiang Xinyu's resolve to draw a line between them. At that moment, Uncle Jiang entered, surveying the disarray with a furrowed brow. What has transpired? Are you bullying Xiaoyu again? Jiang Mu rolled her eyes at the sight of her brother-in-law, thinking, who could possibly bully her now? She had grown quite capable, as evidenced by the things Jiang Xinbao had smashed. Upon noticing the open doorway to Jiang Xinyu's room, Uncle Jiang realized her bed and wardrobe were missing. His concern escalated into anger. Is this how you act as parents? You have occupied Xiaoyu's room. Where is she supposed to sleep? He then cast a glance at the kitchen, confirming his wife's earlier suspicion. There was indeed not a hint of warmth left. At that moment, he said nothing, stepping forward to lift Jiang Xinyu's suitcase, and said, Little fish, let us go to Uncle S' house for dinner. There's south no place for you to sleep here. You can stay at Uncle's as long as you wish. Looking at her uncle's solemn face, Jiang Xinyu felt warmth welling in her eyes. She managed to smile and replied, All right, I'll stay at Uncle's then. Jiang Xinyu returned to her uncle's home with him. Upon entering, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. It was the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, with New Year's Eve just around the corner. Every household had prepared a considerable amount of provisions, so it was certainly not the case that there was nothing to eat. It was merely that those blood-sucking creatures were unwilling to make a move. Seeing her suitcase being carried by her husband, Aunt's eyes brimmed with sympathy. She understood all too well. It was evident that that family had ceased to act like human beings. However, she refrained from probing further, as discussing such matters would only pierce Little Fish's heart. Little Fish, come quickly to eat, Aunt called out. She could easily surmise that her younger brother's family would not have left any food for Jiang Xinyu, which was why she had sent her husband to check on her situation. Before returning, Little Fish had informed her relatives of her arrival time, and they had been waiting to eat dinner. Observing the 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls laid out, Jiang Xinyu inquired, Uncle, haven't you eaten? Uncle chuckled, saying, With the new year approaching, there's much to do. We got busy, and it's late for dinner now. It's just right. Having you here makes it livelier. Jiang Xinyu understood that they had been specifically waiting for her, and she did not wish to disappoint their kindness. She smiled and encouraged her aunt and uncle to join her, saying, All right, I'll eat with you. During the meal, aunt and uncle continuously served Jiang Xinyu dishes, and she, in turn, occasionally offered them some as well. In every sense, this felt like a truly normal family. Contemplating her plans, Jiang Xinyu decided to discuss her thoughts with her uncle and aunt after dinner. After the meal, the 3 of them sat in the living room, watching television and chatting. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Xinyu asked, Uncle, Aunt, may I be adopted by you? Uncle and aunt were taken aback, believing they had misheard. Little Fish, what did you just say? Uncle asked, uncertain. Jiang Xinyu gathered her courage and said, I wish to be adopted under your name, and in the future, I will take care of you in your old age. This time, Aunt finally comprehended, and she could not hold back her tears as she embraced Jiang Xinyu. How could they possibly refuse? They had long dreamed of Jiang Xinyu being their daughter. Throughout her life, they had regarded her as a daughter. However, now that Jiang Xinyu had grown up, the feasibility of adoption seemed improbable. Jiang Xinyu's reasoning was simple. Her uncle's family had treated her with immense kindness, and she wished to support them in their later years. Moreover, she aimed to sever all ties with Jiang Hongtao's family, and by being adopted by her uncle, She could completely extricate herself from that household. She had considered severing her relationship with her family entirely, but in today's legal society, even if she signed a disownment document, she would still be obligated to support her parents in the future. However, adoption was different. Those who were adopted were not required to care for their biological parents. Uncle Jiang gazed at his niece, his heart a tumult of excitement and trepidation. Could this truly come to fruition? Indeed, Aunt Jiang could not suppress her own concerns, remarking that at this age, one is just beginning to earn a livelihood, and that her parents would never relinquish her. Uncle Jiang concurred with his wife's sentiments, mentioning that he had heard that one cannot be adopted after the age of 14. Would this be feasible for her? However, when Jiang Xinyu contemplated this matter, she had already conducted her research. In the case of adoption by outsiders, the individual being adopted must not exceed the age of 14, yet there exists an exception. Children who are collateral relatives within 3 generations, even if they are of age, may be adopted. Upon hearing Jiang Xinyu's explanation, both Uncle and Aunt Jiang felt a surge of hope. Perhaps, against all odds, this could indeed succeed. Jiang Xinyu had formed a rough idea in her mind. She resolved to contemplate it further that evening, determined to facilitate the adoption. From that point onward, the river of life would flow wide and free, and she would finally attain her liberation. Chapter 57. A mutual glance in the living room of Jiang Hongtao's home. An air of silence enveloped the 3 individuals following Jiang Xinyu's departure with Jiang Hongba. Jiang's mother hesitantly inquired, "Do you sense that our eldest daughter has returned somewhat altered this time?" Jiang Xinbao, feeling a pang of sympathy as he gathered his belongings that had been unceremoniously discarded, retorted, "Of course she is different. She has lost her job and is now merely a temporary nanny, harboring a bellyful of grievances." Reflecting on the days when Jiang Xinyu had toiled tirelessly, Jiang Xinbao felt a twinge of resentment towards his parents. We should never have caused a stir at their company. Look where it has led us. She is without a job, we have no income, and we have pushed her to her limits. Jiang's parents exchanged glances, both recalling that the decision to confront the company had been a collective one, yet they found no words to reproach their son. Jiang's father, exhaling a plume of smoke, remarked gravely, "I believe we cannot postpone the matter of matchmaking until after the new year. Our daughter is now rather unpredictable." Jiang's mother nodded in agreement, recognizing the urgency. "We must finalize arrangements soon. I shall call them shortly to schedule a visit for tomorrow." Even before Jiang Xinyu's departure, they had been contemplating ways to ensure she continued to contribute financially to the household. Yet, with Jiang Xinyu unemployed and bound by some agreement that prevented her from seeking opportunities in other investment firms, she was relegated to the role of a temporary nanny merely to cover her rent. The exorbitant housing costs in Haisher rendered the income of a nanny hardly sufficient. After paying the rent, little would remain. Now at the age of 25 and approaching 26 after the new year, it was deemed an opportune time to consider arranging her marriage to secure a dowry, coupled with their previous savings of 320,000 yuan. They envisioned purchasing a home for their son upon his graduation from university. Owning a house would facilitate the search for a suitable daughter-in-law. After some deliberation, they approached a matchmaker and shared their intentions, who surprisingly presented a promising candidate from the Chen family in town. The family owned a modest plush toy factory, and if the match proved favorable, the dowry could amount to at least 380,000 yuan. Jiang's parents, without even inquiring about the character of the suitor, readily consented, driven by their ambition for that sum, or perhaps even more. They held unwavering confidence in Jiang Xinyu's appearance, renowned for her remarkable beauty throughout the region, and perceived her as the epitome of a virtuous and capable wife, bolstered by her academic credentials. However, the matchmaker, unable to suppress her concern, relayed pertinent details about the suitor. While the Chen family possessed solid financial standing, the young man was not particularly handsome, of below-average height, and his family's educational background was generally lacking. They sought to select a suitable partner for their son, prioritizing the improvement of their family lineage over monetary considerations. Upon receiving Jiang's mother's call, the Chen family expressed surprise, questioning the untimeliness of the meeting. However, understanding that Jiang Xinyu would be preoccupied after the new year, they agreed to meet sooner, eager to resolve their own concerns. The following morning, Jiang's parents tidied their home once more before heading to Uncle Jiang's residence to gather the necessary individuals. At Uncle Jiang's home, breakfast was underway. Upon seeing Jiang's father arrive, Aunt Jiang scoffed dismissively, ignoring him. Uncle Jiang, sensing the tension, was compelled to break the silence, asking, "What brings you here so early, second brother?" Father Jiang chuckled softly and remarked, "It's nothing of great concern. It's not a viable solution for Xiaoyu to stay here with your elder brother. We have already tidied up Xiaoyu's room last night, and I am here to invite her back home." Uncle and aunt's gazes turned towards Jiang Xianyu. They would be delighted if Jiang Xianyu chose to remain at home indefinitely, yet ultimately, it depended on her own wishes. Jiang Xianyu offered a reassuring glance to her uncle and aunt. Contemplating the matter of adoption, she knew she had to pay a visit. "All right, after we finish our meal, I will go and see, and I have matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing the desired response, Father Jiang did not linger and returned home. Aunt, somewhat anxious, expressed her uncertainty regarding her husband's intentions. "I'll accompany your uncle to see what's going on shortly." Jiang Xinyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they needed to address the topic of adoption. She was not overly concerned about the outcome, after all. She had dealt with numerous challenging clients, and as long as she did not view herself as their daughter, she would find a way to gain their approval. After breakfast, Jiang Xinyu did not take her suitcase with her. She merely changed her shoes and accompanied her uncle and aunt to the home of Jiang Hongtao. Upon their arrival, the doors of the Jiang residence were wide open. A glance revealed that the courtyard was immaculately tidy. Without further ado, Jiang Xinyu headed straight for her former room on the first floor. Inside, the gaming equipment belonging to Jiang Xinbao was absent, replaced by a small bed against the wall and a simple wardrobe nearby. Jiang mother approached her and said, "I'm not criticizing you, but your temper has indeed become more pronounced. Your younger brother is still quite young, and it's natural for us to dote on him a bit more. As a sister, it wouldn't hurt for you to show a little leniency. However, your demeanor last night." Jiang Xianyu turned to look at Jiang mother. She paused momentarily before rephrasing, "I must say, your brother is quite sensible. He moved the things overnight." Jiang Xianyu understood that they had ulterior motives. These somewhat conciliatory words were spoken only when they sought to benefit from her. Now that her esteemed job held no value in their eyes, aside from extracting her salary, what else could they desire? She had always viewed her biological parents with the worst assumptions. If they could not scheme for her salary, then it must be her person that they coveted. Marriage? Organs? Or something else? Considering the meticulously cleaned courtyard and their insistence on recalling her, the likelihood of matchmaking seemed greater. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the sound of a car approached the entrance. Uncle and aunt hurried to the door to take a look. Shortly after, aunt returned to Jiang Xinyu with a grave expression. "Xiaoyu, I saw a matchmaker Cui. Your parents are likely arranging an introduction for you." Jiang Xinyu remained remarkably composed. "I had a good idea of that." Soon, after pleasantries were exchanged outside, the guests entered. Jiang Xinyu's gaze settled on the other four individuals. She recognized matchmaker Cui, and the remaining three must be the prospective suitor's family. She cast a glance at the man who was being introduced. Standing at about 5 feet 6 inches, he was only slightly taller than her, lean and rather sharp-featured. She harbored a cold mockery in her heart, thinking that her unscrupulous parents might sell her off to an elderly widower or a disabled man, but to her surprise, he was quite whole. When Chinsu first laid eyes on Jiang Xinyu, he was immediately captivated. Although she was not very tall, her beauty was undeniable. The corners of her lips curved slightly upwards, suggesting a gentle temperament, and her figure was alluringly shaped, indicating she would be a fruitful companion. The matchmaker mentioned that she was a graduate of a prestigious university in Haishur, consistently ranking at the top of her class from childhood through her studies. He nodded towards his parents, who wore expressions of satisfaction. It seemed the matchmaker had not deceived her. The young lady was indeed admirable. Jiang Xinyu turned her gaze towards Jiang's father and mother, inquiring, "Who are they?" Jiang's mother replied, "Oh dear, you should greet them. This is your Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin, along with their son, Qin Su." Jiang Xinyu, disinterested in such matters, directly questioned Qin's parents, "Are you here for matchmaking?" Qin's parents were somewhat taken aback by her demeanor. "Yes, we are here for that," Qin's mother responded. Jiang Xinyu chuckled lightly. "Well, you might have made a fruitless trip. I was unaware of this arrangement, as my parents kept it from me." Qin hastily interjected, "What does it matter? Now we know, after all." Chapter 58. Calmly insane, the reaction of Qin Su revealed to Jiang Xinyu that he might indeed be interested in her. However, she was resolute in her refusal. Jiang Xinyu directly inquired of the Qin family, "What bride price do you propose?" Qin's parents exchanged glances, their smiles faltering. Yet, observing their son's expression, Qin's father responded, 380,000. If you find it insufficient, we can negotiate further." Jiang Xinyu noted their relatively agreeable demeanor and sought to avoid causing them embarrassment. "Apologies, But I have no intention of viewing matches at this time, nor am I prepared to marry so soon. The matchmaker, sensing the unfavorable atmosphere, turned to Jiang's parents. What is going on? Shouldn't you discuss such matters with your daughter before proceeding? Jiang Hongtao, filled with indignation, retorted, Discuss what? We raised her. Can we not even make this minor decision? At that moment, Chen Su realized that the Jiang family had arranged this meeting without their daughter's knowledge. Nevertheless, he was convinced that she would make a suitable wife for him, finding her appearance and demeanor most agreeable. He tugged at his mother's sleeve. Mother, I want her. Chen's mother patted her son's hand and exchanged a knowing glance with Chen's father. Understanding her cue, he stepped forward and declared, This is not merely your affair. As previously agreed, you cannot back out now. We have set our sights on your daughter. Such words were undeniably domineering, and Jiang Xianyu's expression darkened. Just then, hearing the commotion, Jiang's grandfather and grandmother emerged. Their modest brick house stood adjacent to Jiang Hongtao's residence. What is the matter? Let us speak civilly. Matchmaking is not an enmity, and we shall continue to interact in the future, Jiang's grandmother remarked. The elder aunt, upon seeing her, retorted like a gamecock. Who among us will maintain that relationship? Our Xianyu, with her beauty and intellect, can find a suitable match anywhere. What family would behave as the Chen family has? Bringing someone home without prior discussion? Jiang's grandmother, maintaining a stern demeanor, chose not to respond further. Given the circumstances surrounding their eldest granddaughter's departure, she felt a degree of guilt, especially in the presence of her eldest daughter-in-law. Jiang's grandfather, however, was less concerned about the eldest daughter-in-law. He stated, This is fundamentally a matter for the second branch of the family. As the elder uncle and aunt, you should refrain from meddling. In light of this, Jiang Xianyu positioned herself defensively behind her uncle and aunt. With the conversation having reached such a point, she decided to express her thoughts candidly. I am Jiang Hongtao's daughter. Yet I could easily not be. I have contemplated this, and since you do not value daughters, perhaps I should be adopted by my uncle. She then addressed the Chen family. You may leave. I will not agree to meet with Chen Su. My parents favor sons over daughters, seeking to exploit me. This summer, they brought Jiang Xinbao to disrupt my work, and now they wish to sell me to your family to extract whatever remains of my worth. Are you truly willing to ally with such a family? Do you not fear that they will later turn against you? At this, Chen's parents genuinely grew concerned. Yet Chen Su remained unwilling to concede, believing that the outcome would no longer be dictated by their whims. Jiang Xinyu mocked his naivety, asking if he had ever encountered a rogue or a scoundrel. She suggested they could test the waters with someone as tough as a piece of meat. She sought to resolve the matter of their prospective union and inquired of Chen's parents, Is Chen Su your only son? They nodded in affirmation. Jiang Xinyu smiled. Then I advise you to abandon this notion. I have been compelled to labor since childhood, resulting in a condition that leaves me suffering acutely during my menstrual cycle. If you desire a lineage of fortune, it would be prudent to seek elsewhere. While the Chen family may have tolerated various grievances, the inability to bear children was a burden they could not endure. Chen Su, undeterred, viewed the situation with youthful skepticism. He cast a doubtful glance at Jiang Xinyu. Surely, you do not intend to dissuade us with such remarks. Jiang Xianyu's expression remained neutral, merely stating facts. I frequently rely on pain relief medication, and the neighbors have witnessed my toil since childhood. It was common for me to wash clothes by the riverside in the depths of winter. You may inquire if you wish. In light of this, Chen's father declared the engagement matter resolved. Yet Chen Su insisted, with today's advanced medicine, a mere cold womb is hardly definitive. No examinations have confirmed my inability to conceive. Observing Chen Su's persistent hope, Jiang Xinyu felt no trepidation. She set aside the engagement topic and focused on discussing the matter of adoption with her parents, asking if they would consent. Jiang's father and mother were momentarily taken aback by the notion of adoption, snapping back to reality. Jiang's mother exclaimed, You insolent girl, what nonsense are you spouting? After raising you to this point, just as we begin to earn, you expect us to relinquish you? Do you take us for fools? Jiang's father echoed. You should relinquish this idea. Jiang Xinyu curved her lips into a gentle smile, maintaining her calm demeanor. If that is your stance, so be it. Since you have already cost me my job, I shall not seek employment after the new year, and you will be responsible for all my sustenance. She glanced at their modest two-story house, recalling that it was built with her contributions. If I am not adopted, I am entitled to half of this house, along with a share in your savings and assets. Jiang Xinbao shall not claim it all. You may choose to deny me, but I will pursue legal action, she declared. The expressions of Jiang's parents soured as they recognized the tenacity of Jiang Xinyu, realizing they had underestimated her resolve. Jiang Xinyu then turned her gaze towards Jiang Xinbao. You are in the logistics management program at the professional university in Yacheng, correct? After the new year, when you return to school, I shall visit to promote my interests. Let us see how long you can remain there. Jiang Xinbao was taken aback by her words. But the matter did not end there. Jiang Xinyu continued. As you are in your third year and soon to seek internships and employment, it is only fitting that I, as your sister, take an interest in your affairs. Just as you have shown concern for me at my workplace. With no job to occupy my time, I have ample opportunity. Suddenly, Jiang's father and mother were reminded of the expression on Jiang Xinyu's face when they first found him in the company. Awkwardness, indignation, anxiety, teetering on the brink of despair. The mere thought that their son might face a similar fate pierced their hearts like a knife. Even Jiang's grandparents showed signs of distress. They had only this one grandson and could not bear to see Jiang Xinyu ruin him. Jiang Xinyu managed to smile, but it was a brittle one. The matter was far from over. Did they not favor sons over daughters? When it came time for Jiang Xinbao to meet his prospective partner, she would go to the young woman's family and declare, as a fellow woman, that she could not bear to witness a good girl plunge into this quagmire. Jiang Xinbao would be deprived of the prospect of a good life in this lifetime. Jiang Xinbao could no longer contain himself, lamenting. Why do you target me when it was my parents who were harsh with you since childhood? Jiang Xinyu replied coldly. Who told you that you are their lifeline? If you falter, they will feel the pain. At that moment, no one doubted Jiang Xinyu's words. Her gaze conveyed a resolute intent to follow through. The knife that had not pierced Jiang Xinbao's palm the previous night was merely a stroke of luck. Future occurrences were uncertain. Jiang Xinyu dropped another bombshell. Her words falling like the final straw on a camel's back, causing Jiang's father and mother to sway unsteadily. The Qin family fell silent, daunted by the woman who had seemingly lost her sanity. Regardless of their son's affections, they could not acquiesce to this. The prospect of a meeting was abandoned. Qin's father declared, turning away with his wife and son. Chapter 59. Welcoming the new year, the Jiang family and the matchmaker had departed, leaving the Jiang household enveloped in a profound silence. Grandmother Jiang glanced at the expressionless Jiang Xinyu and then at her pallid grandson, resignedly declaring, I consent. Let us adopt this girl, little fish, into the eldest branch of the family. To her, the act of adoption held little significance, no matter how much she lamented. The other party was bereft of a stable job, and her concern lay with her grandson, fearing for his safety. Moreover, the thought of contending for the family inheritance only added to her turmoil. Deep down, she harbored a small hope. The eldest branch had lost a child due to her. And should the girl from the second branch be adopted into the first, it would elevate her status within the village. Grandfather Jiang chimed in, it's merely a girl. Let her be adopted. Jiang's father and mother attempted to resist, but upon witnessing the corners of Jiang Xinyu's lips curl upwards and the eagerness in her eyes, they felt a chill run down their spines. Adopted? Let us pretend we never bore this ungrateful wretch. Jiang mother exclaimed defiantly. Jiang father glared at Jiang Xinyu, clinging to the remnants of his dignity. I shall see what kind of life you lead once adopted. Jiang Xinyu paid no heed to his outburst. Her gaze drifted towards a familiar little table in the courtyard, one she had crafted with her own hands in her youth, now repurposed as a stool. Jiang's father and mother often sat upon it, chatting with the neighbors. With indifference, she turned and retrieved an axe from the corridor, approaching slowly. Jiang's father and mother were struck with fear. Grandfather and grandmother Jiang stepped forward to shield Jiang Xinbao, treating him as if he were still an infant. Jiang Xinyu lowered her eyes, fixated on that little table, and raised the axe, bringing it down with force. A sharp crack resounded as the table split in two. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Jiang Xinyu, devoid of emotion, relentlessly chopped the table into splintered fragments. As she beheld the shattered remnants, warmth filled her eyes, and tears streamed down her cheeks, releasing the pent-up frustration within her. Standing tall, her hand gripping the axe trembled slightly. Jiang's father, mother, and the elders of the Jiang family once again affirmed their decision, realizing that in the face of her fierce determination, they could not afford to gamble. Only Jiang Xinyu understood that she was not merely destroying a table, but rather shattering the chains that bound her to her original family. With a resounding clang, she calmly discarded the axe. The sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow upon her face. Since you have all agreed to the adoption, let us go to the village chief's house for a certificate, Uncle Jiang suggested. They were apprehensive that the younger brother might reconsider, as today was New Year's Eve. The Civil Affairs Department was closed, and they would need to wait for office hours to process the paperwork. Thus, the entire Jiang family made their way to the village chief's residence. With unanimity in their decision, the village chief did not object, drafting the adoption document and affixing his seal, while they awaited the Civil Affairs Department's review of the materials for the transfer of household registration. Stepping out from the village chief's residence, Jiang Xinyu smiled at her uncle and aunt, saying, "Dad, Mom, we are heading home." Initially, she thought addressing them this way would feel awkward, yet upon uttering Dad and Mom, she found it surprisingly effortless. Her uncle and aunt, with slightly reddened eyes, acknowledged her and guided Jiang Xinyu home, one on either side, although she had stayed there the previous night. Entering now filled her with an entirely different sentiment from the night before. From this moment forward, this place would be her home, a true home. The Jiang family abode was a charming two-story structure, a self-built residence. Without children and both industrious, they enjoyed a respectable livelihood. After the morning's myriad events, with matters now settled and time passing, her aunt ventured into the kitchen to prepare lunch, while Jiang Hongba stepped outside. Jiang Xinyu joined her aunt in the kitchen to assist. Before long, Jiang Hongba returned, cheerfully carrying a large bag of fireworks. "Little fish, look, I bought you fireworks." Jiang Xinyu dashed over to inspect and found an assortment of dazzling fireworks. In her childhood, she had always watched Jiang Xinbao play with them during the New Year. And now, she too had fireworks gifted by her father. "Dad, let us set them off together tonight as a family." Jiang Hongba beamed and nodded. "All right, we shall." At 3 in the afternoon, the salted pig's head prepared by Jiang Hongba was ready. He cut a piece for Jiang Xinyu, who found it quite salty but remained elated. Once she finished her meal, Jiang Hongba brought out the spring couplets and called out to Jiang Xinyu, "Come, little fish, let us put up the couplets together." In their village, it was customary for families to hang spring couplets around 3 or 4 o'clock. Upon their exit, they encountered Jiang Xinbao and Jiang Hongtao, who were also busy hanging couplets. Jiang Hongtao, noticing Jiang Hongba with Jiang Xinyu, could not help but remark, "Why is a girl putting up couplets? Aren't you afraid of inviting misfortune?" However, Jiang Hongbo replied, "What's wrong with a girl doing it? I cherish my daughter. By hanging these couplets, may our little fish's future be prosperous, ensuring our family's thriving." Jiang Hongtao scoffed, "We shall see how your future unfolds." At this moment, Jiang Xinyu had already finished one side of the couplet. Ignoring Jiang Hongtao's comment, she turned to Jiang Hongba with a smile. "Dad, how do you think I did?" Upon hearing her call him Dad, both Jiang Hongba and Jiang Hongtao looked up simultaneously. Jiang Hongbo responded, "My girl has done wonderfully." Jiang Hongtao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned his gaze away. During the evening's New Year dinner, Jiang Hongba and his wife, Xia Chan, prepared a lavish feast. The three of them sat around the table, savoring a unique taste of happiness. After joyfully sharing the New Year meal, Jiang Hongba led the two ladies of the household into the yard to set off fireworks. He lit a cigarette specifically for igniting the fireworks. Jiang Xinyu held a sparkler, its dazzling light illuminating her face, while smiles adorned the faces of both Jiang Hongba and Xia Chan. For many years, their home had been quiet during the New Year celebrations, but now, with little fish around, it was filled with warmth and liveliness. Jiang Xinyu took out his phone and recorded a video, sharing it on his social media with the caption, "Out with the old, in with the new," shedding the shackles of the past and welcoming new family, a new life, a new self. The peach blossom source awaits. At that moment, Su Linyuan was enjoying a meal with his family, his grandparents, father, and himself. His father, Su Lisan, and his mother, the esteemed Miss Qin Fang, had divorced, and neither sought another partner thereafter. They seemed to lack a fervent desire for marriage and romantic relationships, pouring their hearts and souls into their careers. They epitomized the archetype of career-oriented individuals. Their union had been a business arrangement, not coerced by Su Linyuan's grandparents, but a decision made by Su Lisan for the sake of his career. As their only child, Su Linyuan received all their love, and even though they were divorced, this fact remained unchanged. Despite their infrequent encounters, Su Linyuan shared a good relationship with his father, who felt immense pride in having a son like him. At that moment, Su Linyuan was engrossed in his phone, scrolling through WeChat. Su Lisan glanced at his son and asked, "What's the matter? Is there something going on during the New Year?" Su Linyuan put down his phone and replied, "It's nothing." Chapter 60, Is this man her blind date? After hastily finishing the New Year's Eve dinner, Su Linyuan rushed upstairs. The first thing he did upon sitting on his bed was to send a New Year's greeting to Jiang Xinyu. Jiang Xinyu, Happy New Year. On the other end, Jiang Xinyu had just seen Su Lingyuan's message and was about to respond when she noticed he had retracted it. A few seconds later, he sent a new message. Unlike before, this time it was a voice message. Jiang Xinyu opened the voice note, pressing her phone to her ear. Su Lingyuan's deep yet gentle voice resonated. Jiang Xinyu, Happy New Year. A sensation akin to a parade of tiny ants skittering across her heart enveloped her, leaving her feeling pleasantly tinged with excitement. Originally intending to reply in text, she opted to send a voice message instead. Su Lingyuan, Happy New Year. Su Lingyuan, who had not exited the WeChat interface, immediately adjusted his posture upon receiving Jiang Xinyu's voice note. After ensuring his surroundings were appropriate, he cautiously played the message. Su Lingyuan, Happy New Year. Jiang Xinyu's voice was like a gentle breeze, igniting a vibrant spark in the depths of his heart, a dazzling explosion of emotions. The 3-second voice message quickly concluded. He bit his lip and replayed it again and again. Jiang Xinyu's words echoed in his ears throughout the night. On the first day of the new year, Jiang Xinyu rose early to pay her respects to Jiang Hongba and Xia Chan. The couple smiled as they presented her with a generous red envelope. Observing its substantial weight, Jiang Xinyu remarked, "Isn't this a bit too much?" Jiang Hongbo replied, "Not at all. I fear it might not be enough." Xia Chan grasped Jiang Xinyu's hand, saying, "Little fish, now that your job outside is gone, what are your plans? If you're not looking for work anymore, come back. We have some savings. With that, you could buy a storefront in town and start a small business to support yourself." Seeing the earnestness in their simple eyes, Jiang Xinyu felt moved. "Mom and Dad, please don't worry. Being a nanny is quite good. The salary for nannies in big cities is high, not inferior to my previous job in investment banking." However, Xia Chan was skeptical, questioning how high a nanny salary could be, and noted the challenges of dealing with different personalities. If she encountered a difficult employer, it would truly be arduous. Jiang Hongba nodded in agreement, expressing concern over the burdens of such work. Realizing her parents were genuinely worried, Jiang Xinyu briefly explained her job responsibilities, emphasizing that they were not extensive. She compared her current workload to that of her previous investment banking role, and their understanding deepened. Though investment banking was tough, being a nanny was a viable choice. Jiang Hongba finally said, "If this is what you wish to do, then pursue it. Your mother and I will support you. If you ever feel weary, you can always return home. We still have savings, and we're not yet at retirement age. We will always be able to support you." With tears in her eyes, Jiang Xinyu nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom." She would not truly find herself in financial distress, yet she was deeply moved by their heartfelt affection. After breakfast, Jiang Hongba took Jiang Xinyu to pay New Year's greetings to several uncles from the family, while also discussing the matter of Jiang Xinyu's adoption. The situation of the Jiang family was well known, and these uncles were genuinely pleased for Jiang Hongba. Thus, Jiang Xinyu's adoption was effectively acknowledged in this context. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Jiang Hongba's sister-in-law, Jiang Wenlan, returned to her parental home with her husband and son. Jiang Wenlan did not linger long at her parents' house. After dropping off her belongings, she came to Jiang Hongba's place. Every year on this day, their family gathered to celebrate with Jiang Hongba. Jiang Wenlan was delighted to see Jiang Xinyu and presented her with a generous red envelope, expressing with heartfelt reassurance that their little fish would now lead a stable life. The women born into the Jiang family often faced hardships, and seeing Jiang Xinyu escape the mire truly brought her joy. Wang Su, Jiang Wenlan's younger cousin, was 2 years younger than Jiang Xinyu and was currently a college student serving as a village official, preparing for examinations. As the adults engaged in conversation, Jiang Xinyu naturally found herself conversing with Wang Su. They were fairly familiar with each other, given their close ages and the shared experience of family gatherings. "Hey, shall we play a game of Honor of Kings?" Wang Su suggested enthusiastically. Jiang Xinyu laughed. "I haven't played in ages. Don't worry, I'll guide you," Wang Su replied, thumping his chest with youthful fervor. Jiang Xinyu, feeling cornered by her cousin's persistence, reluctantly joined the game. To her surprise, she ended up winning. This rare thrill ignited her spirits. Perhaps this year truly was her lucky year, as she won 5 consecutive matches. Elated, she pulled Wang Su in for a photo, sharing it on her social media with a display of her victories. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Lingyuan was engrossed in his phone, captivated by Jiang Xinyu's social media post. He zoomed in on Wang Su's photo, attempting to discern any resemblance to Jiang Xinyu, hoping to confirm that he was indeed her relative. Yet, he found none. Who then was this man? A suitor? It was no wonder he was distracted. Many around him had been set up on blind dates during the New Year festivities. He enlarged Jiang Xinyu's photo again, taking in her smiling face. She appeared genuinely happy, radiating relaxation. So, was the man in her social media post truly a suitor? If so, had anything come of it? Reflecting on Jiang Xinyu's previous boyfriend, Wang Wei, he found himself questioning her taste in men. Especially since the man in the photo seemed far more attractive than Wang Wei. What if she had taken a liking to him? Just then, Su Lisan noticed his son absorbed in his phone and asked, Lin Yuan, have you encountered any issues at work recently? You seem glued to your phone. Su Lin Yuan cleared his throat and tucked his phone away. Oh, I was just browsing social media. Su Lisan stiffened at the mention of social media, which triggered painful memories. During his time at home, he had nearly been driven to distraction by his father's incessant chatter. With his busy schedule, he hardly had time to scroll through his father's social media updates. However, the old father was unyielding to his explanations, citing their own son as an example. Questioning how little Yuan could possibly find time amidst his busy schedule, this retort left him utterly speechless. At that moment, he found himself utterly disinterested in hearing the term friend circle again. Upon hearing his son's words, he turned and descended the stairs. Su Lin Yuan, bewildered, observed his father's departure and resumed his analysis of the photographs. The festive days of the New Year always seemed to pass swiftly and before long. It was the 4th day of the New Year. Early that morning, a call from Chen Xiling came through. Sister, my manager is urging me to get back to work. Would you like to accompany me? I can drop you off in Haishur. Jiang Xinyu pondered that she must leave by tomorrow at the latest, as she was to officially resume work on the 6th. Thus, departing today was feasible. I'll go with you. If I don't leave today, I will have to leave tomorrow anyway. Chen Xiling's spirits lifted, as driving alone on the highway could be quite dull. Great. Pack your things and let me know. I'll be waiting for you near Uncle's house. After agreeing on a time with her sister, Jiang Xinyu hurriedly bid farewell to Jiang Hongba and the others. Jiang Hongba and Xia Chan, having just welcomed a daughter, were understandably reluctant to see her go, yet they recognized the necessity of her departure. They prepared a plethora of food for Jiang Xinyu, advising her, be cautious on the road, spend wisely, and don't shortchange yourself. Also, when you find the time, please look into transferring your household registration. If you can't manage it, we can see if someone can handle it on your behalf without your presence. Jiang Xinyu listened attentively, responding affirmatively to each piece of advice. Chapter 61. I thought I was going to meet my beloved having packed her belongings. Jiang Xinyu contemplated and ultimately pinned a voluntary application, signing her name and pressing her thumbprint before handing it to Jiang Hongba. Dad, this is my application for voluntary adoption. Perhaps it could be processed without my physical presence, or you could call me directly when the time comes. Jiang Hongba accepted the application, placing it carefully aside. Rest assured, Father will take care of this. Once the Civil Affairs Office resumes work, I shall inquire. They too feared that prolonged delays could lead to unforeseen complications. After settling matters on this front, Jiang Xinyu messaged Chen Xiling. Shortly thereafter, Chen Xiling arrived by car. Jiang Hongba and Xia Chan assisted Jiang Xinyu in carrying her luggage to the vehicle. Chen Xiling was not at all surprised that her sister had come from her uncle's house. It was likely that the unscrupulous parents had caused her distress. She greeted Jiang Hongba and Xia Chan with a polite demeanor, and the couple felt a sense of relief seeing their niece, now blossoming into a graceful young woman, thriving in her life. Xia Chan handed a bag to Chen Xiling. This is a small token from your uncle and me, homemade cured meats and sausages, so you can enjoy a taste of home. Chen Xiling graciously accepted the offering, expressing her gratitude to her uncle and aunt. Jiang Hongba then passed a bag of snacks to Jiang Xinyu. Little fish, take these snacks for the journey. Should you encounter traffic, they will be useful for your hunger. Jiang Xinyu received them with joy, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, Dad. Your thoughtfulness is unparalleled. Chen Xiling was taken aback by Jiang Xinyu's address. How had her uncle become her father? What had she missed? Jiang Xinyu smiled at her, saying, it's getting late. I'll explain in the car. Jiang Hongba chuckled. Yes, let little fish share the good news with you. Chen Xiling felt reassured, and after bidding farewell, she drove away. Only once the car had vanished from sight did Jiang Hongba and Xia Chan turn to return home. This time, they were filled with renewed vigor. For their daughter's sake, they would strive even harder. In the car, Jiang Xinyu recounted the events that had transpired during the new year. Chen Xiling gasped in disbelief, feeling both anger and dread at the thought of their parents attempting to sell Jiang Xinyu for a bride price. Thankfully, her sister had truly awakened to the truth. She had feared that her sister might unwittingly succumb to their wishes. Now, it is settled. You will belong to the Jiang family, and they can no longer exploit you. Jiang Xianyu replied with a smile. Qin Siling turned to her sister, hesitatingly asking, Sister, do you plan to reclaim the money you sent back all these years? Jiang Xianyu shook her head. No, it is not worth it. Qin Siling was not surprised by this outcome, after all. Retrieving that money was as futile as trying to catch a dog with meat buns. Perhaps it is for the best. Consider it an expense to avert disaster. Jiang Xinyu reflected. In truth, this might be the very reason they consented to my adoption. If I were to reclaim the money, they would undoubtedly refuse my request. Consider it as a repayment for their kindness in raising me. Moreover, should the adoption fail, I would still be obliged to support them financially, which, albeit modest on a monthly basis, accumulates to a significant sum over the years, inevitably causing me some distress. It is far better to sever ties cleanly now. Qin Siling found herself in agreement with Jiang Xinyu's sentiments. If their fundamental interests were at stake, how could they possibly allow her sister to be adopted by another family? It was a fortunate circumstance as it stood. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, the highway was not particularly congested. Though there were occasional delays due to roadworks, Jiang Xinyu took the wheel for the latter part of the journey. They departed at 8 o'clock and reached Haisher by 2 in the afternoon. After a leisurely lunch with Qin Siling, she set off for the film studio. After a few days away, upon returning to the Jingxiu garden, Jiang Xianyu set about restoring the utilities and tidying up the place. The house was modest in size and was cleaned thoroughly in just over an hour, as time was of the essence. She ventured to a nearby market to purchase some vegetables. Jiang Hongbo had brought her an ample supply of sausages and cured meats, which would pair splendidly with the vegetables for a delightful stir-fry. That evening, Jiang Xianyu retired early to rejuvenate herself. The following morning, after preparing herself and enjoying breakfast, she rode her little electric scooter to the hillside villa. With work commencing the next day, she arrived early to tidy up the premises. At that moment, in Taoyuan Yufeng, Su Lin Yuan received a notification on his phone indicating that someone had entered the villa. Assuming it was merely the property manager conducting routine cleaning, he casually checked his phone, only to be greeted by the sight of a familiar little electric scooter. Jiang Xinyu had returned. He sprang up from the sofa in excitement. Su Grandma, seated nearby, looked at him in confusion. What is the matter? You're a grown man, yet you're so easily startled. Rubbing his knee, which had accidentally collided with the coffee table, Su Lin Yuan replied, It's nothing. I just remembered that my cat has been fed for a few days. I need to return to take care of it. At that moment, Su Grandpa turned around, intrigued. You have a cat now? Well, the stray that often hangs around my house could be considered mine, Su Lin Yuan explained, showing him the cat house on the surveillance feed. Su Grandpa looked at him quizzically. Why are you being so pedantic? I was merely asking. Su Lin Yuan pondered if his hasty defense had seemed foolish. I won't discuss this further. I'm off to gather my things. As he made his way upstairs, Su Grandpa called after him. Wait, doesn't that cat love fish? I'll go catch some for you to take to the little one. Su Lin Yuan sighed. Realizing the absurdity of the suggestion, he politely declined. No, thank you, Grandpa. As thoughts of Jiang Xianyu's return filled his mind, a smile crept onto his lips, especially since there were already fish at home. However, these fish were not the same as the ones he had in mind. Grandma Su mercilessly slapped Grandpa Su's arm, exclaiming, You old man, if you wish to go fishing, then go. How dare you use our grandson as an excuse? With your fishing skills, you might not even catch a morsel for the cat before nightfall. As she spoke, she waved her hand at Su Lin Yuan, saying, All right, off you go. Since you've taken in a cat, you must be responsible. Just look at you. You've been back for quite some time, and only now do you remember. Don't let the poor kitten starve. Su Lin Yuan acknowledged her with a simple understood, and with long strides, ascended the stairs in threes. Upon reaching his room, he hastily packed his belongings into a suitcase and soon emerged, dragging it behind him. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm leaving. Watching her grandson vanish through the door, Grandma Su shook her head and chuckled. Really, at 30 years old, why is he still in such a rush? Anyone would think he's off to meet a romantic interest instead of simply feeding a cat. Grandpa Su scoffed him. I believe he has only gained intelligence. His romantic inclinations remained dormant. It wasn't that he looked down upon his grandson, but rather that the boy had a penchant for cleanliness and a cold demeanor. Whenever a young lady showed interest, he found it bothersome. Wasn't that a sign of naivety? Just then, Su Lisan emerged, having overheard his father's lament. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, Whether or not he awakens to love is of no concern to me. I care only that he produces an heir. Otherwise, wouldn't this vast family fortune fall into the hands of others? Having experienced marriage himself, he found it rather lackluster and preferred the tumult of the business world. Grandpa and Grandma Sue exchanged glances. They had entered into a marriage based on love and had enjoyed a blissful life together. They couldn't fathom why their son had turned out so unconventional. It seemed like a peculiar genetic anomaly. One could only wonder if their grandson had inherited his father's peculiar traits. Chapter 62. A stroll through the supermarket. Su Linyuan drove his car, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the steering wheel. Upon arriving home, he noticed Jiang Xinyu on the third-floor terrace, sunning the bedding. The duvet covers and other linens had been meticulously cleaned, dried, and disinfected. The sound of the car engine prompted her to look up, and upon seeing the familiar vehicle, Jiang Xinyu paused for a moment. Su Linyuan lowered the car window, waved his hand towards her on the third floor, and then parked in the garage. Hastily, Jiang Xinyu checked the date on her phone, relieved to confirm it was indeed the 5th day of the first lunar month. Soon after, Su Linyuan ascended the stairs with a suitcase in hand. Standing by the terrace door, he gazed at Jiang Xinyu, sensing that after the passing year, she seemed rejuvenated. "Happy New Year, Jiang Xinyu," he greeted. With a smile, she replied, "Happy New Year, Mr. Su." Su Linyuan shot her a glance and muttered, "You directly addressed me by name on New Year's Eve." Jiang Xinyu countered playfully, "I was on vacation then." A hint of frustration washed over Su Linyuan. Her dedication was truly commendable. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Su. I shall continue to work diligently," she responded, her confidence shining through. His momentary speechlessness did not dampen the joy within him. He initiated a new topic. "Aren't you supposed to start work on the 6th? Why are you here today?" "I borrowed my sister's car yesterday and thought I'd tidy up here since I had nothing else to do. It'll be better to officially start tomorrow," she explained. Su Linyuan chuckled. "Should I then arrange for overtime pay?" "If you insist," Jiang Xinyu replied, feeling no guilt as she had indeed been productive. It was merely unfortunate for him that his return coincided with her being busy. Noticing the suitcase Su Linyuan had carelessly dropped on the floor, Jiang Xinyu inquired, "Shall I help you unpack?" "Sure," he replied, turning to lift the suitcase towards the room. Jiang Xinyu followed closely behind. The master bedroom was already adorned with fresh bed linens. Instead of placing the suitcase on the bed, Su Linyuan set it down on the floor and opened it, revealing a magnificent sight. His suitcase erupted with clothes, spilling out as if it had burst free from confinement. For a brief moment, Su Linyuan's expression froze, but he quickly resumed his task with nonchalance. Observing his uncoordinated attempts, Jiang Xinyu stepped in to assist. She hung the wrinkle-free clothes in the wardrobe and gathered the wrinkled ones, planning to iron them later, as she noticed a dark item at the bottom. Before she could react, Su Linyuan swiftly retrieved it and tucked it away in the drawer designated for undergarments. Jiang Xinyu pretended not to have seen anything. Bending down to catch a glimpse of her expression, Su Linyuan could only see the crown of her head. His gaze shifted to her delicate earlobes, noting their porcelain-like whiteness, devoid of any trace of embarrassment. In a moment of uncertainty, torn between relief and frustration, Jiang Xinyu completed the packing of her suitcase and began to iron clothes for Su Linyuan. He assisted her occasionally, demonstrating a surprising degree of competence. Jiang Xinyu had anticipated he would soon be overwhelmed. While ironing, she inquired, "Are you having lunch at home?" Su Linyuan nodded. "Yes." Jiang Xinyu was taken aback. "Aren't you supposed to start work on the 7th? Meeting her gaze, Su Linyuan, feeling somewhat guilty, touched his earlobe and explained, "I returned because it was dull at the old residence." Reflecting on the situation at Taiyuan Yufeng, Jiang Xinyu found it hard to believe it was dull. Nevertheless, since her employer had expressed it, she refrained from questioning further and stated, "During this holiday period, there are no ingredients left here. I should go to the supermarket and buy some." "Perfect timing. I'll accompany you to see if there's anything I fancy," he replied, leaving her no room to decline. They drove to the supermarket, where Su Linyuan adeptly maneuvered a shopping cart. Upon entering, Jiang Xinyu was reminded of the incident involving Wang Wei. Su Linyuan's gaze drifted towards the feminine hygiene aisle, evidently recalling the same event. He guided the cart away from that section. And only then did they both feel a sense of relief. As Jiang Xinyu walked beside Su Linyuan, he observed her expression and asked, "Do you have time tomorrow?" "Of course," she responded. "I actually start work then." Su Linyuan hesitated for a few moments before mustering the courage to say, "About your dysmenorrhea." Jiang Xinyu's eyes widened, and Su Linyuan flushed slightly. "What I mean is, I know an excellent traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who is reputed to be very effective in treating this. How about I take you to see him tomorrow? Jiang Xianyu was at a loss for how to feel at that moment, replying, just give me the address. I can go on my own. She was reluctant to trouble her employer with such a visit. Su Linyuan insisted, even if you were to change shifts today, you'd have the day off tomorrow. That old doctor requires an appointment, and without me, you won't be able to meet him. Jiang Xinyu hesitated, feeling it was rather peculiar. Noticing her indecision, Su Linyuan deployed his trump card, work-related injury. Her amusement at his cleverness broke through her reluctance. All right, I'll go. As they gathered meat, vegetables, and fruits, preparing to check out, a voice called out from nearby, Mr. Jiang, is that you? Turning around, Jiang Xinyu recognized a familiar couple. The couple, dressed simply, wore expressions of delight. The man, Qian Daong, and the woman, He Liping, were domestic workers she had met while doing part-time work during university. Later, while working at Huayuan Venture Capital, they had crossed paths again. At that time, when their jobs were scarce, she had offered them some advice. Consequently, the couple organized a small team for domestic services in Haishur and eventually established a small company after earning some capital. The company is indeed quite small. Established with a registered capital of several $100,000, consisting merely of a few individuals engaged in domestic services and a small accountant. Jiang Xinyu observed the two and inquired, Brother Qian, sister He, what brings you here? Qian Daong chuckled, casting a glance at Su Linyuan beside Jiang, and said, General Manager Jiang, might we trouble you for a few moments? Noticing Jiang Xinyu's lack of objection, Su Linyuan gently pushed his card aside, stating, Please, carry on with your discussion. I shall take a look over there. Once Su Linyuan had distanced himself, He Liping spoke candidly, General Manager Jiang, to be frank, our business is on the brink of collapse. We happened to see you, and we're hoping you could offer us some advice or guidance. Qian Daong nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, there are numerous large domestic service companies in Haishur, and clients tend to trust these established firms. For small operations like ours, securing orders has become increasingly challenging. Your previous guidance was invaluable in starting our company. We would greatly appreciate your assistance once more, and we could certainly offer you a consulting fee. However, Jiang Xinyu declined, stating, I apologize, but I have already resigned from the company, and I am unable to accept consulting roles for other businesses. Chapter 63. His words were measured and subtle. The eyes of Qian Daong and He Liping dimmed. In truth, they had managed to earn a modest sum, which, while not substantial for the people of Haishur, was considerable for them. However, their lack of education left them struggling to survive in the industry's narrow margins. Observing their plight, Jiang Xinyu suggested, Perhaps you should seek advice from other consultants. The two expressed their gratitude and indicated they would consider it before taking their leave. They had indeed contemplated this matter, yet their company, if described generously, was merely a small enterprise. Competent individuals would hardly regard their consulting fees as worthy, and they feared that anyone willing to accept such pay might lack the requisite skills. They were of a disposition that preferred stability over risk. They would rather return home with their earnings to engage in minor business ventures than to face the possibility of losing everything in a failing enterprise. Once the pair departed, Su Linyuan approached Jiang Xianyu to settle the bill. In the car on the way back, Su Linyuan turned to him, a teasing tone in his voice, Jiang, my esteemed colleague. Jiang Xianyu felt a flush rise to his cheeks and replied modestly, that is all in the past. It does not amount to much in front of you, Su. Su Linyuan felt a strange familiarity with the title Jiang, though he could not quite place it. Upon returning home, Su Linyuan assisted in unloading the items from the bag while Jiang Xinyu organized them in the refrigerator. Su Linyuan gazed at her profile. His lips parted slightly as he struggled to voice a question that had been pressing on his mind. Sensing his gaze, Jiang Xinyu turned to look at him. He quickly averted his eyes. Su, is there something you need my help with? Jiang Xinyu inquired. Clearing his throat, Su Linyuan replied, It's nothing significant. I merely noticed you seem quite happy since returning from the new year. Jiang Xinyu touched her face, pondering, Do I? Su Linyuan nodded affirmatively and tentatively asked, Did something good happen during the new year? Jiang Xinyu smiled and replied, Yes, something good indeed. May I ask what it is? Su Linyuan's heart raced. Thinking of her parents, Jiang Xinyu's expression softened unconsciously. It's nothing much. It's just that from now on, I will also be loved. She spoke sparingly, hesitant to elaborate on the subject of adoption. Su Linyuan pressed his lips together, his gaze deepening as he beheld her radiant smile. Taking a deep breath, He endeavored to keep his voice calm. You are still young. Some matters are not to be rushed. Jiang Xinyu, puzzled, asked, What do you mean? Su Linyuan locked eyes with her, the lettuce in his hand crumbling under his grip as he enunciated, What I mean is, you should observe people more closely. You are quite beautiful. His admission felt somewhat awkward yet liberating. The compliment caught Jiang Xinyu off guard, and buoyed by his earlier praise. Su Linyuan found it easier to express his thoughts. You possess an impressive education, remarkable abilities, striking beauty, exceptional culinary skills, adeptness in repairs, and proficiency in woodworking. In essence, you excel in numerous areas, far surpassing many others. You truly deserve better. Jiang Xinyu had never received such candid praise from anyone throughout her life, leaving her momentarily flustered. Her ears tinged with a rosy hue. Her lowered eyelashes quivered slightly as she spoke, her voice tinged with nervousness. Mr. Su, why are you suddenly praising me so much? Moreover, was she truly as commendable as he suggested? I merely speak the truth, Su Linyuan replied. To soften his words, he chose to be more restrained and subtle. There is no need for you to feel anxious. You will undoubtedly encounter even better individuals in the future. Upon hearing him suggest that she might meet someone superior, Jiang Xinyu suddenly understood. His recollection of Wang Wei was triggered by their trip to the supermarket. It was considerate of him to empathize with her situation. Thank you, Mr. Su. I understand, Jiang Xinyu responded. Su Linyuan felt as though something clawed at his heart, a mixture of pain and discomfort. He yearned to directly inquire whether she had gone on a blind date during the new year, but the words caught in his throat. Rationally, he was her employer and such a question would seem overly familiar, yet an impulse within him urged him to ask. He hesitated. But Jiang Xinyu noted the time and turned to prepare lunch. Su Linyuan could only lower his head and sit on the sofa, his gaze following her as she moved from the kitchen to the dining table until she called him to eat. At the dining table, while they shared a meal, Su Linyuan appeared somewhat distracted. Even after finishing, he did not voice his concerns. The following day, Su Linyuan accompanied Jiang Xinyu to the old traditional Chinese medicine doctor they had previously arranged to see. The doctor, upon Jiang Xinyu's arrival, began observing her complexion. Once she was seated, he placed a pulse pillow before her. Young lady, there is no need to be nervous. Please extend your left hand so I may take your pulse, he instructed. Jiang Xinyu placed her left hand on the pulse pillow, and the doctor gently placed his hand atop hers, feeling intently. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and inquired about her menstrual regularity and other related matters. Su Linyuan could not help but ask, Dr. He, how is her condition? Last time, she was sweating profusely from pain. Dr. He stroked his beard and smiled gently. Young man, there is no need for concern. The young lady's pulse is fine yet slightly slow. This indicates a condition of cold in the uterus. Fortunately, her menstrual cycle is regular. She should take care to keep warm. I will prescribe some warming herbs to dispel the cold and invigorate the blood, supplemented with moxibustion. She will gradually improve. Noticing Su Linyuan's serious demeanor, the old doctor added reassuringly, Rest assured, her condition is not severe. With proper care, it will not affect her fertility. Su Linyuan's face flushed as he glanced at Jiang Xinyu. She quickly clarified, Doctor, you misunderstand. We are not in that kind of relationship. Doctor, he merely smiled knowingly before drawing back the curtain behind him. Young lady, please lie down. I will perform moxibustion on you, which will help ease your discomfort during your next menstrual cycle. Jiang Xinyu obediently lay down, while Su Linyuan watched anxiously. Doctor, he prepared the moxibustion tools while instructing. Lift your clothing slightly, just enough to expose a fist distance above the navel. The lower abdomen should be bare. Jiang Xinyu obediently lifted her garment. It was then that she remembered the presence of Su Linyuan beside her. Glancing in his direction, she noticed him hastily turn away. He swore he had not intended to look. He had not anticipated that Jiang Xinyu would raise her clothing, although it was merely above the navel. It still granted him a fleeting glimpse of her delicate waist. The thought of that tender whiteness caused his ears to blush ever so slightly. Doctor. He applied the moxa stick to Jiang Xinyu's acupoints, such as Guan Yuan and Qihai. Jiang Xinyu felt a gentle warmth emanating from the areas treated with the moxa, and after a few minutes, she found herself lightly perspiring. Upon completing the moxibustion session, Jiang Xinyu sensed a rising warmth within her. Chapter 64, Are You Getting Married? As Jiang Xinyu realized she could rise, she tidied her attire, only to discover a profound weakness enveloping her and a slight dizziness. Dr. He, noticing her state, assisted her carefully, advising, exercise caution. Following the moxibustion, The body expends considerable energy to expel coldness, leading to temporary fatigue in the limbs. The enhanced local blood circulation post-treatment may result in transient cerebral ischemia, which explains your dizziness. At that moment, Su Linyuan overlooked everything else. Turning to Jiang Xinyu with a bent posture, inquiring, "Can you stand?" Jiang Xinyu steadied herself against the treatment table, managing to rise, albeit feeling somewhat drained. "Doctor," he then asked, "will you be preparing the herbs yourself, or would you prefer them pre-prepared?" Jiang Xinyu replied, "Pre-prepared, please." Chinese medicine requires precise timing and possesses a potent aroma, making it inconvenient for her to concoct the remedies at her employer's villa. Although Su Linyuan might not mind, she felt it prudent to exercise discretion. After Doctor, he recorded the prescription and discussed the next appointment for follow-up and medication collection. He indicated that they were free to leave. Noticing Jiang Xinyu's unsteady steps, Su Linyuan swiftly placed her bag into her arms and lifted her effortlessly. Startled, Jiang Xinyu attempted to squirm free, but he cautioned, "If you move again, you might fall." Instantly compliant, she murmured, "I can walk by myself." Su Linyuan cast a glance at her, remarking, "Indeed, you can walk, though you appear rather like a noodle in doing so." Jiang Xinyu was about to retort when he interjected, "This will be quicker. I have documents to attend to upon our return." Jiang Xinyu, silenced, nestled obediently in his embrace. Observing her compliance, Su Linyuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he lifted her slightly, muttering, "You are quite light." Jiang Xinyu, uncharacteristically flustered, averted her gaze. Noticing the blush creeping up her ears, Su Linyuan felt an inexplicable elation, due to their visit to the traditional medicine practitioner. Su Linyuan had refrained from inquiring whether she had participated in any matchmaking during the New Year. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, after completing her tasks, Jiang Xinyu received a call from Jiang Hongba. Today marked the resumption of normal work following the holidays, and she surmised it concerned her household registration. "Dad, is it about the household registration?" she asked. Jiang Hongba's voice brimmed with excitement. "Yes, today your mother and I submitted the necessary documents to the Civil Affairs Department, and everything is in order. We are currently at the police station to process your registration. Do I need to be there?" Jiang Xinyu inquired. Jiang Hongba chuckled, "No need. Your cousin has arranged everything. I'm just confirming a few details with you." After his words, he handed the phone to a staff member at the police station. The staff member asked if she was willing to be adopted by Jiang Hongba and Xiachan as their daughter. With unwavering resolve, Jiang Xinyu affirmed, "I am willing. Please assist me in transferring my registration." After a few more questions, and upon confirming no discrepancies, they successfully transferred her registration to the household of Jiang Hongba. From that moment forth, Jiang Xinyu was legally recognized as Jiang Hongba's daughter. Exiting the police station, Jiang Hongtao left with a somber expression. The household registration book at his home was missing another page, leaving him with an unsettling sense of loss. As he recalled Jiang Xinyu's wild demeanor during the New Year celebrations, a wave of acceptance washed over him. Nothing was more important than his son. After all, she was merely a daughter capable of wielding a knife against her brother. If adoption was necessary, so be it. Just as Jiang Xinyu ended her call, Su Linyuan approached her, his expression bearing a depth she had never seen before. "Are you getting married?" he asked. Jiang Xinyu was taken aback. "Married?" Su Linyuan gestured towards her phone. "I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but you mentioned changing your household registration. Are you truly getting married?" "No, Mr. Su, you misunderstand. I'm just changing my household registration, not getting married." Su Linyuan felt the heavy discomfort in his chest dissipate in an instant. He unconsciously repeated, "Not getting married?" Jiang Xinyu nodded, affirming, "Correct, not getting married." As those 4 words resonated in his ears, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Su Linyuan vanished entirely. It dawned on him that he had misinterpreted the situation. Given the conversation had reached this point, he couldn't restrain himself any longer. "I thought you were matchmaking during the New Year and were eager to marry." Jiang Xinyu hurriedly refuted, "I didn't go on a blind date. Besides, who gets married so quickly after a blind date?" Listening to her denial and recalling his earlier reaction, a flush of warmth crept up Su Linyuan's cheeks. Meeting Jiang Xinyu's puzzled gaze, he hastily added, "I was just considering what would happen to my work if you were to marry." Jiang Xinyu smiled, "Mr. Su, have you forgotten? I only have a few days left here." Su Linyuan's previously buoyant mood plummeted. Indeed, her tenure would conclude in just a few days. She wouldn't even be there for the Lantern Festival. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He shot Jiang Xinyu a glare, recalling her words with remarkable clarity. Jiang Xianyu was left bewildered. Was he mocking her? Addressing her as general manager, Jiang only added to her confusion. That night, Su Linyuan lay in bed, his mind racing with thoughts on how to extend Jiang Xianyu's contract. He was determined to have her at Qingyuan, yet she refused. The excuse he had previously used for Aunt Qian's leave would not suffice a second time. While it was possible for him to hire 2 caretakers, Jiang Xianyu would never agree to that. She had made it clear she was a person of principle. That night, Su Linyuan dreamt that Jiang Xianyu became a caretaker for another man. As their feelings blossomed over time, they soon married. Just days after changing her household registration, it was transferred to the man's family. He watched as the man, holding Jiang Xianyu's household registration book, provocatively challenged him. Unable to contain himself, Su Linyuan threw a punch at the indistinct face before him. Upon waking, he rubbed his aching head, incredulous that he had actually struck himself in the dream. He picked up his phone from the bedside table, only to find it was already 7 in the morning. Sitting up, he dressed and proceeded to wash up. Once ready, Su Linyuan headed downstairs. Jiang Xianyu could not help but compliment. President Su is truly dedicated, arriving so early on the first day back to work after the holiday. Reflecting on the reason for his own early rise, Su Linyuan felt a twinge of guilt and discreetly raised the magazine in his hand, mumbling, "It's nothing much." After having breakfast, he set off for the office burdened with a sense of gloom. It wasn't long before a video call from Qin Tao rang through Jiang Xianyu's phone. Puzzled, Jiang answered, "Miss Qin, is there something you need?" Qin Tao beamed brightly, "Xiaoyu, isn't your contract with my cousin nearing its end? Would you be interested in working at my family's company?" Before Jiang could respond, she laid out her proposal. "Rest assured, I have great faith in your abilities. Whatever benefits your cousin offers, I will match them. We will simply adhere to the terms of his contract." Initially, Jiang had planned to consult Sister Yang in the coming days about potential employers to prepare for his next job, but it seemed fortune had smiled upon him unexpectedly. "Of course, it would be my honor," he replied. Qin Tao laughed heartily, "Then it's settled. As soon as your current position concludes, I will arrange for us to sign the contract." Jiang gave her an encouraging okay sign. Next job, secured. Chapter 65. A desire to bite Su Linyuan remained oblivious to the fact that his corner was being undermined. He was preoccupied with concerns regarding Jiang Xianyu's work, particularly due to the unsettling dream he had experienced that night. It was entirely conceivable that anyone who had to care for someone as captivating and capable as Jiang Xianyu on a daily basis would inevitably feel a stir of emotions. That evening, after dinner, Jiang Xianyu nestled on the sofa, sipping a warm concoction of traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps the herbal remedy was taking effect, as her hands and feet no longer felt as frigid as before. Su Linyuan observed her, and as she drank the medicine, a mask of agony crossed his face. Although the bitter brew did not touch his lips, he could almost taste the pervasive bitterness in his mouth. "Isn't the medicine too bitter for you?" he inquired, noticing her slight frown as she calmly finished the entire pouch. Jiang Xianyu discarded the empty pouch into the trash and assessed the lingering bitterness in her mouth. It was indeed somewhat unpleasant, yet not intolerable. After all, who could afford to be overly finicky? As the adage goes, bitter medicine is often the best. And what herbal remedy was ever devoid of bitterness if it could heal? Su Linyuan fished a peppermint candy from his pocket and offered it to her. "Have a piece of candy to sweeten your palate." Jiang Xianyu hesitated momentarily before accepting it. "Thank you, Mr. Su." Once she had consumed the candy, he remarked, "No one is destined to suffer. You ought to learn to treat yourself with a bit more kindness." Jiang Xianyu felt a subtle pang in her heart. Who wouldn't he desire a better life? Yet, having cultivated a habit of endurance from a young age, she had gradually come to accept her circumstances. While she could purchase sweets, she seldom took the time for such seemingly trivial indulgences. The bitterness of the medicine would eventually fade. But his words lingered. One should learn to be kinder to oneself. Jiang Xianyu gestured towards her lips. "So, does this mean I should start with a piece of candy after taking the medicine?" Su Linyuan's gaze followed her hand to her glistening lips, which were now a luscious crimson, plump and dewy like fresh cherries. Unconsciously, he swallowed hard, his long eyelashes concealing the flicker of desire in his eyes. To his astonishment, he felt an overwhelming impulse to bite down. Noticing his sudden silence, Jiang Xianyu inquired with curiosity, "Mr. Su?" Su Linyuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet the tumultuous sensation within him refused to subside. Echoing her earlier words, he replied, "Yes," starting with the candy. He then retrieved a jar of peppermint candies from the drawer beneath the coffee table, his elegantly articulated fingers pushing the jar towards her while his hand lingered, not withdrawing immediately. This won't interfere with the medicine's efficacy, I consulted a doctor about it. Jiang Xianyu pursed her lips and reached out to grasp the jar, only to find Su Linyuan slightly retracting his hand, causing hers to inch closer to him. Her heart raced momentarily, and she looked up in surprise at the composed man beside her, though his demeanor remained calm. The pallor of his skin could not entirely conceal the hint of color beneath. He remarked, "I merely wish to remind you, while the candy is sweet, moderation is key." After this, he gradually withdrew his hand. Jiang Xianyu averted her gaze from him, her hand gripping the candy jar tightly. The coolness of the surface helped dissipate her momentary flush of heat. "I understand," she said. Su Lingyuan, observing that she had absorbed his words, casually inquired about a question that had lingered in his mind. "What are your plans for your next job? If you haven't found one yet, I could recommend you to Yunyu Group." Fearing she might misconstrue his intentions, he added, "You are not a backdoor candidate. I genuinely believe in your capabilities and think you would excel at Yunyu." He chuckled softly. "After all, I am a capitalist." Yet, Jiang Shenyu still declined. "Mr. Su, I have already secured my next position, but I must express my gratitude for everything you have done for me." At that moment, Su Lingyuan felt as though his heart had plummeted to the depths of despair. Recalling the dream, he instinctively reached out to grasp Jiang Shenyu's wrist. "Which company is it? Is it a male or female employer? Let me tell you, some men are not to be trusted. Many wealthy individuals lead extravagant lives, and I wouldn't want you to be deceived. Please, tell me which company it is, and I will ensure you are safeguarded." Jiang Shenyu's gaze drifted downwards, resting upon the hand that encircled her wrist. His fingers were long and clean, enveloping her wrist entirely, with room to spare. He held her firmly, yet with a gentleness that fostered a false sense of importance. Jiang Shenyu gently tugged her wrist away, replying, "The company I've found is run by a woman you know. It's Miss Qintao." Su Lingyuan blinked, belatedly releasing her wrist, his expression a tapestry of surprise. Who? Qintao? He had never anticipated that a member of his own circle would be attempting to recruit her. Wasn't her contract still in effect? Was she not being rather hasty? Jiang Xinyu nestled deeper into the sofa and continued, "Yes, Miss Qintao believes in my abilities and has decided to hire me." At that moment, Su Lingyuan felt as if a knife had been drawn across his throat. Previously, when Jiang Xinyu had not secured a position, he felt time was on his side. Now, an overwhelming sense of urgency gripped him, as if she were poised to leave at dawn. The only consolation was that her future employer was a woman, and he held a favorable opinion of Qintao's character. She would not engage in any oppressive behavior towards her staff. Noticing the late hour, Jiang Shenyu informed Su Lingyuan that she would be retiring for the night to freshen up. That evening, Su Lingyuan found himself restless, tossing and turning in bed. The following morning, he resolved to consult his cousin, pondering why she suddenly sought Jiang Shenyu for a position in her household. When the doorbell rang at Qintao's residence, she was busy cleaning the litter box for her two feline companions, covered in cat fur. She grabbed the scoop and headed to the door. Upon seeing the tall figure at the threshold, Qintao paused momentarily. "Cousin, what brings you here so early?" As Su Lingyuan laid eyes on Qintao, he felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave immediately. He wished he could use tape to remove the fur clinging to her. Observing her cousin instinctively step back, Qintao chuckled, dismissing the scoop behind her. "Come in and have a seat, cousin." After a prolonged internal struggle, Su Lingyuan stepped into the entryway. Seeing Su Lingyuan preparing to change his shoes, Qintao waved her hand dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary, as there were no spare slippers in her home. Su Lingyuan's expression momentarily stiffened, yet he mustered the courage to proceed into the house. Inside, two cats stared at him motionless. Concerned that his stature might frighten the feline companions, he intended to sit on the sofa, only to discover it was covered in fur. He could even sense the presence of cat hair floating in the air. Ultimately, he chose to stand in a distant, vacant corner, far from the cats. Qintao laughed awkwardly, explaining that it was not usually like this, but she had yet to contact a cleaning service. Observing the chaotic mess surrounding him, Su Lingyuan felt a great concern for Jiang Shenyu's living conditions. Where was Lu Sa? Even if a cleaning service had not come, it shouldn't be this disorderly. Speaking of this, Qintao had a plethora of grievances to share. Thus, Su Lingyuan found himself compelled to endure half an hour of her lamentations. Chapter 66. Recognizing one's feelings, Su Lingyuan finally comprehended the situation. His family's support had been severed, and even Lu Sa had been taken away. "You want Jiang Shenyu to work here?" Su Lingyuan inquired. Qintao nodded. "I believe she is quite capable, proficient in many areas. We will surely get along splendidly." With no generational gap, Su Lingyuan surveyed the dismal state of the house, already a headache without any cleaning done. Could you not tidy up the home a bit? Who would not be overwhelmed by such a mess? Qingtao glanced around. It's not that bad, really. There is just a bit of cat hair. And things are somewhat disorganized, but I wouldn't say it's dirty. I had cleaners come in before. Su Linyuan felt an even greater sense of despair. If it could end up like this after hiring cleaners, what a burden it must have placed on the housekeeper. Qingtao, now questioning her own life choices, replied, Is it truly that unbearable? I never insisted that the house be spotless like a model home, just a level of cleanliness that is acceptable to me. Examining the carpet, the sofa, and Qingtao's clothes, Su Linyuan noted that not a single area was free from fur. Here, merely managing the cat hair would be exhausting. No, Su Linyuan declared, I shall extend Jiang Shenyu's contract. I fear she might wear herself out. Qingtao instantly erupted, gripping Su Linyuan's arm. Cousin, whom do you care for? If you do not wish to tire out Xiaoyu, are you intent on exhausting me instead? The moment Qingtao seized his arm, Su Linyuan felt as if his head might explode. Qingtao, do you dare touch me with your hands that have scooped cat litter? Startled, Qingtao released her grip, fearing that her cousin might lose his temper. To divert the conversation, she decided to address the matter directly. Cousin, do you have feelings for Xiaoyu? Is that why you're worried about her working too hard? Su Linyuan's hand froze mid-motion, and he looked up at Qingtao in disbelief. What nonsense are you speaking? How could I? The mere thought of affection made him feel a rush of warmth, his face tinged with a faint blush. Qingtao stepped back, pointing at his face. Still unwilling to admit it? Your face is as red as a baboon's rear. Qingtao. Su Linyuan's voice boomed. Qingtao triumphantly raised her chin, clicking her tongue. I cannot be mistaken. Consider how you scrutinized every detail in your home, yet with Xiaoyu living here. You exhibit no negativity whatsoever. Su Linyuan fell silent, lips pressed together in discomfort. Qingtao continued, I recall when Xiaoyu was cooking. You even asked me to assist her. You certainly did not behave that way when Aunt Qian was around. She strained to remember the scene she had witnessed at her cousin's house, adding with a knowing expression, you might not even realize how fervently you gaze at her. I do not, Su Linyuan refuted. Qingtao wagged her finger, hitting the mark. Do not deny it. You are like a compass, with Xiaoyu as your radius. Your gaze tracing her every movement. Wherever she goes, your eyes follow. Encouraged by her own insights, Qingtao mused. There are plenty more examples of this. Look. You never allowed anyone to stay on the third floor, yet you let Xiaoyu stay, and for such an extended period. As Qingtao spoke, Su Linyuan's heart raced with increasing intensity, as if the mist before him had suddenly been cleared away. Ultimately, Qingtao reached a conclusion. Admit it. You have feelings for her, and they are quite profound. Observing her cousin, who was usually shrewd and composed, standing there in a daze, Qingtao felt a sense of accomplishment. I must say, although you excel in business, you remain rather naïve in matters of the heart. Concerned that he might deny it, Qingtao inquired, has there ever been a moment when you particularly wanted to be close to her, to touch her? For instance, to embrace or kiss her? At that moment, Su Linyuan disregarded any reservations and extended his long arm to cover her mouth, exclaiming, Be quiet. Am I a rogue? Qingtao slapped his arm, her face flushed with embarrassment. Only then did Su Linyuan release her. Qingtao huffed. How can that be called rogue behavior? It is merely the attraction that exists between the sexes. The sexes? Attraction? Su Linyuan reflected on the impulse he felt while gazing at Jiang Xianyu's lips the previous night, recalling her nervousness when applying medicine to him, as well as the delight he experienced when she dried his hair. Thus, it became clear to him why he had always cared for her so deeply, because he liked her. Yes, I do like her. In that moment, Su Linyuan acknowledged his feelings. However, his next statement left Qingtao utterly befuddled. Su Linyuan declared, If I like her, I absolutely cannot allow her to leave. If she were to depart, what hope would I have left? Qingtao felt a surge of urgency and slapped her forehead. Think, you foolish head, think. Soon, an idea struck her. Cousin, do you know the most effective method to dispel a man's allure? Su Linyuan, puzzled, asked, What do you mean by dispelling allure? He was only familiar with Max Weber's concept of the disenchantment of the world. Qingtao realized that her cousin, a domineering figure, had his attention primarily on work, and thus was unfamiliar with such notions. Consequently, she provided him with a brief education. Once she was certain Su Linyuan understood, Qingtao mysteriously stated, The most effective way to dispel a man's allure is to make him your boss. Consider this. How many female colleagues at your company would go out of their way to flatter you? Every day, their work and livelihood depend on you. Who would wish to date someone like that? Ask the average employee how many truly admire their company's boss. It's a miracle if they don't vent their frustrations about them in the break room. Su Linyuan was convinced. Having once overheard employees criticizing their leaders while passing by the office pantry, Qin Tao pressed on, and given your current positions, how do you expect to win her affection? As a man pursuing her, can you comfortably accept her services? Mutual assistance between couples signifies affection. But the relationship between a caretaker and an employer is merely a matter of professional obligation. If Xiaoyu remains your caretaker, you can forget about being together with her for life. In an instant, Su Linyuan felt a profound enlightenment. Indeed, if he wishes to deepen his relationship with Jiang Xinyu, he must first transcend the boundaries of employer and maid. Realizing this, Su Linyuan remarked, "Very well, I shall not hinder your decision to employ Jiang Xinyu. However, do exercise discretion." Qin Tao assured him, "Certainly, not to mention that she may very well become my future sister-in-law. I also consider myself her friend now, and will certainly take good care of her." Su Linyuan cast her a sidelong glance, doubting her capability to look after anyone. He arrived with a heart full of indignant fury, yet departed the villa with a sense of clarity and embarrassment. Jiang Xinyu was taken aback. "Mr. Su, did you forget something? Why have you returned so suddenly?" Having just confronted his own feelings, Su Linyuan, upon seeing Jiang Xinyu, felt as though a deer were colliding within his chest, causing his voice to tremble. "No, there is nothing pressing at the company. I just came back." Given Su Linyuan's usual habit of returning with documents, Jiang Xinyu found his claim hard to believe. Under her curious gaze, Su Linyuan felt his breath quicken. He tugged at his tie and hurried upstairs. Upon entering his bedroom, he collapsed onto the bed, burying his face in the blankets, as if his mind were filled with a cacophony of clucking hens. Chapter 67. Su Linyuan's thoughts. Once Su Linyuan regained his composure and all rationality returned to him, he realized he had inadvertently sprawled across the bed. Although he had not interacted with any felines at his cousin's residence, traces of cat hair were omnipresent throughout the house, and some had even found their way onto his person. He instantly sprang to his feet and hurried downstairs in search of adhesive tape. As Jiang Xinyu glanced his way, he blushed and ascended the stairs two at a time, clutching the tape in hand. He was determined to alleviate Jiang Xinyu's workload. Jiang Xinyu, somewhat apprehensive, ascended to check on him. Today, Su Linyuan was behaving rather peculiarly. The door to his bedroom was ajar, and upon reaching it, Jiang Xinyu observed Su Linyuan hunched over, meticulously adhering something with the tape on his bed. His expression was intensely focused, reminiscent of a forensic investigator at a crime scene. "Is everything all right? Do you need assistance?" Jiang Xinyu inquired, gently knocking on the open door. Su Linyuan was startled. Upon seeing Jiang Xinyu, his eyes brightened. "It's nothing. Just some cat hair I'm trying to remove. It'll be fine shortly." "Cat hair? Does your company have a cat?" Su Linyuan realized he had inadvertently revealed too much and hastily amended. "Oh, it's just that stray cat from our home. I was at the cat house earlier for some reason, and it came over to rub against me." Considering Su Linyuan's usual aversion to cats, where he would leap several feet away at their approach, Jiang Xinyu found it hard to believe he would allow one so close. Nonetheless, being a competent and professional caretaker, she approached to inspect the hair he had collected and noted it was sparse, albeit the color seemed somewhat off. Their household stray was a tabby. Su Linyuan noticed this as well and quickly shielded the evidence, resolute in his decision to keep his visit to his cousin a secret. Jiang Xinyu cast him a glance but chose not to press further. "Just wait here. I'll retrieve something to assist you. Using tape is rather cumbersome." Before long, Jiang Xinyu returned with a toolbox. She calmly opened it beside the bed, revealing an array of neatly organized small tools, all appearing quite new. She extracted a lint remover and diligently cleaned the quilt and sheets from top to bottom, checking her work before repeating the process to ensure no remnants remained. And only then did she tidy up the lint remover. Su Linyuan felt a sense of awe as he observed her adeptness, realizing his own efforts paled in comparison. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "What are these tools?" After a brief pause, Jiang Xinyu replied, "These are various lint removers and grooming tools I just purchased." In an instant, Su Linyuan comprehended the purpose behind them. They were preparations for a visit to Qin Tao's home. A pang of melancholy struck him. "This is all for Qin Tao. Isn't it? It's still a bit early for that. You seem rather eager." Jiang Xinyu, surprisingly a bit flustered, responded, "It's merely a seamless transition. I must prepare in advance or else cleaning will become quite troublesome." The image of Qin Tao's home flashed in Su Linyuan's mind, and his earlier sense of bitterness dissipated, replaced by a deeper concern for her well-being. Her home was in utter disarray, with cat fur scattered everywhere. Let me know if there's anything else that needs preparation, and I'll take care of it, Jiang Xinyu offered with a smile as she picked up her toolbox, confident that it contained everything necessary. Su Linyuan sighed, "You have no idea about the current level of chaos at Qin Tao's place. It's all right. I'm a professional." Jiang Xinyu assured him, unwavering in her confidence. She had encountered all manners of mess, and Qin Tao had informed her that they regularly hired cleaning services. Seeing her self-assured demeanor, Su Linyuan chose not to press further. He gestured to his own attire, saying, "There's fur all over me. Please help me clean it off as well." He had come up in haste, without removing his coat, and the cat fur was quite conspicuous against the black fabric. Jiang Xinyu nodded. "All right, take off your coat, and I'll assist you." Su Linyuan's gaze flickered as he extended his arm. "Let us do it this way. If I take it off, the room will just get dirty again." Jiang Xinyu, trusting his intentions, was unaware of his deep-seated cleanliness obsession. She resumed using the lint roller, supporting his arm with one hand while rolling away the fur with the other. To conserve her energy, Su Linyuan kept his arm suspended, and the rolling action created a light tickling sensation on his skin, making him want to withdraw. Jiang Xinyu firmly held him in place. "Don't move. It will be over soon." Su Linyuan lowered his head to observe her hands, delicate and fair, barely encompassing his arm, evoking a protective instinct within him. Yet, she was never the type to wait for someone to shield her. Just like that time she fell off her bike, even without his intervention, she would have picked herself up. As Jiang Xinyu finished with the fur on his arm, Su Linyuan pointed to the area near his shoulder. "There is still some here." Given his height and long limbs, Jiang Xinyu had to tilt her head back to reach. Su Linyuan maintained his position, not shifting an inch, but as she looked up, her forehead brushed against his chin. The fleeting contact sent ripples through both their hearts. Jiang Xinyu paused in her task. Su Linyuan's ears flushed crimson, yet he feigned indifference. "What's wrong?" Hearing his casual tone, Jiang Xinyu's racing heart gradually calmed, and she deftly removed the remaining cat fur from his upper arm. "Switch hands," she instructed. Su Linyuan extended his other arm, which was relatively free of fur, and she quickly finished cleaning it. This time, he refrained from any unnecessary movements. The fur on his back was minimal, primarily due to Qin Tao's playful antics. Jiang Xinyu worked swiftly, and when encountering more sensitive areas, Su Linyuan tactfully lifted his shirt to facilitate her efforts. Once they were done, Jiang Xinyu let out a sigh of relief, while Su Linyuan felt a pang of melancholy. Qin Tao was right. He longed to be closer to her, to touch her. With this realization, the shackles within him loosened, making restraint increasingly difficult. Yet, he knew he could not act on those feelings just yet. Jiang Xinyu appears gentle, yet beneath the surface lies a profound sense of self-respect and resilience. Should he dare to express his feelings at this moment, the other party would undoubtedly reject him thrice over. During their recent interactions, he reflects on a fleeting moment when she seemed to harbor a spark of affection for him, only to revert to her usual calm demeanor, leaving him perplexed and anxious. Jiang Xinyu did not linger upstairs. After confirming that there were no pressing matters with Su Linyuan, he descended. Moments ago in the room, she sensed an unusual quickening of her heartbeat, instinctively wishing to evade such disquieting sensations. Su Linyuan had not attended the office today, while Assistant Zhao received a barrage of phone calls. In the office, Assistant Zhao, overwhelmed by a mountain of documents, felt his head spinning. As the new year commenced, the workload was immense, yet their seemingly indifferent boss remained home, shirking responsibilities. Is the title of boss truly admirable? Is wealth so impressive? He vowed that when he eventually struck it rich, he would throw these papers right in his boss's face. After a moment of self-reflection, Assistant Zhao rolled up his sleeves and resumed his laborious tasks. He began to understand why Jiang Xinyu chose to be a caretaker. Alas, only those who toil know the weight of their burdens. Chapter 68. Tempting her the following morning, Su Linyuan stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection after completing his morning routine. He attempted a few stretches to mimic a stiff neck, murmuring, "Does this seem somewhat contrived?" After fussing in the bathroom for nearly half an hour, he finally settled on the pose that appeared most convincingly like a stiff neck. One hand cradling his neck while the other held his tie as he descended the stairs. Although he could not yet express his feelings, it did not mean he would simply wait idly for her to notice. Given Jiang Xinyu's seemingly detached nature, he feared that by the time he grew old, she might still remain oblivious to his affections. Taking advantage of her presence in the coming days, he resolved to entice her further. Peering down from the third-floor railing, he observed Jiang Xinyu already in the kitchen. After waiting for her to finish preparing the meal, he finally made his way downstairs. As he reached the staircase, he called out, "Jiang Xinyu, Come here. Jiang Shenyu looked up to see Su Linyuan with his shirt collar unbuttoned, 2 buttons left undone. One hand was supporting his neck while the other playfully tugged at his tie, his head tilted back slightly as he descended. As he drew closer, Jiang Shenyu's gaze was drawn to the prominent contours of his collarbone, the pronounced Adam's apple, and the faint veins visible on his hand resting on his neck. All reminders that he was indeed a strikingly handsome man. Realizing her thoughts were veering into inappropriate territory, she quickly averted her eyes, her cheeks flushed. Su Linyuan smirked, letting out a soft sigh as he said, Jiang Shenyu, could you assist me? I seem to have wrenched my neck last night, and I'm struggling with my tie and buttons. Can't you manage the buttons yourself? Jiang Shenyu inquired. Su Linyuan raised his hand toward the buttons, letting out a slight wince. While the lower buttons were manageable, raising his hand too high tugged painfully at his neck. Seeing his genuine expression, Jiang Shenyu replied, Oh, all right. I'll help. Su Linyuan positioned Jiang Shenyu on the step above him while he stood below, allowing her easier access. As she reached up to fasten the buttons of his shirt, a jolt coursed through him when her delicate skin brushed against his Adam's apple. An involuntary groan escaped his lips. In the next moment, his face flushed a deep crimson. Jiang Shenyu, startled by the sudden reaction, withdrew her hand. What's wrong? Unable to suppress a swallow, Su Linyuan tugged at his collar, his voice low and husky. It's just a bit tight. I'll be gentler, Jiang Shenyu responded, her eyes drawn to his reddened neck. Leaning forward slightly, with a playful glint in his deep-set eyes, he murmured, Yes, please be gentle. Holding her breath, Jiang Shenyu cautiously secured the top button of his shirt. Maintaining his posture, Su Linyuan extended his left hand, offering her his tie. Jiang Shenyu accepted it and deftly knotted it for him. As the tie tightened, Su Linyuan felt as though she had seized his heart within her grasp, its rhythm quickening uncontrollably. He worried that she might hear the frantic beat of his heart. Fortunately, Jiang Shenyu did not linger and quickly released her hold. Let's eat, she suggested, feeling a surge of nerves akin to those she experienced during her first job interview while assisting Su Linyuan. After having breakfast, Su Linyuan left for work, allowing Jiang Shenyu to finally relax. For some inexplicable reason, she felt an unusual sense of anxiety in his presence today. Meanwhile, Assistant Zhao, witnessing the punctual arrival of the boss, was almost moved to tears. Subsequently, amidst Su Linyuan's puzzled gaze, he brought over a stack of documents. Only the beleaguered image of their boss at work could soothe his weary heart, battered and bruised. Upon returning home in the evening, Su Linyuan, ever mindful of his neck strain, covered his neck as he entered. Jiang Shenyu approached him to help hang up his clothes and remarked, Your neck strain seems quite severe. Perhaps you should see a doctor. Su Linyuan replied, No need. It will get better in a few days. If it becomes unbearable, you could give me a massage. Jiang Shenyu took out her phone to search for remedies to alleviate neck strain. Heat therapy combined with massage appeared to be the solution. That seems manageable, she expressed, willing to give it a try. Su Linyuan, observing her earnest demeanor, felt a sweet sensation in his heart. After dinner, once they had tidied up and ascended the stairs, Jiang Shenyu advised Su Linyuan, while you shower, use plenty of hot water on the affected area. After you're done, I can apply heat to it again. Su Linyuan agreed and hurried to the shower. However, after finishing, he did not emerge immediately. Instead, he took his phone to research the specific area affected by his strain, hoping to keep his intentions concealed. Once prepared, he appeared in a bathrobe and sent Jiang Shenyu a voice message. I finished my shower. You may come in. Listening to the voice message, Jiang Shenyu found it ambiguous. If someone unaware were to hear it, they might misconstrue their actions as something nefarious. She turned off her phone, retrieved her hot water bottle to warm her stomach, and headed to Su Linyuan's room. With his hair still damp, evidently unblown, Jiang Shenyu, skilled in the art of blow-drying, fetched the hairdryer from the bathroom and began to dry his hair. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Su Linyuan relished the gentle touch of her fingers and could not help but ask, Jiang Shenyu, are you this kind to every employer? Jiang Shenyu fell silent. While she could easily extend such kindness to female employers, she was uncertain about male ones. However, if the person were unable to care for themselves, she would likely offer assistance. Su Linyuan grasped her wrist, halting the hairdryer. Jiang Shenyu, be cautious with male employers. I only asked for your help due to my neck strain. If a male employer requests you to dry his hair, you must decline, understand? Observing the seriousness etched on his face, Jiang Shenyu replied, You asked me to dry your hair before when you weren't ill. Su Linyuan retorted, Wasn't I just exhausted then? He defended himself. Jiang Shenyu chuckled softly. All right, I understand. Furthermore, her next employer would be Qin Tao. and she felt that her position could endure for quite some time. Once his hair was nearly dry, Jiang Xinyu set down the hairdryer and took out her light purple hot water bottle. Now, please lie down on the bed. Su Linyuan complied, adjusting his bathrobe to sit snugly on his shoulders. Jiang Xinyu reached out and pressed her hand against the nape of his neck. Her touch was warm, even slightly heated, causing him to tense up entirely. Is it here? She inquired. Su Linyuan, feeling her pressure, instinctively drew back his neck, responding from beneath the covers. Yes. That is the spot. Then he sensed a wave of warmth descending upon him. The hot water bottle was enveloped in a plush cover, soft and skin-friendly. Although he hadn't truly slept awkwardly, he found the sensation quite soothing. After 10 minutes of warm compress, Jiang Xinyu removed the bottle. Do you feel better now? Su Linyuan touched his neck and replied, it seems to be improving. Do you still need a massage? Yes, he said hurriedly, fearful that she might retract her offer if he hesitated. It was then that Jiang Xinyu uncovered a secret about Su Linyuan. He was surprisingly ticklish. The moment her fingers grazed the back of his neck, he recoiled, exclaiming, that tickles. Jiang Xinyu felt as though he was a slippery fish, impossible to hold on to. Shall I continue? She asked. Yes, he replied, his face now flushed crimson. He lay on the bed, gripping the blanket tightly, his neck turning an alarming shade of red. Once Jiang Xinyu finished, Su Linyuan relaxed, collapsing onto the bed, panting heavily. Feeling a bit overheated, Jiang Xinyu retrieved her hot water bottle, stood up, and said, I'll be heading back now. With that, she hurriedly exited, not forgetting to close the door behind her. Only upon hearing the sound of the door latch did Su Linyuan lift his head. His face was still flushed, and he felt an unusual sensation beneath him, prompting him to rub the pillow a few times. Why is it so excited? He thought. Chapter 69. Fever. The night was tranquil, and the villa nestled on the mountainside was enveloped in silence. On the grand bed of the master bedroom, a man lay with his bare chest rising and falling, releasing labored breaths that echoed in the stillness. After a prolonged moment, he suddenly awoke with a start. The sound of his heavy breathing resonated in the darkened room, a stark reminder of his restlessness. Feeling a stirring within, Su Linyuan raised his hand to shield his eyes. How could he have dreamed such a thing? He endeavored to calm his racing heart, yet found it to be in vain. Frustrated, he sat up abruptly, turned on the bedside lamp, and made his way to the bathroom. In the bathroom, cold water cascaded over him, sending shivers down his spine. Gradually, the agitation within him began to subside. By the time he emerged from the bathroom, the clock read 3:30 in the morning. The breeze he stirred as he walked caused him to sneeze involuntarily. He rubbed his nose and burrowed beneath the covers. As dawn broke, the sky illuminated. Jiang Xinyu rose to prepare herself and began making breakfast. Halfway through, she glanced toward the living room, recalling that Su Linyuan should have descended by this hour. Could it be that he had overslept due to yesterday's stiffness? Once breakfast was ready, Jiang Xinyu set the table and sent a voice message to Su Linyuan. Mr. Su, breakfast is ready. You may come down to eat. The message vanished into the void, met with an unsettling silence. Furrowing her brows, Jiang Xinyu ascended the stairs. The master bedroom door was closed. She knocked gently. Mr. Su, are you awake? Inside, Su Linyuan propped his heavy head up, slowly sitting up. Hearing Jiang Xinyu's voice, he replied hoarsely, coming. His voice was raspy, and his throat ached. His words fell softly. The soundproofing of the room rendered them barely audible, prompting Jiang Xinyu to knock again. Draped in a bathrobe, Su Linyuan staggered to the door and opened it, revealing a magnificent expanse of well-defined muscles. Jiang Xinyu instinctively shut her eyes. Mr. Su, you may have your breakfast now. Yes, I'll be down shortly. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Xinyu's brows knitted together as she opened her eyes, noticing the unnatural flush on his face. Mr. Su, are you unwell? Your voice sounds different. His complexion, easily discernible, betrayed any hint of abnormality. Su Linyuan touched his throat, suspecting he might have caught a chill. Forgetting the propriety between genders, Jiang Xinyu reached out to feel his forehead. The skin beneath her palm was feverishly hot. Su Linyuan regarded her with a puzzled look, finding her cool touch remarkably soothing. Dazed, he leaned forward, pressing his head into her palm, relishing the comfort. Believing he might faint, Jiang Xinyu quickly steadied his arm. You have a fever. Return to your room and lie down. I'll fetch a thermometer to check your temperature. With concern etched on her face, she assisted Su Linyuan back to bed, tucking him in snugly. Just as she turned to leave, he grasped her wrist. Please inform Assistant Zhao that I won't be going to the office today. Jiang Xinyu gently placed her hand back under the quilt, her voice softer than ever. Rest well. I'll inform him that you're unwell. Su Linyuan gazed at her, his thoughts drifting as her tone began to mirror the one from his dreams, causing his flushed cheeks to redden even further. As Jiang Xinyu turned away, he silently pulled the quilt over his face, feeling rather foolish. Soon, Jiang Xinyu returned with the medical kit. Upon seeing the man with his head covered, she quickly pulled the quilt down, saying, "You can't cover up with a fever. Let me check your temperature first." The reading on the thermometer startled Jiang Xinyu, 39 degrees Celsius. A high fever. Grabbing some antipyretics, she remarked, "You seemed fine last night. How did you suddenly fall ill?" Su Linyuan's unusually bright eyes, dulled by fever, flickered briefly, yet he remained silent. Jiang Xinyu merely spoke without intent to pry, pouring a glass of warm water and helping Su Linyuan sit up to take his medication. "Rest for a bit. I've saved breakfast for you. Once your fever subsides, I'll bring it to you." Su Linyuan nodded obediently, replying, "I'm fine here. You should go eat." Confirming that he was stable, Jiang Xinyu returned to the kitchen. The millet and yam porridge she had prepared was just right for him. Half an hour later, she ascended the stairs to check his temperature again. Thankfully, it had dropped to 38.2 degrees. Seeing he seemed a bit more spirited, Jiang Xinyu brought up breakfast. Although Su Linyuan had little appetite, the warmth in Jiang Xinyu's gaze compelled him to eat a little. Just as he reached out, he remembered he was still suffering from a stiff neck. Even if he recovered swiftly, he couldn't dismiss it as if nothing had happened. Thus, he hesitated, retracting his hand with a slight wince. "My neck is still stiff. Perhaps I should skip eating. I'm not very hungry anyway." Noticing his pale lips, Jiang Xinyu settled beside him with a small bowl, saying, "Allow me." Su Linyuan watched her as she carefully scooped a spoonful of porridge and brought it to his lips. "Aren't you going to blow on it?" he asked. Jiang Xinyu assured him, "Don't worry. The porridge is at the perfect temperature. No need to blow." Su Linyuan felt a mixture of frustration and regret, but he opened his mouth and swallowed the porridge. After finishing a bowl, Jiang Xinyu fed him 4 small pan-fried buns before she was satisfied. Once she cleared away the dishes and checked his temperature again, it had fallen to 37.8 degrees. "If you have the energy, go wash up and then return to rest," she advised. Su Linyuan nodded, saying, "I'm fine now. You've worked hard this morning. Please go rest. I'll call for you if needed." Jiang Xinyu, seeing he was indeed all right, took the tray and exited. After Su Linyuan finished washing up, he returned to bed. He would never share the story of waking from dreams, dousing himself with cold water, and ending up with a fever. Once Jiang Xinyu left, she messaged Assistant Zhao. After she had settled all matters, she quietly entered the room to check Su Linyuan's temperature, which consistently hovered around 38 degrees. In his drowsy state, Su Linyuan sensed Jiang Xinyu coming in and out several times. He curved his lips in a faint smile and unconsciously murmured, "Little fish." Jiang Xinyu assumed that Su Linyuan was on the mend, only to be taken aback when he developed a high fever again that night. With a hint of concern, she suggested, "Mr. Su, shall I take you to the hospital?" This recurring fever might indicate a deeper issue. Aware of his own condition and reluctant to trouble her at such a late hour, Su Linyuan handed her his phone, saying, "Contact Dr. Sun. He is my family physician." Dr. Sun lived nearby and arrived promptly. Over the phone, Jiang Xinyu had already briefed him on Su Linyuan's condition, including his medication and temperature fluctuations. Upon his arrival, Dr. Sun conducted a thorough examination and, finding the antipyretics ineffective, prescribed an infusion to help reduce the fever. Chapter 70. His 36 strategies have yet to be unleashed. After assisting Su Linyuan with his 4-drip, the clock had already struck past 1 in the morning. Su Linyuan cast a glance at Dr. Sun and remarked, "There is nothing else for me here. You may return to rest. I can manage the needle removal myself." Dr. Sun examined his condition once more, reiterated the precautions regarding the needle removal, and then took his leave. Su Linyuan then urged Jiang Xinyu to retire for the night. However, Jiang Xinyu was not easily reassured. "You should rest. If I leave and you fall asleep, who will know when the 4 has finished?" Jiang Xinyu was quite adamant about this. He was a fortunate child, accustomed to having someone by his side when unwell. He could not allow her to play the role of a caretaker while his quality of life diminished. In the end, Su Linyuan could not persuade her otherwise. Perhaps he was indeed a bit fatigued, as he soon drifted off to sleep. After an indeterminate duration, Su Linyuan awoke, compelled by a pressing need to relieve himself. The moment he stirred, Jiang Xinyu noticed. "You're awake? Is there anything you need me to fetch?" Su Linyuan, his face flushed, replied, "No need." As he attempted to rise, Jiang Xinyu also stood up, cautioning, "Be careful with your hands. There is still a needle in your vein." Whatever you need to do. I can assist you. You cannot assist. Su Linyuan began. I need to use the restroom. Upon realizing this, Jiang Xianyu cleared her throat. It's nothing. This is a normal occurrence with the four. Allow me to hold the four bag for you. With that, she climbed onto a chair to retrieve the four bag hanging from the clothes rack. Once she had it in hand, she quickly discovered that she was still shorter than the four bag. She strained to stand on her toes, extending her arm to urge Su Linyuan. All right, you may go now. Seeing her in this predicament, a smile threatened to break across Su Linyuan's face. He reached out and took the four bag from her, saying, I'll handle it myself. In that moment, Jiang Xianyu felt the weight of his unspoken malice. She reminded herself that as a professional caretaker, she should not quarrel with her ailing employer. She accompanied Su Linyuan to the restroom. At the entrance, Su Linyuan inquired, Are you coming in? Jiang Xianyu responded, I shall not enter. I will stand here and hold the four bag for you. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient. If Su Linyuan were to carry the four bag, he would have the needle in his other hand, making it quite difficult to use the restroom. Feeling a rush of heat, whether from fever or embarrassment, Su Linyuan stammered. You can't just pretend I'm not here. I can't come out with you standing there. Jiang Xianyu hesitated. Why can't you treat me as merely a machine holding the four bag? Su Linyuan thought to himself how significant her presence was in his mind. Seeing that he seemed genuinely uncomfortable, she stepped into the restroom to assess the surroundings, then balanced on the edge of the bathtub to hang the four bag on the shower head. This should suffice, she declared, quite pleased with her cleverness. At last, Su Linyuan took his time to finish, washed his hands, and emerged, carrying the four bag. Jiang Xianyu reached out to assist, but as Su Linyuan raised his arm, she found herself grasping only thin air. Jiang Xianyu huffed, Fine. I suppose I overestimated my abilities. After Su Linyuan finished his four-drip, Jiang Xianyu deftly removed the needle with precision. Su Linyuan was taken aback. Her technique was more adept than that of some nurses. It was yet another day filled with inexplicable admiration for her. Following his illness, it took Su Linyuan about a week to recover completely. However, by the time he was well, Jiang Xianyu's contract was nearing its end. He felt both anxious and frustrated. His meticulously crafted plans to woo her had yet to be enacted before they were thwarted. A miscalculation. Jiang Xianyu had already packed her belongings, ready to return after dinner. Noticing her large suitcase, Su Linyuan took the car keys and declared, I shall drive you home. Jiang Xianyu hastily declined, insisting it was unnecessary, as she could manage on her own. However, Su Linyuan did not afford her the chance to refuse, taking hold of her suitcase and proceeding to the garage. Reluctantly, Jiang Xianyu followed. You can direct me, he instructed as he settled her in the passenger seat. Jiang Xianyu nodded, guiding him. After delivering her, Su Linyuan memorized the address discreetly. It is often said that while a monk may run, the tipple remains once she departed. He did not know when they might meet again, so he needed to remember where she lived. As Jiang Xianyu exited the car with her suitcase, Su Linyuan retrieved a beautiful goldfish lantern from the back seat. He stepped out and placed the lantern into her hands, effortlessly lifting her suitcase from the trunk. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. This lantern is for you. At that moment, it was precisely 8 o'clock in the evening. Though the community had streetlights, they did not diminish the glow of the goldfish lantern. Jiang Xianyu raised the lantern before her, its warm yellow light illuminating her face in a gentle glow. This was the first time she had ever received a lantern, and she would forever remember this day. Seeing her delight, a smile graced Su Linyuan's features. How wonderful it was that he had chosen something she adored. After receiving the gift, Jiang Xianyu hesitated momentarily before extending an invitation. Mr. Su, would you like to come up for a cup of tea? Su Linyuan grappled with the decision, ultimately allowing his concern for her fatigue to prevail. If he were to accompany her, she would undoubtedly feel obliged to host him. She had not returned here for over a week and would have to heat water anew. When would she find rest? Perhaps another time, he replied. There will always be opportunities ahead. Jiang Xianyu breathed a sigh of relief. Su Linyuan continued, As for your bicycle, come pick it up whenever you have the time. You know the code to my home. This was also a subtle way of leaving a connection. Jiang Xianyu nodded, one hand holding her suitcase and the other waving the lantern. Thank you for the lantern, Mr. Su, and for your care during this time. Until we meet again. Su Linyuan watched her silhouette until she vanished into the elevator. Leaning against his car, he tilted his head up, observing the lights flicker on in her fourth-floor apartment. Lingering in stillness, it was only when passers-by began to glance at him and his vehicle that he finally redirected his gaze and drove away. Upon returning to the villa, everything inside remained unchanged, yet an unsettling emptiness pervaded the space. He sat on the sofa and turned on the television series that Jiang Xinyu often followed. Glancing at the spot beside him where Jiang Xinyu usually sat, he softly called her name, Jiang Xinyu. The response he received was an enveloping silence, devoid of her gentle voice. That evening, Jiang Xinyu received over 40,000 yuan from Assistant Zhao, marked as a bonus and allowance. As for her salary, it would be deposited into her account the following day by AI Sheng. Su Lin Yuan contemplated giving her a little more, but he feared it might burden her. This sum of over 40,000 was calculated based on the assistant's salary. Regardless of his reluctance, Jiang Xinyu's employment reached its conclusion that day. The next morning, Su Lin Yuan rose as usual, but upon descending to the first floor, he encountered Aunt Qian, whom he had not seen for 2 months. At that moment, she was in the kitchen experimenting with the dishwasher. She was taken aback to see him and exclaimed, "Young master, why are you up at this hour?" For convenience, she referred to him as young master here, but when returning to the old residence, she would address him as Master Sunday. Su Lin Yuan did not mention that he had been waking up early for 2 months. He merely stated that he could not sleep. Aunt Qian gazed at the pristine kitchen, marveling, "The way the old master and mistress discern people is truly admirable. This housekeeper is quite remarkable. Everything is in excellent order." She then glanced at the dishwasher, asking, "Young master, what made you decide to install a dishwasher?" Su Lin Yuan looked at the dishwasher and thought of Jiang Xinyu, responding softly, "I just find it convenient. It works quite well." Aunt Qian smiled and replied, "It is indeed good, but I still prefer to wash dishes by hand." Su Lin Yuan did not insist, saying, "Aunt Qian, do as you find convenient." He then settled onto the sofa to read the newspaper. Aunt Qian felt that something was amiss. It seemed that the young master had changed significantly during this visit. Chapter 71, Bottleneck Period, Jiang Xinyu and Chen on his eyes. Su Lin Yuan was a child she had watched grow up. Although he hailed from a wealthy background, he lacked the arrogant demeanor often associated with the privileged class. In fact, he had absorbed some traditional values from the elderly Su couple, such as a fondness for sunlight on blankets and clothes. His living habits were more akin to those of the Su elders. After all, many children raised by their grandmothers have become adept at square dancing. He could afford the finest in clothing and nourishment, yet he abhorred wastefulness. After Jiang Xinyu departed, Su Lin Yuan found himself in a gloomy mood. His appetite diminished. Nevertheless, he endeavored to finish his breakfast. Upon noticing that he was eating normally, Qian Ani felt reassured, contemplating that he might just be adjusting to the recent departure of the previous nanny. After tidying up the kitchen, she proceeded to organize the bedroom. Shortly thereafter, she emerged from Su Lin Yuan's room, holding a brown hair tie. "Young master, I found this by the seam of your bed. Do you still want it?" As soon as Su Lin Yuan laid eyes on the hair tie, he recognized it as Jiang Xinyu's, likely left behind during her stay when he was unwell. "Give it to me," he replied. Qian Ani handed the hair tie to him, and he held it in his hand, lost in thought for a considerable time. Qian Ani, with her keen perception, suspected that her young master might be in love. Otherwise, why would he be so entranced by a mere hair tie? She had no inkling that the previous nanny was the subject of his affection, believing instead that the new nanny would be someone of similar age to herself. However, as a caregiver, she felt it was not her place to inquire further, and thus continued with her cleaning duties. Su Lin Yuan, absorbed in his reverie, eventually realized that it was nearly time for work. He casually slipped the hair tie onto his wrist, donned his clothes, and departed. During the days he was ill, he had fallen behind in his work, so upon arriving at the company, he immediately convened a meeting. In the conference room, Su Lin Yuan's expression remained as cold as ever. Yet Assistant Zhao could distinctly sense the palpable tension emanating from him. Lu Lijun also attended the meeting, her gaze inadvertently drawn to Su Lin Yuan's wrist. He looked appealing, and even a simple hair tie seemed to transform into a fashionable accessory. However, that hair tie struck her as oddly familiar, reminiscent of the inexpensive sets her friends often purchased. She couldn't fathom who in Su Lin Yuan's life would possess such a hair tie. In that moment, she felt as though she had touched the truth. Silently, she hummed a line, "If this isn't love," though her friend was already with someone else. At that moment, Jiang Xinyu was preoccupied with adapting to life in the Qin household. On her first day at work, upon entering Qin Tao's quaint villa, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that it was not as filthy as she had envisioned. In truth, one could not quite categorize it as dirty. Rather, it was somewhat disordered. For a girl with a penchant for shopping, having an abundance of belongings was quite normal. Qin Tao was a quintessential example of this. She indulges in purchasing many of her favorite items. Previously, having a maid was advantageous, But now that the maid is no longer present, her belongings are scattered haphazardly, with piles here and there. Nevertheless, these items are placed by her own hand, and she knows precisely where everything is. For Qin Tao, her chaos is a form of order. Qin Tao beckoned Jiang Xinyu to enter and cleared a section of the sofa for her to sit, feeling somewhat embarrassed. My home is a bit messy, but at least it's cozy. Jiang Xinyu nodded with a smile, affirming, yes, it has a vibrant life. Qin Tao's eyes sparkled, and she playfully draped her arm around Jiang Xinyu's shoulder. Little fish, you truly have an eye for these things. She was about to jest about her cousin's previous verbal blow, only to suddenly recall that he was not present. If she wished to tease him, she would have to do so face-to-face for it to be amusing. She swiftly changed the subject, saying, Little fish, you're 2 years younger than me, so you can just call me Sister Taozi. With her cousin yet to win Jiang Xinyu's heart, she seized the opportunity to play the role of an elder for a while. Otherwise, she might soon have to address her as sister-in-law. Jiang Xinyu had no objections to this. Qin Tao called over her 2 cats, a Yu and Xian Xian. These 2 cats had gentle temperaments and were quite obedient. Jiang Xinyu gradually familiarized herself with them, making future care easier. The cats lounged on the sofa, allowing Jiang Xinyu to pet them. As she stroked the cats, she observed the layout of the room and the arrangement of items. While tidying up was essential, it could also provide the employer with a distinctive experience. Take Qin Tao, for instance. Her snacks and everyday cat toys were prominently displayed, indicating she frequently accessed them. When organizing, she attempted to place these items within easy reach, aligning with her lifestyle habits before proceeding to tidy and store. Qin Tao's approach differed markedly from Su Linyuan's. Naturally, her work style was dissimilar as well. Su Linyuan possessed a hint of obsessive cleanliness, insisting that everything should be returned to its original, tidy position. In contrast, Qin Tao prioritized practicality and convenience, relishing the acquisition of new items without stringent requirements for their placement. Once Jiang Xinyu had established a bond with the cats, she commenced the cleaning process. Starting from the living room, she removed pet hair and returned temporarily unused items to their rightful places. In a mere 2 hours, the little villa's living room was refreshed and revitalized. Qin Tao regained her energy and exclaimed, Little fish, you are remarkable. She gave Jiang Xinyu a thumbs up. To celebrate your first day at work, let me treat you to a lavish meal. Jiang Xinyu graciously accepted this gesture. The 2 enjoyed a hot pot dinner, perfectly suited for the chilly early spring. After their meal, they returned home, as Qin Tao had a live broadcast that evening and needed to prepare for it in the afternoon. Though Qin Tao usually had a carefree personality, she approached her work with utmost seriousness, donning her glasses to organize the broadcast process and content. At that moment, she exuded a captivating charm. Indeed, it rang true that a woman who is earnest is the most alluring. Perhaps due to Jiang Xinyu's focused gaze, Qin Tao looked up at her and asked, Why are you staring at me like that? Jiang Xinyu smiled shyly, finding your earnest demeanor while working quite attractive. Qin Tao immediately sat up straight, cupping her cheeks with her hands, and exclaimed, Really? Her parents often criticized her for not being industrious. Yet here was someone who admired her graceful presence while at work. Jiang Xinyu nodded in affirmation, genuinely. Instantly, Qin Tao felt a surge of motivation. To avoid interrupting her, Jiang Xinyu moved to another area to tidy up. By the time Qin Tao was ready with her livestream content, Jiang Xinyu had nearly organized the entire house. She had even groomed both cats. Observing the different colored fur in 2 bags, Qin Tao inquired, Are we keeping this? Jiang Xinyu replied, You've taken such good care of them. Their fur is clean, smooth, and soft. It would be a pity to discard it. I plan to spin it into yarn when I have the time, so we can knit clothes for Ayu and Xian Xian, or perhaps make felt toys. Qin Tao quickly approached Jiang Xinyu, opened her phone's notes app, and eagerly asked, Can this fur really be spun into yarn? And how do we make those felt toys you mentioned? Realizing that felting wasn't yet widely popular, Jiang Xinyu offered a brief explanation. The more Qin Tao listened, the brighter her eyes became. After Jiang Xinyu finished speaking, she embraced her tightly, nearly kissing her cheek, and said, Little fish, you are truly my lucky star. I've hit a creative block with my short video projects, and you've just provided me with a fresh perspective. Chapter 72. Where's the electric car? Jiang Xinyu found herself at a loss due to Qin Tao's candidness. Qin Tao released her grip and, taking Jiang Xinyu's hand, reassured her. Little fish, don't worry. When we make a profit, I'll share half with you. In truth, it wasn't necessary. She merely offered a suggestion, as the subsequent actions would still require the other party's involvement. With a hint of embarrassment, Qin Tao added, Well, my hands are rather clumsy, so I might need you to teach me more when the time comes. Jiang Xinyu readily agreed. Dinner was prepared by Jiang Xinyu while Qin Tao engaged her in conversation at the door. Their relationship now resembled that of friends rather than employer and housekeeper. After Lu Sa was called away, Qin Tao had subsisted on takeout for quite some time, and now, enjoying a meal prepared by Jiang Xinyu brought her to the brink of tears. Qin Tao's live streaming room was located on the second floor, adjacent to her bedroom, while Jiang Xinyu resided in a guest room on the same floor. She refrained from approaching during Qin Tao's live sessions. It was time for her to adapt to a new work routine. Qin Tao streamed from 8 in the evening until midnight, though fortunately she did not do so daily, or her health would surely suffer. Upon exiting the streaming room, Qin Tao was surprised to find Jiang Xinyu still awake. Little fish, I tend to stream late, so there's no need for you to wait for me. I only stream once a week. The rest of the time, I focus on shooting short videos. Jiang Xinyu understood, and, seeing that Qin Tao had no further need for her, returned to her room to sleep. The following day, Jiang Xinyu continued her cleaning and organizing. Those troublesome items that vexed Qin Tao were effortlessly folded and categorized by Jiang Xinyu. She could even recall where everything was located. Qin Tao was genuinely impressed. It was only her second day. Seeing her home tidied so well by Jiang Xinyu, she decided to treat her to bubble tea. Jiang Xinyu quietly extended her hand. Actually, I can make bubble tea myself. Many in the future would concoct homemade versions. It was not complicated after watching a few tutorials. Qin Tao's eyes widened in surprise. You can do this too? The value of Jiang Xinyu's capabilities in her eyes continued to soar. What a remarkable housekeeper she had found. At that moment, she could empathize with her cousin. If anyone attempted to woo her away, she would fight fiercely, and she could understand why her cousin sought her out. Noticing cassava flour in the kitchen, Jiang Xinyu also prepared some small taro balls. Once the bubble tea was ready, she and Qin Tao each enjoyed a cup. Though the ingredients were not as lavish as those from a tea shop, it was healthy and delightful. After 2 consecutive days of cleaning and organizing, Jiang Xinyu had finally managed to restore order to the home. Once tidied, maintaining it would not be difficult, with her schedule now more flexible. She had time to retrieve her little electric scooter. After informing Qin Tao, Jiang Xinyu slung her bag over her shoulder and departed. Qin Tao's villa was not as grand as Su Lin Yuan's, but hailing a taxi outside the villa community was quite convenient. Upon arriving at the hillside villa, the guard recognized her and greeted her warmly. Jiang Xinyu suddenly experienced a sense of belonging, as if she were returning home. Upon knowing that Aunt Qian was at home, she did not enter herself but instead rang the doorbell. Aunt Qian, seeing Jiang Xinyu, felt a tinge of curiosity and thought, could this young lady possibly be the one romantically involved with the young master? Hello, may I ask who you are? Jiang Xinyu, upon seeing the person emerge from within, quickly deduced her identity. You must be Aunt Qian. I am Jiang Xinyu, the former nanny here. I happen to have some time today to retrieve my electric bicycle. At that moment, Aunt Qian realized to whom the electric bicycle parked in the corridor belonged. With a smile, she welcomed her in. Please, come in. The bicycle is still in its original place. Jiang Xinyu expressed her gratitude with a smile. The charge of her bicycle was relatively sufficient. She inserted the key and prepared to ride away when Aunt Qian called out to her, Miss Jiang, would you like to come in for a moment? Aunt Qian recalled the hair tie from that day, and a vague suspicion began to form in her mind. Perhaps the young master held affections for this young lady before her. She had previously misjudged the situation, thinking the young master was in a romantic relationship. But it now seemed he might be pining from afar. Having completed her work here, Jiang Xinyu had no intention of intruding further. No trouble at all. I need to head to my employer's house shortly. Upon hearing this, Aunt Qian found herself at a loss for words. The young lady still had her own job to attend to. Ultimately, she could only watch as Jiang Xinyu rode away on her electric bicycle. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of Changyuan Capital, Su Linyuan opened his phone, gazing at the pinned chat box in WeChat, which had yet to receive any new messages. Feeling a surge of irritation, he tossed his phone onto the desk. Yet, moments later, he picked it up again to check, repeating this cycle. When Assistant Zhao entered, he found his boss lost in thought once more. This had been the trend for several days, from initial surprise to his current calm demeanor. He had grown accustomed to it. Having delivered the documents and reported as required, Assistant Zhao left with an air of nonchalance. Upon returning home that evening, the first thing Su Linyuan did was glance toward the corridor. When he noticed that splash of green was no longer there, he stood in shock. In the next instant, he hurried into the foyer, not even pausing to change his shoes, calling out, Aunt Qian. Aunt Qian, where is the electric bicycle from the corridor? Aunt Qian promptly emerged from the kitchen, and upon seeing Su Lingyuan's expression, she knew her earlier suspicions had been nearly accurate. Young master. Miss Jiang came today and rode the bicycle away. Su Linyuan tossed his coat onto the sofa and quickly retrieved his phone. However, when he opened the chat interface, he halted his hand. What position did he have to inquire about this matter? After all, it was he who had previously stated she could come by at her convenience to take it. Regret washed over him as he recalled how he had allowed her to come whenever she wished. He should have asked her to inform him when she was free so that he could arrange a time for her to retrieve the bicycle. The thought that she had moved on without a second thought, utilizing such a convenient excuse without even contemplating a meeting, left him feeling a pang of discontent. Heartless. Truly heartless. That evening, Su Linyuan, unable to suppress his feelings, ultimately sent a voice message to Jiang Xinyu. I heard from Aunt Qian that you came today to take the bicycle? Upon hearing the WeChat notification chime and catching sight of the familiar avatar, Jiang Xinyu momentarily drifted into a daze. It seemed as though he had invited her to dinner just yesterday. Gazing at the voice message, a slight flutter stirred within her heart. Listening to Su Linyuan's familiar voice, Jiang Xinyu found herself at a loss for how to respond. After a prolonged silence, she typed, "Yes, Mr. Su." Su Linyuan, upon reading those 4 words, slammed his fist against the bed in frustration. Once again, those same 4 words. He promptly sent another voice message. Please send a voice message. Typing is inconvenient. Jiang Xinyu replied simply, all right. Su Linyuan replayed the message several times, filled with exasperation. She certainly knew how to stifle a conversation. Yet, while she could extinguish the dialogue, he was reluctant to let it end so abruptly. He sought to steer the conversation anew. How are things over at Qingtao? Are you settling in well? Jiang Xinyu replied, it's all right. Su Linyuan ran his fingers through his hair, steeling himself to press for more. Do elaborate. Jiang Xinyu's status indicated she was typing. After several moments, she finally sent a voice message detailing her daily routine, cleaning, cooking, grooming, and organizing. Su Linyuan stared at those words, profoundly disheartened. He gritted his teeth. Can you not engage in conversation? Jiang Xinyu responded, I apologize. Su Linyuan felt utterly defeated. He simply could not bear it any longer. Chapter 73. You have stolen my purse. The once amicable relationship between Su Linyuan and Jiang Xinyu had grown somewhat estranged following the conclusion of Jiang Xinyu's work. It was as if she had detached herself from his life entirely. Having fulfilled her duties, she felt no further connection to him. Even her brief replies on WeChat required considerable contemplation before she responded. Su Linyuan furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was normal, or if she was the only one to feel this way. The sole consolation he found was that she was now employed at his cousin's house. Regarding the WeChat messages from that evening, Jiang Xinyu did not overthink the matter, assuming that Su Linyuan was merely inquiring about her electric scooter and engaging in polite conversation. Furthermore, she had immersed herself in her new job, convincing herself that the past need not occupy much of her thoughts. In recent days, Jiang Xinyu had collected fibers from 2 cats and embarked on the process of spinning yarn. With the convenience of online shopping, she had purchased a spinning wheel, which Qingtao promptly reimbursed without a second thought. Qingtao diligently followed Jiang Xinyu, eager to learn. During the collection of the cat hair, Jiang Xinyu had been particularly careful to prevent matting, making the spinning process relatively straightforward. Qingtao recorded her spinning endeavors with her phone, capturing only Jiang Xinyu's hands on screen. Observing Jiang Xinyu's hands, which had not been meticulously cared for, Qingtao sincerely remarked, little fish, your hands possess great strength. They are captivating. Jiang Xinyu glanced at her own hands, perceiving no distinct difference. Her hands were fair and slender, yet lacked the softness that might render them exquisite. I suppose they are just average, nothing particularly special, she replied. Qingtao smiled silently. She believed that Jiang Xinyu's hands were more enchanting than those that had been overly pampered. With remarkable dexterity, Jiang Xinyu quickly spun 2 bundles of yarn. The fibers from Xianxian were predominantly white, yet her tail and other areas bore hues that blended into a lovely light flaxen color. In contrast, I used for leaned more towards a rich brown. Once the yarn was spun, Jiang Xinyu meticulously washed and disinfected it, then laid it out in the sun to dry and air. Qingtao became her dedicated photographer, spending nearly the entire day capturing video footage. That evening, she worked diligently to edit the content. Jiang Xinyu inquired, you didn't capture my face, did you? Qingtao nodded in assurance, no, rest assured. Any accidental footage of me has been cut out. Having been a short video creator for quite some time, she was adept at avoiding such mishaps. Jiang Xinyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had no intention of pursuing a career in social media. And even if she were to leverage online platforms for her future endeavors, it would not be in the present moment. Her primary objective was to save money. Since encountering Qin Daong and eliping at the supermarket, thoughts had begun to brew in her mind, though she currently lacked the necessary capital to initiate her plans. For the time being, she intended to secure her living expenses while investing the remainder in the stock market, believing that soon enough, it would suffice. After Qin Tao completed the video editing, she shared it with Jiang Xinyu the following day to confirm there were no issues before posting it on her short video account. However, she merely created a compilation. As a pet blogger, her main audience consists of pet-owning families. This short video compilation precisely catered to her fan base. Today, Jiang Xinyu tidied up the spun yarn and began knitting garments for her two furry companions. Qin Tao, equipped with knitting needles, followed Jiang Xinyu, diligently learning while documenting their knitting process on her phone. Jiang Xinyu managed to knit 10 centimeters, while Qin Tao still seemed to be in the novice phase. Observing the 2 rows of garter stitches, Jiang Xinyu chuckled in exasperation. She reminded Qin Tao that the yarn should not be pulled too tightly while knitting, as it could be quite laborious. Qin Tao nodded, acknowledging the advice. This was her first encounter with such a patient instructor, igniting an unprecedented enthusiasm for learning within her. Once Qin Tao finalized and shared these edited videos, her fans flooded the comments section, and in the following days, many began submitting their own assignments. While reading through the comments, she noticed numerous fans inquiring about Jiang Xinyu's identity. The young lady's hands are so fair and skillful. Is this young lady a new assistant hired by Taozi? It seems she possesses exceptional craftsmanship. Her explanations are so detailed that even a novice can comprehend. Noticing that many were still curious about Jiang Xinyu, Qin Tao replied to her fans, "She is my friend. Thanks to the video featuring knitting with cat fur yarn." Qin Tao experienced a surge in popularity. Over the past few days, several spinning wool brands reached out to collaborate, offering higher compensation than her previous partnerships. Numerous other pet supply brands also began to express interest. Qin Tao found herself both pained and delighted during this period. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinyu was preoccupied with acclimating to her new environment and teaching Qin Tao, seemingly forgetting something important. On the other hand, Su Linyuan, after waiting a considerable time for Jiang Xinyu to initiate a chat, recalled their visit to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. He quickly called Dr. He. "Dr. He, the last time I brought a friend for her dysmenorrhea treatment, did she come back for her medication?" Upon hearing this, Dr. He replied, "Your call is timely. If you hadn't reached out, I would have called her myself. She only picked up a week's worth of medicine last time, and she hasn't returned since. It's crucial not to interrupt her treatment." Su Linyuan was taken aback to learn that Jiang Xinyu had indeed not returned for her medication. After apologizing to Dr. He decided to collect it himself. Hanging up, he grabbed his coat and car keys before leaving. The staff in the president's office craned their necks to watch. Ever since they noticed Su Linyuan wearing a hair tie on his wrist, they speculated that he was in a romantic relationship. Gossip within their small group soared. Seeing Su Linyuan depart, they conjectured whether he was off to meet his girlfriend. Only Assistant Zhao remained diligently focused on his work. Once in his car, Su Linyuan casually adjusted the mirror to check his attire and hairstyle. Satisfied with his appearance, he drove to the Chinese medicine clinic, where he collected a week's supply of medication. Dr. He reminded him once more, based on your previous discussion regarding her menstrual cycle, she should have had her period by now. Please inquire if she feels any better, if time permits. Bring her back for a follow-up so I can reassess her pulse and adjust her prescription. Su Linyuan's eyes brightened. Understood, doctor. I will bring her in a few days. As he departed, his steps were light and buoyant. Doctor, he didn't forget to add, maintaining one's health is not a trivial matter. Persistence is essential for effective recovery. Upon returning to the car, Su Linyuan realized it was only 3:30 in the afternoon. After waiting for an hour, he finally set off for Qin Tao's residence. When the doorbell rang, Jiang Xinyu was busy using a felting needle to create wool toys for the 2 playful kittens. The kittens adored yarn balls, so she crafted 2 felt balls from cat fur for them to enjoy. Qin Tao rose to answer the door, and upon seeing Su Linyuan, instinctively attempted to close it. Su Linyuan swiftly extended his leg, preventing the door from shutting. "What are you doing?" Qin Tao asked, her gaze wary. "What brings you here? You're not trying to snatch Xiaoyu away, are you?" Su Linyuan nearly laughed in exasperation. "I've known her longer than you have. You've only spent a few days with her. If anyone is to be snatched away, it would be you taking my person. Qin Tao braced the door, declaring, in that case, I certainly cannot let you in. Recognizing the wisdom and discretion, Su Lin Yuan raised the bag he was holding. I have official business with her. With an eye roll, Qin Tao finally allowed him entry. Chapter 74. Reacquaintance. Jiang Xinyu nestled on the sofa, idly poking at a pom-pom. When she noticed a pair of familiar men's shoes beside her, she lifted her gaze to behold the tall figure of a man, Su Lin Yuan. The corners of Su Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smile, recalling their past interactions. You remember me. I thought you had forgotten who I was, he remarked. Jiang Xinyu put down what she was holding, feeling a tad embarrassed. Are you here to see Sister Taozi? Su Lin Yuan frowned. Sister Taozi? I fear Qin Tao may be in a bit of trouble. Yes, Sister Taozi asked me to call her that, she replied. Su Lin Yuan was taken aback. Is that permissible? He pondered, regretting not having requested Jiang Xinyu to address him by name back then. How clever Qin Tao was to think of this. I'm here to see you, Su Lin Yuan stated. Jiang Xinyu looked puzzled. Did I overlook something in my previous work? Why would you think that? You performed exceptionally well. He complimented, his praise flowing effortlessly. Jiang Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. Noticing her reaction, Su Lin Yuan handed her a bag of traditional Chinese medicine. I brought this for you. It dawned on her that she had forgotten to collect her medicine due to her menstrual cycle and a busy schedule. I must have forgotten, she admitted, as if recalling something she had overlooked. She then inquired, did the doctor's call come through to your phone? Su Lin Yuan's gaze drifted, but he answered, yes. Since I assisted in finding Dr. He has my number. Jiang Xinyu accepted the bags of herbal liquid, feeling a bit sheepish. I apologize for the trouble. Just as Su Lin Yuan was about to respond, he noticed Qin Tao watching closely. Was she guarding against him? He gently grasped Jiang Xinyu's arm and led her to a secluded corner, away from Qin Tao. Come with me, I have something to ask you. Seeing this, Qin Tao refrained from following them. Su Lin Yuan gazed down at Jiang Xinyu, having not seen her for several days, and felt a pang of longing. Jiang Xinyu grew anxious under his intense presence. She could not help but be affected by him. Mr. Su, what do you wish to discuss? She inquired. Su Lin Yuan hesitated, finally lowering his voice and blushing as he asked, have you experienced that yet? Understanding the implication of his question in light of the medicine he had brought, Jiang Xinyu nodded. Yes. The nature of their conversation felt oddly peculiar and inexplicably. Jiang Xinyu felt warmth creeping to her cheeks. And how do you feel now? Is there still pain? Upon uttering his initial inquiry, Su Lin Yuan found his words flowed more freely this time. After asking, he added, Doctor, he asked me to inquire about this when I picked up the medicine. Recalling the discomfort from her last menstrual cycle, Jiang Xinyu replied, there was still some pain, but it was not as severe as before. Su Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, earnestly advised, that shows the medicine is effective. You must continue to take it, understand? After her rebirth, Jiang Xinyu had become quite mindful of her health, and she solemnly assured him that she would diligently take her medicine. Having concluded their conversation, Jiang Xinyu glanced at the time and said to Su Lin Yuan, I apologize, Mr. Su, but it is getting late, and I must prepare dinner. As she departed, Qin Tao approached, urging, Cousin, it's quite late. You should hurry home. The night has fallen, and you know it's customary not to leave relatives without a meal. With a pointed look, Qin Tao asked, Did you calculate your arrival time? Su Lin Yuan denied it, brushing her off. Qin Tao chuckled lightly and began to admonish him. Do you have any idea how hard it is for Xinyu to clean every day? When I visit your home, at least I bring my own slippers. But you didn't even bother to do that. Could Su Lin Yuan admit he had come directly from the company? He had no habit of bringing slippers to work. Gritting his teeth internally, he promised himself that after dinner, he would assist her with the cleaning, reminding himself this was purely for Jiang Xinyu's sake. Qin Tao was secretly pleased, surprised to discover her ability to stand up to her cousin. Watching Jiang Xinyu busy in the kitchen, Su Lin Yuan approached her, saying, Let me help you. Remembering his knack for causing chaos, Jiang Xinyu firmly refused to let him touch anything in the kitchen. Su Lin Yuan chuckled, amused that she still remembered. Yet, he remained at the kitchen door, engaging her in conversation. After some time apart, Jiang Xinyu's demeanor towards him had grown markedly distant. But Su Lin Yuan did not feel disheartened. He continued searching for topics to discuss. By the time dinner was ready, the two were finally able to converse more freely than before. After their meal, Qin Tao assumed Su Lin Yuan would take his leave, only to be taken aback when he offered to help with the cleaning. Hey, what about your supposed obsession with cleanliness? She exclaimed, astonished at her cousin's willingness to pitch in. However, Jiang Xinyu did not allow him to assist, That was her responsibility. Time waits for no one. And as the clock approached 9, Su Linyuan reluctantly prepared to depart, saying, "In a few days, when you have time, I will take you for a follow-up appointment." Jiang Xinyu wanted to decline, believing she could manage it herself, but Su Linyuan interrupted her, explaining, "Dr. He's appointments are quite difficult to secure. I will arrange it and let you know." Jiang Xinyu, having sought treatment before with unsatisfactory results, did not question him. She had only recently begun her herbal remedy, and it was already showing promise, confirming Dr. He's remarkable skill. The more esteemed the traditional Chinese physician, the harder it was to secure an appointment. "Thank you for your help," she replied, contemplating how she might repay Su Linyuan, especially during her monthly discomfort, when she often wished to rid herself of her own abdomen. At last, she saw a glimmer of hope. Once Su Linyuan had departed, Qin Tao settled across from Jiang Xinyu on the sofa and spoke earnestly. "If you ever feel unwell, please don't hesitate to tell me. We girls ought to support one another. If you experience menstrual pain, I can give you some time off. It's just a few days. We can order takeout for meals or hire cleaning services." Jiang Xinyu felt a swell of gratitude, explaining, "The pain was severe last time, which is why I didn't mention it." Qin Tao nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, focus on your health, and we shall earn together in the future." "Agreed," Jiang Xinyu replied with a smile. Due to her appearance in the video, she contributed to Qin Tao's revenue. Thus she did not refuse her share this time. As Jiang Xinyu frequently featured in the videos, Qin Tao's followers began to increase significantly. However, this also attracted a multitude of detractors, primarily targeting Qin Tao. Recently, Qin Tao experienced a rapid growth in her fanbase and secured numerous collaborations, which inevitably stirred discontent among some individuals. Previously, a video captured Jiang Xinyu cooking and performing household chores, drawing considerable attention. Consequently, some discordant voices emerged in the comments section of Qin Tao's account. Seriously? They claim to be good friends, yet she has her friends serving her tea and running errands. Have you all noticed? The new girl is even responsible for cooking. How unfortunate. She should distance herself from such a false friend. Nevertheless, many fans defended Qin Tao. Everyone has their own way of interacting. Why are you all so agitated? Taozi is not that kind of person. I believe in Taozi. Qin Tao chose not to inform Jiang Xinyu about this matter, knowing that such online discourse often arises. It is commonplace for those who gain notoriety to attract criticism. Yet, while scrolling through videos, Jiang Xinyu encountered numerous negative comments. Perusing some of these remarks, she furrowed her brow, pondering the absurdity of it all. Chapter 75. A change in address. Jiang Xinyu was acutely aware of the power wielded by online trolls, whether for personal or public reasons. She could not allow the situation to escalate unchecked. She approached Qin Tao to discuss a clarification, and upon realizing that Jiang Xinyu was genuinely unconcerned about her identity as a maid, Qin Tao acquiesced. For Jiang Xinyu, being a maid was merely a profession. She rendered her labor and received compensation in return, and there was nothing shameful about it. That very evening, while Qin Tao was live-streaming as she knitted a sweater for her cat, Jiang Xinyu entered with a tray of fruits. Having informed Qin Tao in advance, the camera was positioned to focus on Qin Tao's hands, capturing Jiang Xinyu only from the waist down. As anticipated, the moment she appeared, a flurry of comments flooded the live chat, yet this time, the moderators refrained from removing anyone. Jiang Xinyu feigned an accidental glance at the comments section, reading aloud one that criticized, "How can a true friend treat someone this way? It's so late, and yet she is sending fruits over." With a gentle laugh, she replied, "Sister Tao is indeed kind to me, but it's not that she doesn't regard me as a friend. Rather, I am her hired maid, and this is simply my job." Her tone was casual, reminiscent of a conversation among friends, imbued with a lightness that diffused much of the negativity in the comment section. Many began to retract their harsh judgments of Qin Tao, yet some remained obstinately critical. Jiang Xinyu, possessing a temperament unprone to agitation, maintained her steady tone as she enumerated Qin Tao's virtues. "Sister Tao is a wonderful person. She merely struggles with household chores and cooking, which I happen to excel at. Thus, we complement each other and are both quite satisfied." She continued, "She does not withhold wages, is easy to communicate with, and pays generously. I am genuinely pleased to work for her. Beyond these, we share moments over milk tea, binge-watch dramas, and even during my menstrual period. She allows me to rest and orders takeout. May I ask all the brothers and sisters present, which employer in the market offers such conditions? I believe they would attract the highest number of applicants in history." Her final remark resonated deeply with the audience. High salaries, favorable conditions, a kind boss, menstrual leave. milk tea, drama marathons, and cuddling cats. Who among them would envy her for such a life? Thanks to Jiang Xinyu's words, the tide of comments in the live stream turned overwhelmingly positive. Numerous viewers inquired whether Qin Tao was still seeking a maid, expressing their desire to apply. Observing this, Qin Tao playfully wrapped her arm around Jiang Xinyu's waist, smiling as she declared, "You know nothing of her capabilities. I am fortunate to have her. She cooks deliciously, speaks gently, is skilled with her hands, and is beautiful in both appearance and spirit. Anyone who dares to compete with me for her will face my wrath." This declaration elicited a chorus of playful boos from the audience. Fortunately, the storm passed. The negative sentiments surrounding Qin Tao online diminished significantly. Meanwhile, Su Linyuan, who had been secretly observing Qin Tao's live stream, was left gritting his teeth in frustration. Although Jiang Xinyu did not frequently appear in the stream, even a fleeting glimpse of her silhouette brought him joy. Hearing her praise Qin Tao, he found himself reflecting, had he truly treated her poorly? In addition to Su Linyuan, Qin Mu was also paying attention to her daughter's live broadcast. Upon seeing Qin Tao hire a new nanny, she couldn't help but chuckle. Her daughter, indeed, could not endure hardship. Without Lu Sa, she simply sought another caregiver. Considering her daughter's modest earnings, having to pay a nanny's salary would only exacerbate her financial struggles. She could already envision the day when her daughter would return, humbled and seeking assistance. One day, Su Linyuan sent a WeChat message inquiring if Qin Tao had much on her plate. If not, he intended to take Jiang Xinyu for a follow-up examination. Currently working with her cousin, Jiang Xinyu, though related, needed to obtain permission before being taken away. Qin Tao had been practicing knitting over the past few days and truly had little to do. If necessary, she could always order takeout again. Moreover, a follow-up was a significant matter. As a woman, she could deeply relate to the severity of menstrual pain, though she did not suffer from it herself. She had previously experienced discomfort after indulging in cold drinks during summer, which was indeed excruciating. "I have nothing pressing here. The follow-up is crucial, so please come quickly," she replied. After receiving a clear response, Su Linyuan sent a voice message to Jiang Xinyu, advising her to prepare as he would pick her up for the examination. Assuring her that he had already spoken to Qin Tao, Jiang Xinyu tightened her grip on her phone, feeling overwhelmed by his concern. Despite her anxiety, she felt obligated to honor her commitment. How could she stand him up when he had taken time out of his busy schedule to assist her? Gritting her teeth, she replied, "All right, thank you for your help." Upon reading the message, Su Linyuan let out a gentle sigh, gradually acclimating to her formal address. Yet, within him stirred a desire to alter their dynamic. Observing the hair tie he had placed on the bedside table while she bathed, he took it and slipped it onto his wrist. For this visit to Qin Tao's home, he had bought a pair of slippers to leave there for convenience. Arriving at the Qin residence, he stood at the entrance, taking a few deep breaths before adjusting the hair tie on his wrist, ensuring it would be visible. Having set everything in order, he pressed the doorbell. Jiang Xinyu, who had been playing with a cat, set it down and went to open the door. Seeing Jiang Xinyu, Su Linyuan felt nervous, his palms sweating. "Good morning, little fish," he greeted. Jiang Xinyu's pupils quivered slightly. It was the first time he had called her that. When her grandfather and grandmother used the name, it felt warm. When Qin Tao did, it felt close. But when Su Linyuan called her that, it made her inexplicably anxious. Her heart racing. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she smiled back. "Good morning, Mr. Su," relieved that she did not object to his informal address. Su Linyuan felt a weight lift from his chest. Jiang Xinyu welcomed him inside, and he changed into the slippers he had brought, following her closely. "Where's Qin Tao?" Su Linyuan inquired. Jiang Xinyu pointed upstairs. "She's editing a video up there." Su Linyuan nodded but refrained from further questioning Qin Tao. Jiang Xinyu observed that Su Linyuan stood there with no intention of sitting down, and suddenly recalled that she had just been grooming the cat on the sofa. She hurriedly took out a lint roller to clean the sofa. Su Linyuan remarked, "There is no need to attend to the sofa just yet. It can wait until after the follow-up appointment." Jiang Xinyu nodded and proceeded to use the lint roller on her clothing in front of her. However, it was rather difficult to reach the area over her shoulder. Su Linyuan extended his hand, adorned with a hair tie, and said, "Let me help you." Jiang Xinyu, not wanting to keep him waiting, handed over the lint roller. Just as she was about to pass it, her eyes caught sight of the hair tie on Su Linyuan's wrist. It was her hair tie. Chapter 76. The Temptation. Su Linyuan extended his hand, and Jiang Xinyu appeared frozen in place, her lint roller slipping from her grasp in shock and clattering to the ground. Su Linyuan's ears flushed crimson. Yet he feigned composure as he bent to retrieve the fallen roller from the carpet. At his movement, Jiang Xinyu snapped back to reality, her panic causing her to crouch swiftly to pick it up, resulting in a collision with Su Linyuan's head. With swift reflexes, he steadied her arm. The area where he held her felt as though it were ablaze. She wished to pull away but feared that her reaction might be misinterpreted. She stood rigid, a bundle of tension. Noticing her regain her balance, Su Linyuan released her arm, rising with the lint roller in hand. He placed a hand on her shoulder, turning her slightly as he focused intently on removing the lint from her clothing, specifically the shoulders and back. The roller glided over her shoulder, awakening a flicker of rational thought in Jiang Xinyu. She trembled as she spoke. "Mr. Su, let me do it. I forgot you have a cleanliness obsession." Su Linyuan continued his task, his large hand tugging at the hem of her coat to collect the lint, his tone casual. "It's not a big deal. My cleanliness obsession isn't so pronounced with you." Jiang Xinyu's heart raced. What did he mean by that? Did he harbor feelings for her? Impossible. He was a young, accomplished tycoon in the financial world, affluent and handsome, with a commendable character. How could he possibly have any thoughts about her? She was merely an ordinary girl, lacking even a stable family background. They were worlds apart, surely. She was overthinking. Yet, Su Linyuan's words and the hair tie adorning his wrist seemed to convey a message. He appeared to treat her differently. As Jiang Xinyu's mind spiraled with confusion, Su Linyuan had already removed the last of the lint. He turned her around once more, placing the lint roller in her hand. All done. Jiang Xinyu raised her gaze to meet his, then glanced at the hair tie on his wrist. Following her gaze, Su Linyuan chuckled lightly, shaking his hand. "Oh, your hair tie?" Unable to contain her racing heart, Jiang Xinyu bit her lip before extending her hand. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for returning it." Su Linyuan's expression dimmed as he regarded her extended hand, withdrawing the hand with the hair tie behind his back. "I quite like this hair tie, surely. You aren't so stingy, Jiang." With that, he turned to stride toward the door. "We should be on our way." Jiang Xinyu, however, grasped his arm. "Mr. Su, you own many fine watches. This hair tie is not suited for you." Su Linyuan, somewhat obstinate, replied, "I know what suits me." In an instant, the two found themselves in a standoff. At last, breaking the silence, Su Linyuan shook his wrist. "I have a use for your hair tie, truly." "What purpose could it serve?" "Your hair is not long," Jiang Xinyu retorted skeptically. Su Linyuan explained, "Recently, some female employees at the company have been overly attentive. Having this would spare me a great deal of trouble." Jiang Xinyu wished to meet his gaze, searching for any hint of deceit. Yet, upon locking eyes with him, she could not maintain her composure for more than 3 seconds before looking away. With such a reason, Jiang Xinyu ultimately could not reclaim the hair tie she had purchased with her few coins. The atmosphere in the car on the way to the hospital was somewhat subdued. Su Linyuan turned on the music in the vehicle. Jiang Xinyu pretended to listen attentively to the song. The melody was filled with lingering emotions, articulating the bittersweet pangs of unrequited love with exquisite clarity. Su Linyuan's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. Jiang Xinyu fidgeted with her fingers and, after a while, spoke up. "Mr. Su, shall we change the song? I haven't heard this one before." Su Linyuan kept his gaze fixed ahead. Yet Jiang Xinyu felt as though he were looking at her. He replied, "You should listen to it precisely because you haven't heard it before. Only by listening can you discern its beauty." Jiang Xinyu bit her lip in silence. It was his car, after all. The duration of a song is not lengthy. And it concluded swiftly. Just as Jiang Xinyu sighed in relief, Su Linyuan extended his long arm to set the song on repeat. Jiang Xinyu turned to him in shock. Su Linyuan's heart raced under her gaze. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, saying, "With you looking at me like that, it's quite difficult to focus." Jiang Xinyu felt as if she had been electrified, immediately turning to gaze out the window. To their right, a black car passed by, and in that fleeting moment, Jiang Xinyu's face was reflected clearly in the glass. She noticed her cheeks were slightly flushed. Gripping the seatbelt in front of her, she closed her eyes. During the pause at the red light, Su Linyuan turned to look at Jiang Xinyu, feeling anxious about whether he had overwhelmed her today. Had she grasped his subtle hints? She must have understood. Otherwise, her reaction would not have been so pronounced. Fortunately, he refrained from addressing the matter directly, given her earlier demeanor. Speaking up would likely lead to rejection. As the green light illuminated, Su Linyuan withdrew his gaze, and Jiang Xinyu's eyelashes fluttered momentarily before her eyelids finally settled. Soon, they arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. As Su Linyuan parked the car and reached out to awaken her, Jiang Xinyu opened her eyes. Su Linyuan awkwardly withdrew his hand, saying, Little fish, we've arrived. Upon hearing him call her little fish once more, Jiang Xinyu contemplated correcting him but hesitated, feeling it might be an overreaction or akin to revealing her own secrets. If Grandpa Su and Grandma Su called her that, and Qintao did too, why shouldn't he? In the end, Jiang Xinyu chose to remain silent. The doctor, whom Su Linyuan had prearranged an appointment with, was right on time. He instructed Jiang Xinyu to extend her hand so he could check her pulse. Shortly after placing his fingers on her wrist, "Doctor," he remarked, "Young lady, it seems your emotions have been quite stirred. Please sit and take your time." Jiang Xinyu instantly felt a wave of embarrassment, her face turning crimson. Su Linyuan's unwavering gaze was fixed upon her. "Doctor," he then nudged Su Linyuan, saying, "Young man, why don't you step aside for a moment? Don't disturb the patient's state of mind." Jiang Xinyu felt compelled to clarify, "Doctor, you misunderstand. It's not because of him. I just walked over and am a bit out of breath and nervous." "Doctor," he glanced at Su Linyuan, who had moved aside, and chuckled. "Shall I have him come back over?" Jiang Xinyu hurriedly waved her hands. No need for that." Having spoken, she took a deep breath, gradually calming her emotions. Once she felt sufficiently composed, she placed her hand upon the pulse pillow. "Doctor, I am feeling better." Doctor, he checked Jiang Xinyu's pulse and inquired a few more questions before stating, "Your condition has improved significantly. We can proceed to the next treatment phase. I will adjust your prescription, and after that, we shall perform some moxibustion. Your next menstrual cycle should be considerably more manageable than this one." Encouraged by the doctor's words, Jiang Xinyu felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. After rewriting the prescription, Doctor, he instructed her to lie down on the examination table. This time, Jiang Xinyu exhibited a sense of familiarity with the process. Su Linyuan did not approach but instead observed from a distance, his gaze fixed on their direction. As Doctor, he conducted the moxibustion, he earnestly advised, "Young lady, I noticed during our last session that you harbor some emotional unrest, causing stagnation in your vital energy. At times, one must learn to alleviate their own burdens. If you find it challenging to adjust your mood, embarking on a romantic relationship can be a delightful choice. Love can uplift one's spirits, harmonizing the flow of energy, which in turn promotes overall well-being." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance towards Su Linyuan. Were it not for her knowledge of Dr. He's exceptional medical skills, she might have believed that the doctor and Su Linyuan were in cahoots. Chapter 77, Evasion Doctor. His words, seemingly both genuine and feigned, left Jiang Xinyu feeling somewhat embarrassed. She skillfully attempted to sidestep the topic. "As for matters of romance, I am not currently inclined towards them. Such things depend on fate." Doctor, he smiled and replied, "Indeed, it is all about fate. When the time is right, it cannot be resisted." Su Linyuan cleared his throat softly. Jiang Xinyu turned to meet his gaze, which was deep and intensely focused. Her heart raced, prompting her to avert her eyes. The time for the moxibustion session passed swiftly. After sitting up, Jiang Xinyu found herself supported by Su Linyuan. He recalled the symptoms she exhibited after her last session. "Thank you." Jiang Xinyu expressed her gratitude, steadying herself against the treatment table while gently avoiding his assistance. Su Linyuan's outstretched hand instinctively curled in disappointment, but he soon composed himself and sat down casually beside her. "Do not rush. We shall depart once you regain your strength." Jiang Xinyu hesitated before inquiring, "Mr. Su, do you not have work today? I can manage to return home on my own now that I have finished here." Su Linyuan lowered his gaze, fixing his steady eyes upon her. "No, I will return you as I brought you here." Jiang Xinyu tightened her grip on the disposable bed sheet, falling into silence. Su Linyuan sensed her subtle rejection, yet he was unwilling to relent. After about 10 minutes of recuperation, Jiang Xinyu prepared to leave. Su Linyuan followed closely beside her, but refrained from offering his support, fearing that any gesture would provoke further resistance. In the car ride home, both remained somewhat taciturn. Upon arriving at Qintao's residence, Jiang Xinyu visibly relaxed. Su Linyuan glanced at her, his tone laced with hurt. "You seem to wish to distance yourself from me by a great length." "Not at all," Jiang Xinyu quickly replied. "Do not overthink it." Su Linyuan's expression bore innocence and disappointment. "Then could you perhaps treat me a bit better? After all, we have lived under the same roof for several months." "It has only been 2 months," Jiang Xinyu emphasized. Su Linyuan sighed in resignation. "What difference does it make between 2 months and several months?" Jiang Xinyu fell silent, beginning to realize that this was the renowned Mr. Su, engaging her in a roundabout manner. She did not intend to alienate him. Rather, she instinctively recoiled from the unfamiliar feelings stirring within her. Her heart warned her of the danger. Having endured hardship from a young age, she yearned solely for stability as she matured. After parking the car, Su Linyuan followed Jiang Xinyu into the villa. At that moment, Qin Tao sat on the carpet, engrossed in her notebook. Hearing their arrival, she looked up, her face breaking into a smile. "You're back. What did the doctor say?" As Jiang Xinyu removed her coat, she replied, "It's all right. The previous medicine worked well, and the next session should be significantly easier." Qin Tao beamed in response, "That's wonderful." She turned to Su Linyuan, "Cousin, do you have other matters to attend to?" Su Linyuan glanced at the time. It was already 10:30 in the morning. He had no pressing engagements. "No, nothing important. Little Fish should not exert herself too much today. I will order lunch." Upon hearing this, Qin Tao smiled with an ingratiating demeanor, declaring, "I shall not hold back." Her cousin hailed from a wealthy family, and as a current victim of her family's financial constraints, she relished any opportunity that required no expenditure. Su Linyuan turned to Jiang Xinyu and inquired, "Well, what would you like to eat?" "Anything is fine by me," she replied nonchalantly. Recalling the private kitchen he had previously ordered from during Jiang Xinyu's menstrual discomfort, he decided to place an order from that very establishment again. Before long, the delivery card arrived, and upon seeing the name of the upscale restaurant printed on it, Qin Tao could not help but swallow hard. "Cousin, I realize now that I had spoken too loudly earlier. Your generosity is truly remarkable." This restaurant was exorbitantly priced, and one needed to reserve well in advance. Not everyone could simply call and secure a table. "Enjoy your meal," Su Linyuan said as he served a bowl of bird's nest soup to Jiang Xinyu, then proceeded to eat his own meal without a care in the world. Observing his calm demeanor, Jiang Xinyu quietly moved the bowl closer to herself and softly expressed her gratitude. Qin Tao shot a knowing glance at the pair before discreetly averting her gaze. One must remain silent and unobtrusive while indulging in the gossip of others. After lunch, Qin Tao leaned back contentedly in her chair and addressed Su Linyuan, "Cousin, you are welcome to visit more often. We saved on today's meal. Surely future meals will not be far behind?" Su Linyuan's typically stoic expression softened with a hint of a smile. "Very well, I shall certainly come more often." As Jiang Xinyu tidied the table, Su Linyuan waited for her to finish before rising to take his leave. His gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xinyu, and once he steadied his thoughts, he reminded her, "Do not forget to take your medication, and remember to eat well. Your health is paramount." He had no intention of using the excuse of delivering medicine to visit again. Ensuring she took her medication regularly was of utmost importance. He could find other means to see her. Jiang Xinyu nodded. "All right, I will be careful." Noticing that Su Linyuan lingered even after giving his instructions, Qin Tao turned to Jiang Xinyu. "Little Fish, I need to sort through some brand collaborations. Could you see your cousin off?" "Of course," Jiang Xinyu replied, signaling to Su Linyuan with her eyes, asking if they were ready to leave. Su Linyuan donned his coat and followed Jiang Xinyu out. Before getting into the car, he cast a lingering glance at her, his eyes betraying emotions she could not evade. "I'm leaving now." After stating this, he drove away. In the rearview mirror, Jiang Xinyu stood at the door for quite some time. That evening, Jiang Xinyu, estimating the time, called her friend Lu Lijun. The call was quickly answered, and Lu Lijun's voice came to the phone. "Hello, Little Fish." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xinyu asked softly, "Jun, have there been any female colleagues at your company showing undue interest in Su Linyuan lately?" Lu Lijun straightened up immediately. Her voice tinged with excitement as she responded, "Why do you ask this all of a sudden?" Jiang Xinyu rubbed her chest, ambiguous in her response. "Oh, it's nothing. I just happened to hear something and thought I'd inquire," Lu Lijun confidently stated. Whoever uttered such unreliable words must be referring to our general manager Su's perpetually cold demeanor. When he asks, "Have you completed your analysis report?" the pressure intensifies instantly. Which female colleague would dare to approach him with flattery? Jiang Xinyu felt her breath quicken slightly. Thus, when he mentioned using her hair tie as a shield, was it merely an excuse? Did he truly harbor feelings for her? This realization unsettled her. At that moment, Jiang Xinyu heard a man's voice over the phone. "Lu Lijun, do not rest your legs on the coffee table." Jiang Shenyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Jun, do you have a man in your home?" Her friend had always been composed, and this was the first time Lu Lijun witnessed such fervor in her tone. "Well, it's just a friend. Here to lend a hand. My kitchen sink is clogged." Jiang Xinyu found this hard to believe. How could someone who rarely cooked like her possibly have a clogged sink? Had she tossed something inappropriate down it? In the Binjiang apartment, Shen Yinji's gaze, framed by his glasses, rested upon the woman's radiant face. He then stepped forward. grasping her delicate ankle, his voice low and measured. "A friend?" Lu Lijun felt a tingling sensation from his grip, and she squirmed, casting an exasperated glare at the man before her. Goodness, this old man is rather petty. She and T misrepresented their relationship. They had merely shared a night together. To call him a friend was indeed an exaggeration. Chapter 78, The Old Man. Suffocating you fearing what further words might escape the lips of the man on the other end of the line, Lu Lijun addressed Jiang Xinyu, saying, "I will tell you more next time. I must hang up for now." As she ended the call, Shinyinji leaned closer, his hand encircling her soft waist. And with a furrowed brow inquired, "What am I to you? A friend? Which friend would share a bed?" Lu Lijun's cheeks flushed crimson as she wriggled free from his grasp, her delicate foot playfully pressing against his chest. "A friend is still a friend," she retorted. In hindsight, Lu Lijun felt a pang of regret. She should not have engaged with him. Alcohol leads to folly, and beauty ensnares the heart. The heartbeat beneath her foot thrummed against the skin of her chest, causing a slight itch at her soles, and she instinctively curled her toes, inadvertently grazing the man's left breast. His breath deepened, and he grasped her ankle, lowering her leg while adjusting his collar awkwardly, stealing a glance downward. Lu Lijun stifled a giggle. "Lu Lijun," Shinyinji said through clenched teeth, "is that amusing?" Rising, Lu Lijun straddled his lap, cupping his face in her hands, her crimson lips whispering near his ear, "Professor Shun, the night is fleeting. Shall we indulge in pleasure?" With one hand gripping her neck and the other firmly on her unruly waist, he slowly articulated two words, "No, we shan't." Lu Lijun's brows knitted in confusion. "Why not? What am I to you?" the man queried. Her gaze faltering, she replied, "A friend?" He lifted her effortlessly, setting her upon the sofa, standing over her with a mix of coldness and frustration. "If you're merely a friend, then this conversation is moot." In retaliation, Lu Lijun playfully kicked his calf, exclaiming, "You are insufferable." His lips pressed tightly together, a sheen of restrained sweat glistened on his face, yet he remained steadfast, unwilling to cross the line. "The plumbing has been fixed. I shall take my leave." Lu Lijun, in a huff, replied, "Go on, then." Shinyinji cast a lingering glance her way. "It's chilly tonight. Dress warmly." As he reached the door, Lu Lijun sat up from the sofa. "Shinyinji, what are your thoughts on the patent issue?" Without pausing to change his shoes, he responded, "It is not yet time." Frustrated, she retorted, "Suit yourself." Having donned his shoes, he reminded her at the threshold, "Lock the door at night." "Understood. Stop nagging," Lu Lijun muttered, still miffed at his lack of romantic sensibility. How could she have so foolishly ended up in bed with this man? A miscalculation indeed. He was such a stickler for formalities. Once he departed, Lu Lijun rose to secure the door, valuing her personal safety as a woman living alone. After completing her evening routine and settling into bed, her emotions finally began to calm. She dialed Jiang Xinyu's number. Such matters, of course, warranted sharing with a close confidant. When Jiang Xinyu answered, she was somewhat taken aback, having anticipated a call no sooner than the following day. "Junjun, speak. Who is that man?" Lu Lijun chuckled softly. "Well, this situation is still related to Yuan E-technology." Listening to her narration, Jiang Xinyu finally understood the situation. Initially, there were issues with Yuan E-technology's patent, prompting Su Linyuan to seek an investigation, which involved Lu Lijun's participation. Subsequently, she discovered that the patent for overcoming the technological challenges was actually attributed to Professor Shinyinji from Haisher University's Computer Science and Technology Department. Shinyinji had a half-brother, Shen Song, who served as a researcher at Yuan E-technology. The company's technical dilemmas weighed heavily upon their researchers, urging them to devise solutions. Eventually, Shen Song learned that Shinyinji was exploring this particular field and had already made significant progress, which led him to take advantage of the situation. After several schemes, he stole Shinyinji's research results and even applied for a patent. The smooth execution of this scheme was facilitated by Yuan E-technology. It was during the investigation of this matter that Lu Lijun and Shinyinji crossed paths. However, due to Shinyinji's serious and reserved demeanor, he was not fond of socializing, which required Lu Lijun to exert considerable effort. As for how they ended up together, it can be summed up in one phrase: it was all due to alcohol. Jiang Xinyu was astonished. Unbeknownst to her, her close friend had actually slept with a distinguished university professor. It was no wonder such a disciplined man would pursue her friend for responsibility. Enough about him. He was rather tedious. Lu Lijun felt a bit disheartened. In truth, she was quite satisfied with Shinyinji. The 30-year-old ascetic was vigorous in his endeavors, appearing refined and cultured when dressed, yet exhibiting remarkable stamina when undressed. However, his overly serious nature was a concern. She was certain she appreciated his physique, yet uncertain whether she could endure his restrictions in the long run. She sensed that being in a relationship with him would resemble a student-teacher dynamic. His stern criticisms reminded her vividly of her high school principal. Acknowledging Lu Lijun's understanding, Jiang Xinyu refrained from further comments, merely advising, "Be mindful of precautions." Lu Lijun smiled and replied, "Of course." She then began to inquire about Jiang Xinyu's relationship with Su Linyuan. Hesitantly, Jiang Xinyu spoke up, "Junjun, I feel like President Su may have some feelings for me." Lu Lijun's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How did you discern that?" Jiang Xinyu recounted the events of the day, causing Lu Lijun to stifle a scream with her hand over her mouth. Her mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that their usually stoic President Su was such a person? It was hard to tell. However, she did not dare to shatter the delicate situation between them. She understood her friend too well. With an avoidant attachment style, if she were to speak up now, her friend could easily reject Su Linyuan without a second thought. In truth, she believed Su Linyuan to be a commendable man, devoid of frivolous distractions and generally of impeccable character. Her friend deserved a man who would wholeheartedly cherish her. She also noted that her friend's inner turmoil likely stemmed from some feelings for Su Linyuan, at the very least, a lack of aversion, and perhaps even a budding affection. Only someone like her would habitually shy away from profound emotional exchanges and feel uneasy about long-term commitments. This truly presents a considerable dilemma. If she cannot overcome her inner obstacles, then nothing will be of consequence. Perhaps once her close friend's admiration for Mr. Su transcends its boundaries, she will find the determination to move forward. This requires time. The only thing that can be done now is to offer her solace, alleviating any pressure she may feel regarding her romantic entanglements. In this regard, she possesses considerable experience. After all, how else could she have become Jiang Xinyu's confidant? She advised Jiang Xinyu, "Do not dwell on anything for now. He has yet to formally confess his feelings. There is no need to feel pressured. Simply interact as you naturally would, maintaining an even temperament. At least until he declares his feelings, you can remain composed. It is possible that after some time, he may withdraw. Do not succumb to anxiety or unease." Gradually, Jiang Xinyu's expression softened in response to Lu Lijun's words. She was right. The situation had not yet reached a critical point, and there was no reason for her to feel so tense. With the weight of her concerns lifted, Jiang Xinyu found her sleep improved. Tomorrow, she would assist Qin Tao in earning a good income and sharing the profits. Chapter 79. How remarkable humans can be. Jiang Xinyu enjoyed a restful night's sleep, awakening the next day, feeling considerably more rejuvenated. After preparing breakfast, Qin Tao rose from her slumber. The first thing Qin Tao did upon waking was to seek out her two cats for a brief playtime. At that moment, Ayu leaped from one end of the cat tree to the other, only to suddenly fall. Qin Tao was startled. Ayu, a Maine Coon of considerable size, fortunately landed unharmed due to the swift reflexes typical of felines. Jiang Xinyu approached to assess the situation, discovering that the cat tree had indeed broken. "Has this cat tree seen better days?" Jiang Xinyu inquired. Qin Tao calculated that since the cats had reached maturity, the cat tree had been in use for approximately 6 or 7 years. It was crafted from solid wood and had cost a fair amount. She had specifically moved it from her previous home when relocating to this villa. Jiang Xinyu absent-mindedly stroked Ayu's fur. Coming to understand that the longevity of the cat tree, combined with Ayu's substantial weight, had led to its deterioration, Qin Tao felt a pang of regret. She had become quite frugal with her spending and was particularly reluctant to part with an item that had become familiar to her two little cats. Her distress was palpable, and Jiang Xinyu examined the broken part of the cat tree, concluding that it could indeed be repaired. "How about I give it a try?" Jiang Xinyu suggested. Qin Tao's eyes sparkled with hope. "Can you really fix it?" Jiang Xinyu nodded affirmatively, assuring her it should not be a difficult task. Inspired by the cat house she had seen at her cousin's home, Qin Tao embraced Jiang Xinyu. Jiang Xinyu stiffened momentarily before gradually relaxing. "Xiaoyu, you are truly amazing. How would I manage without you?" Qin Tao exclaimed, her voice tinged with affection. Jiang Xinyu patted her shoulder, asking, "Do you have any woodworking tools at home?" Qin Tao looked up, admitting that she did not, but added, "That's all right. We can go buy some now." Noticing that it was still early, Jiang Xinyu suggested they purchase the tools and repair the cat tree that very afternoon. Thus, the two women drove to the largest hardware market in Haishur. Jiang Xinyu felt a sense of exhilaration akin to a mouse entering a grain store. As a woman who preferred to learn and tackle repairs herself rather than squander money hiring someone, she felt a strong desire to acquire the tools on display. Sometimes, a simple tool costing just a few dollars could resolve an issue, whereas hiring a worker could easily cost hundreds. Jiang Xinyu, a master of thriftiness, would never allow such a scenario to unfold, which was why she had accumulated a fair number of tools in the past. However, many of those tools were now at her rented residence in Jinxiu Garden. Consequently, Jiang Xinyu purchased a comprehensive set of woodworking tools. Observing Jiang Xinyu select tools with the precision of a connoisseur, Qin Tao gained a deeper appreciation for her woodworking skills. When Qin Tao offered to pay, Jiang Xinyu declined, stating, "I have a fondness for this set of tools. Consider it a gift to myself." Unable to persuade Jiang Xinyu otherwise, Qin Tao acquiesced. Upon returning home, they found Jiang Xinyu ready to embark on the task of repairing the cat tree. "Wait," Qin Tao exclaimed, then proceeded to set up her phone and tripod. "I'll document the restoration process." Jiang Xinyu nodded in agreement. As she prepared to film, Jiang Xinyu donned a mask. Her long hair secured with a clip at the back of her head, presenting a slightly different appearance from her usual self. Qin Tao couldn't help but compliment her. "You look lovely like this, exuding an effortless beauty." Jiang Xinyu smiled. "Isn't it just casual? It's merely a few yuan's worth of plastic clips." Qin Tao's cat climbing frame resembled a towering tree, dominating an entire wall. The fracture in the frame was located at the furthest branch. Fortunately, the structure was modular, allowing the branch to be removed. Climbing the ladder, Jiang Xinyu took down the branch and scrutinized the break. "How is it?" Qin Tao inquired. Jiang Xinyu assessed that the issue was manageable, mistakenly believing that Jiang Xinyu would use nails to mend the break. Qin Tao was surprised when she instead picked up a pin, marking different lines across the two fracture points. "Aren't we using nails?" she asked. Jiang Xinyu shook her head. Her almond-shaped eyes filled with seriousness and focus. "Using nails is the least effective method. I plan to employ a mortise and tenon joint to connect the break. In the end, the seam will be virtually invisible." Qin Tao crouched nearby, clapping her hands in admiration. "How impressive!" At that moment, Jiang Xinyu's entire focus was on the fractured wood. As she traced the lines, her mind envisioned the wood being meticulously cut along those lines, soon revealing irregular tenons and grooves. The two ends would connect seamlessly. Jiang Xinyu unveiled her newly purchased tools and began to cut meticulously along the marked lines. Her gaze intensely concentrated. Strands of hair, slightly shorter on either side, swayed gently against her cheeks as she sawed the wood, exuding an air of expertise that left Qin Tao in awe. She could already envision the viral sensation this restoration video would become once uploaded online. After completing the major cuts, Jiang Xinyu used a flat chisel to carve out shallow grooves. Realizing that it was nearly time for her to prepare dinner, Qin Tao hastily intervened. "Let's order takeout today. You should take a break." However, Jiang Xinyu was invigorated, determined to finish in one go. By the time she perfected the tenons and grooves, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Aside from a brief meal, she had been tirelessly chiseling away. Qin Tao watched in bewilderment, her mind swirling with questions. How had the original wood transformed into this new form right before her eyes? Had she missed a step? Jiang Xinyu lightly sanded the pieces before expertly fitting the two fractured branches together. Qin Tao's eyes widened in astonishment. As the two segments aligned perfectly, she was utterly amazed. Had she not witnessed the break firsthand, she would have assumed the stick was intact. Holding it up for examination, she scrutinized the piece. And aside from a slight difference in texture, there was no indication that it had ever been broken. "Little fish, you are truly remarkable," Qin Tao praised sincerely. Jiang Xinyu merely smiled, then proceeded to polish the wooden stick until it felt smooth to the touch. Once he was certain there were no further repairs needed, Jiang Xinyu climbed the ladder to install the restored branch, returning the cat climbing frame to its original state. At that moment, Qin Tao realized the true worth of Jiang Xinyu. Watching the two cats frolicking once more, she hastily grabbed her phone to record a video and rushed to her room. "Little fish, you should take a break. I will edit the video." It took Qin Tao 2 days to complete the editing, adding music, voiceovers, and subtitles along the way. After ensuring everything was flawless, she uploaded the video. Su Linyuan had set special notifications on his phone, so as soon as Qin Tao sent the video, he received an alert. He glanced out the window at the busy employees before quietly opening his phone. In the video, Jiang Xinyu's earnest demeanor captivated him. It was at that moment that Su Linyuan realized that the cat house was indeed a trivial matter for Jiang Xinyu. How could someone be so incredibly talented? He silently gave the video a thumbs up, This video brought substantial traffic to Qin Tao, significantly increasing her follower count. In this wave, Qin Tao emerged victorious. Chapter 80. Following the video featuring Jiang Xinyu has garnered considerable attention, inciting envy among bloggers who previously shared a similar following to Qin Tao. In Haishur, there exists a pet blogger named Tina Daddy, who recalls that when Qin Tao faced criticism, she clarified that her caretaker was indeed her nanny. Typically, nannies are affiliated with agencies, and the largest domestic service company in Haishur is Aishin Domestic Services. Contemplating this, he accessed the official website of Aishin and sought the listings of available nannies. However, as Jiang Xinyu was wearing a mask, he found it challenging to identify her among the candidates. After much deliberation, he could not find anyone of a similar age. Consequently, he reached out to customer service to inquire about any younger nannies, specifically in their 20s, with strikingly beautiful eyes. The customer service representative on the other end nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation, typing with a noticeable increase in intensity. "We are a reputable domestic service company." Tina Daddy quickly grasped the underlying implications of her tone, his face flushed with indignation. "I am a serious employer as well." The customer service agent remained skeptical, questioning why a genuine employer would focus solely on the physical appearance of a nanny rather than her professional skills and credentials. "Could you please specify your requirements so that I may assist you?" Tina Daddy retorted, "I already mentioned it. Do you not review the chat history?" The customer service representative hastily replied, "I apologize, but we do not have any nannies in their 20s with the attributes you seek." Left with no options, Tina Daddy angrily logged off. Only after he closed Aishin's website did he recall that Qin Tao's nanny had already been hired. It was entirely plausible that none of the listed candidates matched since she might not even be associated with that agency. Establishing oneself as a prominent figure in the pet blogging arena is no easy feat. He had previously enjoyed a similar follower count to Qin Tao. Yet ever since her nanny's arrival, her follower growth had evidently accelerated. The market is limited, and brands have increasingly sought collaboration with Qin Tao, leaving him with considerably fewer opportunities. A sense of dissatisfaction brewed within him. If she could procure such a capable nanny, he too could lure someone away, even if it required a larger financial investment. The conditions Qin Tao could offer, he could match as well. After all, in the pursuit of profit, poaching talent is commonplace. He subsequently explored several other domestic service companies, yet still failed to find a suitable candidate. Determined to take an alternative approach, he noted that Qin Tao's short video account listed Haishur as her location. Being a native of Haishur, well acquainted with its various districts, he began to scrutinize Qin Tao's videos. He meticulously selected several clips that captured the exterior of her residence and the layout of her community, taking screenshots for analysis. Ultimately, his focus settled on the Jiangnan Garden Villa area. Unbeknownst to Qin Tao, her address had been uncovered. Meanwhile, she remained blissfully unaware, peacefully sleeping in her bed. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinyu woke up early, preparing to visit the market for groceries. The market was not far from the villa area, and she decided to walk, treating it as an opportunity for exercise. A stroll in the winter air would surely invigorate her. Jiang Xinyu purchased enough groceries for just one day. Upon exiting the market, she found that it was still early, so she leisurely carried her bags back home. As she approached the entrance of the villa district, she noticed a tall figure in a baseball cap and mask furtively glancing in her direction. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Xinyu's mind. The man, Tian Jitong, had risen early to surveil the area near Jiangnan Garden. Although he could not recognize her due to her mask in the video, her stature and age were unmistakable. The early risers buying groceries were typically either caretakers or elderly residents, making the young Jiang Xinyu stand out among them, especially since the man, wrapped in a scarf that concealed half of his face, bore a striking resemblance to the person in the video. Just as Tian Jitong intended to approach and intercept her, Jiang Xinyu dashed away with her groceries. He pursued her, but the distance between them proved insurmountable. Jiang Xinyu reached the security kiosk before stopping to catch her breath. "Sir, there was a suspicious individual in a mask and baseball cap following me at the entrance of the villa district," she reported. The security guard took her seriously and, along with a colleague, went to investigate. Upon seeing the two guards approaching, Tian Jitong quickly fled. His clandestine activities were not something he could disclose publicly, as they jeopardized others' livelihoods. Any discussions about poaching would have to be conducted privately with Jiang Xinyu. The man ran swiftly, and the guards, realizing they could not catch him, returned to the kiosk. Jiang Xinyu, having been hired by Qin Tao, was well known to the security personnel. "Miss Jiang, he has escaped," one of them informed her. After expressing her gratitude to them, she returned to the villa, still shaken by the encounter. Qin Tao had recently secured a collaboration with a brand and had risen early to draft the script. She was startled to see Jiang Xinyu enter, pale and breathless. "Xiaoyu, what happened?" she asked. Jiang Xinyu placed her groceries in the kitchen and collapsed onto the sofa. "Sister Tao, someone was following me on my way back from shopping." Qin Tao was taken aback. "Following you? What happened? Tell me everything." Jiang Xinyu recounted the frightening incident, her voice tinged with fear. "Sister Tao, we should report this to the police." Of course, Qin Tao readily agreed. As a former single woman, she understood the importance of preemptive measures against such threats. The police arrived promptly, listened to Jiang Xinyu's account, interviewed the two security guards, and reviewed the surveillance footage. After gathering the preliminary details, one officer addressed Jiang Xinyu. "At this moment, we cannot ascertain whether there is a tangible threat. We will document this incident, investigate any potential dangers, and increase morning patrols in this area over the next few days." "All right," Jiang Xinyu acknowledged, understanding that this was the most they could do. The other officer, observing the two young women before him, advised, "Over the next few days, it would be prudent to avoid going out unless necessary, or to travel in pairs. You can also consider having family accompany you." Jiang Xinyu and Qin Tao expressed their gratitude for the officer's concern as they bid them farewell. "Next time you go grocery shopping, I'll accompany you," Qin Tao offered. Jiang Xinyu shook her head, suggesting that for the time being, they should purchase groceries online. She recalled that a new app had recently been launched, capable of delivering vegetables right to their doorstep. As she spoke, Jiang Xinyu opened her phone and downloaded the Carrot Grocery app. However, upon examining it, she discovered that the variety of produce available was rather limited, likely due to the app's recent debut. Yet, it could suffice for a few days. Perhaps by then, the police would have apprehended the suspect. Once Jiang Xinyu had composed herself, she headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Qin Tao pondered for a moment before sending a WeChat message to Su Linyuan. "Cousin, this morning, Xiaoyu was followed while returning from grocery shopping." Upon reading the message, Su Linyuan's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately made a phone call. Qin Tao ascended the stairs to answer. While putting on his shoes, Su Linyuan inquired, "How is she? Is she hurt? Is she frightened?" Qin Tao first sought to calm his anxiety. "Cousin, please don't worry. She is fine now." Su Linyuan pressed his lips together, his actions with the shoes swift yet deliberate. "Don't come out yet. I'm on my way." Aunt Qian, noticing Su Linyuan, hastily grabbed the car keys. Called after him, "Young master, you haven't had breakfast yet." The only response was the roar of the engine. Chapter 81. Just move aside. It's a bit crowded. Su Linyuan's expression was chillingly severe, his mind preoccupied with the troubling matter of Jiang Xinyu being followed. Had he not recalled Qin Tao's assurance that Jiang Xinyu was unscathed, he might have driven recklessly in his agitation. On his previous visit to Qin Tao's residence, she had provided him with the access code. In his haste, he entered without hesitation this time. At that moment, Jiang Xinyu was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Upon the sudden appearance of the man, she was startled, instinctively swinging the spoon in her hand towards him. Su Linyuan, quick-witted, seized her wrist gently, his tone soothing. "Do not be afraid, it is I." After a brief moment of surprise, Jiang Xinyu finally withdrew her hand, realizing who he was. Su Linyuan's fingers curled slightly as he scrutinized her from head to toe, concernedly asking, "Are you all right?" "Qin Tao mentioned you were followed." Jiang Xinyu, noting the unusual chill in his demeanor, murmured, "Is that why you came?" Su Linyuan affirmed, "Did it frighten you?" Jiang Xinyu initially intended to reassure him, but the evident concern in his gaze rendered her words stuck in her throat. Lowering her eyes, she admitted softly, "A little." Su Linyuan raised his hand, his large palm gently resting on her head, patting it twice with a mixture of tenderness and firmness. "Do not worry, I will handle this." Feeling the subtle warmth of his hand in her hair, a bittersweet sensation filled Jiang Xinyu's heart, realizing that Su Linyuan might harbor deeper feelings for her. Every small gesture from him now drew her utmost attention. "There is no need for concern. I have already reported it to the police," she stated. Su Linyuan withdrew his hand and replied, "You did not confront the individual directly. The police will merely file it for reference. It will not be of significant use." Jiang Xinyu wished to express more, but Su Linyuan swiftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "What are we having for breakfast?" "I came right after receiving a call from Qin Tao, and I have yet to eat. I made porridge, soup dumplings, and egg pancakes," she replied, gesturing towards the living room. "Please wait outside for a moment. It will be ready shortly." Su Linyuan complied and stepped out. He intended to gather more details from Qin Tao, preferring not to have Jiang Xianyu dwell on the distressing incident she had just experienced. Once Su Linyuan had left, Jiang Xianyu felt a sense of disorientation. She did not wish to burden him, fearing that doing so would diminish her in his eyes, and she was reluctant to feel that way. Yet he had come, filled with concern and care, which brought her a subtle, almost imperceptible joy, one she was barely aware of herself. Su Linyuan approached the sofa, skillfully using a lint roller to clear a spot before sitting down, and began to inquire about the details surrounding the incident with Qin Tao. She recounted everything that had transpired since Jiang Xianyu's return, including the police report. After a moment of contemplation, Su Linyuan made a call to Assistant Zhao, requesting him to procure a copy of the surveillance footage from Jiangnan Garden. Meanwhile, Jiang Xianyu finished preparing breakfast and brought the dishes to the table. Su Linyuan stepped over to assist her. After he brought the porridge to the table, he glanced at the seating arrangement and, with admirable honesty, seated himself beside Jiang Xianyu, subtly shifting his chair closer to her. They found themselves across from Qin Tao, who, for a moment, was at a loss as to where to direct her gaze. As Jiang Xianyu dined, her arm nearly brushed against Su Linyuan's. She paused mid-sip and leaned slightly, lowering her voice to say to him, "Could you move a little to the side? It's rather cramped." Su Linyuan bowed his head, leaning in her direction, attentively listening to her words. Upon hearing her request for him to shift, he replied, "If I move too far away, I won't be able to reach." Qin Tao, seated across the table, choked slightly, unable to suppress a cough. Heat surged to Jiang Xianyu's cheeks. This fellow certainly had a knack for uttering nonsense, given his long arms. It was indeed peculiar for him to claim otherwise. Some matters only became more complicated when elaborated upon, so Jiang Xianyu chose to refrain from further comment. Su Linyuan couldn't help but smirk slightly. Once breakfast concluded, Assistant Zhao arrived with a copy of the surveillance footage. He plugged the USB drive into the computer. Su Linyuan immediately spotted the furtive figure of Tian Jitong. He scrutinized the footage frame by frame, his expression growing increasingly grave. It was evident that the individual had a targeted agenda. "How can you tell?" Qin Tao inquired, puzzled. Jiang Xianyu pointed to a woman who passed by Tian Jitong in the video. If the person were merely trailing a young woman, he certainly would have noticed the striking beauty of the woman in question. Suppressing his anger, Su Linyuan remarked, once the little fish appeared, his gaze never left her. Qin Tao looked bewildered, often feeling out of place due to her lack of intellect compared to the two. After Su Linyuan finished reviewing all the footage, he instructed Assistant Zhao to retrieve surveillance videos from significant points along the route where the man fled. Assistant Zhao departed to fulfill his orders. The surveillance footage from nearby shopping centers was not difficult for Chengyuan Capital to obtain. The challenge lay in the meticulous process of video review and tracking, which was quite labor-intensive. As the matter reached a temporary conclusion, Jiang Xianyu turned to Su Linyuan and said, "Mr. Su, it's getting late. You should return to the company." She feared delaying his work schedule. For the head of an investment bank, the workload was considerable. However, Su Linyuan was unhurried. "Work is never-ending. In a moment, I will have someone from the executive office bring over the documents that require urgent attention. Until we apprehend the individual who has been following, I shall remain here." "Very well, you may stay as long as you wish." Qin Tao eagerly welcomed him. Jiang Xianyu had something to say but felt unqualified to do so, as Qin Tao was the true owner of the villa. She glanced at Su Linyuan's serious demeanor and realized there was no room for negotiation regarding this matter. Su Linyuan's decision to stay was genuinely rooted in concern for their safety. While Assistant Zhao was still occupied with the surveillance issue, Secretary Chen from the executive office called his mobile phone. "Assistant Zhao, Mr. Su has instructed me to deliver documents to Jiangnan Garden. Are there any other urgent documents you require?" After providing his instructions, Assistant Zhao belatedly realized that Mr. Su would not be going to the company today. Since he discovered that hair tie on Su's wrist, he had surmised Su's feelings towards Jiang Xianyu. Today, the other party's flustered demeanor only served to confirm his suspicions. With this in mind, he sent a WeChat message to Su Linyuan. "Mr. Su, should we perhaps slow down the progress of the investigation? You might consider spending more time with Miss Jiang." Su Linyuan frowned and replied with a text. "Your cleverness is wasted as merely an assistant. Why not take my position instead?" Assistant Zhao quickly begged for forgiveness. "Mr. Su, I understand. I will expedite the search for the follower." Su Linyuan let out a low grunt through his nose, his fingers swiftly tapping on his phone, the urgency palpable. As long as the follower remained uncaught, Jiang Xianyu would be unable to find peace, and he himself remained in a constant state of unease. With the boss's words, Assistant Zhao hastened the investigation's pace. However, no matter how swift, results would only be forthcoming the next day. Secretary Chen from the president's office brought urgent documents to Jiangnan Garden. The young man, in his 20s, felt somewhat awkward during his first visit, just as he was about to leave after delivering the documents. He was called back by Su Linyuan. Please go to the Banshan villa and ask Aunt Qian to help me gather some clothes and toiletries and bring them over. Certainly. Mr. Su, Secretary Chen replied respectfully, then hurried off to fetch Su Linyuan's belongings. Listening to the exchange, Su Linyuan couldn't help but think of Jiang Xianyu's frequent references to the capable Mr. Su, eliciting a helpless smile from him. Chapter 82. President Su appears in the video that evening. After taking a shower, Su Linyuan knocked on Jiang Xianyu's door. Upon opening it, Jiang Xianyu was greeted by the sight of the man with damp hair. This scene felt eerily familiar. Do you have a hairdryer? I couldn't find one in the bathroom, Su Linyuan inquired. Coming back to her senses, Jiang Xianyu fetched her own hairdryer. It was a petite device, seeming even smaller in Su Linyuan's hands. How about you help me dry my hair? Su Linyuan suggested, placing the pink hairdryer into Jiang Xianyu's hands. It's rather awkward for a grown man to be wielding a pink hairdryer. You hold it much better. Jiang Xianyu, almost unconsciously, nodded in agreement. The realization that a man with such a strong aversion to messiness had moved into the pet-friendly abode he usually avoided for her sake softened her heart. A subtle smile flickered at the corners of Su Linyuan's mouth as he settled on the edge of Jiang Xianyu's bed, while she stood up in her slippers to assist him. In the tranquil night, within the warmth of the room, the gentle gust of air and tender touch from the hairdryer captivated him. Every detail began to weave itself into the fabric of Su Linyuan's thoughts. With his eyes closed and hands gripping the bedsheets, he felt a tumult of emotions stirring within him, a mix of excitement and restraint. The sound of the hairdryer masked the hurried rhythm of his heart, allowing it to beat freely. Just then, Jiang Xianyu's phone on the bedside table chimed. Su Linyuan's gaze instinctively drifted towards it. It was a video call from a close friend. All of Su Linyuan's romantic musings abruptly retreated, and a warning bell sounded in his mind. Given Jiang Xianyu's disposition, it was unlikely she would assign such an affectionate moniker unless she held deep feelings for the caller. The person on the other end was Lu Lijun, a nickname she had chosen herself. Knowing it would be courteous to excuse himself, Su Linyuan found his body unresponsive. Remaining seated, Jiang Xianyu turned off the hairdryer and picked up her phone. In that moment, Su Linyuan's anxious heart found some solace. If the video caller were a man Jiang Xianyu was fond of, she would surely have asked him to leave to avoid any misunderstandings. The voice on the other end soon resonated, a woman's voice. Sister, what are you up to? Jiang Xianyu shifted the phone closer to her. Nothing much. Just about to sleep. Su Linyuan felt a sense of familiarity in the voice, as if he had heard it before. Just as he was about to take his leave, the woman in the video began to complain. Xiaoyu, you have no idea how outrageous that old man is. He is clearly simmering with desire, but refuses to come to bed with me. Upon hearing Lu Lijun mention the old man, a sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Xianyu, and before she could intervene, the woman continued her tirade. Flustered, Jiang Xianyu struggled to steady her phone. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "Stop talking." The unsteady camera inadvertently revealed Su Linyuan's hand resting on the bed's edge, prompting Lu Lijun to fall silent. Her previous topic abruptly forsaken, replaced by an incredulous scream. Jiang Xianyu, there is a man in your room. Jiang Xianyu had never felt such anxiety before. No, you are mistaken, she asserted. Lu Lijun replied firmly, I am absolutely not mistaken. Su Linyuan sensed that Jiang Xianyu was on the verge of losing her composure. Clearing his throat, he offered, if it's convenient, I can clarify this matter for you. Jiang Xianyu, her mind in a whirl, nodded absent-mindedly. Their relationship was not of that nature. An explanation was indeed necessary. As Su Linyuan's face appeared on the video, Lu Lijun, who had transformed into a screeching chicken, instantly fell silent, her expression changing to one of panic. Mr. Su? Su Linyuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He thought the voice sounded familiar, and it turned out to be an employee from his own company. Manager Lu, what a coincidence. Lu Lijun quickly became docile, offering an awkward smile. Yes, what a coincidence. Mr. Su. Su Linyuan glanced at Jiang Xianyu beside him and thought it prudent to clarify for the sake of her reputation, stating, We are not in that kind of relationship, so please do not misunderstand. Lu Lijun was so frightened that she dared not breathe. Nodding vigorously on the other end of the video, her eyes pleading for assistance from Jiang Xianyu. It was rare for Jiang Xianyu to see Lu Lijun so intimidated, and she gently patted Su Linyuan's shoulder, saying, Don't scare her. Su Lin Yuan chuckled softly. I am not frightening her. She is your friend after all. Lu Lijun's eyes widened. She would vouch for the fact that her friend S-Light Pat had surely left Mr. Su quite flustered. The expression on his face was entirely different from that in the office. In that moment, Lu Lijun regained her confidence. She was Jiang Xinyu's closest friend, and seeing Mr. Su's demeanor soften, she would bet her life that he had feelings for her friend. That little fish, I'm fine. Since you have a guest, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. With that, Lu Lijun hung up the phone. After the call ended, Lu Lijun became increasingly excited. Rolling around under her blanket on the bed, she had a strong premonition that her days of comfort were about to begin. She didn't need Mr. Su to care for her. As long as he didn't pressure her in light of her friendship with Jiang Xinyu, she could celebrate. On the other side, Jiang Xinyu felt somewhat awkward as she looked at Su Lin Yuan. Mr. Su, I see your hair is dry enough. You should head back to rest. Su Lin Yuan's gaze softened. And he did not mention Lu Lijun again, simply replying, all right. Once Su Lin Yuan had left, Jiang Xinyu curled up in her blanket, her heart unsettled for a long while. Thankfully, her best friend had not fully articulated the implications of getting into bed, and although the situation had been awkward, nothing too outrageous had been said. After mentally preparing herself, Jiang Xinyu finally drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Su Lin Yuan was savoring the memory of Jiang Xinyu's gentle pat on his shoulder, which felt both natural and somewhat affectionate. At that moment, her mind had been entirely focused on Lu Lijun, likely without her even realizing it. The following morning, Assistant Zhao had news. He sent the information he had gathered about Tian Jitong to Su Lin Yuan's phone. Upon reviewing the details regarding the individual's profession, Su Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. He handed his phone to Qin Tao and inquired, do you recognize this individual? It was a pet influencer, whose follower count had previously been comparable to hers. Upon glancing at the photo, Qin Tao immediately identified him. I know him, Sweet Girl's daddy. We once competed for a collaboration. At this moment, it dawned on Qin Tao. Could it be that he approached her due to the recent surge in popularity of my videos? The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became. Rising from her seat, she exclaimed, cousin, call the police and apprehend him. Su Lin Yuan responded, I have already instructed Assistant Zhao to deliver the information and surveillance evidence to the authorities. Prepare yourselves. Shortly, I shall escort you to the police station to assess the situation. Indeed, an hour later, Assistant Zhao sent a message stating that Tian Jitong had been arrested by the police at his residence, and they were now able to proceed to the station. Chapter 83 Encounter. Su Lin Yuan drove Jiang Xinyu and Qin Tao to the police station, where Assistant Zhao waited at the entrance. Upon seeing Su Lin Yuan's vehicle, he hurried over to greet them. As soon as they alighted, Assistant Zhao led them inside, stating, Mr. Su, as per your instructions, Lawyer Rong is already waiting inside. Qin Tao, filled with indignation, strode in her high heels, creating an atmosphere of fury. Su Lin Yuan and Jiang Xinyu exchanged glances and quickly followed her. Inside the police station, Tian Jitong was seated, being questioned by the officers. The moment Qin Tao entered, she unleashed a torrent of scorn upon him. You wretched father of a sweet girl. If you can't compete with me, so be it, but resorting to such despicable tactics. You scoundrel, I shall see to it that you are imprisoned for life. A nearby officer cleared his throat, noting that the situation did not warrant imprisonment. Tian Jitong's face flushed with embarrassment. Must you speak so harshly, madam? We are all educated individuals here. Consider the words you choose, especially as a woman, he retorted. Unfazed, Qin Tao shot back. And what about your actions? Does that reflect manhood? Jiang Xinyu stepped forward, tugging at Qin Tao's arm, urging her to refrain from further quarrel and to inquire how the police would handle the matter. Su Lin Yuan took a seat beside the two young women while he and Lawyer Rong engaged with the authorities. Observing the presence of the opposing lawyer, Tian Jitong felt somewhat intimidated. However, he quickly reassured himself that he had committed no heinous act and had no reason to fear them. At worst, he might face a fine or possibly a brief detention. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to defend himself. Officers, you seem to be mistaken. I had no intent to follow that young lady. I merely wished to discuss employment opportunities with her, he explained. Employment opportunities? The gaze of all present, save for the officer who had previously heard the claim, turned to him. Tian Jitong glanced at Qin Tao and continued, indeed, recently, Tao has garnered considerable attention thanks to her new nanny, which has cost me several collaborative prospects. I merely sought to recruit her. It was a mutual decision, and therefore not illegal. The more he spoke, the more brazen he became. If poaching were a crime, Minnie and Huagua would surely find themselves behind bars. Qin Tao, who had been tolerating his words, erupted with fury upon realizing his intentions to lure away her nanny. "You dare to poach my nanny? I'll have it out with you," she exclaimed, charging toward Tian Jitong. Startled by her fiery demeanor, Tian Jitong quickly sought refuge behind the officers. Jiang Xinyu, taken aback, recognized that should any harm befall him, even a justified cause would be rendered moot. Swiftly, she moved to embrace Qin Tao around the waist, yet found herself propelled forward by Qin Tao's momentum. Su Linyuan, standing nearby, seized one of them, yanking them back. Qin Tao, still kicking in midair, pointed an accusatory finger at Tian Jitong. "Mark my words. You are finished. Finished." If the confrontation had been over personal grievances, she might have been less enraged. But the audacity of him attempting to poach her nanny was intolerable. Did he not understand that a good nanny could be of greater value than her own man? "Quiet down." The officer sighed, exasperated by the commotion. Jiang Xinyu gently reassured Qin Tao, saying, "Sister Tao, don't worry, I won't change jobs." Only then did Qin Tao calm down. The police, observing the tense atmosphere between both parties, inquired, "Tian Jitong has explained his motives. Would you prefer to resolve this privately, or?" Su Linyuan cast a hopeful glance at Tian Jitong, then firmly stated, "We do not accept mediation. We shall proceed with the formal procedures." Lawyer Rong stepped forward, declaring, "The opposing party not only followed my client but also investigated her residence and other personal information, which constitutes an invasion of privacy, causing significant emotional distress to my client. We demand that the police impose a severe penalty." As he spoke, he presented the evidence gathered by Assistant Zhao. Upon viewing the comparative images of the Jiang and Garden Villa district included in the documentation, both Qin Tao and Jiang Xinyu felt a wave of trepidation. If it were merely harassment, it would be manageable. However, if someone harbored ill intentions toward them, that would indeed be terrifying. The maximum duration for administrative detention is 15 days, yet Tian Jitong had committed 2 offenses against public order regulations. Lawyer Rong successfully argued for a combined execution, resulting in a 20-day administrative detention and a fine of 500 yuan for the opposing party. Tian Jitong was taken aback by the severity of the punishment. With his daily live streams disrupted for so many days, he would miss out on considerable traffic. Yet, no amount of protest would alter the outcome. Lawyer Rong was well-founded in his reasoning, and although the penalty was harsh, it remained within a reasonable scope. With this matter resolved, Su Linyuan instructed Assistant Zhao and Lawyer Rong to return first. Once in the car, Qin Tao grasped Jiang Xinyu's hand and said, "Xiaoyu, I feel responsible for dragging you into this." Jiang Xinyu replied, "This is not your fault. It is the other party's malicious intent." Su Linyuan glanced at the two, saying, "All right, I'll treat you to lunch today. You may choose the place. Consider it a way to alleviate your worries." Upon hearing this, Qin Tao's spirits lifted as she began discussing with Jiang Xinyu where to dine. Su Linyuan, through the rearview mirror, observed Jiang Xinyu's expression. Sensing his gaze, she lifted her eyes to meet his. Su Linyuan's ears flushed red, yet he did not avert his gaze, asking, "Have you decided where to eat?" Qin Tao looked at Jiang Xinyu, aware that she was benefiting from Jiang Xinyu's presence. "You decide. I'm not familiar with the best places." Previously, Jiang Xinyu had devoted her time to work and lacked the funds to dine out. The upscale restaurants she had visited were mainly during project meetings, where her focus had solely been on securing deals with executives, leaving her oblivious to the actual flavors of the food. Remembering that Jiang Xinyu had enjoyed the private kitchen restaurant they had previously visited, Su Linyuan suggested they go there. Naturally, Qin Tao had no objections. That place was both expensive and difficult to book. Without her cousin's assistance, she would not know when she could dine there again. The car soon arrived at the private kitchen restaurant. After parking, the three entered. The manager, spotting Su Linyuan, approached with a smile, greeting, "Mr. Su, Miss Jiang, and Miss Qin, welcome." Jiang Xinyu cast a glance at the manager and recognized that he had personally delivered the meals on 2 occasions. To her surprise, he also recognized both her and Qin Tao. It seems that the competitive nature of the workplace is inescapable. The manager personally escorted the group to the private room. But just as they were about to enter, the door of the adjacent room swung open, revealing General Manager Hua. Upon seeing the gathering ahead, he instinctively looked up and immediately spotted Su Linyuan. A smile swiftly grazed his previously expressionless face as he extended his hand from a distance. "Mr. Su, what a delightful coincidence to encounter you here." Su Linyuan glanced at him and recognized him as General Manager Hua from Huayuan Venture Capital. He politely extended his hand to shake the others. At the sound of General Manager Hua's voice, Jiang Xinyu froze momentarily. She leaned back against the towering figure of Su Linyuan, using his presence to shield herself. Although both General Manager Hua and Su Linyuan belonged to the investment banking sector, their companies differed significantly in scale. Despite being considerably older than Su Linyuan, General Manager Hua did not dare to adopt an arrogant demeanor in his presence. Chapter 84. It turns out to be Gina. The opportunity for President Hua to converse privately with Su Linyuan was scarce. Noticing that they had come to dine, he suggested, "Since we have the rare chance to meet President Su, why not let me treat you this time? We can have a good discussion." Some projects were too substantial for them to manage alone, but a collaboration with Qingyuan Capital could lead to a mutually beneficial outcome. Su Linyuan immediately discerned Hua's intentions. Qingyuan Capital was fully capable of securing the project on its own and saw no necessity in sharing the spoils with others. "I noticed President Hua just came out from the private room, so I assume you have already dined," he remarked. Hua smiled. "That does not hinder our conversation." Observing the eagerness on Hua's face, Jiang Xinyu subtly tugged at Su Linyuan's sleeve. She did not wish for Hua to discover her identity. If he did, her background would be revealed. Although her position at work was manageable, having taken a project from Qingyuan Capital, she understood that Su Linyuan was not the type to hold grudges over such matters. Her acquisition of the project was achieved through fair competition, and she felt no remorse. However, she did not wish to disclose the humiliation and disdain she had faced from her biological parents. She preferred not to be seen as a financial burden in his eyes. Feeling the tug on his sleeve, Su Linyuan instinctively grasped her hand, gently squeezing it twice to reassure her. Jiang Xinyu was startled by the sudden contact and nearly withdrew her hand. Su Linyuan had sensed something amiss when Jiang Xinyu moved closer behind him. She was not one to initiate intimacy. Her instinctive retreat was likely provoked by the presence of President Hua. The commotion attracted Hua's attention. As Su Linyuan noticed Hua's gaze upon them, he subtly shifted his position to shield Jiang Xinyu from view. "President Hua," he stated, "I have brought my family out for a meal today, and we shall refrain from discussing business. Since you have finished dining, we shall not impose further." Hua's expression stiffened momentarily before he regained his composure and smiled. "Very well, let us converse at another opportunity." It was evident that Hua was reluctant to continue the conversation. Any further insistence might provoke annoyance, which would be counterproductive. As Hua took his leave and turned to pass by them, his eyes caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Just as he prepared to scrutinize further, Jiang Xinyu shifted closer to Su Linyuan. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder and adjusted their positions, saying, "Let us proceed inside." Once Su Linyuan and the others entered the private room, Hua withdrew his gaze. In that fleeting moment, he had felt an uncanny resemblance between the woman Su Linyuan was holding and Jiang Xinyu. Yet, he swiftly dismissed the thought. How could Jiang Xinyu possibly have quickly ingratiated herself with Su Linyuan, especially under the constraints of a non-compete agreement? As the door to the private room closed, Qin Tao beamed at Su Linyuan and Jiang Xinyu with an almost maternal smile. Jiang Xinyu quickly extricated herself from Su Linyuan's embrace, her cheeks flushed. Yet she did not forget to express her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, President Su, for earlier." Su Linyuan suddenly felt an emptiness in his chest. He lowered his hand, twisting it behind his back, finding nothing amiss. Qin Tao looked perplexed, wondering what had just happened. Su Linyuan gestured towards the dining table. "Aren't you already hungry? Go ahead and take a seat." Qin Tao selected a spot and settled down, while Su Linyuan deliberately slowed his pace, only taking his seat beside Jiang Xinyu after she had already sat down. Observing the two, Qin Tao felt a pang of discomfort, as if a light had suddenly flickered in her mind. Once the food arrived, Qin Tao devoured her meal with remarkable speed. Before Su Linyuan and Jiang Xinyu had finished, she was already done. "You two enjoy your meal. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Given her cousin's recent attentiveness, she endeavored to be a considerate sister. Su Linyuan glanced at her, offering a gentle reminder, "Send me a message when you get home." Qin Tao waved her hand, acknowledging his words with a hurried departure. As soon as she left, an aura of tranquility enveloped the private room. Su Linyuan served Jiang Xinyu a bowl of soup, which she graciously accepted. With no one else around, he ventured to inquire about a previous matter. "Do you know the CEO of Huayuan?" Jiang Xinyu paused in her movements, ultimately opting for honesty. "Yes, I do." Reflecting on her reaction at the entrance, Su Linyuan asked, "Has he ever mistreated you?" "Not at all. In fact, the CEO had never caused her any difficulty regarding her resignation." Noticing that Jiang Xinyu seemed disinclined to elaborate further, Su Linyuan refrained from pressing her. Her prior work at the investment bank and acquaintance with the CEO was not surprising. However, her reaction hinted at a deeper connection. He surmised that she had likely been part of Huayuan Venture Capital, holding a significant position before her departure a few months ago. Piecing together this information, Jiang Xinyu's identity became evident. She was Gina, the former vice president who had left Huayuan. Su Linyuan gazed at her in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who would have thought that a young VP from an investment bank would leave to become a caregiver? Moreover, she had secured the new Young Technology project from their company. Contemplating her decision to resign despite her promising career, it was clear she must have endured considerable hardship, igniting his curiosity about her circumstances, every single detail. Yet, he knew he could not pry into her personal affairs. As he observed the petite figure beside him, Su Linyuan continuously offered her more food. You should eat more. Jiang Xinyu was taken aback by his sudden warmth. I can serve myself, thank you. Su Linyuan paused, simply watching her. Then enjoy your meal. Jiang Xinyu nodded in response. When they finished dining, Su Linyuan hesitated to let her leave, proposing, I happen to have no plans today. Would you care to watch a movie? Jiang Xinyu declined his invitation. I need to head back. What if Sister Tao needs me? Finding himself at a loss for excuses, Su Linyuan had no choice but to escort her home. Upon arriving at the villa, Su Linyuan did not enter, but simply stated, I shall head to the office first. Jiang Xinyu's mind lingered on the words he had spoken when inviting her to watch a film, mentioning that he had nothing planned for the day. Was he truly off to work again? Jiang Xinyu refrained from revealing her thoughts and bid him farewell before stepping inside. As Su Linyuan observed her enter, he could not help but exhale deeply. He feared that should he follow her inside, she might say, President Su, the matter has been resolved, and it would not be prudent to delay your affairs. I shall pack your belongings, and you may return to your residence. He was contemplating staying another night, at the very least until tomorrow. Upon returning to the office, Su Linyuan summoned Assistant Zhao. Please check if there are any noteworthy films showing tonight. Assistant Zhao's eyes sparkled with mischief as he inquired, President Su, do you intend to watch it with Miss Jiang? Su Linyuan cast him a haughty glance and replied with a nonchalant Assistant Zhao then suggested, I recommend you consider this romantic film. It is quite popular among couples. Particularly with Valentine's Day approaching, a perfect time for such a viewing. Su Linyuan's eyes brightened. Purchase 3 tickets for me. Assistant Zhao's expression turned to one of confusion. 3? Is President Su quite well? Chapter 85. His body, passionate and sincere Zhao, the assistant, wore a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend the necessity of purchasing 3 cinema tickets. Su Linyuan rose and patted his shoulder, remarking that his prolonged single status was not without reason. 2 of the tickets were adjacent, while the remaining one was positioned a distance away from them. Zhao, belatedly grasping the situation, nodded and replied, Understood, President Su. I will take care of it right away. Upon leaving the office, Su Linyuan rested his head on one hand while holding his phone in the other, contemplating whether he could extend his stay for another night. When the workday concluded, he donned his coat and strode out with purpose, ensuring the 3 cinema tickets gifted by Zhao were safely tucked away in his pockets. To avoid any mix-up, he meticulously checked them several times before stowing them in his left and right pockets. Upon arriving at Jiangnan Garden, Jiang Xinyu had already prepared dinner. Knowing that Su Linyuan would be joining them, she had made enough for 3. As Su Linyuan entered the room, he directly seated himself beside Jiang Xinyu. By this point, she had somewhat acclimated to his presence, no longer feeling the initial awkwardness. After the meal, Su Linyuan retrieved the cinema tickets from his pocket, handing one to Qin Tao while placing the remaining 2 beside him. I heard there's a delightful film screening today. I invite you both to watch it. Qin Tao accepted the ticket and noticed it was a romance film, casting a meaningful glance at Su Linyuan. It has been quite some time since I last watched a movie. Today is a perfect opportunity to unwind. Seeing Qin Tao's enthusiasm about the outing, Jiang Xinyu readily agreed as well. When the trio arrived at the cinema, there were still about 10 minutes until ticket checking commenced. Su Linyuan bought popcorn and milk tea. Recalling Zhao's words that young ladies often enjoyed such treats, Qin Tao glanced at the small portion of popcorn in her hand, and then at her cousin's large bucket. Thinking to herself that it was all right, she could always share theirs if hers proved insufficient. As the movie was about to commence, the 3 of them proceeded to the screening room. Qin Tao quickly located their seats. She called out to her cousin, Cousin, the seats are right here. Su Linyuan turned back, playfully waving the 2 tickets between his fingers. Yours is here, while ours is further up. Qin Tao, somewhat bewildered, watched as her cousin led Jiang Xianyu to their seats at the front. Jiang Xinyu cast a pleading look back at Qin Tao. Silently, Qin Tao settled into her seat. Jiang Xinyu turned to Su Linyuan, suggesting, "How about I switch seats with Qin Tao?" However, Su Linyuan grasped her wrist, urging, "Let us hurry and sit down. We're blocking the way for those behind us." Observing the incoming audience members, Jiang Xinyu complied and took her seat alongside Su Linyuan. They had purchased tickets for a VIP screening room, where the seating offered greater privacy and comfort with adjustable chairs. Su Linyuan placed the popcorn between them, and soon after, the lights dimmed. Jiang Xinyu's attention was swiftly captured by the unfolding film narrative. Unconsciously, her hand reached for the popcorn, and as Su Linyuan watched, his gaze lowered. When Jiang Xinyu's hand ventured into the popcorn bucket once more, his hand instinctively reached out, colliding with hers. Startled, Jiang Xinyu quickly withdrew her hand. Su Linyuan remained remarkably composed, casually popping popcorn into his mouth as if nothing had transpired. Although he typically abstained from such indulgences, today he found it unexpectedly delightful. The film soon reached a poignant moment where the protagonists began to share their innermost feelings. Within the dimly lit theater, the colossal screen depicted the couple gradually leaning in, culminating in a kiss. The sultry sound of their breaths reverberated through the audio system. For someone who relished watching romantic dramas, the scene would have been utterly overwhelming had it not been for the man seated beside her. Jiang Xinyu found herself torn between exhilaration and embarrassment. Her gaze fixated on the screen, reluctant to glance back at him. Yet, the intimate display on the screen was so suggestive that she feared it would be improper to maintain her focus solely on it. At that moment, a series of soft, suggestive gasps and the sound of wet kisses emanated from the couple seated nearby. Perhaps emboldened by the theater's relative seclusion, they kissed without restraint. Jiang Xinyu's cheeks flushed crimson. Even with little experience, she understood the implications of those sounds. Fortunately, the theater was sufficiently dark, preventing Su Linyuan from noticing her flustered expression. Meanwhile, Su Linyuan was not much better off. The theater's heating was turned up, making him feel uncomfortably warm. He swallowed hard and directed his intense gaze toward Jiang Xinyu, his index finger subtly tugging at the collar of his shirt, which provided a modicum of relief to his breathing. The film's visuals were exquisitely rendered, and after the kiss, the on-screen couple began to caress each other. Jiang Xinyu felt a wave of shyness wash over her, as the film's boldness rivaled that of the more daring short dramas of later years. "Little fish," Su Linyuan whispered, his voice low and husky. Jiang Xinyu cleared her throat, responding with a hesitant hum. As Su Linyuan leaned closer, Jiang Xinyu instinctively held her breath, her heart racing. He halted mere inches from her cheek, and she clenched her fingers around the armrest, paralyzed with anticipation. Su Linyuan's hand moved toward her thigh, causing her to tremble involuntarily. He then held a piece of popcorn before her, teasingly remarking, "You've dropped some on your leg." Jiang Xinyu finally registered the enticing, buttery morsel nestled between his fingers. Thank you," she stammered, her voice quivering as she instinctively leaned away from him. The pressure emanating from Su Linyuan was undeniably potent. His presence felt like an encroaching chill, causing her skin to prickle and an uncontrollable shiver to run through her. After what felt like an eternity, the film's suggestive scene came to a close, and Jiang Xinyu exhaled quietly in relief. However, her respite was short-lived, as the protagonist transitioned into a sweet, romantic phase, exchanging kisses at every opportunity. She found herself overwhelmed, pondering how delightful it would be to watch such scenes in solitude at home. As she endured the palpable tension, Qin Tao was not faring any better. She found herself surrounded by couples, yet she was alone. On either side, they were lost in affection, while she could only gaze at the movie screen, her heart tranquil as still water. That wretched Su Linyuan, she vowed never to return. If he had the capability, he should arrange his own dates. To have lured her into this trap, only to watch her suffer, was utterly outrageous. An hour and a half of film concluded within this ambiguous atmosphere. The audience began to exit in an orderly fashion. Jiang Xinyu rose to her feet, while Su Linyuan held her milk tea in one hand and popcorn in the other. At that moment, the couple seated beside them also stood up. Jiang Xinyu looked up to see a tall, robust man. He guided his girlfriend past their seats, inadvertently bumping into Su Linyuan as he passed. Standing directly in front of Jiang Xinyu, Su Linyuan was pushed against her by the unexpected collision. With his hands occupied, he had no means to brace himself, and he leaned against her. Jiang Xinyu grasped the armrest to prevent herself from collapsing back into her seat. In that instant, it felt as though Su Linyuan had enveloped her in his embrace. Her head gently collided with his chest, which was firm yet yielding. The subtle, cool fragrance that emanated from him filled her senses, and in that fleeting moment, she distinctly heard the fervent rhythm of his heartbeat. Never before had she so transparently perceived another's feelings. His presence was both passionate and sincere. Chapter 86. Like a cat as Su Linyuan leaned closely against Jiang Xianyue. His face flushed crimson. The man who had bumped into him quickly apologized, saying, "Sorry, buddy." Su Linyuan gently draped his hand, which was holding a milk tea, around Jiang Xianyue's waist, helping him stand upright, and with a good-natured smile, he reassured the man, "It's nothing." The man, seeing this, chuckled and took his girlfriend by the hand as they departed. A few meters down the corridor, she inquired, "What just happened? The aisle is quite spacious. How did you bump into someone?" The man replied with a grin, pulling her closer. "Most people here are couples. It's all quite affectionate. I didn't hear any noise from their side, so it was clear they were in the midst of some flirtation. I merely played the role of a facilitator." His girlfriend smiled indulgently. The man puffed with pride, declaring, "Please, call me a living lay phone," unaware of the intentional nature of the collision. Su Linyuan reluctantly released Jiang Xianyue's waist, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Did I hurt you?" he inquired, as the film concluded and the lights illuminated the room. The blush on Jiang Xianyue's face was unmistakable. "Not at all," she hastily replied before striding ahead. Su Linyuan followed closely behind, his spirits lifted. At that moment, Qin Tao was already waiting at the entrance. Upon spotting the two, she shot Su Linyuan a glare, then linked her arm with Jiang Xianyue's and walked away. Su Linyuan, in good spirits, chose not to quarrel with his cousin. Upon returning to Jiangnan Garden, as soon as Jiang Xianyue entered, she was greeted by the affectionate nuzzle of the ragdoll cat, Xian Xian. During this period, Jiang Xianyue had been preparing meals for the two cats, thus growing increasingly familiar with them. Xian Xian took a particular liking to her and would often come over to nuzzle against her when she was free. Jiang Xianyue cradled Xian Xian in her arms and settled onto the sofa, while Qin Tao went to pet Ayu. Xian Xian squirmed in Jiang Xianyue's embrace, as if devoid of bones, tenderly rubbing its head against her neck, producing a sound that could melt anyone's heart. Jiang Xianyue reciprocated by pressing her cheek against the cat. Qin Tao had once remarked that with its charming twists, Xian Xian would undoubtedly be the star attraction at a cat CAF, enough to leave ordinary kittens in awe for a lifetime. As Su Linyuan entered after changing his shoes, he beheld the delightful sight of Jiang Xianyue and Xian Xian affectionately rubbing their heads together. His expression turned somewhat dazed, as if he envisioned Jiang Xianyue nuzzling against his own chest. The alluring thought caused his face to redden uncontrollably. Despite his usual aversion to dirt, he found himself unexpectedly unbothered by the cat's presence. At that moment, Xian Xian spotted Su Linyuan standing a short distance away and called out to him with a sweet, plaintive meow. He chuckled softly, thinking, this cat is quite the double agent. Just last night, the cat had scratched at Jiang Xianyue's door, howling outside in a raw and desperate manner, a stark contrast to its current endearing tone. For a fleeting moment, he felt a twinge of jealousy towards the feline. Observing Jiang Xianyue's content expression, he cleared his throat and said, "Little fish, it's getting late. You should wash up and get to bed. Aren't you trying to take care of your health?" Jiang Xianyue glanced at the time, already 10:30, and realized it was indeed time to cleanse and retire for the night. Setting the little cat down, she turned and headed back to her room. Su Linyuan approached the sofa where Xian Xian sat, crouched down, and tentatively reached out to stroke her fur for the first time. Xian Xian glanced at him and promptly jumped away. With a huff, Su Linyuan stood up, muttering, "So difficult to please. If you want me to pet you in the future, I might not be inclined." The following morning, Su Linyuan packed his belongings and made his way downstairs. Time was of the essence. Staying another night would be somewhat shameless. The excitement of the previous evening had been sufficient, and he now needed to ease off a little. Pursuing someone also required a measured approach. Upon seeing Su Linyuan's suitcase, Jiang Xianyu felt an unexpected twinge of reluctance. "Are you moving back?" Su Linyuan's gaze flickered as he approached her, bending slightly due to his towering stature, and said, "If you invite me, I could stay a bit longer." Jiang Xianyu turned her head away, clarifying, "That's not what I meant. Besides, whether I stay or go isn't solely up to me." With a light chuckle, Su Linyuan teased, "You have no more matters to attend to now. If I were to remain here indefinitely, it would not reflect well on your reputation." Jiang Xianyu merely responded with a soft "oh" before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After breakfast, Su Linyuan took his suitcase and, upon reaching the door, turned back to Jiang Xianyu, saying, "If you encounter any issues later, give me a call." Jiang Xianyu met his earnest gaze and instinctively nodded. The corners of Su Lingyuan's eyes curved upwards, illuminating his face with warmth. Once Su Lingyuan departed, Jiang Xianyu and Qin Tao began selecting videos that might inadvertently reveal their address, deleting those that could pose a risk. It was through such videos that Tian Jitong had discovered their villa. Fortunately, these clips were not among the most viewed, so their removal posed no significant loss. When everything was in order, Qin Tao turned to Jiang Xianyu and said, "This incident must have startled you. I'm giving you a break this weekend. Go out and relax." Jiang Xianyu had no objections. This break would be an excellent opportunity to meet her close friend for coffee. Ever since the last video featuring Su Linyuan, Lu Lijun had not sent any more videos, only sending text greetings through WeChat. It was evident that her friend was choosing her words carefully in writing. The previous incident had clearly left an impression. The weekend brought a surge of activity. With the streets bustling with people, Lu Lijun, glancing at the man beside her, couldn't help but sigh. What a coincidence it was to run into him. Shen Yinji, who had been vying for advancement, had been a source of avoidance for Lu Lijun, yet here she was, unexpectedly encountering him while out for coffee with her best friend. Having finally seen him, Shen Yinji made no effort to let her slip away again. Jiang Xinyu arrived first, and when she spotted the man accompanying Lu Lijun, she was taken aback. He wore a woolen coat, his tall figure and handsome features exuding a classic seriousness, yet his gaze towards Lu Lijun occasionally sparkled with warmth. Jiang Xinyu smiled. "Aren't you going to introduce us?" Lu Lijun's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "This is my friend, Shen Yinji." She then turned to Shen Yinji and added, "This is my university classmate and my closest friend, Jiang Xinyu." With a serious demeanor, Shen Yinji extended his hand, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Jiang. I often hear Li Jun speak of you." Jiang Xinyu shook his hand in return. After Shen Yinji assisted Lu Lijun in pulling out a chair for her, he took his seat and addressed Jiang Xinyu. "In truth, I am pursuing her. As her close friend, you represent her family, and I hope that my intentions towards her are clear in your eyes." Jiang Xinyu was somewhat taken aback by Shen Yinji's candidness regarding his feelings, which seemed rather at odds with his otherwise serious persona. Nevertheless, his forthrightness was refreshing. Lu Lijun cast him a glance, but refrained from contesting his words. Jiang Xinyu understood Lu Lijun well. She certainly harbored feelings for Shen Yinji, or else her character would never permit her to bring him before her friend. Lu Lijun was an articulate conversationalist, while Jiang Xinyu possessed a gentle disposition. Although Shen Yinji appeared stern, his eloquence ensured that the atmosphere remained lively, and the trio engaged in pleasant conversation. Halfway through their coffee, Lu Lijun's phone rang. It was a call from her superior, Mr. Qi. Jiang Xinyu was well aware of the demanding hours in the investment banking sector. The moment Lu Lijun hung up, she remarked, "Is it about working overtime?" With a sigh, Lu Lijun confirmed, "Yes, I must leave." Turning to Shen Yinji, she added, "Please ensure that you take Xiaoyu home." Without waiting for Shen Yinji's response, she hurriedly departed. What an opportune moment. Why linger when she could avoid being ensnared by him seeking a formal relationship? Chapter 87. Pursue, Compete. Snatch. Shen Yinji and Jiang Xinyu exchanged glances in bewilderment. Were they truly left behind by Lu Lijun? Their relationship was undeniably close. In some dramas, a lone man and woman would surely find themselves entangled in a moment of intimacy. Shen Yinji couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity, knowing it was entirely within her character. Jiang Xinyu joined him in laughter, acknowledging the truth of it. The two strangers found common ground through a mutual acquaintance, and their conversation flowed without awkwardness. They soon delved into the matter of Yuan E-Technology's patents. Shen Yinji was not at all surprised that Jiang Xinyu was aware, for Lu Lijun had no secrets from her. "Are you waiting until Yuan E-Technology completes its IPO before filing a lawsuit?" Jiang Xinyu inquired. Shen Yinji was taken aback by her astuteness. "Yes," he admitted candidly. "The appropriation of another's technology to apply for a patent is indeed illegal. However, if the circumstances are not severe or merely involve patent infringement, the worst outcome may be a fine and public announcement. Yet, in cases of grave severity, it could escalate to a criminal matter, particularly if the illicit business dealings or unlawful gains are substantial. It falls into the serious category. At that point, the opposing party could face both hefty fines and imprisonment. Moreover, for the company in question, having their patents pilfered with Yuan E-Technology's assistance would lead to dire consequences, especially given their recent public offering. The repercussions of such a scandal would be catastrophic. Yuan E-Technology could see a significant decline in market value, potential disruption of their financial chain, or even face delisting. Jiang Xinyu found herself reassessing the seemingly righteous man before her. He possessed patience, perseverance, decisiveness, and an absence of leniency. As she regarded him with a curious expression, Xinyinji held her gaze without flinching. He had never concealed his true nature before Lu Lijun, nor did he intend to do so in front of Jiang Xinyu, the sister of his beloved. Junjun is a wonderful girl, enthusiastic, kind-hearted. I hope you will treat her well. Jiang Xinyu expressed. Xinyinji assured her, I will. Suddenly, his face flushed, and he hesitated, looking at Jiang Xinyu with a mixture of eagerness and trepidation. I have a question to ask. Jiang Xinyu noticed his crimson countenance, and involuntarily, the image of Su Lin Yuan flashed in her mind, causing her expression to soften momentarily. Go ahead, she prompted. Shun Yinji nervously intertwined his fingers, gathering the courage to voice the question that had long troubled him. Do you know how I can make Li Jun accept me? I mean, as her boyfriend in a straightforward manner. Is there something I am doing wrong? She has been avoiding this topic. Xinyinji was genuinely perplexed. Although she clearly enjoyed his company in private, the moment they stepped outside that realm, she recoiled at the mention of defining their relationship. Jiang Xinyu regarded him thoughtfully. When you interact with her, does she ever show any particular fondness or aversion towards you? Xinyinji cleared his throat, shifting uncomfortably. We actually get along quite well, quite harmoniously, but during other times, she seems to be quite distant with me. Jiang Xinyu felt her cheeks warm. The topic was undeniably awkward. It seems that the other party is indeed at a loss. Otherwise, one would not utter such words. Xinyinji is somewhat at his wit's end with her. He cannot bring himself to strike her, nor can he be overly stern. The only recourse left for him is to employ his every charm daily in bed to entice her. Yet, when he pulls up his trousers, she refuses to acknowledge him. He lives in constant trepidation, fearing the day she might cast him aside. Jiang Xinyu pondered and remarked. Junjun's temperament is such that she yields to gentleness rather than force. She abhors being lectured. As she spoke, she glanced at Xinyinji's serious demeanor, sensing that he might be overstepping in his guidance. After all, few appreciate being admonished like a school principal. Xinyinji, realizing this, nodded in understanding. Reflecting on his interactions with Lu Lijun, it became apparent that she often exhibited impatience with his admonishments. However, he sometimes acted unconsciously, worrying about her youth and feeling compelled to offer advice to ease his own mind. Jiang Xinyu perceived a paternalistic inclination in Xinyinji's affections for Junjun. Yet, Junjun indeed harbored feelings for him. It was merely her nature to shy away from being controlled. She believed their relationship could flourish and did not mind lending a hand. Meanwhile, across the street, a tall figure stood at the roadside, gazing intently at them. Qin Fang observed her son, who had unexpectedly halted, and could not help but inquire, Lin Yuan, what is the matter? At that moment, Su Lin Yuan was oblivious to his mother's words. It was the weekend, and having not seen her for a while, he had agreed to accompany Mrs. Qin on a shopping trip. He never anticipated encountering Jiang Xinyu on the way. At the CAF's floor-to-ceiling window, she was sharing coffee with a man. This man was unlike Wang Wei. He exuded an air of elegance and propriety, his handsome visage commanding presence. A wave of unprecedented panic surged within him. He could not discern their conversation, but both bore shy smiles, a side he had never witnessed her display towards another man. Who was this man? A friend, or perhaps a boyfriend? Su Lin Yuan stared at them, his heart heavy as if a colossal stone pressed upon it, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Noticing her son's prolonged silence, Qin Fang followed his gaze and beheld the striking couple. Observing his expression, she surmised he might be infatuated with the young woman. With her straightforward nature, she pressed, Do you know that girl? Do you like her? At this moment, Su Lin Yuan finally snapped back to reality. Pursing his lips in silence, his gaze like a dagger directed at Xinyinji, seated across from Jiang Xinyu. Qin Fang, arms crossed, looked up at her tall son. What is so captivating? If you like her, pursue her, compete for her. As long as there is no marriage yet, employing some tactics is permissible. In her eyes, what one could grasp was what belonged to them. Her approach to life mirrored that of her husband, which had proven advantageous in the business realm. Although she held little regard for the significance of love that merely reflected her personal views, she had only one son, and in their affluent lifestyle, there was nothing amiss with him seeking what he desired. Qin Fanghao's words stirred a sense of yearning within Su Lin Yuan. Despite his subtle hints over an extended period, she remained unresponsive. Initially, he believed that pursuing someone required a balance of restraint and enthusiasm. However, if this continued, she might end up belonging to someone else entirely. Thus, the notion of maintaining such balance seemed utterly trivial. In that fleeting moment, Su Linyuan felt a newfound decisiveness in matters of the heart, akin to his business acumen. He handed the shopping bag he was carrying to Qin Fonghao, instructing her to wait for him briefly. Qin Fonghao replied directly, "You go ahead. I will call the driver to pick me up." Su Linyuan cast a glance at her before striding confidently across the street. Jiang Xinyu and Shun Yinji were still engaged in conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes about Lu Lijun, creating a pleasant atmosphere, when suddenly the light before them dimmed. A pair of strong, defined hands appeared on the armrest of Jiang Xinyu's chair. Su Linyuan leaned in, resting one hand on the armrest and the other on the table, effectively enclosing Jiang Xinyu within his embrace. He bent slightly, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the man across from him. "Xiaoyu, aren't you going to introduce us?" Chapter 88 Little Fish. "Choose me." Jiang Xinyu looked up, her crown brushing against Su Linyuan's chin. The man turned back, and her delicate face was nestled against his shoulder. He raised his hand from the table to gently touch her head. Did he collide with her? Jiang Xinyu felt somewhat flustered. They were too close. The distance between them was mere inches, and she was enveloped by his presence. "It's nothing." Jiang Xinyu evaded his hand. Seeing her retreat, Su Linyuan shifted his gaze towards Shinyinji, raising his chin slightly. "Your friend?" Shinyinji arched an eyebrow at the man who displayed overt hostility towards him, slowly curving his lips into a smile. This man was rather intriguing, given Jiang Xinyu's demeanor. It was evident that she was not oblivious. Jiang Xinyu introduced Su Linyuan. "This is Professor Shinyinji, my friend." Then she introduced Shinyinji to Su Linyuan. "This is Su Linyuan, also my friend." Su Linyuan furrowed his brow and emphasized, "A good friend," a level above what she had previously stated. After speaking, he straightened up, pulled over a nearby chair, and sat closely beside Jiang Xinyu, his gaze fixed intently on the man across from him. Neither of them extended a hand first. They simply stared at each other. Shun Yinji observed Su Linyuan, noting that all his body language conveyed a deep connection with Jiang Xinyu, his possessiveness almost spilling over. However, given the current situation, it seemed they were both souls adrift in the world. Su Linyuan sat in close proximity to Jiang Xinyu, his long legs sprawled comfortably, pressing against hers. Remarkably, Jiang Xinyu showed no inclination to push him away. Shinyinji noticed this, and a softness graced his usually stern face. He pushed the untouched dessert in front of him towards Jiang Xinyu. "Little fish, have some." Jiang Xinyu looked at Shun Yinji in surprise. He had just referred to her as Miss Jiang, and she already had cake. It felt as if both men were acting strangely since Su Linyuan's arrival. Su Linyuan's gaze gradually shifted to the slice of Black Forest cake. Meeting Shun Yinji's eyes, he deftly pushed the cake back. "She has some. Yours is unnecessary." After saying this, he picked up the cake in front of Jiang Xinyu and scooped a spoonful towards her lips. "Try this, see if it's good." Jiang Xinyu glanced at the cake that had already been partially devoured, silently questioning his intentions. Noticing her reluctance to open her mouth and her lack of annoyance, Su Linyuan turned the cake towards himself and took a bite. Indeed, the strawberry cake was delightful. Jiang Xinyu's face flushed instantly. "What are you doing?" Su Linyuan replied, "Eating cake. I'm hungry." Having already taken a bite, Jiang Xinyu decided not to dwell on her earlier concerns about having eaten. Then hurry up and eat. Su Linyuan felt somewhat appeased, casting a subtly provocative glance at Shinyinji. Shinyinji maintained his expression, yet a hidden amusement sparkled in his eyes. Observing Su Linyuan's outward composure contrasted by his flushed ears, Shinyinji mused that this fellow's progress was likely not better than his own. Su Linyuan calmed down to eat. And only then did Jiang Xinyu inquire, "How did you come here?" "Oh, I accompanied Ms. Qin for shopping and happened to see you, so I came over." Jiang Xinyu, feeling a surge of anxiety, exclaimed, "You just left your mother like that?" Su Linyuan glanced at her. "My mother has already been picked up by the driver." Jiang Xinyu sighed with relief. Once Su Linyuan finished his cake, Jiang Xinyu sensed that the time was about right and prepared to rise. Before she could stand, Shinyinji spoke first. "Are you heading back? Allow me to escort you." This was a promise made by Lu Lijun before her departure. As Jiang Xinyu was about to nod in agreement, Su Linyuan grasped her hand firmly. "I will escort you." A flutter of surprise coursed through Jiang Xinyu, and she instinctively tried to pull away, but Su Linyuan held on tightly. In the presence of a rival, one must not yield. Resigning to the situation, Jiang Xinyu ceased her struggles, not wanting to cause a scene in public. She glanced at Su Linyuan, then at Shinyinji, ultimately saying, "Mr. Shin, I shall take my leave now." Shinyinji nodded, replying, "All right. Do inform me once you reach home safely." Hearing Jiang Xinyu address Shinyinji in such a manner, Su Linyuan felt a sudden surge of satisfaction. In her eyes, he was merely an insignificant presence. Mr. Shen, how amusing. Jiang Xinyu looked at Shen Yinji. Realizing she didn't even have his phone number to report her safety, Shen Yinji said nothing further, merely smiled. Su Linyuan took Jiang Xinyu's scarf, carefully wrapping it around her neck. It's cold outside. Jiang Xinyu reached for it. I can manage by myself. Su Linyuan evaded her hand. Just be obedient. Jiang Xinyu felt a dizzying sensation envelop her. Once the scarf was secured, Su Linyuan addressed the waiter. Check, please. After settling the bill, he took Jiang Xinyu's hand and left, refusing to be associated with Shen Yinji in any regard. Shen Yinji leisurely adjusted his attire, preparing to discuss the day's events with Lu Lijun. Su Linyuan held onto Jiang Xinyu's hand without letting go until they arrived at the parking lot across the street. Jiang Xinyu furrowed her brows. What is going on with you today? Su Linyuan gazed at her, slowly moving closer. Jiang Xinyu, do you truly not know? Her heart raced violently, and Jiang Xinyu couldn't help but step back, a sense of wariness rising within her. I don't understand what you're saying. Su Linyuan grasped her shoulders, bending slightly to meet her gaze, his expression earnest. You know, I like you. I refuse to believe you haven't noticed. Jiang Xinyu found herself cornered before the car as he lifted her chin with one hand, a tumult of inexplicable emotion swirling in his eyes, instilling a sense of fear within her. He leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath caressing her skin, his voice low and enticing. Little fish, choose me. Don't choose Shen Yinji. Jiang Xinyu fought against the tremors coursing through her body, pushing against his approach. Her hand pressed against his firm chest, feeling the heat and rhythm of his heartbeat through his shirt. Her fingers trembled slightly, yearning to withdraw. Su Linyuan's palm covered hers, pressing it against his chest. You have feelings for me, little fish. At this moment, Jiang Xinyu felt a swirling dizziness, akin to suffering from a high fever. Her face was flushed, her heart raced, and the heat rising within her caused her eyes to involuntarily redden. Su Linyuan, please refrain from this. Su Linyuan panted, clearly agitated. Refrain from what? What is it that dissatisfies you? Is it my appearance? My wealth? Or perhaps my physique? He pressed her hand against his chest, sliding it downward. Jiang Xinyu could only feel the skin beneath her palm growing increasingly warm. Her peripheral vision caught sight of his chest rising and falling with each breath, and the pink hue staining his neck. Her mind was a haze, leaving only the distinct sensation of the textures beneath her hand. Little fish, look at me. Do you like me? Please. His voice whispered enticingly in her ear. Jiang Xinyu felt as though the hand he held was no longer her own. She raised her other hand to shield her eyes and trembled as she spoke. Su Linyuan, we are not suited for each other. It was precisely because he was so exceptional that they were incompatible. Su Linyuan gritted his teeth and enveloped her entirely in his embrace. What makes us unsuitable? Unless you articulate your reasons, I shall not release you. Momentarily at a loss for words, Jiang Xinyu felt her heart race in his grasp. Her voice tinged with a hint of tears. We are simply not suited. Let me go. I want to go home. Su Linyuan stiffened, cradling her face and gently kissing her forehead. His tone was flustered. Please don't cry. I won't force you. I will take you home. Jiang Xinyu took a deep breath, attempting to calm her tumultuous emotions, and reached for the back seat door. Su Linyuan, quick to react, pressed against the door, insisting she sit in the front. At that moment, Jiang Xinyu wished to avoid his gaze, silently opening the passenger door and taking her seat within. Chapter 89. A name to the relationship. Upon witnessing Jiang Xinyu take her seat in the passenger's side, Su Linyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Her previous expression had nearly sent him into a state of panic. Settling into the driver's seat, he fastened his seatbelt and cast a furtive glance at Jiang Xinyu, who had also secured hers. She truly left him no room for maneuver. Nonetheless, he found solace in the fact that she had not slapped his hand away when he had touched her earlier. There was potential for progress. Jiang Xinyu averted her gaze towards the window, refusing to acknowledge him. Cautiously, Su Linyuan reached out to grasp her hand, which rested atop her back. Jiang Xinyu bit her lip and attempted to pull away, but his grip was as unyielding as a vice. Drive with both hands, she insisted. He pressed a gentle kiss on the back of her hand before relenting. All right, I'll heed your wishes. He did not desire to impose, yet he feared that excessive stimulation might lead her to shun him in the future. Su Linyuan drove directly to Jinxiu Garden. He had confirmed with his cousin that she was off duty for the weekend. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Jiang Xinyu flung open the door and hurried ahead. She felt an overwhelming sense of unease. What kind of CEO behaved as he did? She was utterly unprepared for it. If she did not distance herself now, she feared becoming dizzy and making regrettable decisions. Su Linyuan swiftly exited the car in pursuit of her. Upon reaching the elevator, Jiang Xianyu discovered it was out of service. She promptly turned to enter the emergency exit stairwell, with Su Linyuan hot on her heels. Although Jiang Xianyu ascended the stairs at a respectable pace, she was no match for Su Linyuan's long strides, which allowed him to cover 3 steps at a time. After a few flights, he seized her arm. "Why are you running?" Jiang Xianyu glared at him. "Am I supposed to wait for you to seduce me?" She was acutely aware of the immense effort it took to resist such temptation. Given their respective statuses, should they become a couple, she would undoubtedly find herself in a subordinate position, having witnessed countless unequal relationships, and having once been his caretaker. She wondered if he would take her efforts for granted in daily life. Once the initial passion waned, would she be able to extricate herself from the ensuing chaos? Noting her gradually calming demeanor, Su Linyuan recognized the need to divert her thoughts. Her overly sensitive nature led her to contemplate decisions that would ultimately provide her with a sense of security. He bent down and hoisted her into his arms. Ascending the stairs, Jiang Xianyu was taken aback. "Su Linyuan, what are you doing? Put me down." The sound of her calling him by his full name brought a smirk to his lips. He secured her legs with one arm while the other encircled her waist. "How many floors?" he inquired. Jiang Xianyu turned her head away in silence. Su Linyuan nuzzled her waist playfully. "If you want tea, tell me. We shall remain in this stalemate." At that moment, someone emerged from the upper floors into the emergency exit to smoke. Momentarily pausing in surprise at the sight of the two. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Xianyu turned her head, her face flushing crimson. She kicked Su Linyuan's leg. "Put me down." Su Linyuan replied, "Not a chance." Jiang Xianyu felt the weight of social embarrassment engulfing her. She swiftly turned to embrace Su Linyuan, tilting her face away, and whispered, "The 4th floor, let us go quickly." Su Linyuan chuckled, gesturing to the man smoking nearby as he ascended the stairs with her in tow. The man almost dropped his lit cigarette in astonishment. Observing the tall figure carrying the woman up the stairs without a moment's pause, he absent-mindedly touched his belly. He once possessed a chiseled 8-pack, but marriage had since led to a singularity. It seemed time to resume his fitness regimen. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Su Linyuan did not set her down but turned his back to her to facilitate Jiang Xianyu's fingerprint unlock. Jiang Xianyu hurriedly opened the door, anxious about the possibility of encountering more onlookers. The previous night, she had tidied the room. It was small enough to see its entirety at a glance. Su Linyuan shifted from carrying her to cradling her in one arm, gently placing her onto the bed. Jiang Xianyu braced herself with both hands to avoid reclining fully. Su Linyuan knelt beside her, one hand propping himself up while the other lifted her chin. "Little fish, will you be my girlfriend?" His proximity and the intimate posture made her instinctively reach to push him away, but she paused just before her palm made contact with his chest. Memories of their encounter in the garage flooded her mind, where he had held her hand, guiding it to touch him. Su Linyuan chuckled softly, leaning closer. His voice a tantalizing whisper in her ear, "Not going to touch me?" A tingling sensation coursed through Jiang Xianyu's ears, her body softened, and she found herself collapsing back, startled. Reflexively, she reached out to steady herself, clutching the collar of his shirt, which drew him down upon her onto the bed. The sensation of his lips, tender and inviting, ignited a spark in her mind. Su Linyuan's heart raced as if it would leap from his chest. His neck and cheeks flushed crimson, even the bare skin of his chest glowing with a rosy hue. His breath was heavy, desire propelling him further downward. Jiang Xianyu's eyes widened, his actions snapping her back to reality, prompting her to push him away. Su Linyuan grasped her flailing hand, capturing it and tilting her head back, as his warm, fervent kiss descended upon her. His kiss was passionate, vigorous, yet somewhat chaotic. Jiang Xianyu felt her lips tingle, heated as if they were melting pastries, her breath growing labored. Suddenly, Su Linyuan propped himself up, releasing her. His face was flushed, his tousled hair shielding the longing in his eyes. His chest heaved violently. Just moments ago, he had become aroused. Jiang Xianyu felt akin to a fish out of water. Gasping for air, her eyes shimmering with emotion, quivering gently, Su Linyuan was entranced by her. As she steadied her breathing and met his gaze, her heart fluttered at his beguiling countenance. She hastily averted her eyes, yet paused mid-motion, her face ablaze with crimson. With an arm raised to shield her eyes, she murmured, "You should get off." Su Linyuan rolled onto his back on the bed, one leg still resting on Jiang Xianyu's. At this moment, Jiang Xianyu could only retract her legs, too timid to rise and meet his gaze. fearful of the long needle-like pricks of anxiety. Su Linyuan turned to observe the woman lying beside him, reaching out to lightly tease the fingers she had placed at her side. Jiang Xinyu instinctively withdrew her hand, clutching it close. Su Linyuan then lifted his leg, gently caressing hers, the sound of fabric brushing against fabric resonating distinctly in the stillness of the bedroom. His voice, husky and low, broke the silence. "Little fish, just now was my first kiss, granted a name." Jiang Xinyu turned onto her side, presenting him with her back. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "That was an accident." Su Linyuan mimicked her position, wrapping one arm around her waist and drawing her into his embrace. Jiang Xinyu felt as though a fishing line had caught her navel, the pull from behind pressing her firmly against him. She attempted to dislodge his hand that was tightly secured around her waist, asserting, "Let go, or I shall be angry." Su Linyuan furrowed his brow, unable to resist pinching her side for a brief moment before reluctantly releasing her. Once he did, Jiang Xinyu seemed to spring away as if propelled by a spring. Su Linyuan supported his head with one hand, gazing at her, his shirt slightly undone from their earlier movements, revealing a smooth chest adorned with a hint of rosy allure. Jiang Xinyu found herself momentarily entranced by the sight. Chapter 90. If you don't agree, I shall kiss you. Su Linyuan's ears were flushed crimson, yet he refused to button up his shirt. "You like me too, don't you? At least, you are fond of my physique." Jiang Xinyu, emboldened by an unknown courage, stepped forward and deftly located the buttons on his shirt. Blushing, she averted her gaze and swiftly fastened them, continuing until she reached his Adam's apple. Su Linyuan glanced down at the buttons she had secured and smiled. Gently, he cupped her chin, turning her face toward him, then pointed at the buttons on his chest. "You fastened them incorrectly." It was then that Jiang Xinyu noticed she had mistakenly buttoned the lower button into the upper buttonhole. "You can fix it yourself," she replied. Su Linyuan relaxed, leaning back on his hands. "No, the one who made the mistake should rectify it." Unfazed by his insistence, Jiang Xinyu retorted, "Then you shall go out like that." Sitting up straight, Su Linyuan raised his hand to unbutton his shirt. "If you want to do it, I will. I'm feeling rather hot and could use some air." Jiang Xinyu was genuinely taken aback by his audacity today. She hastily seized his hand before he could unbutton it. "Fine, I'll redo it." Su Linyuan's eyes sparkled with amusement as Jiang Xinyu's hand neared the button. He leaned back slightly, causing her to instinctively lean closer. His gaze was unwavering, akin to a captivating seducer. It was then that Jiang Xinyu recognized his little ploy. She tugged at his collar, straightening him up before quickly fastening the button. The abruptness of her action left a slight flush on his neck. Though Su Linyuan could not see the redness, he felt a tingling sensation and, adjusting his collar, tilted his head inquiring, "Is it red? Does it resemble a love bite?" Then, amidst Jiang Xinyu's flustered demeanor, he added, "I quite like it, by the way." Jiang Xinyu shot him a glare. "That's enough. It's getting late. You should head back." "Absolutely not," Su Linyuan replied decisively. Jiang Xinyu, usually mild-tempered, could no longer contain her frustration. "Su Linyuan." Only then did he obediently rise to his feet, leaning closer to her. "Though you've called me by my full name, I still cherish it. Please refrain from addressing me as Mr. Su in the future. Will you promise?" Su Linyuan inquired. "If you refuse, I shall kiss you." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xinyu replied, "I promise. Just leave quickly." Su Linyuan sighed in relief. At least today she had ceased calling him Mr. Su. Perhaps the formal title would soon be a thing of the past. He mused that he should not rush her too much, lest she truly become exasperated. "Am I really leaving now?" Su Linyuan looked at her with a lingering gaze, filled with reluctance. Jiang Xinyu, sitting at the edge of the bed, waved her hands anxiously. "Just go. Why do you treat me like a dog?" Su Linyuan complained, turning to confront her. As he approached, Jiang Xinyu instinctively recoiled into the bed. Her rationality was dangerously precarious. If he continued to tempt her, she would either succumb or flee, but ultimately, she knew she could not win. Su Linyuan returned to the bedside, crouching before her, his hands resting on his knees. His superior height allowed him to meet her gaze directly. Leaning closer, he placed a gentle kiss upon her. In response, Jiang Xinyu retaliated with a throw pillow that she had placed over his handsome face. He caught the pillow and tossed it onto the bed, and as she was caught off guard, he stood up and kissed her forehead. Having achieved his intent, Su Linyuan rose to leave. At the door, he turned back to emphasize, "Little fish, think about me. I am quite remarkable." Jiang Xinyu wished she could silence his incessant chatter. Confirming that he had heard her, Su Linyuan closed the door behind him. As the door clicked shut, All the facades Jiang Xianyu had meticulously constructed crumbled away. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she buried her head beneath the covers, striking the bed in frustration. Goodness! What had just transpired between her and Su Linyuan? How could they have kissed? Reflecting on the chaotic turn of events, her palm still seemed to linger with the warmth and elasticity of his touch. She could not deceive herself. She harbored feelings for him and had been drawn to him. Yet she had strived to view him solely as an employer. But now, this former employer had deviated from the expected path, enticing her to lose control. Today, she had touched him, they had shared a kiss. Although it had not been initiated by her, the uncontrollable flutter of her heart betrayed her excitement. How long would it take for her to regain her composure? How would she face him in the future? Jiang Xinyu lay in a daze until sleep overtook her, dreaming of scenes where Su Linyuan, devoid of clothing, invited her to touch him. By the time she awoke, evening had fallen. After hastily preparing a simple meal to satiate her hunger, she climbed into bed, ready to watch a horror film to clear her mind of the cluttered thoughts. However, she had barely begun the movie when a WeChat message from Su Linyuan arrived. "Little fish, help me decide which robe looks better." Accompanying the message were two images, one white, one black. The styles varied slightly, yet both boasted the same deliberately open front. In the pictures, his muscular physique was perfectly aligned with the image she had seen in her dreams. The temperature of her earlier calmness surged once more. This infuriating man. How had she not noticed how easily he blushed? She promptly turned off her phone, pretending she had seen nothing. It felt as though he had set up surveillance, as when she did not respond, he initiated a video call. Jiang Xinyu quickly dismissed it, replying with a mere 2 words, black. The contrast of his fair skin against the black silk robe would be striking. She recognized it instantly. Before long, Su Linyuan sent another photograph. The man wore the black robe, tilting his neck back, revealing slight red marks near his Adam's apple. "Unfortunately, tomorrow is Sunday, and there will be no work. The marks you left will go unseen," he remarked. Jiang Xinyu felt as though her emotions were entirely at his mercy. Ever since encountering him in the coffee shop, everything had shifted. She chose not to respond, yet Su Linyuan remained unfazed. He sent another message. "Thinking of you. Good night." Jiang Xinyu cast her phone aside, feeling that no horror film could rescue her this evening. Meanwhile, Shen Yinji visited Lu Lijun in the evening. Upon opening the door, he embraced her with both arms, and Lu Lijun playfully wrapped her arms around his neck, inquiring, "What brings you here at this hour?" Shen Yinji remained unfazed. He leaned down to plant a kiss on her lips before saying, "I have some juicy gossip. Would you care to hear it?" Lu Lijun was momentarily taken aback, raising her hand to touch the man's forehead. "Are you feeling all right? Since when did Professor Shen take an interest in gossip?" Shen Yinji lifted her effortlessly and placed her on the sofa, saying, "It's about your dear friend." Lu Lijun's eyes immediately sparkled with intrigue. With this enticing topic as a pretext, Shen Yinji successfully stayed the night. When morning arrived, Lu Lijun lamented her miscalculation. Watching the man busily at work in the kitchen, she sensed a subtle difference in him. Today, he appeared particularly agreeable. Over the following days, Su Linyuan's frequency of messaging Jiang Xinyu noticeably increased. Yet she managed to respond to only 2 out of 10 messages, which was quite commendable. He attempted to visit his cousin's home to confront her, but she evaded him each time. This left him feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. A week had passed, and he could no longer endure the longing. Before confessing his feelings, he could restrain himself, but ever since that day, his self-control had vanished. He yearned to see her, desperately longing for her presence. Chapter 91. Dividing the money in recent days, Jiang Xinyu has been enduring a rather challenging time. She strives to restore tranquility to her life. Yet the figure of Su Linyuan continually intrudes upon her thoughts uninvited. This was not the case before. Qin Tao silently observes Jiang Xinyu, sensing that her demeanor has been somewhat off lately. Although she continues to excel in her work, she appears to drift into a daze during her moments of respite. The last time her cousin visited, she had even retreated to her room to sleep. Noticing Jiang Xinyu lost in thought yet again, Qin Tao approached and inquired, "Little fish, what troubles you? Have you quarreled with your cousin?" Upon hearing the mention of her cousin, Jiang Xinyu's expression became slightly awkward. "No, I suppose it wouldn't be classified as a quarrel, just a disagreement regarding matters of gender. That's a relief. After all, my cousin generally avoids arguments, believing them to be a waste of time. He feels that if one were to invest the time spent arguing into resolving the issue, it might have been settled long ago." Jiang Xinyu contemplated this, thinking to herself, if only he had witnessed his own obstinate nature. Seeing that Jiang Xinyu seemed genuinely untroubled, Qin Tao turned her attention to selecting potential brand collaborations. Jiang Xinyu joined her to take a look. Qin Tao had received collaboration invitations from two cat food brands, Yue Cat Food and Wu's Cat Food. She was currently researching information about both brands online. Jiang Xinyu suggested, "Why don't we visit their physical stores to assess the situation? What can we discern from the stores?" "All the information is available online," Qin Tao replied, puzzled. Jiang Xinyu explained, "There is much to uncover in the physical stores. We can observe their market share across various locations, gauge customer popularity, and even gather insights regarding customer opinions on these cat food brands. Additionally, we can check the production dates of the cat food to compare with other brands, allowing us to infer the popularity of their products. Most importantly, we can examine the state of the cat food on display, which reveals how well the brand maintains its relationship with the distributors." Qin Tao nodded in understanding. "You truly are remarkable." These were precisely the methods Jiang Xinyu had employed when initially conducting due diligence reports. If certain cat food products were nearing their expiration dates yet remained on the shelves, it would raise concerns for those brands. Either there were quality issues leading to poor sales, or the cost-performance ratio was lacking. Furthermore, the failure to promptly address near-expiry products indicated potential inefficiencies in handling business matters, thus increasing the likelihood of those brands facing significant repercussions. Qin Tao, wrapping her arm around Jiang Xinyu's shoulders, remarked, "Little fish, sometimes I feel that your talents are wasted in your current role. If you were my parents' daughter, I can only imagine how joyful they would be." Jiang Xinyu smiled faintly, having once contemplated how wonderful it would be to have loving parents. Not in the manner of overly indulgent parents, but simply those who would refrain from draining her spirit. She had even thought that had she been the one sold to the Qin family, her life might have been somewhat better. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of inner conflict. Later, she came to terms with her situation. Fortunately, it was her younger sister who had been sold. Had she remained at home, it was difficult to envision the dismal life her sister would have endured. Let us not dwell on that any longer. Shall we go take a look now? Qin Tao raised both hands in agreement. The two of them, armed with their bags and car keys, ventured out. After finally wrapping up their tasks, Su Linyuan, who had come hoping for a stroke of luck, found himself at a loss. He sent WeChat messages to both women, none of which were replied to. Had he not inquired with the security guard at the entrance, who informed him that they had gone out for a stroll, he might have assumed something was amiss. Unbeknownst to him, they were diligently striving for their careers. After an entire day of running around, Jiang Xinyu and Qin Tao felt as though their legs might break. The journey itself was uneventful. They merely wandered from one pet shop to another, covertly taking notes and gathering information, leaving them in a state of delightful confusion. Upon returning home, they both exhaled in relief. Jiang Xinyu assisted Qin Tao in consolidating and comparing their data and notes, ultimately deciding to collaborate with Wu's Cat Food. This particular brand had garnered significant sales, and after inquiring with several customers, they found that cats of various breeds thrived on it without any reported safety incidents. Furthermore, the display of cat food on the shelves, including the management of near-expiry products, was exemplary. They had not encountered any near-expiry items for this brand. After discussing promotional matters with the representatives from Wu's, Qin Tao found herself with a handsome sum of income. Glancing at the date, she realized that Jiang Xinyu had been with her for a month, and it was time to split the earnings. She beckoned to Jiang Xinyu, "Little fish, come here. It's time to share the profits." Jiang Xinyu approached and observed that Qin Tao had made a considerable amount this month. After deducting the platform's commission and taxes, she received 450,000. "As we agreed, you shall receive half of this amount." While it seemed substantial to part with half, Qin Tao had indeed profited, earning more than before. Previously, her salary ranged between 100 to 200,000, with the lower end being quite substantial. Over the past month, thanks to Jiang Xinyu, her workload had become lighter, and she had gained numerous followers, thus increasing her brand collaboration rates. Even if Jiang Xinyu were to cease their partnership in the future, the tangible follower count would remain hers. She had certainly benefited from Jiang Xinyu's presence. Jiang Xinyu did not hesitate to accept. This money would serve as her future capital. Transferring 225,000 to Jiang Xinyu, Qin Tao looked at her earnings and laughed aloud. "My mother still wants to pressure me to return home and apologize. Oh, she will be disappointed." Jiang Xinyu found this amusing and planned to invest her money in the stock market the next day. By the second half of the year, she should have amassed a significant sum, ready for utilization. It was at this moment that they noticed a message from Su Linyuan. They exchanged glances. pondering. "It has been a whole day. Should we still respond?" Qin Tao inquired. Jiang Xinyu chuckled awkwardly, suggesting, "Perhaps we should just let it go? It's getting late, and there doesn't seem to be anything of utmost importance. Otherwise, he would have called." Qin Tao nodded and cheerfully resumed their conversation about what to have for dinner. On the other side, Su Linyuan was being dragged by his good friend Li Ting to a bar for drinks. Li Ting was the grandson of old Li, who fished alongside Su's grandfather. Observing his friend downing drink after drink, Su Linyuan gave him a gentle kick, urging him to take it easy. Li Ting set down his glass and rolled his eyes. "You, being so well-fed, cannot comprehend the hunger of the starving. Why can't my parents be as open-minded as yours? I'm merely 30. Why must I resort to blind dates?" Reflecting on his parents' ways, Su Linyuan chuckled softly. His parents had willingly entered into a marriage for the sake of family interests, collaborating for mutual benefit, only to part ways later over disputes regarding resource allocation. To them, marriage was nothing extraordinary. They relished the cutthroat competition of the business world. However, they were also human, and they showered affection on their only son. "You are indeed not young anymore. It is time to contemplate your lifelong affair," Su Linyuan remarked. Li Ting was taken aback. "Wait, buddy, what is going on with you? Have you joined their ranks?" Su Linyuan shot him a sidelong glance. "I have not joined them. I merely believe that sometimes engaging in a romantic relationship can be quite delightful." Li Ting's eyes widened as he stared at Su Linyuan for a considerable moment. "You wouldn't be in a situation, would you?" Su Linyuan silently raised his glass and took a sip, his ears subtly reddening. Whether from the alcohol or something else, he could not tell. Chapter 92. Intoxication. Li Ting felt as though the sky had collapsed. In the past, he at least had Su Linyuan to keep him company. If his family pressed him too hard, he could always use Su Linyuan as an excuse. But now, Su Linyuan had not denied the situation, which indicated that there was indeed a situation. At the very least, there was now a target. Observing Li Ting's desolate demeanor, Su Linyuan patted him on the shoulder, suggesting that there was no need for such aversion. What if he happened to encounter someone he liked? If he did not fancy them, he could simply refuse. Li Ting took a hefty swig of his drink, unwilling to engage in conversation. Su Linyuan, ever good-natured, allowed him his silence. Finding this demeanor intolerable, Li Ting raised his glass for a toast, insisting that Su Linyuan must be punished with another drink. They soon fell into a rhythm of drinking, exchanging glasses. Su Linyuan possessed a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. When Chengyuan Capital was first established, he had secured numerous projects through discussions over drinks. Ultimately, however, Li Ting succumbed and slumped over. Su Linyuan set down his glass and called for the Li family's driver to come and take Li Ting home. When the driver arrived, he assisted the still bellowing man out. Assistant Zhao, witnessing this, approached and offered, "Mr. Su, may I escort you home?" Su Linyuan cast a glance at him before pouring himself another glass. Choosing to drink alone for a while longer, there was no rush. Assistant Zhao resigned himself to waiting nearby. Su Linyuan rested his chin on his hand, glass in the other, lost in thought. At that moment, a woman approached, holding a glass of her own. Upon seeing Su Linyuan's striking visage, her eyes lit up. It had been ages since she had encountered such an exquisite face in a bar. Her gaze swept over his physique, broad shoulders, slender waist, long legs, a prominent Adam's apple, and elegantly long fingers, evoking a sense of longing within her. "Sir, are you alone?" The woman smiled, her lips curling enticingly. Su Linyuan, his face slightly flushed from drink, suddenly cooled. He pointed to Assistant Zhao, indicating, "Isn't he a person?" Assistant Zhao's lips twitched slightly, but he maintained his composure, addressing the woman, "I'm sorry, but we prefer not to be disturbed." Unfazed, the woman replied, "What does it matter? Drinking alone is rather dull. It's much livelier with company." Su Linyuan set down his glass, his intense gaze unsettling the woman. "I have a cleanliness obsession. Would you like me to have someone escort you out?" Noticing the expensive watch adorning his wrist, the woman fell silent. If both parties were interested, that would be one thing. If not, her continued pursuit might invite trouble. It was a pity to let such a remarkable man slip away. Seeing the woman leave, Su Linyuan pushed his glass away and laid his head on the bar. Assistant Zhao quickly moved to support him. "Mr. Su, you're intoxicated. Let me take you home." Su Linyuan shrugged off Assistant Zhao's hand. "I don't want you." "I want little fish." Assistant Zhao broke into a cold sweat and suggested, "Mr. Su, shall I take you to find Miss Jiang?" Understanding the nuances of handling a drunkard, he knew following Su Linyuan's words was the right approach. Su Linyuan frowned. "Do you think I'm foolish?" At that moment, Assistant Zhao discerned the underlying issues. Mr. Su, please wait. I'll call Miss Jiang right now to see if she has time to assist. Su Linyuan cast another glance at him, questioning whether he had not noticed the encroaching darkness. It was unsafe. He should drive over. Goodness. Assistant Zhao silently lamented, yet he ultimately drove to Jiangnan Garden. When asked if he was not concerned about his inebriated boss being approached by others at the bar, he scoffed. His boss was not drunk at all. As he watched Assistant Zhao depart, Su Linyuan tightened his grip on the glass, his heart fluttering with anxiety. Would she come? Her arrival would indicate that she was not too upset. If she did not come, Su Linyuan bit his lip. If she did not arrive, he would seek her out. Earlier, at the CAF, he had indeed been provoked by Shen Yinji, which had emboldened him to compete for her affection. Despite his subtle hints and overtures, Jiang Xianyu had remained firmly ensconced in her comfort zone. Thus, he confessed his feelings, and upon sensing her fondness for him, he resorted to a calculated seduction, determined to leave a lasting impression on her heart and redefine their relationship, no longer evading the truth. Though his inner self blushed with embarrassment, he maintained a facade of composure. Alas, his innate shyness betrayed him, for otherwise, his performance would have been impeccable. Yet she had comprehended his intentions entirely, and had begun to ignore his messages, avoiding him. He experienced a fleeting moment of despondency. However, relinquishing hope was not an option. Jiang Xinyu was taken aback when she received a distress call from Assistant Zhao. Miss Jiang, I apologize for the interruption. Are you busy at the moment? Having just finished her meal, Jiang Xinyu was reclining on her bed, scrolling through short videos. She replied, I am not busy now. What do you need? Assistant Zhao's tone was ingratiating. Miss Jiang, our CEO is quite inebriated at the bar, calling out for you. I cannot dissuade him, nor can I take him away. Could you please come and assist in calming him down? Jiang Xinyu fell silent for a considerable time, wrestling with her thoughts. When Assistant Zhao grew impatient waiting for her response, he began to vent about his boss. Miss Jiang, you are well aware of Su's stubborn nature. Only you can manage him. For the sake of my efforts, could you please come take a look? I am currently at the entrance of Jiangnan Garden. Jiang Xinyu recalled how Su Linyuan had, even while flushed, exuded an irresistible charm that drew her in. She also remembered her delay in replying to him today. Gritting her teeth, she said, Fine, wait a moment, I will head over now. Ultimately, she could not shake her concern for him. During her time working in his household, she had never witnessed him intoxicated. After informing Qin Tao, Jiang Xinyu donned her coat and stepped outside. Qin Tao internally squealed with excitement, sensing the impending gossip. Upon seeing Jiang Xinyu emerge, Assistant Zhao eagerly opened the back door of the car for her and adjusted the temperature of the air conditioning. Having been instructed by their CEO that Miss Jiang was particularly sensitive to the cold, the car swiftly arrived at the bar, bustling with patrons. The area surrounding the bar where Su Linyuan sat was starkly empty, contrasting with the lively atmosphere elsewhere in the establishment. Jiang Xinyu spotted him at once. He hung his head, an empty bottle resting beside him. Assistant Zhao escorted Jiang Xinyu to Su Linyuan's side, declaring, CEO, Miss Jiang has arrived. Su Linyuan lifted his gaze, bleary-eyed, and looked at Jiang Xinyu. Little fish, you've come. His face bore a hue that could only be attributed to either intoxication or the fervor ignited by Jiang Xinyu's arrival. Sensing the alcohol-laden aroma emanating from him, Jiang Xinyu furrowed her brow and inquired, Why have you consumed so much alcohol? Su Linyuan remained silent, leaning against the bar, and cautiously extended his index finger to gently beckon Jiang Xinyu's hand. His gesture was imbued with a tentative charm, as if to say, You ignore me. Assistant Zhao, observing from the side, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, pondering whether their boss's antics had crossed a line. The touch of his finger against Jiang Xinyu's palm sent a tingling sensation through her, prompting her to lightly slap his hand. Su Linyuan did not retract his hand. Instead, his gaze remained fixed upon her, silently questioning why she had not responded to his messages and why she was avoiding him. He then reached out once more to entwine his fingers with hers. Understanding that reason holds no sway over the inebriated, Jiang Xinyu softened her tone, stating, All right. Let me escort you home. Assistant Zhao anticipated further flirtation from their boss, but was taken aback when he witnessed Su Linyuan unsteadily rise to his feet, obediently expressing his desire to return home with Jiang Xinyu. It was only at that moment that Assistant Zhao realized something was amiss. His boss was truly intoxicated. Chapter 93, Indeed. Your most fragrant Assistant Zhao hurried forward to support Su Linyuan. His stature was considerably tall, making it difficult for Assistant Zhao to maintain balance alone. Miss Jiang, could you please lend a hand? Assistant Zhao solicited external assistance. Jiang Xianyu stepped forward to stabilize the other side of Su Linyuan. As she approached, Su Linyuan quieted down, becoming exceedingly docile. His long arm rested upon Jiang Xianyu's shoulder, inhaling the sweet fragrance that lingered after her bath, granting him a fleeting moment of clarity. Little fish. Jiang Xianyu glanced up at him. Su Linyuan's gaze was piercing, sending a wave of unease through her. She averted her eyes and murmured, "Why did you drink so much? I thought you were into health and wellness." Su Linyuan tightened his grip on her shoulder. "You haven't replied to my WeChat." Jiang Xianyu paused, opting to say no more as she assisted Assistant Zhao in escorting him to the parking lot. Assistant Zhao cast a glance at Jiang Xianyu. "Miss Jiang, I will go fetch the car. Can you manage alone?" Jiang Xianyu nodded. "You go ahead, I can handle this." As Assistant Zhao gradually released his hold, Su Linyuan slumped against Jiang Xianyu. Observing his limbs flailing uncontrollably, Jiang Xianyu realized he was truly intoxicated. With his hands draped over her shoulders, she had no choice but to embrace his slender waist, swaying like a weeble. Before long, Assistant Zhao brought the car around, opening the back door to assist Su Linyuan inside. However, upon feeling the touch of another, Su Linyuan instinctively raised his hand to evade contact. Assistant Zhao stared at his empty hand in disbelief. In the absence of Miss Jiang, he had always been the one to bring the drunken man back. Why the disdain now? Seeing the situation unfold, Jiang Xianyu reassured Assistant Zhao, "It's fine, I'll take care of it." She then cautiously helped Su Linyuan into the vehicle. As they settled into the car, Jiang Xianyu nearly toppled into him due to their height difference, her head nearly resting against his chest. With the weight on his chest, Su Linyuan's eyes fluttered open slightly. Upon recognizing Jiang Xianyu before him, his instinct was to embrace her tighter, but he quickly remembered the copious amount of alcohol he had consumed. He withdrew his hand, turning his head away. As Jiang Xianyu rose, she noticed his movement. What's wrong? Su Linyuan, eyes closed, seemed to retain some clarity despite the inebriation. "I drank a lot. It's intoxicating you." Jiang Xianyu sighed. "Is that what you're worried about?" Su Linyuan turned back, grasping her hand with a hazy gaze. "I'll go take a shower. It's fragrant." Observing her hand firmly held in his, Jiang Xianyu preferred not to engage with a drunken individual at that moment, responding to him, "Indeed, you are most fragrant. Now, please let go of my hand so we can return and shower sooner." A smile crept onto Su Linyuan's lips. His face flushed from the alcohol, eyes still shut, yet his mood appeared to be quite buoyant. To facilitate caring for him, Jiang Xianyu joined him in the back seat. The vehicle set off toward the mountainside villa. Su Linyuan leaned against the back seat, the streetlights outside casting a patchy, warm glow across his face, flickering in and out of brightness. Jiang Xianyu gazed at his face for the first time with such unadulterated openness, devoid of any burdens. Had it not been for their earlier reckless encounter, she might have forever perceived him as a man who maintained a cold demeanor in public, blushing awkwardly in uncomfortable situations while generally being a reasonable and mild-mannered individual. Yet, in truth, he possessed a certain audacity, unrestrained and captivating at times. As the vehicle swayed slightly, Su Linyuan's upper body gradually leaned onto Jiang Xianyu's shoulder. Despite her attempts to shift him away, she found him immovable. With a red light ahead, Assistant Zhao decelerated and brought the car to a stop, causing Su Linyuan to lurch forward uncontrollably. Jiang Xianyu swiftly supported him against her shoulder, her palm resting against his cheek as she secured him in place, fearful of his potential fall. Feeling the warmth of her hand on his face, Su Linyuan could not resist nuzzling against it, eventually succumbing to a serene stillness. Unbeknownst to them, Assistant Zhao discreetly captured the moment through the rearview mirror. Jiang Xianyu remained oblivious, her attention wholly devoted to Su Linyuan. When the light turned green, Assistant Zhao hastily tucked away his phone and resumed driving. On the way, her arm grew weary, prompting her to rest him on her lap. Su Linyuan's head nestled against her thigh, and fortunately, the chilly weather allowed for a more comfortable arrangement than one might anticipate in summer. Enveloped in a fragrant warmth, Su Linyuan gradually opened his eyes, realizing he was resting on Jiang Xianyu's lap. In the dim light, a smile crept across his lips as he wrapped an arm around her waist, surrendering to the heaviness of sleep once again. By the time they arrived at the mountainside villa, it was well past 9. Jiang Xianyu observed the man sleeping soundly on her lap and gently nudged his shoulder. "Su Linyuan, wake up." Upon opening his eyes, a hint of confusion lingered. Seeing Jiang Xianyu's face, He instinctively tightened his embrace around her waist, his voice softened, a touch disoriented and reluctant to move. Assistant Zhao, expressionless, marveled at his boss's exceptional ability to evoke sympathy, even in such a drunken state. Jiang Xianyu continued to tap his shoulder, feeling dizzy after all that drinking. Let us head home. I'll make you some hangover soup. You wanted to take a shower, right? Aren't you uncomfortable with the smell of alcohol? Whether it was her words or a sudden bout of cleanliness that stirred him, Su Lingyuan propped himself up, albeit with a heavy head, leaning back against the seat. He had already loosened his collar while drinking, and now, as he tilted his head back, his Adam's apple protruded prominently, illuminated by the streetlights, casting a striking shadow on his chiseled jawline, a sight utterly captivating. Jiang Xianyu found herself momentarily entranced. The haze that had clouded Su Lingyuan's mind dissipated, and as he opened his eyes, he met Jiang Xianyu's gaze. Turning to face her, the interplay of light and shadow obscured his expression. Yet his voice was low and alluring. I enjoy the way you look at me. Instantly, Jiang Xianyu averted her eyes. Su Lingyuan, we've arrived. Let us get out. All right. He did not press her further, taking advantage of his clearer mind to open the car door. Jiang Xianyu hastily exited the vehicle and hurried across to support the unsteady man leaning against the car door. The man, responding to her assistance, wrapped his arm around her waist as they made their way toward the villa. At that moment, Assistant Zhao also emerged from the car, but he merely trailed alongside them, refraining from offering further support, knowing it would likely be evaded. Aunt Qian paused upon seeing the three, and, catching a whiff of the alcohol reeking from Su Lingyuan, she expressed her concern. How much has the young master had to drink? Assistant Zhao reassured her. It's all right, Aunt Qian. Miss Jiang and I will help Mr. Su upstairs. Nodding in acknowledgement, Aunt Qian proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a hangover remedy. The two of them struggled to bring Su Lingyuan into the room, both Jiang Xianyu and Assistant Zhao panting heavily from the effort. Chapter 94. Wetness you lie quietly on the bed. I will draw your bath, Jiang Xianyu said. As she stood up, Su Lingyuan reached out and grasped her wrist. Do not leave. I feel unwell. Jiang Xianyu shot him a glare. After drinking so much. If you don't feel unwell, who would? Seeing that Jiang Xianyu was momentarily unable to free herself, Assistant Zhao took the initiative to fill the tub. Su Lingyuan lay there while Jiang Xianyu stood, holding her hand. His gaze lingered on her, filled with tenderness. It is truly wonderful that you are here. He noticed that ever since their last kiss, she had become less resistant to his gentle gestures. Previously, she would stiffen at his touch, but now that tension had dissipated. After Assistant Zhao finished filling the tub, he observed the man still holding Jiang Xianyu's hand and pondered for a few seconds before saying, Miss Jiang, there are still matters that require attention in the study for Mr. Su. I will go assist with those, so I must trouble you to stay with Mr. Su for now. With that, he hurriedly departed. Jiang Xianyu's hand lingered in the air. Once Assistant Zhao left, Su Lingyuan released her hand, propping his forehead with his hand. Please sit for a moment. I will go take a shower. Jiang Xianyu felt a hint of ambiguity in his words, yet at face value, they held a literal meaning. Su Lingyuan stood, shedding his coat, and entered the bathroom unsteadily, clad only in a shirt. The sound of running water echoed, leaving Jiang Xianyu sitting on the edge of the bed, feeling somewhat uneasy. Though she had visited this bedroom numerous times, this occasion felt different due to the shift in her role. She rose, intending to wait outside, but was startled by a loud thud from within the bathroom. Alarmed, she approached and knocked on the bathroom door. Su Lingyuan, are you all right? The sound of water continued, yet no response came from him. Growing concerned for his well-being, she hurriedly went outside to find Assistant Zhao. Inside the bathroom, upon hearing the door close, Su Lingyuan's expression turned despondent. Did she truly have no intention of coming in? Earlier, when he had asked Assistant Zhao to find Jiang Xianyu, he had only been slightly tipsy, but by the time Zhao brought her, he was genuinely inebriated. Unsure of Jiang Xianyu's tolerance for alcohol, he had opted to get himself drunk, fearing that she might discern his condition. Seeing her at the bar had elated him, and during their journey she had shown him great care. He had expected her to check on him, yet she had simply left, still in his clothes. He sat on the edge of the bathtub, the shower water drenching his hair and shirt. His white shirt hung open, revealing a glimpse of skin, clinging to his body and becoming slightly translucent, hinting at his toned physique beneath. Assistant Zhao entered to find this scene and felt a chill run down his back. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he thought to himself, this is a disaster. He wondered if the pictures taken while waiting at the red light would save him from his impending doom. Clearly, Su Lingyuan was putting on a show for Miss Jiang. As a man of integrity, he had no interest in such antics. The frigid gaze of Su Linyuan fell upon Zhao, whose mind raced with urgency. Mr. Su, the floor is quite slippery. It's a bit challenging for me to support you alone. I'll call Miss Jiang for assistance. He turned towards the outside and called. Miss Jiang, could you kindly come in and lend a hand? Rest assured, Mr. Su is fully clothed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyu exhaled in relief and promptly entered. Upon stepping inside, Jiang Xinyu nearly blinded herself. Indeed, Su Linyuan was clothed, yet the manner of his attire spoke volumes. He perched on the edge of the bathtub, his hair slicked back by water, droplets cascading down his cheeks. One leg extended while the other rested naturally, his upper body thoroughly soaked, rendering his shirt nearly transparent, revealing his sculpted abdominal muscles. The sight, though he was dressed, provoked more imagination than if he were unclothed. Noticing Jiang Xinyu frozen in place, Su Linyuan remarked, I feel a bit dizzy. I accidentally knocked something over. He genuinely meant no harm this time. Having already caused a mess, he simply went with the flow, unaware she would summon Zhao for help. Fortunately, Zhao was astute enough to bring her in. Otherwise, the unfastened buttons he had loosened would have served no purpose. Seeing Jiang Xinyu's gaze wandering, Su Linyuan lifted his hand, methodically rebuttoning his shirt. His movements were deliberate, his well-defined fingers contrasting with the damp fabric, creating a captivating sight. He appeared not entirely sober, his casual approach to buttoning eliciting a tightening sensation in one's throat. Su Linyuan reminded himself to refrain from indulgence. His shirt was drenched. Fastening the buttons mattered little, yet doing so might provide her with a semblance of security. Zhao informed Jiang Xinyu, Mr. Su is still somewhat dizzy. Standing in the shower might be precarious. Please support him for a moment while I fill the bathtub. Jiang Xinyu observed the man seated calmly at the bathtub's edge and thought that he seemed quite composed, rendering her assistance unnecessary. Su Linyuan glanced at her, stating, It's all right. I'm fine sitting here. No need for support. She had seen enough, and her objective was achieved. Jiang Xinyu nodded and exited. Once outside, she immediately felt a refreshing coolness, fanning her flushed cheeks, reminding herself to resist the allure of beauty. After Zhao prepared the water, he stepped out, offering an awkward smile to Jiang Xinyu. Next time, I'll certainly advise him to drink less. Jiang Xinyu nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Zhao added, Perhaps you could also encourage him. He tends to heed your words. Jiang Xinyu cleared her throat and replied, This matter should be left to you, Mr. Zhao. He chuckled, choosing